Inside the wooden sign space, time seemed to stand still. Su Nianha drank 2 cups of sweet spiritual water. The cool liquid slid down her throat, quickly soothing her exhausted body from running and high tension. The blood marks from the thorns on her arms and cheeks slowly closed and scabbed over. She closed her eyes and focused, carefully sensing the outside world. Chaotic footsteps and angry shouts gradually faded away, replaced by the howling mountain wind, approaching sirens, and the roaring engines. After confirming the kidnappers had left, she no longer hesitated. With a thought, her figure disappeared from the safe shelter and reappeared in the damp, cold bushes. Almost immediately, a bright flashlight beam pierced the darkness like a sword, shining directly on her. A rush of footsteps approached, and a familiar figure appeared just a few steps in front of her. "Chun-Li-hung, I'm here," Su Nianha shouted. "Miss Su." He quickly stepped forward, his voice trembling slightly from fear, and instinctively raised his hands. "Are you okay?" "That's great." "You." His eyes quickly scanned her slightly messy but unharmed appearance, showing surprise. "Miss Su is actually safe?"
I'm fine.
"Where's Lin Feng?" Su Nianha didn't bother explaining, still trembling with lingering shock, and asked urgently. Chun-Li-hung responded immediately, trying to keep his tone steady to comfort her. "Don't worry, Miss Su. Mr. Lin has been found by the rescue team coming down the mountain and was taken to the hospital right away. He's injured, but his vital signs are stable." Upon hearing the news that Lin Feng was safely taken to the hospital, Su Nianha finally relaxed a little. The intense exhaustion suddenly overwhelmed her, causing her to sway slightly. Chun-Li-hue quickly stepped forward to support her and said in a serious tone, "It's a blessing that you are safe now. The police will arrive soon, and we need to cooperate with their investigation." Soon, a large group of police arrived at the Longshan scene. Bright searchlights illuminated the area around the broken temple as if it were daytime. The barking of police dogs echoed through the forest. The police began a thorough search, collecting clues and footprints left by the kidnappers. They also questioned Chun-Li-hue, who arrived first, and a still-shaken Su Nianha. However, the kidnappers seemed very familiar with the mountain terrain and had already escaped into the night. The initial search confirmed Su Nianha's account of the fight and her escape, but did not immediately find the kidnappers. The police said they would keep searching and review all nearby surveillance cameras to catch the daring criminals. After completing a long report, dawn was breaking. Su Nianha finally returned to her quiet little courtyard. The house was brightly lit, but felt strangely cold and empty. Madame Wang, with red eyes, came to greet her, repeatedly whispering, "May Buddha bless us." Su Nianha then learned that after receiving the hospital notice, Lin Yalin had hurried to the city hospital to stay with Lin Feng. Exhausted in both body and mind, she didn't say much. She told Madame Wang to rest and dragged her nearly exhausted body to her bedroom. She didn't even have time to change her muddy and leafy clothes and collapsed onto the bed, falling into a deep sleep. The next noon, bright sunlight seeped through the curtains onto her face. Su Nianha struggled awake from a deep, chaotic sleep. Her whole body ached, reminding her that the terrifying night was real, not a dream. After washing up, she went to her space, drank 2 cups of spiritual spring water, and then left her bedroom. At that moment, Madame Wang approached with a worried look and lowered her voice, saying, "Miss, you're awake. Mr. Su Zakai has been waiting in the living room for a while. I originally wanted to wake you, but Mr. Su said you were too tired and asked not to disturb you. He insisted on waiting until you woke naturally." Could he really have developed feelings for her? She steadied herself, straightened her slightly wrinkled clothes, and walked toward the living room filled with an invisible pressure. As Su Nianha entered, she immediately saw Su Zakai sitting on the sofa. He looked relaxed, but his fingertips were unconsciously tapping his knee, revealing that he was not as calm as he appeared. She suppressed her doubts and tried to sound natural. "Mr. Su, sorry to keep you waiting." Su Zakai looked up at her voice and immediately smiled with a familiar, gentle smile like spring breeze. When he stood up, his kind eyes looked at Su Nianha with just the right amount of concern. "Nianha, you're awake. How do you feel? You look a bit tired." He didn't mention last night's danger, as if it was just an ordinary late return. Su Nianhe replied, "I'm fine," without saying more. Su Zakai only responded with an, "Oh," and didn't ask about last night's details. This unusual silence made her more alert. Just as the atmosphere in the living room became a little tense, Wang Ma came in politely. "Nianhe, Mr. Su, lunch is ready. Would you like to eat now?" "Yes, I'm a bit hungry too," Su Zakai agreed smoothly, standing up with a smile and gesturing politely to Su Nianhe as if he were in his own home. As they headed to the dining room, Su Nianhe habitually looked around but didn't see Chen Lihui, who usually appeared at this time. After sitting down, she looked at Wang Ma, who was preparing the dishes, and casually asked, "Wang Ma, where is Chen bodyguard? Has he eaten?" Before Wang Ma could answer, Su Zakai naturally replied in a calm tone, "I asked him to go out and handle something." Su Nianhe's grip on her chopsticks tightened slightly, and a flicker of displeasure crossed her mind. Her doubts deepened. Chen Lihui was her hired bodyguard responsible for her safety. Why was Su Zakai arranging his tasks? She looked up at Su Zakai with more suspicion and confusion. Although she didn't speak up immediately, her furrowed brows showed her feelings clearly. Su Zakai seemed to see through her thoughts, curling his lips into a meaningful smile and slowly adding, "He went to help you with something. About those people last night, someone needs to follow up and find out some details that the police can't reveal." Hearing this explanation, Su Nianhe's tense expression eased slightly. It turns out Su Zakai asked Chen Lifeng to investigate the kidnappers. Though his method made her uncomfortable, his goal seemed to be for her sake. She lowered her head and softly responded with, saying nothing more. But inside, the thought of, should I hire a new bodyguard, had quietly taken root. The meal ended in an atmosphere that seemed calm, but was actually full of hidden thoughts. Neither of them ate much. Besides polite conversation, there was little extra talk. After setting down their bowls, Su Nianhe instinctively took out her phone to check the time or see if she had any unread messages. The moment her phone screen lit up, a local hot news story automatically appeared. The headline was very eye-catching about the kidnapping case from last night at Longshan. Her pupils shrank, and she immediately clicked on it. The news was careful in wording. When mentioning the victim, Mr. Lin, it included a photo of Lin Feng in the hospital, saying he was rescued, his injuries stable, and praised the police for their quick action, with several suspects already caught. But Su Nianhe read the report from start to finish and found her presence completely hidden. Her name was not mentioned at all. As for the core of the deal, the priceless ancient painting, it wasn't mentioned even once. This deliberately understated report subtly echoed Su Zakai's earlier comment about details the police can't disclose, making her previously somewhat relieved heart sink again. What else could be hidden behind this? The silence in the living room kept spreading. Only the ticking of the wall clock was clearly heard. Su Nianhe stared at the edited news on her phone screen, her doubts growing heavier. Su Zakai kept picking up his phone to make calls, sometimes speaking briefly and firmly, other times whispering instructions. Seems like he was handling something urgent. Su Nianhe didn't pay much attention, thinking he was busy with work. She sat nearby, continuing to scroll through her phone, passing the time. It wasn't until evening fell that Su Zakai broke the silence, his voice calm but firm. "Let's go get the painting back." Su Nianhe suddenly looked up, her eyes full of disbelief and surprise, almost thinking she had heard wrong. She opened her mouth but couldn't speak immediately, staring at Su Zakai with questioning eyes. "Get the painting? From where? Had the police already recovered it?" Looking at her surprised and confused expression, Su Zakai smiled knowingly, as if he saw through her thoughts.
"What?
You don't want the painting anymore? It's not that I don't want it," Su Nianhe instinctively replied, frowning as she muttered softly. "But the police never told me to pick it up?" This didn't make sense. Such an important item. If the police found it, they would definitely contact her. "Don't worry." Su Zakai stood up and looked down at her calmly, with a tone that showed he was in control. "The painting isn't at the police station." As soon as he finished speaking, the living room door was gently pushed open. Old Chen walked in from outside. He still looked calm, nodded slightly to Su Nianhe, then turned to Su Zakai and respectfully reported in a low voice, "Mr. Su, everything is settled. Mr. Wang is waiting for you and Miss Su in the VIP room at Du Bar." He paused before adding, "Li Feng is there too." The sudden mention of Chen Li Feng and his noticeably respectful attitude toward Su Zakai, plus that chaotic Du Bar? Su Nianhe's eyes widened instantly, filled with confusion and questions. "Let's go." Su Zakai didn't say more. He walked straight to the door, as if he was just going to pick up a stored item. Her mind was filled with huge doubts, and her instinctive unease was rising. That kind of place, the Du Bar, was definitely not a good place. She had given the painting to the kidnappers herself, so how could it end up in the hands of Mr. Wang? What exactly was Su Zakai hiding? She hesitated for a moment, but thinking of the painting, last night's danger, and that Su Zakai wouldn't harm her, she bit her lip. Despite her confusion, she stood up quickly and followed Su Zakai. She wanted to see what secrets were hidden behind all this. Su Zakai's car silently glided into the brightly lit yet mysterious parking lot of Du Bar. It was already early evening, and neon lights flickered at the bar's entrance, creating a sharp contrast with the surrounding darkness. Su Nianhe followed Su Zakai and Old Chun out of the car. The night breeze was cool, but it couldn't clear the fog and tension in her mind. Sure enough, just as they approached the door, a sharp-dressed, shrewd-looking bar manager was already waiting there. As soon as he saw Su Zakai, he hurried forward with a smile that was almost flattering, bowing low. "Young Master Su, you're here. President Wang has been waiting in the VIP lounge for some time. Please, this way, this way." He didn't dare to look at Su Nianhe or Old Chen, focusing all his attention on Su Zakai, respectfully leading the way slightly ahead. The bar's interior was dimly lit, with soft music playing. The air was filled with the scent of alcohol and perfume. The manager led them through the noisy main hall to a quieter, more private corridor. At the end of the corridor, in front of a heavy double door, stood a tall figure like a spear, Chen Liheng. He saw the group, briefly exchanged glances with Old Chen, nodded slightly, then looked at Su Nianhe with a questioning and confirming gaze. Su Nianhe also looked at him, feeling a little reassured. Chen Liheng then quietly said to Su Zakai, "Mr. Su, Miss Su, they are inside." Su Zakai's face was expressionless, just giving a slight wave. Chen Liheng stepped aside, along with another man dressed in black, silently pushing open the VIP room door. Inside, the lighting was much brighter than outside. The decor was extremely luxurious but also gave off a cold, hard feeling. Su Nianhe followed Su Zakai inside, her eyes immediately drawn to the scene in the center of the room. There, a slightly overweight, bald man was slumped on a large single sofa. He looked like a limp shrimp, defeated and pale, as if all his bones had been taken out. Next to him stood two burly men in black, also expressionless and looking dejected. The bald man, hearing the door open, suddenly looked up like a startled bird. When his eyes landed on Su Zakai, his previously dull face suddenly showed a mix of fear and pleading. He scrambled up from the sofa, almost falling forward, and rushed to Su Zakai, his voice trembling and with tears in his eyes. "Young Master Su. Young Master Su. You're here. I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. I was blind and offended Miss Su. Please have mercy and spare me this time." Su Nianhe looked at the kidnapper boss who had been arrogant and fierce last night. Now he looked like a pleading stray dog. The huge contrast made her freeze in place, her heart pounding wildly. She instinctively looked at Su Zakai. He still had a cold and calm expression, as if this scene was nothing unusual. Su Zakai didn't even bother to look at the bald man directly. His gaze swept calmly across the room and finally settled on a middle-aged man sitting at the other end of the sofa, dressed in traditional Chinese clothing, holding a string of sandalwood beads, with a gentle smile. "Probably Mr.
Wang."
Only then did Su Zakai coldly say to the man kneeling at his feet, "Where's the painting?" His icy voice like a whip struck the air. The bald man, who was the arrogant kidnapper boss from last night, shivered all over. He scrambled on his hands and knees to the corner of the sofa, clutching a familiar purple sandalwood tube used to hold the 7 Gentlemen of the Bamboo Grove painting from last night. He raised it high with both hands and presented it to Suzuki. "It's here, young Master Su. The painting is intact, not a single hair touched. Please check, please check." His voice trembled badly, and cold sweat covered his forehead, completely different from the fierce, threatening look he had last night. Suzuki didn't take it or even look at the tube for long. He just glanced faintly at Mr. Wang, who was standing beside him with a constant gentle smile. Mr. Wang immediately understood. He stepped forward but didn't reach for the tube directly. Instead, he slightly bowed to Suzuki, speaking politely and smoothly. "Young Master Su, don't worry. After these reckless people were caught, the item was sent to me immediately. I had someone do a quick check, and it's definitely an antique, undamaged." He then took the tube from the bald man, carefully checked the seal, and turned around. His face lit up with a warmer smile, but this time directed at Su Nianhe. "This is Miss Su, right? Truly elegant. Sorry for the shock. Look, this is your painting." He handed the tube to Su Nianhe, his tone so courteous and humble that it contrasted sharply with the luxurious decor of the VIP room and the intimidating presence of the 2 burly men behind him. Su Nianhe's heart pounded in her chest. Everything before her was beyond her understanding. The kidnappers, who had been reported as caught by the police, were kneeling here like treasures. The ancient painting she had used to ransom Lin Feng was now in Mr. Wang's hands.
And Suzuki.
He just stood there, doing nothing, making these people fall silent with just his presence. She took a deep breath, calming her racing thoughts, and reached out to take the scroll case. Her fingers felt the familiar smooth wooden texture and the heavy weight. She opened one end carefully and gently pulled out the scroll inside, slowly unrolling a small section, familiar brushstrokes, ink tones, and the faint, almost unnoticed, old mounting marks that she had deliberately paid attention to. It was the genuine piece of her 7 Gentlemen in the Bamboo Forest that she had used to redeem Lin Feng. "Yes, it's it." Su Nianhe's voice carried a slight, barely noticeable tremor. She rolled the scroll back up and placed it carefully into the case, holding it tightly in her arms. A great sense of relief washed over her, knowing she had regained something precious. Although she owned many ancient paintings, this one was a top-quality piece, and Shunyan had also put a lot of thought into it. She looked up at Suzuki, her eyes filled with gratitude mixed with complexity. Suzuki seemed satisfied at last. He looked at Wang Zong and spoke in a calm but commanding tone. "Wang Zong, thank you for your trouble. You handle the rest. I don't want any loose ends to disturb Miss Su's peace. Don't worry, young Master Su." Wang Zong straightened his back as if he had received an honorable task, pounding his chest to promise. Those reckless fools, daring to touch young Master Su and Miss Su. "I will handle this properly, thoroughly, and make sure there are no more problems." He smiled as he said this, but the coldness in his words made the bald man on the ground tremble like a leaf, even losing the strength to beg for mercy. Suzuki responded lightly, as if he was just dealing with a minor matter. He turned to Su Nianhe, his gaze lingering on her, tightly clutching the scroll case, then slowed his tone. "We got the painting. Let's go." Throughout the entire process, Suzuki was in full control. He didn't ask questions or negotiate, just stated orders plainly. The seemingly powerful Wang Zong was completely submissive in front of him, even showing a bit of flattery. This clear contrast of strength made Su Nianhe realize deeply that Suzuki's background and abilities probably far exceeded her previous imagination. She followed Suzuki out of the Empire Bar and sat back in a car. The cool night breeze seeped through the car window, making her shiver and helping her clarify her chaotic thoughts. The car moved steadily along the road back to her small courtyard. The car was silent, only the deep hum of the engine breaking the quiet. Su Nianhe held the recovered painting and finally couldn't help but speak, her voice hoarse. "Suzuki, what exactly is going on? Mr. Wang,
Who is he?
How could the kidnappers be in his hands? What about the police?" Suzuki turned his head to look at her. The neon lights outside the window flickered on his face. He didn't answer directly but asked back, "You got the painting back. Are you unhappy?" "Happy." Su Nianha honestly shared her feelings, but what about the police? Suzuki was silent for a moment, his gaze drifting to the rapidly retreating night scenery outside the window. "The thugs from the police side will definitely go to jail. As for Mr. Wang, he will be fine." His voice was low. "You only need to know that with me here, no one can hurt you. Since this painting is yours, I will definitely help you get it back." His words were full of strength and protectiveness, almost obvious, but instead of making Su Nianha feel warm, it made her feel a cold chill inside. This feeling of being completely controlled, but knowing nothing about the controller, was just too terrible. Su Nianha didn't like being controlled, but she wanted to ask more. Suzuki interrupted her, his tone carrying an undeniable finality. "All right, Nianha. You were frightened last night, and now it's so late. Go home and rest well. Since the painting is back, keep it safe. Don't think about anything else." He paused and added, "As for Qin Liheng, even though I recommended him to protect you, you can trust him completely. Unless you're in great danger, and I have to ask for my support, he will never reveal any of your secrets." Su Nianha was speechless. Clearly, Suzuki didn't intend to explain the details about Mr. Wang, the kidnappers, or how he managed to handle things without the police. He used an almost authoritarian way to cut her off from his world, yet forcibly brought her under his protection. She looked down at the scroll in her hands. The painting was back, and Lin Feng was safe. But she felt as if she had just escaped from a small tiger's mouth only to fall into the edge of a bigger, deeper dragon's den. Beneath Suzuki's gentle and caring exterior, there was a bottomless cunning and a ruthless way of doing things. Is he truly just simply interested in himself? Or does he have other motives? The car stopped at the small courtyard gate. Suzuki personally got out of the car and opened the door for Su Nianha. "Rest early," he said, standing by the car. His figure was tall and mysterious in the night. Su Nianha held her painting and nodded softly. "Thank you for bringing my painting back." "You're welcome," Suzuki replied with a faint smile. "Good night." Su Nianha turned and went into the small courtyard. Madame Wang was still waiting. When she saw Su Nianha carrying the tube, she looked surprised. Su Nianha didn't explain much and hurried upstairs. Madame Wang saw that Chen Lifeng was following behind, not Suzuki, and felt a little disappointed. She could tell that this wealthy young man really liked Su Nianha. She hoped their relationship would work out. Back in her room, she locked the door and placed the painting tube on the table. She felt a bit stunned. Losing and then finding her painting made her very happy, but Suzuki's special abilities made her a little scared. She picked up her phone, looked at the message from Lin Yalan earlier, saying Lin Feng was stable, and then remembered Suzuki's words. "With me here, no one can hurt you." Su Nianha was staring at the painting tube on the table, lost in thought. She kept replaying Suzuki's confident attitude, President Wang's flattering smile, and the trembling look of the kidnapper leader. A fog of unease grew heavier in her heart. Suzuki's world was like a deep, bottomless well. She only saw a ripple, but she already felt a bone-chilling cold. Suddenly, the wooden pendant she wore around her neck emitted a strange, warm feeling. It wasn't hot, but very clear, as if something was gently tapping her mind. When Wan? Su Nianha's heart moved. She temporarily pushed aside her chaotic thoughts, focused her mind, and entered the space inside the wooden pendant. The space was still filled with spiritual energy, with a flowing spring. But what she saw shocked her. Wan was indeed inside, but this time she wasn't empty-handed, nor just passing small items like before. Now, she was struggling to carefully arrange a set of heavy-looking Ming and Qing-style rosewood tables and chairs. Wan was dressed in simple, elegant clothes. Her carefully styled hair was now a bit loose, with a few strands sticking to her sweaty forehead and cheeks. She was breathing hard, and her face was flushed from effort. She was bending over, trying to move a carved wooden armchair into place. She muttered softly, "Oh, this is so tiring." "It looks small, but it's so heavy." Su Nianha watched her in shock. The furniture wasn't very big, but for Wenwan, a young lady from ancient times, moving it alone was very difficult. Seeing her sweaty and out of breath, it was clear she had struggled a lot to bring it in. Wenwan, you found this so quickly for me. Su Nianhe was surprised and happy, but also felt a bit worried and amused. She quickly called out and instinctively wanted to help. Wenwan heard her and looked up, showing a tired but proud smile. Nianhe, you're here. I remember you said you liked this old-style furniture last time. Luckily, I have a spare set in the storage. It's in good condition, so I thought I'd bring it to you. It was hard work sneaking it in. A warm feeling filled Su Nianhe's heart. She was deeply touched by Wenwan's kindness. She hurried over and wanted to step into the small courtyard to help carry the chair. Rest for a moment, I'll help you. But something strange happened. She couldn't step over the small courtyard gate. She simply couldn't go to the Dajing dynasty. Su Nianhe felt helpless. She looked at Wenwan, who was still a bit out of breath, and smiled with concern. Wenwan, you've worked hard. Drink some water and rest. She pointed to the nearby spirit spring water. At first, Wenwan didn't understand. Su Nianhe went to the shelf, took a cup, poured some spirit spring water, and handed it to her. Wenwan took a few sips. The taste was similar to the water Su Nianhe had used to heal her injuries before. She knew this water not only helped heal wounds, but also boosted her strength. She drank 2 more cups. Gradually, her breathing steadied. She looked at the carefully moved furniture and showed a satisfied smile. Nianhe, do you think it's a good place? I think placing it near the spring would be nice. You can read or drink tea here in the future. No, I must move to the 2nd floor. Su Nianhe looked at the finely carved table and chairs, which had a faint scent of wood, with a look of great care. She thought, this kind of treasure shouldn't be casually left in a small courtyard. Although only Shun Yanji and Wenwan can enter the courtyard now, who can guarantee that more ancient people with tokens from different dynasties won't come in the future? Such a precious item shouldn't be wasted easily. After speaking, Su Nianhe also went to the spring, bent down, scooped up some clear, sweet spring water with her hand, and drank 2 cups. The cool liquid not only quenched her thirst, but also seemed to clear her mind and help her focus. She stared at the heavy agarwood table and chairs, silently thinking about the spot by the window in the 2nd floor study. Then she concentrated, gently pointing her finger at the furniture. Something wonderful happened. The table and chairs, which normally required Wenwan to use a lot of effort to move, suddenly seemed weightless. It was as if an invisible hand was lifting them smoothly and silently, floating in the air. As if guided by a string, they steadily flew toward the 2nd floor of the small wooden building, passing through the stairs and disappearing from view. Wenwan, who was wiping sweat with a cloth, was so shocked she dropped the cloth to the ground. Her beautiful eyes widened in surprise, her mouth slightly open, unable to close for a moment. She pointed toward the 2nd floor, looked at Su Nianhe, and stammered, Nianhe, Sister Nianhe, is this
Affaire technique? How?
How can you move things with your mind and make them fly? Seeing Wenwan's shocked expression, Su Nianhe couldn't help but smile gently. She also gained a new understanding of her space's control. She explained, it's not a fairy technique, but the magic of this space. Here, I seem to be able to control some things with my mind, especially those that belong to my world or objects already inside the space. I just tried in a moment of urgency, and I didn't expect it to work. She thought, maybe this is the privilege of being the host of this space. Before, she only stored and retrieved items, but now she could move and place them precisely. Wenwan touched her chest, finally recovering from her shock. She muttered, it's so amazing. Nianhe, your world is truly extraordinary. Her eyes were full of awe and curiosity. Su Nianhe smiled and shifted the topic to more serious matters. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. Last time, you mentioned wanting to open a shop in the capital. Have you found a good location yet? Are there any difficulties? When it came to the main topic, Wenwan's attention was pulled back, and she looked excited but a little shy. She said, I was just about to tell my sister. The delicate items you gave me last time, like small mirrors, soaps, and skincare products, I followed your advice and didn't sell them directly. Instead, I carefully packaged them as new and interesting gifts for a few noble ladies in the capital who are close to me and favor me at home. She paused, her eyes shining. To my surprise, the response was very good. They all loved them and couldn't put them down, especially the clear mercury mirrors and long-lasting scented soaps. They kept asking where I got them. One princess also used the moisturizing ointment and said her skin became much smoother. The next day, she sent someone to ask if I had more. Su Nianhe listened carefully and felt happy inside. This was similar to what she had expected. High-end products and good reputation could spread well even in ancient times. When Wan continued, seeing how much they liked it, I felt confident. I went back to the mansion and told my father. He listened to me and learned that the idea came from the fairy who saved me last time. He immediately agreed. I chose 3 shops near the west and east markets in the capital. They are in the best locations and have good layouts. I plan to follow your previous suggestions. One shop will sell makeup, soaps, mirrors, and other women's daily items called Ningxiang Pavilion. Another will sell the stylish fabrics and clothes you suggested, called Yunshangji. The third, which is larger, will display some of your interesting new items, like the small clock that can walk by itself and beautiful glassware. I want to call it Qiqiaozhai. Do you think that's good? When Wan finished speaking in one breath, looking a little nervous as she waited for Su Nianhe's opinion. Her plan and names were carefully thought out, matching the elegant style of the capital and considering the different types of products. Su Nianhe looked at her with admiration. She didn't expect Wan to be so proactive and to have such good business sense. She nodded and said, "Very good. The names are elegant, and the purpose is clear. Ningxiang Pavilion, Yunshangji, and Qiqiaozhai. Just hearing these names makes people want to go in and see. Wan, you did better than I imagined." Feeling appreciated, her gentle and pretty face slightly blushed, and she was even happier. It's all thanks to my sister's good teaching and the new and rare items she provided. But the source of these goods, she looked a bit shyly at Su Nianhe, knowing that her shop's success depended mainly on the unique items Su Nianhe could supply. Su Nianhe smiled knowingly and confidently said, "Don't worry about the sources. I will prepare everything on my side. Just make a list of what you need, or describe the popular colors and styles in the capital now. I will try to match them. As for the money," she added, "please help me get some fragrant wood and furniture made from fine woods like gold and silkwood." Hearing this, Wan was very happy and immediately said, "Nianhe, I'll go back now to decorate the shop. I'll also help you get a few sets of tables, chairs, beds, and cabinets. Please help me bring over some of the small items you sent last time, especially that mirror, soap, and the brightly colored fabrics and threads. The noble ladies have asked about them several times." "All right, leave it to me," Su Nianhe replied immediately, quickly planning in her mind. It looks like she'll need to go to Harbor City before the new year. There, the goods are complete, shopping is easy, and it's easier to find items that match the aesthetic of this era while being fresh and unique. After they finished their plans, when Wan hurriedly took her leave, her figure disappearing from the small courtyard door in the space. She needed to rush back to supervise the craftsmen decorating the shop and also find time to go to Harbor City again to pick out good things for Nianhe. The space inside returned to silence, only the gentle sound of flowing water remaining. Su Nianhe's thoughts also withdrew from the wooden sign space, returning to her room in the real world. Outside the window, the moonlight was faint, and the night was deep. 2 days had passed quickly, and the opening day of Kangshensai was approaching. In the early morning, sunlight shone on the newly renovated storefront of Kangshensai. The brand-new signboard with the 3 gilded characters, Kangshensai, shimmered brightly in the morning light, exuding a calm and restrained noble aura. The front was already decorated with celebratory flower baskets, red silk laid on the ground, creating a festive scene. However, unlike the usual lively shop openings, although many people gathered at the entrance of Kangshensai, there was no noise or chaos. Most visitors were well-dressed and distinguished, exchanging quiet greetings. Their gazes all focused on the large red lacquered door that was not yet fully open, filled with anticipation and curiosity. Besides the legendary antique experts Huang Lao, Meng Lao, Zhou Lao, Zhang Lao, Li Lao, and Wang Lao who personally attended, most visitors were collectors and enthusiasts drawn by curiosity. Although Zhengzhen's had not yet officially opened, its name was already known within a small circle. Any item that left this place was a top-quality piece, some even rare finds that were hard to see elsewhere, making it the pinnacle of the antique world. Today's opening attracted many eager to see how many surprises Zhengzhen's held. Employees Meng He and Linya were already prepared. They wore specially made uniforms with a classical style, dressed properly and trained well. They knew that everyone present was either wealthy or influential, and that each item in the shop was valuable, so they were extra careful. To prevent crowding and accidents, Su Nianhe had arranged a system. Visitors could enter in groups, and while the first floor displayed precious items, it mainly aimed to create a good atmosphere and serve regular customers. The real highlight was on the second floor. Su Nianhe cleverly designed the second floor as a high-end appraisal area that required a certain threshold to access. To step onto the carpeted stairs, one needed to spend over 10 million yuan on the first floor or be recommended by reputable elders like Huang Lao. This rule naturally raised the status of the second floor and ensured that only truly knowledgeable and capable top collectors could go up. When the auspicious time arrived, firecrackers sounded, and red silk was pulled away. Zhengzhen's officially opened to guests. The first floor was instantly filled with visitors. The display shelves held porcelain, jade, and miscellaneous items. While not as rare as those upstairs, each piece was carefully selected by Su Nianhe as genuine and high quality, drawing many admiring comments. Meng He and Linya worked efficiently, explaining the items and quietly observing customers' spending, secretly noting who might qualify for the second floor. After a few experts, including Huang Lao, examined some pieces on the first floor, they exchanged smiles. Led respectfully by Meng He, they were the first to climb the stairs to the second floor. Their actions drew everyone's attention. It was clear that the treasures upstairs must be truly exceptional. Sure enough, once on the second floor, the atmosphere changed instantly. The lighting was adjusted to be softer and more focused on each exhibit. A faint scent of agarwood filled the air, calming and refreshing. First, what catches the eye is the set of Ming and Qing-style agarwood tables and chairs sent by Wenwan, carefully arranged by Su Nianhe in the best spot near the window. The furniture itself is made of rare materials, with simple yet elegant carvings. Over the years, the wood has developed a rich, glossy patina, making it a rare piece of art. On top of the table, there is a stunning treasure, a pigeon blood-red ruby gifted by Shen Yan, placed on a special rosewood base and covered with a crystal glass dome. Under the spotlight, the ruby seems to have flames flowing inside, with deep, pure colors and a dazzling shine that immediately draws everyone's attention. Next to the display, several ancient paintings are part of Su Nianhe's collection. Some are works by famous artists, with exquisite brushwork and good preservation. Several experienced collectors gather around, putting on reading glasses, leaning close to examine the paintings carefully, occasionally whispering in amazement. There are also smooth, translucent jade rings, delicate enamel bottles, and other treasures, all quietly resting in velvet-lined display cases, radiating a unique historical charm and artistic brilliance. Impressive, truly impressive, old Huang gently touches the smooth surface of the agarwood table, sighing repeatedly. Zhangzhenjai really lives up to its reputation. Just this set of tables and chairs is worth a fortune, not to mention these gemstones and paintings. Today, I've truly opened my eyes. Old Meng is especially fond of the red ruby, marveling. Such high-quality rubies are rare in the world. Girl, your sources are truly extraordinary. Old Zhou is immersed in the artwork, staring at the restored Seven Gentlemen in the Bamboo Forest by Su Nianhe, and praises without looking away. The brushwork and spirit are top-notch. It's an authentic piece. It's so well preserved, rare and precious. The few elderly gentlemen linger on the second floor, completely captivated by the top-tier treasures. Downstairs, several wealthy guests who meet the purchase criteria are brought up one after another. All are amazed by the collection on the second floor, quietly discussing prices and details. The atmosphere is lively yet refined. Su Nianhe is dressed simply in a modified qipao, standing quietly in a corner of the second floor, observing everything calmly. She doesn't interfere much in the experts' conversations, only answering questions when needed. The successful opening of Zhongjinjai, especially the excitement on the second floor, was all within her expectations. This is not just a business. It is an important step for her to establish herself in the antique world, showcase her strength, and build connections. Seeing the usually proud collectors showing amazement and fascination in her small shop, Su Nianhe feels a faint sense of achievement. When the first floor's antique porcelain was being quickly bought, Meng He and Linya were busy and exhausted. "I want this blue and white vase with floral patterns. Please, wrap up this pair of pink and white lotus bowls for me. Shopkeeper, may I see this three-legged dragon kiln stove?" Questions, offers, and requests for inspection came one after another. Meng He sweated slightly and loudly maintained order. "Everyone, please stay calm and go in order. We will take care of everyone." He quickly recorded and handled the items. Linya was busy introducing new customers, her voice slightly hoarse, but still maintaining a polite smile. Meanwhile, the atmosphere on the second floor was calmer but more tense with underlying currents. A few distinguished collectors were arguing over some heavy items, each insisting on their own price. "Old Huang, please give your opinion," said a middle-aged man in a Zhongshan suit, eyeing a ruby-red gemstone. "I've had my eye on this gem first. 3 million is a fair price." Next to him, an older man in a tailored suit spoke slowly. "Mr. Li, collecting is about fate and strength. I offer 65 million. The Heart of Flame is well named, and I think it's worth this much." Old Zhang also joined the bidding, pointing at the gemstone. "Color, clarity, cut, all top quality. In my opinion, if it goes to an auction, it might even fetch 100 million. Meanwhile, the fight over a set of rare agarwood tables and chairs was even more intense. Old Meng examined them carefully for a long time before saying, "This set of tables and chairs is made of rare quality agarwood, with classic Ming-style carving. Simple but grand. I think 80 million is a reasonable price." "Old Meng, you're mistaken," Old Zhou immediately countered, gently touching the smooth wooden surface. "Now, top-quality agarwood is priced per gram. And this is a large, well-preserved, skillfully crafted set. I believe it's worth at least this much." He raised one finger. 100 million, Old Wang gasped. "Old Zhou, do you think that's too high?" "Too high." Old Zhou shook his head. "Old Wang, smell this fragrance. Pure, long-lasting, and refreshing. It is one of the finest agarwood. Look at this patina, smooth and warm like jade. It takes hundreds of years to develop. I think 100 million might still be a conservative estimate." At this moment, a young collector with sharp eyes was more interested in a white jade ring and a painting called "The Seven Gentlemen of the Bamboo Grove." He carefully examined the delicate carvings on the ring with a magnifying glass and said, "Old Li, Old Wang, look at this ring. The jade is smooth and flawless, and the carving is so fine, like silk. It's definitely a masterpiece. Just this one, its market value is hard to measure, not to mention the other treasures." Old Li nodded in agreement. "Good eye. But this painting, The Seven Gentlemen of the Bamboo Grove, is even more rare. Look at the brushwork, ancient, elegant, with deep meaning. It's well-preserved and clearly documented. Such treasures are beyond normal prices. They're more about fate and connection." Everyone couldn't agree on a price, and the discussion became lively. All eyes naturally turned to the host of the gathering, Su Nianhe, hoping she would make the final decision. Suddenly, a loud, slightly hoarse voice cut through the noise from the first floor. "Where is Su Nianhe? Tell her to come out and see me." This commanding voice immediately quieted the crowd on the first floor, and even the debate upstairs paused. Meng He saw that the visitor was an elderly man dressed in dark tan clothing, holding a purple sandalwood cane. His silver hair was neatly combed, and his face carried a natural authority. Behind him, two stern-looking, tall bodyguards in black followed. Knowing this person was very important, he didn't dare be careless. He quickly signaled to Linya, who was catching her breath nearby, and whispered, "Quick, go invite Miss Su down. Tell her there's a very powerful old gentleman downstairs who wants to see her." Linya understood and immediately turned to go upstairs. She whispered urgently to Su Nianhe, "Nianhe, there's an old man downstairs with bodyguards, asking for you by name. It looks not friendly." Hearing this, Su Nianhe's heart tightened slightly. From Linya's description, she immediately guessed it was old Mo Tianqiong. Thinking about how he was humiliated last time in Hong Kong by Su Zikai, losing face and dignity, she knew he wouldn't come unprepared this time. He must have bad intentions. No good person comes without a reason. She instinctively clenched her fingers, feeling a twinge of nervousness inside. But as her gaze swept over the industry leaders supporting her on the second floor, she remembered that this was Beijing, not Hong Kong, and more importantly, Chen Lifeng was right beside her, listening to her commands at any moment. She took a deep breath, and her tense heart gradually relaxed. Good fortune, not misfortune. Misfortune cannot be avoided. She steadied herself, put on a calm, gentle smile, and slightly apologized to the people around her, including old Huang and old Meng, who were paying close attention. "Please have a seat, seniors. There is an old friend visiting downstairs, so I will go down to greet them." Old Huang, with his sharp eyes, noticed something unusual and nodded kindly. "Go ahead. We will watch over things here." Su Nianhe thanked him, then turned around and walked down the stairs steadily. When she reached the first floor, she saw Mo Tianqiong standing in the middle of the shop with his hands behind his back, his sharp eyes sweeping over the displays, a mysterious smile on his lips. The customers nearby seemed to sense the unusual atmosphere and instinctively moved aside to give space. Su Nianhe stepped forward, smiling politely. "Old Mo, welcome. Sorry for the lack of hospitality. What brings you here today, blown by the wind to my small shop?" Mo Tianqiong turned his head upon hearing her, his gaze as sharp as steel fixed on her. He chuckled, but his laugh lacked warmth. "Boss Su, your hidden treasures opening is quite grand, even inviting half of Beijing's antique circle. I came uninvited, but I hope you don't mind." "Not at all. It's a rare honor for old Mo to visit my hidden treasures," Su Nianhe said with a bright smile, then turned to Linya and instructed, "Linya, serve old Mo some tea, my treasured Longjing from Yuqian." Linya responded immediately and soon brought a cup of fragrant tea. Mo Tianqiong didn't immediately reach for the tea. Instead, with his sharp, eagle-like eyes, he casually paced in front of the counter on the first floor, his gaze sweeping over the porcelain and jade pieces favored by many collectors. The mysterious smile on his lips seemed to deepen. He occasionally tapped his polished ebony cane on the smooth floor, producing a dull, rhythmic sound that seemed to echo in everyone's hearts. After browsing for a while, he finally stopped and turned to Su Nianhe. His voice was quiet but carried a clear sense of pride and confidence, spreading through the quiet corner of the first floor. "Miss Su," he slightly elongated his tone, "your Zhengzhen's shop is quite famous. I thought I might see some real good items. Do you think I, Mo Tianqiong, am only fit to look at or buy these low-quality goods?" He pronounced the words low quality very clearly, with obvious disdain. As soon as he said this, it was like a big stone thrown into a calm lake, causing a big ripple among the antique collectors on the first floor, who had been speculating about Mo Tianqiong's identity. Everyone here considers themselves somewhat knowledgeable and wealthy. But now, being insulted like this, even the items they are fighting over are called low quality, which is a direct slap in the face. Immediately, a middle-aged man, slightly impatient and holding a blue and white lotus pattern vase, blushed and couldn't help but ask, "Sir, your words are a bit too bold. Who are you? How dare you say that? Do you know how much this Ming Dynasty blue and white vase is worth? It's a fine piece from the official kiln." Mo Tianqiong slowly turned his head when he heard this, his gaze casually falling on the vase. It was as if he was just glancing at an ordinary object, with a faint smile on his lips. "How much?" he asked calmly, but with a tone of superiority. "Ming Dynasty blue and white, lotus pattern, decent shape, glazed well." "But," he paused, casually pointing his cane in that direction, "the mouth has a shallow, and the glaze at the bottom is a bit dull." "Market value. At most, 100 million, his nonchalant estimate, combined with his indifferent attitude, was surprisingly accurate and even pointed out a subtle flaw. Saying at most 100 million, with such ease was very impactful. The middle-aged man choked on his words, his face turning redder. He pointed at Mo Tianqiong. You have such a big mouth. 100 million? That's easy for you to say." A few other customers, who had been looking at and asking about items, also looked displeased and whispered, "Who is this person?" Such arrogance. Could it be that he only considers items worth tens of millions to catch his eye? And Mo Tianqiong ignored the surrounding comments and angry glares, as if he hadn't heard them. His gaze returned to Su Nianhe, as if to say, "See, I was right. These don't impress me at all." His presence was strong and unique. It wasn't just arrogance. It was like a deep-seated indifference and pickiness that came from seeing real top-quality treasures. His attitude carried a mysterious mix of good and evil, making him hard to read. He didn't care about offending others or about their opinions. His goal was clear, only seeking the level of rare treasures he approved of. Su Nianhe understood that Mo Tianqiong was using this as a way to pressure her and to test her. She wondered if this hidden treasure shop truly had valuable items that could catch his interest. She kept her smile steady, but quickly thought about how to handle this difficult guest. Just as she was about to speak, trying to calm the antique lovers who felt insulted by Mo Tianqiong's words and look angry, and also to smoothly invite him upstairs to see real treasures, Chen Lifeng, who had been quietly watching from a corner of the shop, decided to act wisely this time. He sensed that Mo Tianqiong's visit was not friendly. More importantly, he remembered how much Su Zikai had always defended Su Nianhe. Even though he couldn't understand why Su Zikai cared so much about this seemingly ordinary woman, he was sure of one thing: Su Nianhe was someone Su Zikai valued deeply and couldn't afford to lose. Mo Tianqiong had a lot of influence in the antique circle in Beijing. If he embarrassed Su Nianhe in front of everyone or caused trouble on the day the shop opened, Su Zikai would blame him. Chen Lifeng knew he couldn't afford to take the blame. Thinking quickly, Chen Lifeng no longer hesitated. While everyone's attention was on Mo Tianqiong and Su Nianhe, he quietly stepped back, slipped into the restroom, locked the door, and immediately called Su Zikai. Su Zikai sat at the main seat, dressed in a well-fitted dark gray custom suit, which made his face look even more stern. He held a Montblanc pen between his fingers, tapping lightly on the smooth table. He seemed to be listening, but a faint hint of impatience flickered in his eyes. He knew today was the opening day of Songjinjai, a special shop he cared about. He had planned to arrive early in the morning to support her and offer congratulations. That small, elegant shop in a tiny space was more important to him than this cold, spacious conference room. However, a phone call from overseas in the morning disrupted everything. His father, Su Songyang, who was far away in Hong Kong City, gave an unquestionable command. He must chair an emergency board meeting in Beijing, called, to improve his overall view and self-control. Su Zikai sneered inwardly. What kind of training? It was just another test and calculation, meant to keep an eye on his half-brother, Su Wei, who was always eager to take him down. To maintain the fragile appearance of family harmony and avoid giving Su Wei more reasons to criticize, he finally compromised this time. Just as he was feeling uneasy, his private phone on the table suddenly lit up and vibrated. The caller ID showed Chen Liheng. Su Zikai's eyes suddenly sharpened. Chen Liheng knew he was in a meeting and wouldn't call unless it was urgent. A bad feeling quickly took hold of him. Without hesitation, he raised his hand and interrupted the report from the director. "Sorry, everyone, please wait a moment." His voice was quiet but commanding, making the entire conference room fall silent instantly. All eyes focused on him. Ignoring the curious looks, Su Zikai grabbed his phone, stood up, and strode toward the private office connected to the meeting room. His steps remained steady, but those who knew him well could tell he was walking faster than usual. Behind him, Chun Li-hung immediately stepped forward and silently pushed open the heavy wooden door of the office. Once inside, he turned and closed the door behind him, blocking out outside sight and sound. Only then did Su Zakai quickly press the call button and hold the phone to his ear. "What's the matter?" His voice was low, with a hint of quickened breath from walking fast and the sound of his footsteps echoing in the empty office. Despite having a premonition in his heart, his tone remained mostly calm. On the phone, Chun Li-feng's voice came quickly and with restraint. "Mr. Su, sorry to bother you. It's an urgent situation." Old Mo Tianqiong suddenly came to Songjin Pavilion on the first floor and was very rude, talking loudly in front of all the customers. He directly called the goods on the first floor low-quality products, which upset many customers, and the scene became a bit tense. Miss Su is trying to handle it, but I can tell from Old Mo's attitude and expression that he's not here to make peace. He seems to want trouble. Hearing the name Mo Tianqiong, Su Zakai's eyes instantly darkened, like ice forming. He loosened his tie around his neck, as if that could help release the sudden surge of anger. That old fox was really coming for him again. After the last incident with the jade pendant, he was humiliated. Was he trying to take back control on the day of Mingi's opening, right here in Jing City? "I understand." Su Zakai's voice suddenly turned cold and firm, each word sharp, as if it was forced from his teeth. "You must go back to her immediately, and keep a close watch. Watch quietly and wait for my arrival. Don't let any big conflicts happen before I get there." He paused, his tone growing more serious and unwavering, as if to protect her. "But more importantly, don't let her suffer any unfairness. Not even a little bit of grievance." "Yes, Mr. Su, I understand," Chun Li-feng responded immediately on the other end of the line. "I'll be there right away." Su Zakai didn't say more. He hung up decisively. Standing still, he took a deep breath. All his anxiety and hesitation were replaced by a sharp, knife-like determination. He looked out the window at the bustling scene of Jing City, but it seemed as if he could see through it to the elegant figure alone in the antique shop, facing the storm. Without hesitation, he turned around, suddenly pulled open the office door, and reappeared at the meeting room entrance. His face was calm as water, and he walked back to the main seat at the round conference table with a pace faster and more determined than when he left. All the directors and senior managers looked at him again, and the room was filled with a silent expectation, waiting for an explanation. Su Zakai stood firm, hands resting on the smooth desk, slightly leaning forward. His sharp gaze swept across the room like an eagle. Without any small talk, his voice was clear and stern, carrying an undeniable authority. "Everyone," he began, immediately drawing everyone's attention, "there is an urgent situation that I must handle immediately." He paused briefly, not giving anyone a chance to speak, and declared firmly, "Today's meeting is over. All unresolved matters will be discussed again at the same time tomorrow." Meeting adjourned. As soon as he finished, the conference room erupted with surprised murmurs. A few senior directors looked at each other in shock. This was an important meeting about the company's next quarter's plans, and he suddenly called it off. However, the noise only lasted for a moment before quickly calming down. Everyone looked at the young but commanding crown prince at the head of the table, thinking of the complex power behind him. No one dared to object. Everyone knew well that this second young master Su was more than just the heir to the Su group. The Su business spread across Australia with great influence, and his maternal family, the Wen family, was a well-known business giant in Southeast Asia. Years ago, Su Songyang's marriage to Wen Running, the only daughter of the Wen family, was seen as a perfect alliance of strength. Unfortunately, Wen Running's health declined after giving birth to Su Zakai, and she passed away when he was 6. Meanwhile, Su Songyang, shortly after his wife's death, rekindled his old feelings with his former love, the White Moonlight, and even brought back his illegitimate son, Su Wei, who was several years older than Su Zakai, to the family, recognizing him as his own. If not for old Master Su Chongtai's firm support, insisting on the inheritance rights of his legitimate grandson, Su Zikai, the crown prince, might have lost his position long ago. Old Master Su understood clearly that to maintain and grow the business empire built by the Su and Wen families, the successor must be backed by the powerful Wen family's influence. Therefore, no matter how much Su Songyang disliked his cold and seemingly rebellious son, or how he found reasons to criticize him, old Master Su always held the final say and protected Su Zikai. The directors in the company were all sharp-minded, fully aware of old Master Su's firm stance. They all obeyed orders when it came to Su Zikai. At this moment, after a brief surprise, everyone quickly stood up and respectfully responded, "Yes, President Su. Understood, President Su. We will discuss it again tomorrow. Please go ahead, President Su." There were no unnecessary questions, only complete obedience. Su Zikai nodded slightly, did not look at the others in the meeting room again, and turned to leave. Ling Tianchen was already alert and waiting at the door. When he saw Su Zikai come out, he immediately followed. "Is the car ready?" Su Zikai asked quickly as he strode toward the private elevator, not looking back. Waiting downstairs, ready to leave at any time, Chen Lighting replied efficiently, also giving a few quiet instructions through the intercom. The elevator doors closed, and the numbers rapidly decreased. Su Zikai's face was cold. As he watched the changing floor numbers, his eyes showed hidden worry and a hint of anger. That old man, Mo Tianxiong, actually dared to come and cause trouble on He Kai's opening day. The elevator reached the underground garage directly. When the doors opened, a black Rolls-Royce Phantom silently stopped at the entrance. The goddess of celebration on the hood shone brightly under the lights. Beside the car door, two other men in black suits stood quietly, waiting. Su Zikai didn't pause. He quickly bent down and got into the car. Chen Lighting and the other two bodyguards also immediately sat in the following security vehicle. "Zhongzhenjai," Su Zikai said coldly to the driver, "Get there as fast as possible." "Yes, young Master Su," the driver responded, and the car smoothly and swiftly sped out of the garage, merging into traffic, heading towards Su Nianhe's Zhongzhenjai. Meanwhile, the situation on the first floor of Zhongzhenjai was in a difficult deadlock. The air was filled with the anger and awkwardness caused by Mo Tianxiong's words. Several originally enthusiastic customers looked unhappy, hesitating in their actions when choosing items, and kept glancing at the imposing, uninvited guest. Su Nianhe quickly thought on her feet, knowing she had to immediately break this very unfavorable atmosphere for the shop's opening. She kept her smile, which became even warmer. She stepped forward, her clear voice ringing clearly throughout the first floor, instantly drawing everyone's attention away from Mo Tianxiong. "Dear guests, please remain calm and listen to me." She slightly raised her voice, successfully attracting everyone's attention, then announced in a sincere yet festive tone, "Today is a very happy day for the opening of our shop, Kang's Hen's High. We are grateful to all the seniors and friends who came to celebrate. To thank you and to celebrate our opening, I make this promise." She paused, looked at every guest present, and spoke firmly. "Any guest who spends over 2 million yuan today at our shop will receive, in addition to your chosen items, a free antique worth at least 10,000 yuan as a gift. Limited quantity, first come, first served." Her words caused a ripple like a stone thrown into boiling oil, instantly igniting the entire first floor. The anger and awkwardness caused earlier by Mo Tianxiong's comment about low-end goods were completely swept away by this generous offer. Everyone there knew the value of the items in Kang's Hen's High. Even a small, unremarkable trinket in a corner was often a genuine treasure worth more than 10,000 yuan. This wasn't just a gift. It was practically giving away a valuable present for free. "Boss Su is so generous. Is that true? Then I'll pick 2 more items. Hurry, Laoli, help me look at that gilt bronze Buddha statue." In an instant, no one paid attention to Mo Tianxiong's sarcastic gaze and words anymore. Everyone was back to eagerly choosing and asking about items, more enthusiastic and urgent than before, afraid to miss this once-in-a-lifetime chance. Meng He and Linya, who had just relaxed, now looked excited and happy, their faces glowing with joy. This bold and generous move not only quickly calmed the guests' dissatisfaction and stabilized the opening but also turned a potential crisis into a boost for sales. Even the experienced Mo Tianqiong raised his eyebrows slightly, a hint of surprise in his eyes. He had thought that this young girl was only able to hold up the scene because of the influence and wealth of the Su family's second son, and that she might not have real skill. But he didn't expect her to be so quick-witted and resourceful, handling his challenge with ease and elegance, even turning it into a brilliant marketing move. This kind of cleverness and courage was truly impressive. Su Nianhe clearly saw the surprise flicker across Mo Tianqiong's face. She understood that her initial intimidation had worked. She stopped paying attention to the customers who had gone back to shopping and turned to Mo Tianqiong with a calm expression. Her tone was respectful but confident as she made an invitation. "Old Mo," she said with a gentle smile, "as you can see, the items on the first floor are quite ordinary and probably not to your taste. They are mainly for casual collectors to enjoy. Since your standards are high and you seek real treasures, there's no need to waste time here." She gracefully gestured towards the staircase leading to the second floor, speaking calmly. On the second floor, in the elegant rooms, some respected experts, Old Meng, Old Zhang, Old Zhou, Old Li, and Old Wang, are examining a few rare and interesting pieces. If you don't mind, why not go upstairs and share your insights with them? I believe you'll find the items there more to your liking. Her words clearly distinguished the first floor from the second, flattering Mo Tianqiong and giving him an easy way to accept. She also confidently showcased the true strength of Zhang Zhencai, being able to appreciate treasures alongside top experts, which meant these items were not ordinary. Mo Tianqiong looked at Su Nianhe for a few seconds, as if trying to read something from her calm eyes. Finally, he let out a vague "humph" as a response. Though he didn't say yes outright, he turned his purple sandalwood cane toward the staircase and started walking. "Lead the way," he said simply. The two black-clad bodyguards behind him silently followed. Su Nianhe secretly relaxed, knowing this hurdle was temporarily passed. She kept her calm smile, nodded slightly to Linya, and then personally led the way, guiding this difficult guest up the stairs to the second floor. As they stepped onto the second floor, a loud debate broke out. Unlike the lively shopping noise on the first floor, here was a serious atmosphere filled with antique enthusiasts and scholarly discussion. They saw Old Huang, Old Meng, Old Zhou, Old Zhang, Old Li, and Old Wang gathered around an unfolded painting called The Seven Gentlemen of the Bamboo Grove. They argued passionately, their faces flushed with excitement, no longer the calm and noble demeanor they usually had. 100 million. Absolutely worth it. Old Meng excitedly waved his arms. "Look at these lines, this spirit, and how well preserved it is. This is truly a rare masterpiece. Old Meng, you're overpricing this piece." Old Zhou shook his head repeatedly, pointing to a corner of the painting. "Look carefully, there's a tiny repair mark. It's an old fix, but it affects its perfection. 80 million is the top price." "Ridiculous." Old Zhang immediately retorted loudly. "A repair mark? That just proves its history is well preserved. With its historical background and artistic value, I believe 200 million would still be in demand." 200 million? Old Zhang, you. Old Li stroked his beard, looking uncomfortable. "The value is there, but the exact amount needs a convincing reason." The men argued, each holding their own opinion, but no one could persuade the others. They all seemed unsure about the precise figure, as such valuable items are hard to price simply. The debate reached a deadlock. The old gentlemen all looked at the nearby set of calm, fragrant agarwood furniture, as if searching for the next topic to argue about. Meanwhile, Mo Tianqiong, who had just gone upstairs, seemed unaware of the heated discussion about the famous painting. His sharp eyes, like an eagle's, quickly scanned the second floor, gliding past the eye-catching pigeon blood-red gemstone, the center of the debate, the Seven Gentlemen of the Bamboo Grove, painting, and even the priceless agarwood furniture. Finally, his gaze was irresistibly drawn to a modest display cabinet. Inside, a smooth, translucent white jade ring lay quietly. The ring had a simple, ancient shape with flawless, delicate jade. Under the soft spotlight, it seemed to glow with a flowing light. What caught the eye even more was a tiny, thread-like gold vein winding like a dragon across it, exuding an indescribable sense of nobility and mystery. Mo Tianqiong's breath suddenly caught, and his pupils shrank sharply. He took 2 uncontrollable steps forward, almost pressing his face against the glass. His fingers, gripping a rosewood cane, turned white from the force.
This
is. His voice was hoarse and filled with disbelief, a stark contrast to his proud tone downstairs. The few elderly gentlemen arguing nearby also noticed his unusual behavior. They stopped talking and looked over. Mo Tianqiong suddenly looked up, his eyes shining brightly, as he stared at Su Nianhe. His gaze was sharp, as if he wanted to pierce through her. "Boss Su," he said quickly, with firm certainty. "This ring. If I'm not mistaken, the jade quality, the color, especially this unique golden hue. Could this be the ring worn by the Wudi Emperor of the dying dynasty?" As soon as he said this, the whole second floor fell into complete silence. Old Huang, Old Meng, Old Zhou, and others all gasped, their faces showing even more shock than when they argued about the painting earlier. The ring worn by the Wudi Emperor of the dying dynasty? That was a treasure only recorded in secret court documents and rare, unofficial histories. Legend says it disappeared after the emperor's death, and perhaps this is the only one left in the world. Its historical value and cultural significance far surpass ordinary antiques. Su Nianhe was also slightly shaken. She didn't expect Mo Tianqiong's sharp eyes to see through the ring's true origin so easily. She kept her expression calm, nodded slightly, and calmly confirmed, "Old Mo, you have good eyesight. This item does originate from the dying period, but whether it is truly the personal ring of the Wudi Emperor, I cannot say for sure." She honestly admitted and also denied it, because Shunyan was not the emperor of dying now. But once Mo Tianqiong received confirmation, his eyes suddenly flashed with a terrifying light. He stared fixedly at the ring, his chest rising and falling slightly, clearly overwhelmed by a storm of emotions. Wow, he thought secretly. This girl, she's so strange. Too strange. She even got her hands on something considered a national treasure, long lost.
No wonder.
No wonder the second young master of the Su family, who looks down on everyone, is so interested in her. With such skills, she's not an ordinary woman. An unprecedented possessiveness instantly seized him. What about rubies? Famous paintings? Agarwood? In front of this ring, which symbolizes supreme imperial power and historical significance, everything else lost its color. He suddenly turned around, no longer looking at the ring, as if even a glance might make him lose control. But his tone was firm and resolute, as if declaring to everyone present, "Boss Su, name your price." His voice was slow and steady, but carried great strength. "This ring, today. I want it." Su Nianhe's heart immediately sounded an alarm. When Shun Yanji gave her this ring, she instinctively felt it was extraordinary, containing a deep historical significance. She had kept it carefully, not showing it to anyone. Until today, when the treasure pavilion opened, she wanted to use this chance to display the treasure and improve the shop's reputation. But she never expected that several experts, Old Meng, Old Zhou, Old Zhang, were all attracted by the rare wood furniture and the painting of the 7 gentlemen of the bamboo grove. No one noticed this simple-looking ring. Instead, a newcomer, Mo Tianqiong, immediately took notice and even suggested it might be connected to Emperor Wu of the Great Jing Dynasty. How could he recognize it at a glance? Does he have deep knowledge of the Great Jing Dynasty? Su Nianhe's mind raced. A cold feeling crept up her spine. Could it be that the secret deal between me and Shinyanji, crossing time and space, has been partially uncovered by him? Thinking of this, her heart pounded wildly, as if trying to break free from her chest. She forced herself to suppress her rising emotions, trying to stay calm. But facing Mo Tianqiong's determined gaze and his insistence on making an offer, she didn't know how to respond. The value of this ring had long surpassed normal market estimates and involved secrets she didn't want others to know. No matter how she priced it, it seemed inappropriate. At this tense moment, Old Meng couldn't hold back any longer. He was already unhappy with Mo Tianqiong's behavior on the first floor. Now, seeing him push aggressively, he stepped forward with a clearly displeased tone. Mo Tianqiong. Old Meng's voice was loud and firm, showing his support. What are you in such a rush for? The treasures displayed on the second floor today are meant for fellow collectors to appreciate and evaluate, to broaden their horizons. The price discussion should be careful and thoughtful. You can't just force a price and buy it because you like it. That's not proper. Hearing this, Mo Tianqiong didn't get angry. Instead, he sneered and looked at Old Meng with sarcasm. Old Meng, stop pretending to be so proper with me. He lightly tapped his purple sandalwood staff on the ground, making a soft knocking sound. Don't think I don't know your intentions. As her teacher, you're close to her, just waiting for a chance to exchange her good treasures, aren't you? We are all equal. No one should boast about being more noble than others. You're talking nonsense. Lying through your teeth. Old Meng was so angry at his blunt words that his face turned red, his white beard bristled, and he pointed at Mo Tianqiong, almost stomping his foot. Seeing the two about to argue, the usually calm and steady Zhou Lao quickly stepped in to mediate. He grabbed Old Meng's arm gently and said kindly, Brother Meng.
Calm down.
Don't you know what kind of person Brother Mo is? We all understand his character. While speaking, Zhou Lao signaled to Old Meng to stay calm. Then he turned to Mo Tianqiong and Su Nianhe with a gentle but firm tone. Since Brother Mo sincerely wants to buy it, and since we are all here, we can't let your students suffer a loss. I think we should do this. His eyes swept over the people present. Old Li, Old Zhang, Old Wang, and continued, let's take this opportunity to examine this ring carefully. Since Brother Mo insists it's related to the great Jing Emperor, we need to be very careful. We should verify its material, craftsmanship, heritage, and historical value, and then come up with a fair market price. As for whether to sell or not, and at what price, that's up to Nianhe to decide. What do you all think? Old Shou is right. Exactly, we should be cautious. Absolutely, we shouldn't rush. Old Li, Old Zhang, and others nodded in agreement. They were all true experts and knew that if this ring really was as Mo Tianqiong said, its significance was extraordinary. They couldn't treat it lightly. Suddenly, the attention of the industry experts shifted again, but this time from the 7 gentlemen of the Bamboo Grove painting to this unexpected dark horse, a white jade ring. They all took out their magnifying glasses and flashlights, looking serious as they gathered around to examine this jade ring, which might be connected to a hidden historical story. They prepared for a top-level consultation. The atmosphere on the second floor became serious again, filled with scholarly focus and tension. Mo Tianqiong paid no attention to the lively discussion nearby. He slowly walked over to a quiet, fragrant rosewood chair, sat down steadily, and casually picked up a purple clay teapot from a small table beside him, pouring himself a cup of tea that was already slightly cooled. He took a sip, his brow slightly furrowing as if dissatisfied with the tea's temperature, but then he relaxed again, as if his mind was elsewhere. He looked up and saw Su Nianhe still standing there, her gaze fixed on a few old gentlemen and a ring on her finger. He waved her over in a quiet but firm voice. Girl, come sit here. Su Nianhe felt confused and wondered what this unpredictable old man was really after. She followed his command and sat down on the chair opposite Mo Tianqiong, sitting upright with her hands folded on her lap. Her posture was respectful but guarded. Time passed silently, second by second. Only faint whispers about thick jade, gold penetrating the bones, and craftsmanship marks from the other side made the silence in this corner seem a little strange. Mo Tianqiong leisurely sipped his cold tea, occasionally glancing at the ring in the display case, his expression deep and unreadable. After 5 minutes of silence, Mo Tianqiong gently set his teacup back on the table with a soft click, breaking the tense quiet. He looked at Su Nianhe and spoke, his voice rough and steady from years of experience. Girl. He dropped the polite address, his tone carrying a nearly elder-like authority that left no room for argument. Are you interested in selling that jade ring of yours? He paused, his sharp eagle-like eyes adding emphasis. Don't worry. Since I, Mo Tianqiong, have taken a liking to it, I won't let you suffer any loss. Su Nianhe's mind raced as she carefully chose her words. Old Mo, treasures find their right owner naturally. If the price is right, I am willing to sell.
Oh?
Mo Tianqiong raised an eyebrow, leaning back into his chair, giving off an invisible pressure. So, girl, what do you think is a fair price? Feel free to tell me. Su Nianhe answered cautiously. I think we should wait until Old Meng, Old Zhou, Old Zhang, Old Li, and Old Wang finish their appraisal and give a fair estimate. Are you counting on those old guys? Before she finished speaking, Mo Tianqiong snorted and interrupted with a look of clear contempt. He placed his teacup heavily on the hard wooden table, causing a few drops of cold tea to splash out and leave dark stains on the smooth surface. They argued over that painting for a long time, trying to figure out if it's good or bad. Did they finally decide? Just to verify that ring? Just proving whether it really belongs to the Emperor of War would take them 3 days and nights. By the time they get a result, the flowers will have withered. Su Nianhe was momentarily speechless, looking at the spilled tea, and gained a deeper understanding of the old man's strong and impatient nature. Mo Tianqiong no longer looked at her. His gaze returned to the ring, as if he had made a final decision. He said in a deep voice, 100 million. What do you think? He paused, his tone firm and commanding, with a sense of sweeping everything before him. This time, no more regrets. Even if Su Zikai comes now, it's no good. His words were confident and resolute, determined to win. However, as if to prove his point, a clear yet slightly rebellious voice with a touch of surprise came from the staircase. What? I can't come? Old Mo, you're not trying to force a sale, are you? Just as the words left his mouth, Su Zikai, accompanied by Chun Lighting, stepped confidently onto the second floor, ignoring the somewhat hurried attempts of Meng He and Linya to stop him. He was dressed in a well-fitted dark gray casual suit, without a tie, with 2 buttons casually undone at the collar. A faint smile played on his lips, his eyes bright as he looked directly at Mo Tianqiong and Su Nianhe. He walked steadily toward them. Meng He, who had been downstairs with a client, followed behind him with a look of helplessness and nervousness. In an instant, the focus of the second floor shifted from intense discussion among the experts and the mysterious jade ring to this new, tense triangle of power. In fact, the people downstairs had already been intimidated by the invisible aura of the bodyguards behind Su Zikai. The relaxed atmosphere earlier vanished instantly, and the air seemed to freeze a little. Su Nianhe took in everything at once. She signaled Meng He to go downstairs and calm the customers, then stood up quickly and approached Su Zikai with a polite smile. Mr. Su, your presence today truly brings honor to Zhongjinjai. What's this, Boss Su? Are you not welcoming me? Su Zikai raised his eyebrows slightly, with a tone that carried a hint of playful teasing, but his gaze was directly fixed on Su Nianhe's face. Welcome, President Su. It's an honor to have you visit. Our shop, Kang's Hen's High, is grateful for your presence. Of course, we warmly welcome you, Su Nianhe said with a perfectly professional smile. Her tone was gentle, but she kept a cautious mind. Su Zikai had helped her many times, and was someone not to be offended easily. As she spoke, she stood up politely, humble but confident. I'm just worried about taking up too much of President Su's valuable time. Seeing Su Nianhe's respectful attitude, Su Zikai's expression softened slightly. His charming eyes flicked over her face for a moment. He didn't respond to her mention of valuable time, only nodded lightly. Then he naturally walked over to the redwood chair opposite Mo Tianqiong and sat down comfortably, as if he were the host here. Mo Tianqiong leaned his purple sandalwood cane against his leg, his thin, withered fingers crossed over the top. He let out a faint, unclear hum, and his dull but sharp eyes flicked between Suzuki and Su Nianha. He said teasingly, "It seems that any deal here at Miss Su's place is something President Su is determined to get involved in." Hearing this, Suzuki's lips curled into a half-smile. He leaned slightly forward, meeting Mo Tianqiong's gaze directly. His tone was relaxed but carried a subtle warning. "That's not quite right. I've heard that old Mo has been acting quite discerning lately, showing a bit of a keen eye for treasures and a tendency to take charge, especially when dealing with those who are inexperienced. My fiancé," he paused deliberately, glancing at Su Nianha with a hint of protectiveness. "She's young, a bit shy and inexperienced. I'm worried that if she's not careful, some expert might persuade her with a few words and take away her precious belongings. Some lessons, after all, only need to be learned once. You're talking nonsense." Mo Tianqiong's face darkened with anger at his words. His grip on the cane tightened suddenly, his knuckles turning white.
Suzuki.
I, Mo Tianqiong, have been in this circle for decades. I've always bought things fairly and justly, willing buyers and willing sellers. There's no such thing as forced sales. You're just making baseless accusations, looking for an excuse to cause trouble. Since old Mo claims to be fair, Suzuki adjusted his sitting posture leisurely, crossing his long legs, and his tone suddenly became calm, yet commanding. "Today, since you think highly of fairness, why not choose an item from the shop to discuss? Let's do this right here, in front of a few seniors, and have a clear, honest trade. What do you think?" Mo Tianqiong took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his anger. He knew he couldn't gain anything by arguing with Suzuki, so he turned his gaze to everyone present and raised his voice, with a tone of firm decision. "Fine. Since Mr. Su has made his point, I won't beat around the bush either. Honestly, I am quite interested in a few treasures upstairs in the Hidden Treasure Pavilion today. The only thing that annoys me is those few old friends over there, taking their time to appraise." He pointed unceremoniously at Zhou Lao and others still arguing over rings, saying, with their current pace, they might argue until tomorrow morning without any result. Wasting time, he looked around and finally fixed his eyes on Suzuki and Su Nianha, proposing a plan. "How about this? Each of us invites a trusted appraiser to quickly evaluate and set a price on the spot. That way, we avoid delays and potential trouble later." His loud voice clearly echoed throughout the second floor. Hearing this, Zhou Lao, Li Lao, Zhang Lao, and Wang Lao, who were focused on appraising, froze in their actions. Their faces immediately showed displeasure. Zhou Lao was the first to react, suddenly straightening up, still holding his magnifying glass, and looked at Mo Tianqiong with a grim face. "Mo Tianqiong,
What do you mean by that?"
do you think we are just old folks who are useless?" Li Lao, also angry, trembled with his beard and pointed at Mo Tianqiong. "This is outrageous. You don't even regard us seriously." Zhang Lao was even more furious, raising his voice to the entire circle. "Not just ignoring us. Mo Tianqiong, you are looking down on the entire antique appraisal circle in Jing City." Wang Lao looked upset, lips moving but not speaking loudly. His tightly pressed lips and the twitching veins on his forehead showed his great dissatisfaction. Only Meng Lao, with furrowed brows and a serious face, did not immediately lose his temper. He knew well the background of Mo Tianqiong. This person was a major figure in the antique market across Southeast Asia, Australia, and even globally. The rare treasures he had handled and the connections he had built were far beyond what ordinary domestic antique dealers could compare to. He truly had the confidence and capital to be so arrogant. However, seeing that his valued student might be caught in an unfair fight and suffer losses, old Meng hesitated for a moment, but still decided to step forward. He spoke calmly, trying to stabilize the situation. "Brother Mo, since you insist on this, fine. But Su Xiao is only temporarily in Beijing, and in such a rush, it might be hard to find a qualified appraiser quickly. To be fair, I suggest I invite Dean Xiao Jingshan from our Beijing University's Antique Appraisal Department to come and witness this for both sides. Everyone here, including Brother Mo, should trust Dean Xiao's knowledge and character, right?" Dean Xiao. When Su Nianha heard this name, her heart suddenly skipped a beat, and she took a deep breath. That scholar, who had been famous since her student days and was as imposing as a mountain, just the thought of him made her feel awe and weakness in her legs. If he came in person, she couldn't even imagine what the scene would be like. Su Zakai saw Su Nianha's sudden tension clearly. His expression remained calm, but his eyes slightly narrowed. Then he turned to Mo Tianqiong and said firmly, with an undeniable tone, "No need to trouble old Meng. Since we need an appraiser, I will personally invite one." "Old Mo, do you think this arrangement is fair?" Mo Tianqiong looked at Su Zakai for a moment, as if weighing something. Finally, he smiled meaningfully, leaning on his cane and standing up. "Good. Xiao Su speaks directly. It's settled then. It's getting late, so let's each go arrange things. After lunch, at 2 o'clock, we'll meet here again. Don't be absent." After saying this, he no longer looked at anyone. He strode down the stairs with his rosewood cane, his confident aura as if he had already claimed the treasures on the second floor. As Mo Tianqiong disappeared at the staircase, the tense atmosphere on the second floor suddenly relaxed, like a burst balloon. The 5 senior elders, Meng, Zhang, Li Wang, and Zhou, exchanged glances. Seeing that staying was pointless, they politely stood up to leave, intentionally leaving the space for Su Zakai and Su Nianha, promising to return together after Dean Xiao arrived in the afternoon. Until the last footsteps faded away, Su Nianha couldn't suppress her unease. She looked up at the person beside her and asked, "President Su, can you really invite Director Xiao?" This was not just her worry. Director Xiao was nearly 80 years old. He had completely withdrawn from the public eye since her 3rd year of college. Even when old Meng personally invited him to come out, he refused. Seeing the figures of the senior elders disappear at the staircase, only the 2 of them remained on the second floor. The tense atmosphere from earlier still lingered in the air. Su Nianha couldn't hide her nervousness. She looked at the calm man beside her and asked, "President Su, can you really invite Director Xiao?" Her voice carried a sense of urgency and worry she didn't realize she had. "I heard he has long since closed his doors. Even when Teacher Meng went to invite him a few years ago, he couldn't persuade him." Hearing this, Su Zakai turned his head to look at her. His eyes were hard to read. He didn't answer directly, but stood up, looking down at her with a relaxed attitude that seemed natural. Of course, he paused slightly, his tone lingering as if dropping a tempting bait. "Would you like to go with me?" Su Nianha was surprised. She didn't expect him to invite her willingly. She instinctively glanced outside at the bright sun and remembered it was lunchtime. She hesitated and asked, "Aren't you hungry?" She felt it was rude and awkward to visit on an empty stomach during lunch. Su Zakai seemed amused by her quick thinking. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his lips. His tone remained calm but confident. "I'm hungry, but there will be food later." His words were vague but strangely eased her worries about hitching a meal, thinking of the old director she had revered since her student days, someone she hadn't seen in years. She felt this visit was truly worth it. She suppressed her nervousness and nodded. "Okay." Seeing her agree, Su Zakai no longer spoke and turned to go downstairs. Su Nianha took a deep breath and followed him. The lobby on the first floor was mostly empty, the midday leisure making the place feel quiet. Meng He and Linya were whispering behind the counter, counting the sales from the morning. Su Nianha quickly approached and said to the 2, "Meng He, Linya, I need to go out for a bit. You can order your lunch yourself. Choose whatever you want and later, I will reimburse you." When they heard this, both of them immediately showed happy smiles. Linya was even more excited and said, "Thank you, Sister Nianha. Business is so good today, we won't hold back." Su Zakai had already walked outside the shop, where a sleek black car was quietly parked by the roadside. He opened the door, turned slightly to the inside, and said to Su Nianha still inside, "Get in the car." Su Nianha quickly jogged out, bent down, and slipped into the back seat. Su Zakai then sat in and simply told Chen Lighting in the driver's seat, "Drive." Chen Lighting, who had been following Su Zakai, instinctively wanted to get in too. As his hand reached for the door handle, Su Zakai shot him a cold look that left no room for doubt. "Lighting, stay here." Chen Lighting froze for a moment, a look of surprise flashing across his face. "Mr. Su?" Su Zakai's gaze was calm, but his words carried weight. If we're not back by 2 o'clock, you know what to do, right? Hearing this, Chen Lighting was completely confused and thought to himself, Young Master Su, aren't you making things difficult for me? Who is Mo Tianqiong? How could I possibly handle him? It seemed Su Zikai could see through his thoughts. Before Chen Lighting could speak, he added with a hint of helplessness, If it's really impossible, call me. With this escape route, Chen Lighting finally relaxed and let out a breath. He quickly straightened up, nodded repeatedly, and said, Understood. Don't worry, young Master Su. After giving instructions, Chen Lighting started the engine, and the car smoothly merged into the traffic. It wasn't until the familiar street scenery outside the window started rushing past that Su Nianhe suddenly remembered a key question. She turned to Su Zikai, who was dozing with his eyes closed, and asked, Mr. Su, Director Xiao. Where are we going? She didn't even know where Director Xiao was living now. Su Zikai didn't open his eyes. He leaned lazily against the back of the seat, his voice carrying a hint of afternoon fatigue but sounding very clear. Don't worry, I know the place. The car drove through the busy city center, gradually heading toward the suburbs. The noise of the city was left behind, replaced by low-rise houses and lush trees. After about half an hour, the car finally stopped slowly in front of a quiet, simple rural courtyard. Su Nianhe looked out the window. In front of her was a very plain rural house. White walls and gray tiles surround a waist-high bamboo fence. On the wall, a few withered grasses shake in the cold wind, giving off a sense of quiet peace away from the noise of the world. The yard gate is made of 2 old, unpainted wooden doors, slightly ajar. The cracked wood on the doors is clearly visible in the afternoon light. The most striking feature is the old plum tree in the yard. Its leaves have already fallen, leaving behind dark, twisted branches that stretch toward the gray sky like iron drawings. The tree looks weathered and lonely, quietly gathering strength, waiting for winter to bloom. The ground under the plum tree is swept clean. A child, about 4 or 5 years old, with a small ponytail, wearing a thick cotton jacket, is squatting on the ground. The chubby little hands hold a bare small branch, carefully playing with a few curled-up fallen leaves, muttering to himself. Hearing footsteps and the faint sound of a car door behind, the child does not look up. As if used to visitors dropping by sometimes, he speaks in a childish but surprisingly mature voice. What are you here for? My great-grandpa doesn't see visitors. This sudden remark was like a cold splash of water on Su Nianhe's heart as she just got out of the car. She pauses, adjusts her thin coat, and looks somewhat helplessly at Su Zikai. Su Zikai shows no surprise. He steps forward slowly, stopping a few steps away from the child. He slightly leans down, speaking in a gentle tone Su Nianhe has never heard before, even a bit coaxing. Oh, why doesn't great-grandpa see visitors? Only then does the child lift his head, revealing a small face flushed red by the cold wind. His big, dark eyes watch the 2 strangers cautiously, especially the tall Su Zikai. He pouts, giving a very reasonable reason. Great-grandpa is taking a nap. If he's woken up, he'll be angry. If he's angry, he won't tell me stories about Sun Wukong fighting monsters. His childish words make Su Nianhe want to laugh, but she also feels more nervous. Perhaps they came at the wrong time.
Su Zikai chút cờ sốc đi.
Instead of backing away, he takes another step closer and squats down so he can look directly at the child. He seems to perform a magic trick, pulling something from inside his suit pocket and holding it out to the child's palm. This was not an expensive toy, but a carefully woven grasshopper made from straw. The straw was slightly dried and yellowed, which made it look simple and lively, almost real. Even the feelers seemed to tremble. Look, what is this? Su Zikai's voice was softer. The little boy's eyes widened with surprise. He didn't notice his small tree branch fall to the ground with a snap. He looked at the grasshopper and then at Su Zikai. His small face was full of longing, but he tried to follow his grandfather's task, not to reach out. He quietly asked, Are you here as a guest or to make Grandpa angry? Su Zikai gently pushed the grasshopper forward, almost touching the boy's nose. He smiled and said, We are not here to upset Grandpa. Tell him that the person who made the grasshopper has come, and he brought someone he wants to see. If he is still sleeping, we will wait under the plum tree until he wakes up and we won't make any noise." The boy was completely captivated by the delicate grasshopper. He hesitated for a moment, then quickly grabbed it with his small hand, holding it tightly in his palm. He turned and ran into the house, calling softly as he ran, "Grandpa, Grandpa, the grasshopper maker is here." And he brought a pretty sister. Watching the small figure disappear inside the door, Su Nianhe looked at Su Zakai in surprise. He not only knew where Director Xiao lived, but also seemed to have a special connection with him, even handling children so naturally. Was he very experienced? Su Zakai had already stood up, returning to his usual calm look. As his gaze swept over the half-open door, a trace of complex emotion flickered in his eyes. He turned back and saw Su Nianhe still standing there, stunned. He said lightly, "Just wait." The yard fell silent again, with only the cool breeze blowing through the withered plum branches, making faint whimpering sounds, along with distant, faint crowing of roosters. Su Nianhe's heart was more unsettled than ever, stirred by the boy's message and Su Zakai's unpredictable attitude in this late autumn courtyard. What awaited them behind that door? Soon, the old wooden door, slightly ajar, creaked open completely. A middle-aged woman, about 50, dressed simply but neatly, stepped out. She has a kind face, with gentle smile lines at the corners of her eyes. Her gaze first lingers on Su Zakai with obvious familiarity, then shifts to Su Nianhe, who is carefully observing her. Old Xiao has woken up for a while and said he wants you to go in, Aunt Zhang says softly, stepping aside to clear the way.
So,
It's happening? Su Nianhe feels a bit dazed, almost unable to believe she will see the legendary scholar so easily. When she was studying at Beijing University, it was a great fortune just to see Dean Xiao give a speech from afar in the auditorium. She never imagined that one day she would be invited into his home. She instinctively looks at Su Zakai, full of surprise and curiosity. What method did he use? Su Zakai seems unaware of her gaze. His face shows no surprise, as if he expected everything. He steps forward and speaks respectfully. "Please, Aunt Zhang, lead the way." "Aunt Zhang." Su Nianhe's heart moves again. The way he calls her so naturally and affectionately makes her wonder, does he know everything about Dean Zhao's family? Aunt Zhang's smile deepens, filled with the gentle love of an elder for a younger. "Long time no see, Xiao Kai. Not only have you grown taller, but you're also so polite now." Her words carry a sense of nostalgia, as if time has been pulled back to the past. People say that Su Zakai slightly curves his lips, but his smile doesn't reach his eyes. "I first saw you and Dean Xiao when I was only 10. How can I compare that to now?" His tone is calm, but he unintentionally reveals a buried past. "That's true," Aunt Zhang sighs, her voice carrying many old memories. "It's also because your grandfather didn't recognize good people. He hasn't let you visit the Xiao family for so long." Her words sound a little resentful, directly mentioning Su Zakai's grandfather. Su Zakai's eyes flicker slightly. His tone remains steady, but he corrects her. "Aunt Zhang, you forgot. It wasn't my grandfather who didn't want me to come. It was Dean Xiao and my grandfather who were angry and said they would cut ties with my family for life." His voice is soft, but like a stone thrown into a calm lake, it causes ripples in Su Nianhe's heart. The Su family and the Xiao family have such a deep connection? And they once had a falling out? Aunt Zhang pretends to look at him with a playful scold. "Xiao Kai, are you still blaming Dean Xiao? Be careful, he might change his mind and refuse to see you again." Though she says it jokingly, there's a hint of warning in her words. Su Zakai looked confident and calm. He turned his head slightly, glancing subtly at Su Nianhe, who was quietly listening and already feeling a storm of emotions inside. His tone was firm. "Aunt Zhang, the gift I brought this time is very valuable. He will definitely see me." "Gift?" Aunt Zhang followed his gaze and looked back at Su Nianhe more carefully this time. Her eyes showed a mix of surprise and nostalgia. She murmured, "Is this Miss Su?" She studied Su Nianhe's delicate face and whispered, "She looks so much like someone." So much like someone I know. The two words hit Su Nianhe hard like a heavy. Aunt Zhang seemed lost in a brief memory, then looked at Su Zakai again, her tone curious. I just wonder if she has any connection to someone from the past, someone from the past. Connection. These words exploded in Su Nianhe's mind like thunder. So that's it. I actually look like an old friend of Director Xiao. And from their reactions, Su Zakai also knows this old friend. Suddenly, many vague clues seemed to connect with an invisible thread. Why did Su Zakai chase her all the way from Port City to her remote small town? Why did he treat her so differently and help her multiple times? Why was he so sure he could get Director Xiao, who usually refused visitors? Everything now made sense, because her face resembled someone they both knew, an old friend. No wonder he once said he was afraid she might be tricked away by some expert, or that she had learned her lesson after just one encounter. Behind his words, he probably wasn't just talking about her, but about the person she looked like. Even her mysterious background and her childhood memories of her parents, which had been missing for so long, might be hidden in this likeness and connection. Thinking of this, Su Nianhe felt a cold chill rise from her feet, mixed with an indescribable sense of loss and humiliation at being seen as a substitute. But more than anything, she was eager to find out the truth. She straightened her back, her nails digging quietly into her palm, trying to stay calm. But her eyes, looking at Su Zakai and Aunt Zhang, were full of silent questions. Su Zakai didn't miss the shock, realization, and complex feelings that flashed across Su Nianhe's eyes. He knew that with her intelligence, she had probably guessed most of it from Aunt Zhang's words. A faint ripple flickered in his eyes, but when faced with Aunt Zhang's question, he simply replied calmly, "Aunt Zhang, old Xiao is still waiting." Hearing this, Aunt Zhang's smile grew warmer. She quickly turned to lead the way, saying, "You're right. Old Xiao is very pleased with the gift he brought you this time. He's eager to see you now. Come with me." Listening to her emphasize the word, gift, a sharp pain like a tiny needle pricked his heart. He felt a slight sting but had to suppress his rising emotions and followed closely behind. From the outside, old Zhao's courtyard looked simple and plain, even a bit lonely. But once inside, it revealed a different world. It wasn't decorated with luxury but had a calm, refined atmosphere that came from years of experience and a love of books. Aunt Zhang led them through two simple corridors with peeling paint on the columns, yet they were spotless and clean. On one side of the corridor was a well-maintained vegetable garden. In winter, the vegetables grew lush and green, adding life and warmth to the courtyard. After passing the garden, they turned into a small east wing with 3 rooms. As soon as they crossed the moon gate into the east wing courtyard, Aunt Zhang raised her voice slightly and called, "Old master, the people you're waiting for are here." Inside, a slightly aged but powerful and commanding voice responded, "Is that so?" "Bring them in." "Yes, sir," Aunt Zhang replied, then turned to Su Zakai and Su Nianhe, saying, "Follow me." She gently pushed open the carved wooden door of the east wing and went inside first. Su Zakai remained calm and stepped in, while Su Nianhe took a deep breath and followed closely. Once inside, the first thing that caught her eye was a large, golden-hued rosewood desk placed by the window. Behind it sat a thin, elderly man dressed in a dark gray Chinese jacket. His hair was neatly combed, and despite being nearly 80, he sat upright with a straight back. He held a magnifying glass, carefully examining a scroll spread out on the desk with intense focus. Wasn't he supposed to be taking a nap? How come he's looking at paintings now? Su Nianhe couldn't help but wonder silently. It seems there are countless reasons not to meet, but only one reason to meet, something or someone that sparks his interest. He truly acts according to his own wishes, entirely free. This elderly man is Dean Xiao Qingshan. Su Nianhe naturally recognizes him. A few years ago, her fleeting glimpse of him left a deep impression of a respected scholar in her mind. Such a person is rare to see even once, so she remembers him clearly. However, Dean Xiao clearly does not remember her, a small student from a distant auditorium. He only raises his head when he hears her voice. His sharp eyes, weathered but still keen as a hawk, linger on Su Nianha's face for a moment. His gaze is deep, scrutinizing, with a faint trace of distant memory that is hard to catch. Then he lowers his head again, continuing to look at his painting as if that brief glance was a form of confirmation. He gently puts down the magnifying glass in his hand. His gaze finally shifts to Suzuki, and his tone is calm, without any sign of emotion. "Young Su, the gift you brought," his eyes briefly scan Su Nianha again, with a hint of evaluation, "is quite good, and it looks very much like that girl from back then." Su Nianha's heart sinks a little with his words. But Dean Zhao's tone shifts slightly, with a hint of criticism. "It's a pity. Looks similar, but lacks a bit of spirit and vitality." He looks at Suzuki directly, making his point clear. "You want me to step in and help control this situation. Just having a resemblance isn't enough. You need to show me something that can truly impress this old man." Suzuki remains calm under Dean Zhao's scrutiny and criticism. He steps forward and nods slightly. "Of course. But this thing, I think Dean Zhao should come see it in person." "Really?" Dean Zhao's white eyebrows lift slightly, as if intrigued. "Is that so? Tell me, what is it that's worth me, this old man, making a special trip?" A faint smile appears on Suzuki's lips as he softly says, "I believe you'll be interested in the genuine work of Gu Kaiji, Dean Zhao, perhaps even longing for it." "Gu Kaiji?" Dean Zhao's hand, holding the magnifying glass, pauses subtly. His half-closed eyes suddenly open wide, shining brightly. He looks sharply at Suzuki, as if trying to verify the truth of those words. After a brief moment of silence and a shared look, Old Master Xiao suddenly raised his voice. Little Zhang, the quiet maid, Zhang, quickly responded, "Yes, sir. What do you need? Serve the tea?" "For breakfast," Old Master Xiao ordered briskly, with a commanding tone, showing his decisive nature. "Keep it simple. After eating, I'll go out with them." Okay. I'll get it ready right away." Zhang smiled with relief, knowing the old master had passed this test. She hurried to the kitchen to prepare. At that moment, the young servant who had been standing at the door suddenly appeared from a corner, like a lively little monkey. He ran to old Master Zhao's side, hugging his arm, with big, bright eyes full of hope. "Great-grandpa, are you finally going out? It's been so long since Ji Hung went out to play. Can I come too and see the world?" Old Master Xiao looked at his great-grandson. His serious face softened a little, but he still kept a stern expression. "Ji Hung, don't be naughty. Great-grandpa is going to handle important matters, not for fun." Ji Hung didn't give up. He shook his grandfather's arm and, in a cute voice, argued, "Great-grandpa, it's better to take me. If you walk and accidentally fall, who will help you? I have a lot of strength." He tried to show off his tiny muscles as he spoke. Old Master Xiao was both amused and exasperated by the child's childish words. Seeing Ji Heng's eager face, his heart softened. He shook his head helplessly, speaking affectionately. All right, you little rascal. I'll take you with me later. But you must behave and not run around." "Yay! Great-grandpa is the best." Ji Heng cheered immediately, a bright smile spreading across his face. Standing nearby, Su Nianha watched this grandparent-grandchild interaction. Hearing old Master Xiao mention, "The gift you brought," she felt a complex mix of emotions. What kind of truth could this gift reveal amid the tangled web of past mysteries and present chaos? Lost in her thoughts about her own identity and the significance of this gift, Zhang had already brought in a tray. She efficiently placed 3 dishes and a soup on the table. There was stir-fried pea shoots, vegetarian tofu, a cold salad of 3 shredded vegetables, and a light, clear mushroom and vegetable soup. It was a completely vegetarian meal, with no meat at all. The distinguished director Xiao, a respected scholar and head of the household, ate such a simple and plain meal. Su Nianha looked at the simple yet delicate vegetarian dishes and felt momentarily stunned, almost unable to believe it. "Sit down," Xiao Qingshan said calmly, putting down his magnifying glass. Su Zakai obediently took his seat. Su Nianha, however, was still lost in her thoughts and surprised by the vegetarian food. She stood there dazed, as if she hadn't heard. Seeing this, Su Zakai subtly tugged at her sleeve under the table. Only then did Su Nianhe snap back to her senses, realize her awkwardness, and her cheeks warmed. She hurriedly sat down. Little Zhang, Xiao Qingshan suddenly spoke again, his gaze on Su Nianhe. Though expressionless, his words were directed at Aunt Zhang. Miss Su is young and probably not used to our plain broth and simple dishes. Go, have the kitchen add 2 meat dishes. Yes, sir, Aunt Zhang replied obediently and turned to leave. Su Nianhe was flustered and almost immediately stood up, waving her hands quickly with a hint of urgency and embarrassment. No need, Aunt Zhang. Really no trouble. I'm fine with vegetarian food. These dishes look fresh and tasty. She looked earnestly at Aunt Zhang and then subtly glanced at the expressionless Xiao Qingshan at the head of the table, worried about seeming picky or delicate. Hearing this, Xiao Qingshan lifted his eyes and gave her a faint glance. He didn't insist further, picked up his chopsticks and said, "Then let's eat." Aunt Zhang stopped and smiled, nodding to Su Nianhe, signaling her to sit down comfortably. Su Nianhe secretly breathed a sigh of relief, sat down again, and picked up her chopsticks. But she felt that this meal might be harder to digest than any other. Meanwhile, Su Zakai ate naturally, with a calm posture, chatting casually with old Master Xiao. They talked about things Su Nianhe didn't catch at all. She only heard vague words drifting past her ears, something about old friends from over 10 years ago, rare editions, silk paintings, and faint mentions of Mo Tianqiong's subordinate called Zhao Shang. These terms and names tangled together like a mysterious script, making her even more confused. Overall, Su Nianhe found this meal tasteless and uncomfortable, but it was finally nearing the end amid an invisible struggle. She quietly glanced at her watch, her heart suddenly tightening. She almost gasped. Oh no. The hands were already pointing close to 2 o'clock. The scheduled meeting with Mo Tianqiong was approaching fast. Even if she flew there immediately, she probably wouldn't make it in time. But then she looked at Su Zakai. He was still calmly sitting with old Master Xiao, finishing his after-meal routine. She saw Aunt Zhang hand over a warm, damp towel. Old Master Xiao took it and carefully wiped his mouth and hands, moving slowly and calmly, with no sign of urgency. Su Zakai followed suit, as if they had all the time in the world. Su Nianhe couldn't hold back anymore. Her anxious eyes flicked back and forth between Su Zakai and old Master Xiao. Her heart felt like 15 buckets of water were being poured in, up and down with worry. She couldn't figure out what these two were up to. She wanted to ask, but was afraid of disturbing old Master Xiao and ruining something important. So she kept her questions inside, feeling her chest tighten with the weight of her doubts. Finally, when everything was tidied up, old Master Xiao slowly stood up. He took the hand of his grandson Xiao Zhiheng, who had been waiting nearby with eager eyes. His gaze swept over Su Zakai, and he said calmly, "Su family kid, let's go." Aunt Zhang, who was clearing the dishes, looked up and asked with concern, "Old Master, when do you think you'll be back this afternoon? It's getting late and not safe. Should I ask Xiao Lu to drive and pick you up? No need to trouble yourself." Old Master Xiao waved his hand, stopping Aunt Zhang. He signaled to Su Zakai, "Su family kid will make sure I get back safely." He paused and added, "By the way, no need to prepare my dinner tonight. I haven't seen my old friend in years. We should catch up properly. We might be out somewhere." With that, he said no more. Holding the lively Xiao Zhiheng's hand, he walked out of the east wing with steady steps. Su Nianhe and Su Zakai didn't dare delay. They quickly followed behind. The 4 of them crossed the quiet courtyard and headed toward the gate. At the gate, Lao Chun and several bodyguards were already waiting properly. They stood straight and serious, as if they had never left. Su Nianhe couldn't help but wonder. After so long, how did they handle lunch? Were they just starving here all this time? It seems like he was trying to answer her doubts. Su Zakai looked at Lao Chun and asked calmly, "Is everything arranged?" Lao Chun slightly bowed and respectfully replied, "Don't worry, Mr. Su. We've already eaten and solved the issue at a local villager's house nearby. We didn't dare delay anything. Suzuki nodded subtly and said nothing more. He took a few quick steps forward and personally opened the car door for Old Xiao. After Old Xiao and Xiao Ziheng sat safely in the back seat, Suzuki looked at Su Nianhe and signaled her to sit next to Old Xiao. Su Nianhe understood and sat in the back seat as instructed. Suzuki then smoothly opened the front passenger door and sat inside. Seeing everyone was in the car, Lao Chen calmly started the engine, and the car smoothly left the quiet courtyard. The car carrying the bodyguards immediately followed, like silent protectors. Not long after the car hit the main road, Suzuki's phone rang, breaking the quiet inside the car. He glanced at the caller ID, Chen Liheng, and pressed the answer button. "Mr. Su," came Chen Liheng's voice, clearly anxious and slightly angry. "Mr. Mo Tianqiong has arrived, bringing an appraiser with him. They insist you missed the appointment and want to buy the jade ring and a few other ancient items based solely on their own appraisal. Old Meng, Old Zhang, Old Li, Old Wang, and Old Zhou are all trying to stop them, repeatedly saying Miss Su isn't here, so the deal can't be completed according to the rules. But Mr. Mo refuses to listen and insists on buying. Now they're at a standstill, and it looks like a conflict might break out." After hearing this, Suzuki's face showed no sign of panic. His tone remained calm and steady. "Hand the phone to Mr. Mo Tianqiong." There was a brief, somewhat chaotic sound of footsteps and faint arguing on the line. After a moment, a slightly hoarse and annoyed voice came through the receiver, with a clear tone of questioning. "Mr. Su, you've broken your promise." It was Mo Tianqiong. A faint, almost unnoticeable smile appeared at the corner of Suzuki's lips. His tone was composed. "Old Mo, what do you mean? I haven't broken any promise. The agreed time has passed. Where are you?" Mo Tianqiong's voice raised slightly, with an aggressive tone. Suzuki calmly and slowly asked back, with a hint of innocence, "When did I promise you in person that I would definitely arrive at 2 o'clock? Do we have a written contract specifying the exact time?" Suzuki. Mo Tianqiong clearly didn't expect such a response. His tone turned angry. "You're cheating. Old Mo, you're overreacting." Suzuki's voice remained steady but firm. "I never cheated. I only said I would try my best to persuade Director Xiao to come out of seclusion, but I didn't promise a specific arrival time. The time you unilaterally set, I cannot agree with. So, strictly speaking, even if I manage to get Director Xiao to come out within a year, it doesn't count as breaking a promise. That's unreasonable." Mo Tianqiong was so angry at his logic that he was momentarily speechless, breathing heavier. At this moment, another voice, slightly older but full of energy and with obvious impatience and challenge, came from the phone. "Mr. Mo, there's no need to argue with him. Since he says he has persuaded my senior brother, who has been in seclusion for years, let my senior brother speak to me directly. I want to hear if it's true or not." This was obviously the appraiser brought by Mo Tianqiong, who was also Xiao Qingshan's younger brother. Hearing this, Suzuki's eyes flashed with understanding. He no longer argued with Mo Tianqiong and simply said, "All right." Then he turned around and handed the phone to Su Nianhe in the back row. Su Nianhe quickly took it, about to pass it to Xiao Qingshan, but saw Old Xiao wave his hand and signal her to turn on speakerphone. She immediately did so, activating the speaker function to ensure everyone in the car could hear the conversation clearly. "Senior brother," the old man's voice came from the phone again, with a hint of cautiousness and barely concealed nervousness. "I heard. You've decided to come out of seclusion again?" Xiao Qingshan looked calmly ahead, his voice quiet but carrying a long-held authority, clearly transmitted through the microphone. "Yes, your senior brother, have come out. So our senior brothers are going to meet again, so soon. Aren't you happy?" His words were direct, even with a subtle teasing tone. There was a moment of silence on the other end, then 2 dry laughs. "Happy, haha, happy. It's rare in a lifetime to meet my senior brother again.
So,
Your junior brother is waiting here at Songjin Pavilion, looking forward to your visit. We won't leave until we meet, right?" Old Xiao Qingshan's lips twitch, showing a hard-to-read smile. He confidently replies, "Deal." After hanging up, the car quickly returns to silence, but the mood has subtly changed. The previous tension seems to have been eased by old Zhao's brief but weighty phone call. Old Chen, without being told, quietly speeds up the car. The black sedan moves smoothly and quickly along the rural road. As they enter the city, the afternoon traffic increases and they have to slow down again. Although eager to get there, they are helpless against the busy city traffic. It takes nearly an hour before they finally reach near Zhangjiajie. Someone must have leaked the news. Word spread that director Xiao Qingshan, who had been in seclusion for years, was coming to Zhangjiajie. The news caused a huge stir in the antique market, like cold water poured into boiling oil, making everything explode with excitement. When their car tries to enter the main road of the market, they find it completely blocked. The road is packed with people and vehicles rushing to see the famous visitor. The noise of chatter, honking, and discussions fills the air, almost drowning out everything. People stand on tiptoe, stretch their necks, and eagerly watch the end of the road, as if waiting for a very important person to arrive. Mr. Su, this. Old Chun grips the steering wheel, frowning and looking worriedly at Su Zakai in the passenger seat. Su Zakai quickly makes a decision. He presses the window button and calmly instructs the bodyguards behind him, clear the way ahead. Make a path, but be careful not to disturb others. A few tall, serious-looking bodyguards immediately follow the order. They quickly move to the front sides of the car, guiding the crowd smoothly but firmly, creating a narrow path for the black car. The car, like a beast stuck in mud, slowly and carefully moves forward, inch by inch, toward the entrance of Zhangjiajie, protected by the crowd and bodyguards. When the car finally stops, Old Chin gets out first, alert and scanning the surroundings. Su Zakai quickly opens the door, walks around to the back, and personally helps Old Xiao out of the car, shielding him with his arm. At the moment Xiao Qingshan, holding his great-grandson Xiao Zhiheng, bends down to step out of the car. That's Director Xiao. It's really Director Xiao, someone in the crowd suddenly shouted excitedly. This moment seemed to ignite a spark, and the atmosphere instantly exploded into excitement.
Old Xiao.
Over here, oh my, the legendary, living legend. I can't believe I saw him in person. Director Xiao, are you still accepting apprentices? The crowd became completely lively, with cheers, gasps, and excited discussions flowing like waves. Many hands raised high, and phone screens lit up like a dazzling galaxy. The clicking of cameras and the beeping of videos filled the air, non-stop. Everyone pushed forward desperately, standing on tiptoe and stretching out their arms, trying to see more clearly and capture this rare moment of the legendary figure in the antique world, known as the top of the field. Xiao Ziheng seemed a bit startled by the scene. He tightly held his great-grandfather's sleeve and instinctively took a step back. But Xiao Qingshan remained calm. He gently held his great-grandson's hand, his experienced eyes calmly scanning the excited crowd. There was no anger or pride in his gaze, as if the roaring scene before him was no different from the peaceful study in his home. Su Zakai and Su Nianhe stood on either side of the old man, closely following him. Old Chen and several bodyguards formed a human wall around them, trying to keep the overwhelming crowd at bay. Su Zakai looked serious and sharp, carefully watching around to ensure the safety of the old man. Su Nianhe had never seen such a scene before. Her heart pounded like drums, and she was deafened by the noise. The flashing lights and countless unfamiliar, excited faces made her instinctively lean closer to Su Zakai, as if that could give her some sense of security. Amidst the chaos and noise, the old Xiao, protected by bodyguards, stepped into the antique shop called Zhangjiajie, with its old-fashioned, elegant door. Inside, Meng He and Linya were already anxious. When they saw the group finally break through the crowd and come in, they hurried to meet them. Linya, seeing her main support, grabbed Su Nianhe's hand with a slight trembling voice. "Nian, you're finally back," she whispered urgently. "Look at this shop. Not a single customer this afternoon. All driven away by that old MO,"
he said.
He said today Songjin Jai's entire collection was booked by Mo Tianqiong, and no outsiders are allowed to disturb. She gently squeezed Linya's cold fingers, trying to keep her voice calm. Don't panic, she softly comforted, as if reassuring herself, if the sky falls, I'll hold it up first. Even if I can't, Old Meng and the others are here, top experts. They won't let him break the rules. After saying that, she forced a faint smile at Linya. Then, with the obedient and quiet Xiao Zhihing on her left and right, she supported the composed Xiao Qingshan as they stepped onto the wooden stairs leading to the second floor. Suzuki followed closely behind, and Old Chin silently stayed by their side. Their steps were steady as they moved upward. The atmosphere on the second floor was much heavier than the quietness downstairs, almost suffocating. A large table stood firmly in the center of the hall. Mo Tianqiong sat majestically at the head, looking very imposing. His face was serious like a deep pond, and his eyes flashed sharply as he moved, radiating a commanding presence that didn't need to be angry to be intimidating. Next to him, on a side seat, sat a slightly plump, rosy-faced old man, Zhao Shang, the judge who had worked with Mo Tianqiong for over 10 years and was Xiao Qingshan's expelled junior brother. Behind them, several sharp-looking bodyguards stood silently like unmoving rocks, creating an invisible pressure. The few top experts, including Old Meng, seemed to be intimidated by this aura. They sat quietly in the guest seats, heads bowed, not speaking, making the scene feel strange and tense. This tense silence was suddenly broken when Su Nianhe and her group stepped onto the second floor. The old experts looked up, their eyes brightening with relief. Mo Tianqiong slightly lifted his eyelids, his sharp eagle-like eyes locking onto Xiao Qingshan. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and his voice was loud. Xiao Qingshan, it's been over 10 years. Your show has gotten even bigger. I've been waiting for you. His tone was openly critical. Xiao Qingshan smiled calmly, walking slowly to the other side of the large table to sit down. Su Zikai silently accompanied him, while Su Nianhe and Xiao Zhihing stood behind them. Mo Tianqiong, Xiao Qingshan said evenly, I'm getting older. My legs are slower. Unlike you, still so fiery. At that moment, Zhao Shang suddenly stood up. His face was no longer rosy, but showed a complex flush, excited, angry, and filled with long-suppressed frustration, all flashing intensely in his eyes. He did not bow as most people would expect. Instead, he slightly raised his head, his voice trembling with excitement, but deliberately raised higher. Senior brother, I hope you're well. This, senior brother, was spoken with mixed feelings and no respect, more like a challenge. Xiao Qingshan looked at him calmly, without happiness or anger, and said softly, Zhao Shang, long time no see. You've become quite improved. His tone was calm, but the word improved seemed to carry deeper meaning. Zhao Shang seemed to be hurt by this calm response. His chest heaved, and he forced himself to speak through his emotions. Thanks to my senior brother and master. If I hadn't been expelled from the sect back then, I wouldn't have achieved what I have today. Working with Mr. Mo, I've seen all kinds of rare treasures. I am no longer a fool. His words were full of resentment. Mo Tianqiong let out a low laugh at the right moment, with a tone that seemed to stir things up. Master Shang, why get so excited? Today, isn't it just to let your senior brother see your current skills? Also, to show that those old folks who made mistakes long ago, they were wrong. Go ahead, examine what that girl is holding. Let your senior brother see where you are better than him now. Zhao Shang took a deep breath, as if he found a way to vent and prove himself. He turned to Xiao Qingshan, his eyes sharp and full of challenge. Senior brother, please. Let me, your junior, also learn from your skills. Let's see how much real talent is left in the disciple that master once chose and believed in. Xiao Qingshan looked at him, eager to prove himself and almost losing control. His eyes showed deeper disappointment and understanding. He sighed softly, not standing up, but first speaking to Mo Tianqiong. Things need to be seen, of course. But before we look, Mo Tianqiong, shouldn't you explain why you're making things difficult for a young person? His gaze turned to Su Nianhe, with a clear tone of protection. This girl is someone the Su family's young master wants to protect. Whether she should sell what she's holding, when, and to whom, is her decision. Forcing her, even clearing the place and pressuring her, isn't that disrespectful to me, Xiao Qingshan, and to the rules of this antique trade? Xiao Qingshan's words were gentle in tone but heavy in meaning, like a steady anchor, quickly bringing the focus back to rules and morality. Mo Tianqiong's face immediately darkened. He was suddenly startled by Xiao Qingshan's calm yet sharp words, causing him to stand up abruptly. His chest heaved with anger, and his grayish beard seemed to tremble slightly. He could no longer maintain his composed appearance. His voice suddenly rose, like a lion provoked. Xiao Qingshan, don't accuse me falsely. When have I ever forced anyone? He waved his arm, pointing downstairs, his tone aggressive. I clear the place because I think these useless people, buying things they don't appreciate, are just wasting resources. If that's the case, why not let me have everything? Make full use of it. What's wrong with that? This nearly overbearing statement caused a moment of silence on the second floor. Except for Xiao Qingshan, who had long understood his nature, Suzukai, with a cold face and sharp eyes like a blade, and the bodyguards who followed orders without expression, even the respected elders like Old Meng, along with Su Nianhe, Linya, and the young Xiao Zhiheng, were all stunned. They were deeply shocked by his unabashedly domineering words. Mo Tianqiong. A cold voice broke the silence. Suzukai stood up slowly and gracefully adjusted his crisp suit sleeve, his gaze like an icy spear piercing directly at Mo Tianqiong. What do you mean by these useless people? He asked calmly, but with a threatening pressure like a brewing storm. Does that include me? He slightly raised an eyebrow, a cold smile curling at his lips. If it does, old Mo, you might be counting your chickens before they hatch. He took a half step forward, his tall figure naturally blocking Su Nianhe in front, showing a protective stance. Moreover, I remember clearly saying, Suzukai's voice suddenly turned serious, each word clear and impactful, that Su Nianhe is my fiancé. Anyone who tries to force her to do anything must first get past me. Old Mo, are you getting forgetful with age? Or do you simply not see me as important? The last few words he asked slowly, but with immense force, making the air seem to freeze a little. Seeing Suzukai truly angry, the atmosphere became tense. Zhao Shang's face changed and he hurried forward, forcing a stiff smile to smooth things over. Misunderstanding, sir. Please don't get angry. He kept waving his hands and then turned to Mo Tianqiong, whose face was pale. His tone was both warning and soothing. Old Mo, calm down. What you just said. Maybe you expressed yourself a bit too urgently. He carefully chose his words, trying to smooth things over. Old Mo's intention is that the items in Miss Su's shop are all good things. It's a pity if they are bought by people who don't really understand their value, only to be wasted. It would be better if someone who truly knows about antiques and can afford them, like you, Old Mo, could collect them. Basically, it's about the value. Those who pay more get the better items. That's just how the market works, and there's no forcing anyone. As he spoke, he secretly signaled to Mo Tianqiong. Old Mo, isn't that right? Miss Su's antique shop is open for business, and in the end, she's just trying to make money. We offer fair prices, compete honestly, and don't cheat anyone. Mo Tianqiong was awakened by Zhao Shao's words and also felt the cold, unyielding gaze of Suzukai. His reason returned a little, realizing that he had spoken impulsively and upset everyone. He snorted heavily, trying to hide his embarrassment, then sat back in his chair with a flick of his sleeve, though his face was still dark and grim. Seeing that he had temporarily calmed both sides, Zhao Shao secretly let out a breath of relief. He then turned back to Xiao Qingshan, who had been sitting calmly and watching coldly. He forced a smile that looked humble but secretly sharp. Senior brother, this is all just a misunderstanding. Since we're all here for the treasures, why don't we test our skills first? Let me learn from your hidden talents, senior brother. His eyes were fixed on Xiao Qingshan, filled with resentment, frustration, and a strong desire to prove himself. All right, then let's begin. Xiao Qingshan's deep, powerful voice broke the tense silence, drawing everyone's attention to the upcoming treasure appraisal. He then turned to Su Nianhe with a gentle but subtly instructive look. "Girl, introduce your treasure to everyone and tell us the initial price." Hearing this, Su Nianhe's heart skipped a beat, and a faint awkwardness appeared on her face. "Oh, old Xiao, you're publicly embarrassing me. Everyone here knows my abilities. Why should I introduce and set the price? I can see that these are priceless antique treasures, but I don't really understand the details, origins, or market value." She instinctively clenched her fingers, but quickly thought things through. "As the owner of this collection, these items are truly mine. Logically and emotionally, I should be the one to open the box. I may not know much, but there are experts here, especially Teacher Meng, who is well known for his respect for old Xiao. Now is the perfect chance for him to show his knowledge." Thinking this, Su Nianhe steadied herself, smiled politely and humbly, and walked gracefully to Meng Mingyuan, who was excitedly looking at Xiao Qingshan. She slightly bowed and spoke clearly and respectfully. "Teacher Meng," she successfully drew everyone's attention to him. "Director Xiao has asked for someone to introduce these treasures. I am not very knowledgeable, so I dare not show off in front of everyone. I might not explain well and could seem rude to these precious items. So, I would like to ask you to do it instead. Would you kindly accept this task?" Meng Mingyuan was eager to show his skills, which he hadn't had the chance to do in front of the former director. Now that Su Nianhe had asked him so reasonably, he felt very encouraged. He first looked a little surprised at Xiao Qingshan, seeing that he was calm and not opposed. Then he straightened his back, cleared his throat, and looked focused like a scholar. "Since Miss Su trusts me, I am honored to do this," he said. He stood up, bowed to Xiao Qingshan and everyone, then walked steadily to the painting in the middle of the wall. He stopped and looked at the painting with sincere admiration, as if he entered another world. He took a deep breath and then began to speak, his voice deep and calm. "Everyone, please look at this painting," he said, pointing at it with a trembling finger, showing his excitement. "This is a genuine work by Gu Kaiji from the Eastern Jin Dynasty, called 7 Gentlemen in the Bamboo Forest. The brushwork is like silkworms spinning silk, delicate, continuous, smooth, and natural. It captures Gu Kaiji's ancient fine-line style perfectly. The figures are slender and handsome, with a calm and detached expression, showing the noble spirit of the Wei and Jin scholars." He slightly turned to face everyone and continued confidently. "Based on the seals, inscriptions, and the silk material, this painting can be traced back to the Song dynasty when it was part of the imperial collection, and it has been well preserved. Regarding the period, it is undoubtedly from the Eastern Jin dynasty, which perfectly matches the style, materials used, and historical records of this painting." Talking about Gu Kaiji's life, he knew everything about himself. Gu Kaiji, courtesy named Chongkong, nickname Hutu, was from Wuxi, Jinling. He was skilled in poetry and essays, excellent in calligraphy, and especially talented in painting, earning the reputation of being extraordinary in talent, painting, and obsession. His painting theory states that capturing the spirit and likeness lies in the details, which has had a deep influence on later generations. With a clear and well-structured explanation, he analyzed the value of this painting layer by layer. Finally, he looked at Mo Tianqiong and Zhao Shang and confidently gave his conclusion. "Based on all the above, this painting's artistic, historical, and market values are all top tier. In my humble opinion, its worth should be around 100 million. The number 100 million echoed clearly in the quiet second floor. Everyone looked different, but no one spoke to challenge it. After introducing the painting, Meng Mingyuan did not stop. He moved to the ring placed inside a brocade box. Carefully, he put on white gloves, held it in his palm, and examined it closely with the light. "Next, we have this jade ring made of pure white jade. Please look. Its jade is smooth and glossy, free of impurities, and is among the finest Hetian jade. The carving style is typical of the Qianlong period of the Qing dynasty, with intricate and exquisite patterns. The dragon design is lifelike, and the surface has a rich, natural patina. Inside, there are imperial inscriptions. According to research, it was once a beloved item of Emperor Shinwu of Dayang and was later gifted to a prince. Such well-preserved court jade artifacts are rare and extremely valuable. He paused briefly, looked around, and clearly stated the price. This ring is estimated at 200 million. Then he pointed to a set of pigeon blood-red gemstone jewelry. This set of pigeon blood rubies comes from Moga, Myanmar. The color is pure and intense, like fresh pigeon blood, making it the finest among rubies. Each stone is full and highly transparent, weighing over 100 carats in total. The craftsmanship follows the classic Victorian design, making it extraordinarily luxurious. Such high quality and large rubies are rare in international auctions. Estimated value: 80 million. Finally, he approached the set of agarwood tables and chairs, gently touched the surface, and showed an expression of admiration. As for this set of tables and chairs, they are made from top-quality agarwood, Chinon wood. Its fragrance is sweet and rich, layered and soothing. The wood is hard and fine, with beautiful patterns like a painting. What is even more remarkable is that this is a complete set, well-preserved, with exquisite craftsmanship. It was likely custom-made for a prominent prince during the early days of the dynasty. The fragrant Namu wood itself is valued by weight, and such large pieces of furniture are considered priceless. In terms of market value, a conservative estimate would be over 90 million yuan. Meng Mingyuan smoothly finished his presentation, introducing the few remaining masterpieces on the second floor. Each item was explained with references to classics, analyzed thoroughly, and priced reasonably. Throughout the process, Xiao Qingshan sat calmly, his face serene, his gaze shifting between the objects as Meng Mingyuan described them. Occasionally, he nodded slightly, showing no obvious emotion. Zhao Shang, however, stood close beside Meng Mingyuan, with his hands behind his back. His sharp eyes, like those of an eagle, carefully examined each treasure. His lips pressed tightly, and his face showed a look of scrutiny and judgment. It seemed he was silently evaluating Meng Mingyuan's descriptions and assessing the authenticity and value of the items. He was ready to speak as soon as Meng Mingyuan finished. Sure enough, as Meng Mingyuan's words ended, Mo Tianqiong's deep gaze immediately shifted to Zhao Shang. There was no question in his eyes, only a natural command. Prepare the troops, and they will be ready when needed. Now is the time for Zhao Shang to show his worth. Zhao Shang understood instantly. He nodded subtly, his previously stiff smile fading, replaced by a look of an expert, one of scrutiny and pride. He cleared his throat, first bowing slightly toward Xiao Qingshan and Mo Tianqiong, showing a very proper gesture. Senior brother, Mr. Mo, since Meng has already set the stage, I will not be presumptuous. I humbly offer my thoughts. He deliberately emphasized the phrase set the stage, hinting at a subtle challenge. He first approached the painting titled, The Seven Gentlemen of the Bamboo Grove. Unlike Meng Mingyuan, who was immersed in admiration, Zhao Shang kept about a foot away, his sharp eyes scanning every detail of the painting. He examined the texture of the silk, the shades of ink, the seals, and the mounting craftsmanship. He examined very slowly, lightly tapping his fingers, and occasionally muttered a few technical terms, such as silk aging marks naturally. The ink here is slightly blurred, consistent with the period. This seal is indeed from the Song Imperial Collection. After a moment, he stepped back, nodded slightly, and spoke with a tone that deliberately sounded authoritative. Brother Meng, your eyes are sharp. This painting is undoubtedly a genuine work by Gu Kaiji. The brushwork, spirit, and provenance are all impeccable. An estimated value of 100 million is fair. He did not dwell too long on this painting, clearly indicating his focus was elsewhere. Next was a set of pigeon blood-red gemstone jewelry. He picked up a special magnifying glass, carefully examined the largest main stone for internal inclusions and color bands, then weighed the entire set. From an old mine in Myanmar's Mogaung region, with very high saturation, excellent cutting craftsmanship, typical of Victorian style. 80 million, a reasonable price. His evaluation remained concise, affirming Brother Meng's judgment and appearing fair and objective. Then he strolled over to the Namu wooden table and chairs. He did not touch them but bent down to smell their unique fragrance, then carefully inspected the wood grain and joinery. Manhwa wood, undoubtedly. The aroma is rich and layered, a top-quality material. The wood is oily and smooth, with a glossy patina, well preserved. 90 million, also a fair market price, he nodded again, seemingly agreeing with Meng Mingyuan's valuation. This series of affirmations eased Meng Mingyuan's expression slightly and brought a small sense of relief to Su Nianhe. However, when Zhao finally approached the sheep-fat white jade ring in the brocade box, the atmosphere noticeably changed. His movements slowed significantly, and his expression grew more serious. He carefully put on white gloves, held the ring in his palm, and slowly turned it to catch the light. His gaze was as precise as a scanner, examining every inch.
Time seemed to stretch at this moment.
Everyone held their breath, watching him repeatedly inspect the ring, especially the tiny carved characters on the inner wall, which he nearly pressed his eyes against. After a long while, he slowly placed the ring back in the brocade box, showing a look that seemed both regretful and insightful. He turned to Mo Tianqiong, shook his head slightly, and spoke in a deliberately deep voice. "Mr. Mo, this ring." Indeed, as Brother Meng said, the jade is top-quality sheep-fat white jade, carved in the style of the Dejing court, with inscriptions on the inner wall characteristic of the Emperor Wu of Shenwu. He suddenly changed his tone, speaking with confidence as if he had found a key flaw, but this single word instantly tightened everyone's hearts. "Everyone, please look," he said, pointing to a very tiny, almost invisible pattern inside the ring's band. "Here, there's a natural, very fine waterline. Although it is extremely hidden, it can still be seen under strong light from a certain angle. This indicates a flaw in the jade's natural quality. For a piece meant for the royal court, especially one given by a wise and talented ruler like Emperor Shenwu to a prince, such a flaw is almost unacceptable. It greatly reduces its value for inheritance and collection." He lifted his head and looked over everyone, finally fixing his gaze on Meng Mingyuan with a hint of regret that seemed to say, "I have the upper hand. Brother Meng, you are very knowledgeable and have sharp eyes. I believe this was just an oversight, and you didn't notice this tiny flaw. From my point of view, this flaw greatly reduces the ring's value. The original estimate of 200 million was a bit too optimistic. If it can be sold for 150 million, considering the rest of the piece is perfect, that would be a very high price." His words were reasonable and well-supported, pointing out the fatal flaw while seeming to give Meng Mingyuan a way out, blaming it on negligence. Mo Tianqiong frowned at the right moment, lightly tapping the table with his finger, making a dull sound, showing a look of realization. "So that's how it is. I almost got fooled." Suddenly, Su Nianhe's heart sank. It seemed Zhao was not someone to be easily challenged. She looked nervously at Meng Mingyuan and then at Su Zikai. Meanwhile, Xiao Qingshan, sitting upright like a pine tree, watched Zhao performance carefully. At first, he listened to Zhao fair comments on the previous items. Although he thought his junior brother was overly competitive, it was within the rules, just trying to outshine Meng Mingyuan and show off his eye for detail. But when he saw Zhao deliberately magnify that tiny waterline on the ring and use it to heavily devalue its worth, Xiao Qingshan's usually calm eyes flashed with a cold disappointment, even a hint of disgust for the first time. The scene before him made him understand everything instantly. His junior brother was no longer the young man who used to compete fiercely. He had become like a dog beside Mo Tianqiong. A dog that knows how to use its skills to find weaknesses in prey and help its owner get the biggest benefits. The so-called waterline was not a big problem in the eyes of experts. Some collectors even saw it as proof that the material was natural jade, which did not reduce its value as a top-quality ring used by the Emperor of Divine Martial. Zhao actions clearly showed he understood Mo Tianqiong's strong desire to buy. To help him lower the price, he deliberately found faults.
No wonder
the Su family's young master traveled a long way to personally invite this old man to come out of retirement. Xiao Qingshan silently sighed. His gaze swept over Meng Mingyuan, who looked unhappy, then over Su Nianhe, who looked worried, and finally settled on Suzuki, who had a cold expression. Besides me, in today's antique world, there are probably no others who can speak with authority and hold Zhao Shang's words in check. Judging by his skillful methods, he's probably helped Mo Tianxiong take what he wanted and made a lot of black money over the years. A deep anger slowly gathered in Xiao Qingshan's chest. This anger was not for personal revenge, but for the corrupted rules of the trade and for the younger generation oppressed by power and crooked logic. At that moment, Mo Tianxiong spoke. He looked as if he knew the truth and felt superior, glancing at Su Nianhe and Suzuki with a generous but undeniable tone. Since Master Shang pointed out this key flaw, the price of this ring naturally can't be 200 million. 150 million. I, Mo Tianxiong, keep my word. We can make the deal now. As for the other items, he pretended to think, just follow the estimate by Old Meng. I'll take all of them, and that will settle today's grand event. Su young master, Miss Su, what do you think? Zhao Shang stood nearby, slightly bowing his head, but a small, proud smile couldn't help but appear on his face. Everyone's eyes focused on Su Nianhe and Suzuki, waiting for their response. The tense atmosphere almost felt solid. Suzuki's eyes were cold. Just as he was about to speak, a calm, steady voice suddenly drew everyone's attention. Xiao Qingshan slowly lifted his eyelids. For the first time, his weathered eyes looked sharply at Zhao Shang. Junior brother. His voice was quiet but carried great strength, clearly reaching everyone's ears. Are you sure you saw clearly? That waterline. Is it really the proof of your innate deficiency? This calm but sharp question from Xiao Qingshan was like dropping a big stone into a quiet lake, instantly stirring up many waves. Everyone's eyes suddenly focused on the old man with white hair but sharp eyes. Zhao Shang's heart suddenly jumped. The proud smile on his face froze instantly, then quickly changed to a look of misunderstanding, with a hint of grievance and innocence. His voice also raised a little. Senior brother, what do you mean by that? He spread his hands as if he had been greatly wronged. Could it be that I, Zhao Shang, would deliberately belittle the value of this jade ring in front of you and everyone here? How would that benefit me? His words sounded confident, but he was actually insecure inside. Before Xiao Qingshan arrived, he had already checked the ring many times at Mo Tianxiong's urgent request. He knew its true value very well, far beyond the 200 million that Meng Mingyuan mentioned. Otherwise, Mo Tianxiong wouldn't have gone to such lengths, waiting for his expert junior brother to confirm. He did have the idea of helping Mo Tianxiong lower the price, but he believed that the so-called waterline flaw he pointed out was reasonable and seemed flawless. Meng Mingyuan and others couldn't refute him at the moment, and that was because of this. Deep down, he didn't believe that his reclusive senior brother, who had lived in a mountain village for over 10 years and was almost out of touch with the market, could find flaws in such subtle details, let alone accurately grasp the ever-changing market trends. Times have changed, senior brother. A faint sense of challenge even rose in his heart. Xiao Qingshan saw clearly the fleeting guilt and defiance in his eyes. He was not angry, only slightly smiled with a subtle, insightful expression and slowly said, "Oh? It seems you want to test whether I, your old senior brother, still have some tricks up my sleeve, whether I still have a few real skills left." "Not at all. Junior brother, I mean no disrespect," Zhao Shang quickly denied, but his straight posture and slightly raised chin revealed his confidence. He was sure that Xiao Qingshan couldn't produce stronger evidence. That's good. Xiao Qingshan no longer looked at him. Instead, his gaze shifted to the focal point, the jade ring. His eyes instantly became sharp and focused, like an experienced general preparing for battle. "Since you have doubts, today I, your senior brother, will make you and everyone here convinced." He slowly stood up. His movements were calm and steady, full of confidence. Unlike Zhao Shang, who wore white gloves, Xiao Qingshan used his steady hands, marked by years but still firm, to pick up the white jade ring. His fingertips gently touched every part of the ring's surface, his eyes focused as if silently communicating with the ancient object. The whole second floor was so quiet that only faint breathing could be heard. After a moment, Xiao Qingshan looked up calmly at Zhao Shang and asked, "Junior brother, you keep saying that the water line shows the jade's natural flaws. But have you ever studied whether the direction of this water line relates to the brush strokes carved inside the ring, especially the poetic inscriptions?" Zhao Shang was stunned and instinctively replied, The water line is naturally formed. How could it relate to the carved poetry? That's wrong." Xiao Qingshan's voice suddenly became clear and authoritative. "It is precisely this seemingly flawed water line that proves how precious and extraordinary this item is." He held the ring up to the light, signaling everyone to look closely. "Please observe, does this winding water line avoid all the key parts of the carved strokes? Especially the vertical hook in the sword character and the dot in the heart character. The craftsmanship cleverly avoids the water line, even using the subtle color differences at the edges of the water line to enhance the three-dimensional feel and charm of the strokes." His gaze was sharp as he looked at Zhao Shang, whose face slightly changed. "This is no coincidence. It shows that the court jade carver, who crafted this piece long ago, had already noticed this feature of the jade. Instead of discarding it, he used his brilliant ideas and superb skills to turn what seemed like a flaw into a highlight. This is the highest level of craftsmanship, adapting to the material and turning flaws into beauty. It perfectly embodies the spirit of artisanship and artistic skill. Its value should not be diminished because of the flaw, but instead, it should be celebrated for its unique craftsmanship and artistic achievement." He paused briefly and spoke firmly. "Therefore, this ring used by the divine martial emperor is valued at 200 million. That is not an overestimate. In my opinion, if a true collector with good taste sees it, the price could go up by another 200 million, which is reasonable." His words were like a thunderclap, shocking Zhao Shang into stunned silence. His face turned from red to white, and he stammered but couldn't say a word to refute. Mo Tianxiong's face also instantly turned very grim. The price of the jade ring suddenly increased by 2 billion. This number hit him like a heavy stone, catching him off guard. Although the customer behind was willing to pay a higher price, once the final bid reached 4 billion, he knew that the profit from this deal had decreased a lot. He also couldn't afford to lose credibility. He was full of questions. Who exactly is Su Nianhe? Why would Xiao Qingshan break his silence to support her and protect her so fiercely? But the investigation clearly showed that this girl had no background at all, which was truly puzzling. Xiao Qingshan ignored them. He gently put down the ring and then slowly walked to the painting titled The Seven Gentlemen in the Bamboo Forest. As for this painting, he said with a distant gaze, as if looking through time, Brother Meng's words are true. It is indeed a genuine work by Gu Kaiji. An estimate of 100 million is fair. He then turned his words and pointed to a barely noticeable, water stain-like mark on the edge of the painting. However, Mingyuan did not notice this spot. It is not damage, but a tea stain accidentally dropped by an emperor who loved this painting during the Song dynasty. Later, court painters carefully treated it, leaving almost no trace. This is recorded in a historical note from the Song era, and the location and appearance match perfectly. He looked around at everyone, his eyes shining with wisdom. This mark not only does not diminish the painting's value, but adds a unique story to its history. It is a witness to history, a living inheritance. Its historical significance is priceless. Therefore, the price of this painting should be increased by another 20 million. Meng Mingyuan nodded excitedly, his eyes full of genuine admiration for Xiao Qingshan. Next, Xiao Qingshan moved toward a set of rare Nanmu, southern wood, tables and chairs. He examined the mortise and tenon joints carefully, then slightly frowned. The wood and fragrance are indeed top quality. Brother Meng's judgment is correct. However, this set of tables and chairs was not commissioned by the early princes of the Great Shang dynasty. Based on the details of the joints and the ware, it appears to be a mid-period reproduction made by court artisans imitating early styles. Although skillfully crafted, it is not the original full set, which is a bit unfortunate. Therefore, the price needs to be lowered by 10 million and 80 million is a safer estimate. Finally, he looked at the set of pigeon blood-red gemstone jewelry. He only held up the main stone to the light and confidently said, Brother Meng is right. It comes from the old mine in Mocha, Myanmar. But the internal inclusion patterns show it is from the rare and long-depleted Pigeon Blood King vein mine in Mocha. Such gemstones have been reaching new high prices at international auctions in recent years. The estimate of 80 million is a bit conservative. It should be increased by 15 million, making it 95 million to truly reflect its value. Xiao Qingshan's analysis was clear and logical, not only accurately countering Zhao Shang's false claims, but also showing his deep knowledge, careful observation, and precise understanding of the market. After his statement, Zhao Shang's face turned pale, and cold sweat dripped down his forehead. He could no longer say a word. His carefully built image of authority collapsed before the true experts. Mo Tianqiong's face was so dark it seemed like it could drip water. He stared at Xiao Qingshan intensely and glared harshly at the useless Zhao Shang. Meanwhile, Su Nianhe, Su Zikai, and others looked on with excitement and admiration. When old Xiao appeared, no one could compare. The situation had completely turned around. Mo Tianqiong's face was ashen, his chest heaved heavily, and finally, he squeezed out a few words through clenched teeth. The jade ring, for 100 million. I want it. And that set of 7 gentlemen of the bamboo grove, the rare agarwood table and chairs, and the pigeon blood ruby. I'll buy all of them at the prices Xiao Lao identified. He almost bit his back teeth to say this, trying to keep his last dignity, but his tense voice revealed his pain and unwillingness. Quite a big move, Su Nianhe secretly marveled. Old Mo really went all out for the jade ring. But she quickly shook her head inwardly. She had no intention of selling 2 of those items. The pigeon blood ruby was a token of Shun Yan's affection, different from the casually given jade ring. Today's display was just a show-off. As for the 7 gentlemen of the bamboo grove painting, she had already decided to give it to old Xiao. Since old Xiao entered, she had keenly noticed that his seemingly calm gaze had lingered on the painting several times. It was a genuine sign of appreciation and fascination from someone who truly loved art. She was about to politely refuse Mo Tianqiong's request to buy her painting when suddenly, Su Zikai's cold and firm voice sounded beside her. Old Mo, Su Zikai nodded slightly, speaking calmly but with undeniable strength. I know you are wealthy, but tonight, I really like this painting, The 7 Gentlemen in the Bamboo Forest. I hope you can let it go and not take what others love. That. Su Nianhe was momentarily stunned, looking at Su Zikai with confusion. As far as she knew, Su Zikai didn't have a habit of collecting ancient paintings, and she had never seen him show such strong possessiveness over an antique before. Why has he suddenly taken a liking to this painting? Did he notice her intention and deliberately speak up for her? Or is there another reason? Hearing this, Mo Tianqiong's already unpleasant face darkened further, like iron, and his suppressed anger almost burst out. Young Su, what do you mean? Are you deliberately trying to go against me? Mo Tianqiong? He raised his voice sharply with an aggressive tone. You just interrupted about the jade ring earlier, and now you want this painting too. Su Zikai remained calm in the face of his anger, his gaze deepening slightly. Old Mo, you're overreacting. I have no intention of causing trouble. I've liked this painting for a long time. I just didn't speak earlier. What? You've liked this painting for a long time? Su Nianhe was completely stunned. This painting was clearly something he helped her retrieve from kidnappers back then, and he never showed any particular fondness for it at that time.
Could it be?
He also noticed old Master Zhao's favoritism for this painting, and wants to buy it to give to Xiao Qingshan? Thinking of this, Su Nianhe glanced towards Su Zikai and saw him nodding continuously. At that moment, she realized her guess was correct and immediately started planning. Boss Su, is this treasure collection shop yours? Or is it young Su's? Mo Tianqiong no longer looked at Su Zikai, but instead pressed the pressure on Su Nianhe with a stern look, as if saying, You must give me an explanation today. Su Nianhe looked at Mo Tianqiong, whose face was ashen and determined, then at Su Zikai, who remained calm but equally unyielding. Her mind raced quickly. These two were now at odds. Confronting each other head-on wouldn't be a good idea. She needed to think of a way to satisfy both sides. Then, she had an idea. She suddenly remembered that among the large box of ancient paintings Shun Yenji had sent, besides the 7 sages in the bamboo grove, there were also 2 other works personally painted by Crown Prince Xiao Jingting, galloping 9 horses and returning herd in autumn woods. Because the 7 sages in the bamboo grove was so famous, she had casually placed the other 2 paintings at the bottom of the cabinet in her second-floor office, not planning to display them again.
She had almost forgotten about them. Perhaps she could take them out now.
If paintings of the same quality could satisfy Mo Tianqiong's desire to buy, it might ease the current tension. After all, his main goal tonight was the jade thumb ring. Everything else was secondary. Thinking of this, Su Nianhe smiled. Her smile was like a spring breeze calming the tense air, carrying a soothing warmth. Mr. Mo, please don't be upset. Of course, this treasure pavilion belongs to me, and I have the final say over what's here. Her clear voice drew everyone's attention. Mr. Su, please be patient as well. I know, Mr. Mo, that your main interest tonight is the jade ring, and the other items are just for your collection. I happen to have 2 more paintings in private that I believe are no less valuable than the 7 sages in the bamboo grove. If you both could wait a moment, I'll bring them out for everyone to appreciate.
How about that?
Goodness, how many treasures does this girl have? Everyone on the second floor, including several well-informed elders, looked at her in disbelief. All eyes turned toward Su Nianhe. Su Zikai frowned slightly, his gaze filled with curiosity and a hint of uncertainty, as if reassessing this seemingly simple young woman. Mo Tianqiong took a deep breath, forcing down his anger, and said in a deep voice, "Oh, if Miss Su can truly bring out paintings equal in quality to the 7 sages in the bamboo grove, I'll gladly give up on that one without complaint." He wanted to see what tricks this young lady could pull.
Deal.
A promise is a promise.
Su Nianhe replied cheerfully.
Where will you get them? Do you need my help? Su Zikai stepped forward, his tone showing concern. No need, Mr. Su, Su Nianhe said with a gentle smile, pointing to the nearby office. They're right here. Under everyone's curious gaze, Su Nianhe walked gracefully into the office next door and effortlessly pulled out 2 slightly aged scrolls from the bottom of an unremarkable cabinet. She carefully carried the scroll back to the mysterious wooden table. As everyone gathered around, she slowly unrolled both paintings at the same time. When the full images appeared, the entire second floor seemed to fall silent. Xiao Qingshan suddenly leaned forward, his eyes shining with excitement like never before. Zhao Shang opened his mouth wide, forgetting to close it. Meng Mingyuan, Old Zhang, Old Li, Old Wang, and Old Zhou, experts in appraisal, almost gasped at the same time, their faces showing shock and disbelief. The 2 paintings were elegant and old-fashioned, with strong brushstrokes and high artistic meaning. One was a grand scene of galloping horses titled 9 Horses in Full Charge, and the other was a peaceful scene of a shepherd returning home at dusk called Autumn Forest Shepherd. The unique imperial seal on the corner clearly identified them as genuine works by Prince Xiao Jingting of the long-lost Jing dynasty, from the Jing Yao era. Their artistic and historical value was just as high as Gu Kaiji's famous 7 Gentlemen in the Bamboo Grove. However, Su Nianhe looked uncertain. She looked up at Mo Tianqiong, who was still stunned, and asked casually, "Old Mo, what do you think? How do these 2 paintings compare to that 7 Gentlemen in the Bamboo Grove?" Her casual question was like pouring cold water into a boiling pot, instantly causing a commotion on the second floor and making everyone's jaws drop. This. Xiao Qingshan pointed at the 2 paintings, his hand trembling slightly. He was so excited he couldn't form complete words. His eyes, which had seen countless treasures, were wide open, filled with disbelief, joy, and shock. Zhao Shang was even more panicked. He ignored his usual calm and kept signaling to Mo Tianqiong with his eyes, mouthing silently, "Hurry.
Take it."
This is a huge opportunity. Mo Tianqiong didn't need the reminder. His heart was pounding, and he forced himself to stay calm despite the rush of excitement. He quickly responded, voice urgent, as if afraid Su Nianhe might change her mind. "All right. Miss Su, since Mr. Su is so fond of that seven gentlemen in the bamboo grove, I won't insist. But I'll buy these two new paintings for 100 million. Without waiting for anyone's reaction, he waved to the bodyguards behind him. Take them away. What? That's it? Su Nianhe was momentarily stunned. The excuses she had prepared to persuade Mo Tianqiong hadn't even been used yet. The smoothness of the situation caught her off guard. Wait! Xiao Qingshan finally caught his breath, quickly stepped forward, and with his old but strong hand, pressed on the scroll. His expression was serious. Boss Mo, this matter still needs careful thought. What's wrong now? Su Nianhe felt a bit annoyed inside. She secretly muttered, isn't it all for old Master Xiao to smoothly get this seven gentlemen of the bamboo grove? I reluctantly brought out these two hidden treasures to deal with Mo Tianqiong. Why are you causing trouble now? Mo Tianqiong's patience was clearly running out. His face darkened, and he no longer showed any politeness to Xiao Qingshan.
Xiao Qingshan,
Are you done? People respect you because you used to be the former director of Jing City. I tell you, in front of me, Mo Tianqiong, you're just like your useless junior brother, a mere appraiser. It's not your turn to keep pointing fingers again and again, you. Arrogant. Xiao Qingshan had never been insulted so openly before, especially by someone like Mo Tianqiong. He felt a surge of anger in his chest. His face turned red instantly, his body swayed, and he pointed at Mo Tianqiong, speechless. Grandpa Zeng, Xiao Zhiheng was so frightened that he hurriedly helped him, looking anxious. Su Zikai saw this, and his eyes suddenly turned icy. He stepped forward, radiating a fierce aura, ready to lose his temper. Su Nianhe's heart tightened. She knew that if things continued like this, the situation would spiral out of control. She quickly walked over to Xiao Qingshan, leaned close to his ear, and whispered a few words at a very fast speed that only the two of them could hear. No one knew what she said. They only saw Xiao Qingshan's anger and redness on his face fade away visibly, replaced by surprise. Then a smile appeared on his face. He looked deeply at Su Nianhe, slowly lowered his hand from the scroll, took a step back, and said nothing. Su Nianhe finally let out a breath of relief. She turned to Mo Tianqiong with a proper smile on her face. Old Mo, since you're very satisfied with these two paintings, let's stick to our agreement. The seven gentlemen of the bamboo grove will be given to Mr. Su. These two paintings, 9 horses galloping and autumn forest returning to pasture, for 100 million. Deal. God knows how valuable these two authentic princes' artworks truly are. This girl is really too easy to fool. Mo Tianqiong felt very happy inside. If it weren't for the young man from the Su family and the old men like Xiao Qingshan and Meng Mingyuan being present, he wouldn't have realized how much he could gain today.
Good.
Miss Su is very straightforward. Mo Tianqiong agreed quickly and signaled his bodyguards to roll up and store the 2 scrolls. He was determined not to give them a chance to examine or regret. That's settled then, Su Nianhe nodded and continued. Also, the pigeon blood-red gemstone jewelry was a gift from an old friend, symbolizing friendship. I don't plan to sell it, so I hope Mr. Mo will understand. By this time, Mo Tianqiong was very proud. He didn't care much about the set of gemstones. With a big wave of his hand, he appeared very generous. All right. Since Miss Su wants to keep it as a keepsake, I definitely won't force a purchase. He looked at the time and urged, it's getting late. Please send someone to carefully pack that jade ring for me. Also, the set of Nanmu wooden table and chairs should be handled properly. I'll arrange for people to come and move them. The deal was finalized in this somewhat hurried but secretly tense atmosphere. Su Nianhe finally managed to settle Mo Tianqiong, the big shot, and hurriedly ordered Linya to find professionals to carefully pack the set of Nanmu wooden table and chairs to prevent any damage. Meanwhile, she carefully placed Shen Yan's jade tablet into a delicate jewelry box and personally handed it to Mo Tianqiong. As for the 2 paintings, they had already been securely held in Mo Tianqiong's hands. After everything was arranged, Su Nianhe accompanied him downstairs to settle the payment. 100 million for the 2 ancient paintings, 80 million for the redwood table and chairs, and 400 million for the jade tablet, totaling 580 million. Mo Tianxiong took out a black card with a raised hand. Meng He, standing nearby, had never seen such a high-value transaction before. His fingers trembled slightly as he swiped the card. Once the payment was confirmed, Su Nianhe thoughtfully gifted a 20,000 yuan celadon bowl. Mo Tianxiong was very pleased with this attentive service, a slight smile appearing on his face. You, girl, really know how to do business. Before leaving, he agreed with Su Nianhe to send someone in an hour to transport the Nanmu table and chairs. Then he turned and left. As Mo Tianxiong happily left Zhengzhen's with his loot, the tense atmosphere on the second floor seemed to slowly begin to flow again. Led by Meng Mingyuan, several experts quickly gathered around Xiao Qingshan. They took turns excitedly discussing the beauty of the two royal calligraphy pieces, their tone full of amazement and nostalgia. Meanwhile, Su Zakai's mind was elsewhere. His deep eyes kept exploring, fixed on Su Nianhe, who was confidently directing the follow-up arrangements. Unable to contain his curiosity, he took a chance and pulled Su Nianhe aside to a quieter corner. Nianhe, he lowered his voice, with a tone of firm inquiry. Can you tell me what you just said to old Xiao? He remembered Xiao Qingshan's expression changing from anger to calm, even showing a smile, and felt that this girl was secretly planning something. Su Nianhe looked up, a hint of cleverness flashing in her clear eyes, like a shooting star across the night sky, so fast that it was hard to catch. She slightly smiled, with a touch of pride and mystery. You'll find out soon. After saying that, she also directed Su Zakai. Go keep old Xiao and the others company. I need to use the restroom. Su Zakai was momentarily stunned by her words. Watching her graceful figure turn away, he realized for the first time that this girl, who once needed his protection, was growing rapidly and had developed her own ways. He helplessly shook his head, a faint smile unconsciously appearing on his lips. Following her instructions, he returned to the group of elderly gentlemen engaged in lively discussion. Su Nianhe hurried into the restroom, locked the door behind her, and her calm expression was instantly replaced by an uncontrollable excitement. She quickly took out a wooden token she carried with her, focused her mind, and in the next moment, appeared on the second floor of that mysterious space. Her goal was clear. She headed straight for the office on the second floor, struggling to drag out a dusty, large wooden box from behind a heavy cabinet. Opening the box, she found it filled with rolled paintings and calligraphy. This was the generous gift left for her by Xin Yan, a handwritten work by Crown Prince Xiao Jingting. Besides the ones already revealed, almost all the others were stored here. Things are valuable because they are rare, Su Nianhe whispered to herself, gently brushing her fingertips over the precious scrolls. Her eyes sparkled with the thrill of her mischief. Mo Tianxiong, you rely on your wealth and power, always trying to overpower me, almost making old Master Xiao angry enough to have a bad time. Let me give you a little lesson so you can see that what you consider a rare treasure, eager to away, may not be so rare in my hands. Thinking of this, she no longer hesitated. She took a deep breath and struggled to lift the heavy wooden box. With a flick of her mind, she left the space. When Su Nianhe appeared again on the second floor holding a large wooden box, everyone's attention was drawn to her once more. The shock from the previous masterpiece by the Crown Prince had not yet fully faded. What was this now? Xiao Qingshan, Meng Mingyuan, Old Zhang, Old Li, Old Wang, Old Zhou, along with Su Zakai and Xiao Zhiheng, all looked at her with confusion. Su Nianhe placed the wooden box with a loud bang on the empty space beside the purple wood table. She brushed off the dust on her hands and smiled sincerely, with a hint of apology. Director Xiao, Teacher Meng, Old Zhang, Old Li, Old Wang, Old Zhou, and Mr. Su. She looked at each of them in turn. All of you seniors have worked hard today for Nianhe's sake, especially Director Xiao, who has suffered quite a bit. I am young and inexperienced. If I have been inconsiderate before, I hope you will forgive me. She paused, then continued warmly, I have no way to repay you, only to show my gratitude. I will give each of you a painting as a small token of thanks for your righteous words and great help today. As soon as she finished speaking, she bent down and opened the wooden box. Under everyone's surprised gaze, she took out scrolls like handing out brochures one by one, stuffing each person with a scroll. Even Suzuki was not spared. She handed him a scroll, making him lower his head to look at it, frowning slightly, completely puzzled. Young Miss Su, what are you doing? Mang Mingyuan held a scroll, both amused and confused. The other old gentlemen looked at each other, feeling that her way of thanking them was too straightforward, too sudden. Open it and take a look. It's just a small token, a sign of my respect, Su Nianha urged with a bright smile, her eyes full of expectation. The few old men, confused by her attitude, instinctively unrolled the scrolls slowly. The first to exclaim was Mang Mingyuan. His hand trembled and almost dropped the scroll. This is the Clear Mountains and Streams painting? And the seal of Prince Xiao Jingteng. Next, old Zhang quickly adjusted his glasses, his voice trembling. The Pine Wind and the Reclusive Scholar? An authentic piece. The ink color, the brushstrokes, there's no mistake. Old Li held the moonlit lotus pond painting, his fingers trembling as he gently touched the seal, his lips trembling, unable to speak for a long time. Old Wang and Old Zhou also opened their scrolls. One was the fisherman singing at dusk, and the other a landscape painting. They exchanged glances, both seeing a wave of shock in each other's eyes. Xiao Qingshan looked at this snowy night visiting die painting in his hand, then at the large wooden box on the ground that seemed to hold many scrolls. Though experienced, he felt a shiver run down his spine. An absurd and shocking idea suddenly struck him. He quickly looked at Su Nianha, filled with disbelief and curiosity. Su Nianha met his gaze, playfully blinked, and nodded slightly. In an instant, Xiao Qingshan understood everything. He understood why she had stopped him earlier, and why she so generously sold those 2 paintings to Mo Tianqiong. This girl. She was setting a trap. A treasure worth 100 million to Mo Tianqiong had suddenly become a common gift that everyone could have. He was stunned at first, then a complex expression appeared on his face, partly amused, partly relieved, finally turning into a light, amazed laugh as he shook his head. This girl's revenge was quite strong, but her methods were ruthless and precise. Suzuki also finally unrolled his scroll, revealing a painting titled Fishing Alone in the Cold River. He looked at the prince's seal on the painting, then glanced around at the several flustered old men and their paintings, which clearly came from the same source. His sharp business mind instantly understood Su Nianha's plan. He took a deep breath, suppressing his shock, and looked at Su Nianha with a new respect and a faint, hard-to-notice admiration. Su Nianha, your wide-net strategy. Mo Tianqiong's 100 million might end up in your hands. He could almost imagine how amusing it would be when multiple, lost, authentic prince paintings appeared on the market, and how proud Mo Tianqiong's smug face would look. Hearing this, Su Nianha simply shrugged innocently, but a sly smile like a little fox appeared on her lips. What is President Su saying? I just sincerely thank everyone here. As for the market trend, rarity makes things valuable. Old Mo probably understands this better than I do, right? Mang Mingyuan, Lao Zhang, and others listened to Su Nianha and Suzuki's pointed conversation. They looked down at the generous gift in their hands, each of them clearly aware of the situation. They couldn't help but secretly sweat, feeling grateful that they hadn't been as aggressive as Mo Tianqiong. This girl, Su, looks young and innocent, but her methods are truly impressive. Xiao Qingshan, having already received Su Nianha's secret report, showed no surprise on his face. He stroked his beard and looked at Su Nianha with a new, slightly amazed and indulgent gaze. He thought to himself, this girl is much cleverer than that old friend. She is sharp and quick-witted. If that old friend had half her insight and skills, why would he have been defeated by the Liu family back then? Everyone received such a generous gift. Their feelings were complicated and excited. Seeing that the night had deepened, they didn't stay long. They all thanked Su Nianha and took their leave. Before leaving, each selected a few favorite antique porcelain pieces from the shop, both to take care of business and to show their goodwill. Soon, only Su Nianhe, Su Zikai, and Xiao Qingshan's family remained on the second floor. Su Zikai saw the right moment and decided to fulfill his promise. He said to Su Nianhe, about that 7 gentlemen of the bamboo grove. Before he finished, his intention was clear. He wanted to buy it to give to Xiao Qingshan. But Su Nianhe had already seen through his thoughts. She smiled gently and interrupted him. President Su, please be patient. Then she turned around, carefully walked to the wall, and very carefully took down the 7 Gentlemen of the Bamboo Grove, painting by Gu Kaiji. She skillfully rolled it up and placed it into a delicate purple sandalwood tube. Holding it with both hands, she walked straight to Xiao Qingshan and solemnly handed it to him. Xiao Qingshan was clearly stunned. He looked at the rolled-up painting in front of him, then looked at Su Nianhe's sincere smile. He was momentarily at a loss. Girl, what are you doing? This gift is too valuable. I can't accept it. He truly loved this painting, but he didn't expect Su Nianhe to be so generous. Su Nianhe spoke sincerely and earnestly, with a tone that left no room for refusal. Today, you helped me identify the jade ring, and with just one sentence, I earned an extra 200 million. This friendship can't be compared to a simple painting. Besides, she playfully blinked. If this painting stays in someone else's hands, it might just gather dust and fade away. That would be a real waste. Only in the hands of someone who truly understands and loves art, like you, does it find its true value and the best home. Xiao Qingshan was amused by her sincere praise and flattery, laughing heartily. The slight hesitation he felt disappeared instantly. He took the heavy scroll and looked at it with admiration. Good. Good girl. Truly teachable, clever. I like that. It's just a pity. His tone shifted, carrying a meaningful tone. Someone might lose a treasure without realizing it, and in the future, they might regret it deeply. Su Nianhe's heart moved, and she quickly asked, Old Xiao, what do you mean by that? Xiao Qingshan simply waved his hand and changed the subject. Nothing much. As you get older, you tend to reflect on things. Girl, if you find something valuable that you can't quite see clearly, or if you encounter any difficulties, just come to me, old man. Next to them, Su Zikai watched their back and forth, feeling like an outsider. He couldn't help but feel confused and reminded them, Old Xiao, what about me? He was the one who had gone through so much trouble to invite Xiao Qingshan, yet now it seemed like the special advisor treatment no longer included him. Xiao Qingshan glanced at him sideways, teasingly. As for you, your luck is pretty good, but I wonder, do you have the vision and opportunity to seize it? After saying that, he turned away and called his grandson. Ji-hung, let's go. Although Su Zikai felt a bit frustrated by Xiao Qingshan's words, he maintained his composure. Old Xiao, I'll see you off. Su Nianhe also hurriedly said, Old Xiao, I'll see you off too. She was still thinking about Xiao Qingshan's pointed words earlier and wanted to find out if he knew something about her background. No need, girl. Xiao Qingshan stopped and turned to look at her, his expression becoming more serious. You should focus on your own work. But if Mo Tianqiong finds out about today's matter, he probably won't let it go easily. That old man is quite cunning, so you need to be very careful. He glanced at Su Zikai and spoke more gently. Fortunately, the Su family young man is backing you up. He probably wouldn't dare to hurt you openly, but his secret methods are hard to defend against. Be careful. After saying that, Xiao Qingshan didn't stay any longer. He, along with Xiao Zhiheng, supported by his cane, walked steadily down the stairs. Su Zikai looked deeply at Su Nianhe. His expression was complicated, filled with lingering doubts and a faint, hard-to-see worry. Then, he quickly followed behind. Su Nianhe stood on the mostly empty second floor, staring blankly at the direction Xiao Qingshan and Su Zikai left. Her mind was still tangled with old Zhao's meaningful words about losing a pearl and the warning about Mo Tianqiong. It wasn't until Lin Ye's lively footsteps and the figures of 2 men carrying toolboxes came upstairs that her thoughts were interrupted. Senior Sister Nianhe, the professional packaging master you asked for has arrived, Lin Ye said, stepping aside to let the two uniformed men with toolboxes follow her. Su Nianhe immediately focused her attention, showing a proper smile as she stepped forward. "Thank you. Please follow me." She led the two men to the precious agarwood table and chairs, speaking seriously. "Master, I believe you can see that this is top-quality agarwood. I have only one request. From packaging to loading and transportation, everything must be perfectly secure. No bumps or scratches are allowed, no matter the cost." The two packers looked at the smooth, flowing grain of the wood, which emitted a faint, elegant fragrance that was refreshing and calming. They knew this was truly high-grade material. One of the older workers carefully examined the structure and carved details of the furniture, then exchanged a glance with his partner before giving a cautious quote. "Miss Su, I won't hide it from you. For such valuable items, we need to use the highest standard shock-absorbing materials, with multiple layers of independent wrapping and fixing. The packaging materials and labor costs are quite high, at least over 20,000 yuan, specifically about 21,680 yuan. What do you think?" Normally, Su Nianhe might consider it more carefully, but today she had just received a huge sum of money, several hundred million. This packaging fee was nothing to her. She nodded readily. "All right, as you say. I only care about the result, that my things arrive intact." The two workers were a bit surprised by her quick decision, but then became more serious, promising repeatedly, "Miss Su, you can rest assured. We rely on our reputation and skills to do this job. I will ensure that your items are packed securely, so even if the vehicle bumps, nothing will be damaged." "Thank you very much." After receiving Su Nianhe's approval, the two of them said no more and quickly went downstairs to the parking lot to clean and prepare the packaging materials. Soon, they returned carrying large rolls of thick pearl cotton, bubble wrap, custom-cut high-density foam boards, new dust-proof velvet covers, and special reinforcement corner strips and straps. Their actions were professional and swift. First, they carefully covered the tables and chairs with soft velvet covers to prevent hard materials from touching the wooden surfaces directly. Next, like dressing a baby, they wrapped the items with cut pearl cotton and bubble wrap as the first layer of cushioning, paying special attention to the corners, leaving no gaps. Then, they precisely cut high-density foam boards according to the size of each part of the furniture, creating individual nests for the legs, tabletops, and backs, carefully fitting the wrapped parts into these compartments. Finally, they used straps to securely fix each part inside a custom wooden box frame, ensuring everything stayed in place during transport. Every step was meticulous and coordinated, showing their extensive experience. About half an hour later, the truck arranged by Mo Tianqiong arrived on time outside the shop. The two packers actively coordinated with the driver and helpers, guiding them on how to lift and handle the heavy wooden boxes carefully onto the truck, then fix them with anti-slip chains. Once everything was in place, the truck slowly started moving, carrying the priceless 8 million yuan agarwood table and chairs away. Su Nianhe then let out a long breath, settled the payment with the packers, and after they left, looked at her watch. It was already past 6 p.m. reflecting on the day's ups and downs, from being doubted and pressured, to fighting back fiercely, giving a generous gift of artwork and making important connections. Her experience had been full of surprises. Now, feeling relaxed, she sensed her heartbeat still lingering with the tension, a bit tired but mostly feeling a sense of relief and happiness after releasing her stress. She turned around and saw Meng He and Lin Yi busy inside the shop, tidying the counter and reorganizing some antiques they had previously stored and set aside, focused and dedicated. Su Nianhe felt a warm feeling in her heart and said loudly, "Meng He, Lin Yi, thank you for your hard work today. You've been worried and busy all day. Stop packing up. It's on me. I'll treat you to a big meal to reward you. You can choose the place." When Meng He and Lin Yi heard this, they almost stopped what they were doing at the same time, and their faces immediately lit up with joy. Meng He was the first to jump up, eyes shining, and said loudly, "Boss is awesome. I want to go to the most luxurious and grand Zunshang Jinzun in Beijing. I heard every dish there costs several months of my salary." Lin Yi rolled her eyes at Meng He with a bit of disdain, then took Su Nianhe's arm and said playfully, "Nianhe, don't listen to him. Zunshang Jinzun is just famous, and the taste is so. If you want to go somewhere really classy, go to Yunding Yanfu. That's a place with elegant surroundings and the best dishes, truly refined. Both of them looked at Su Nianhe eagerly, like two small animals waiting to be fed, full of anticipation. Su Nianhe looked at these two lively friends, one chasing luxury, the other valuing taste, and couldn't help but chuckle. All the tension and fatigue of the day seemed to melt away a little. She helplessly but affectionately shook her head and quickly agreed, all right, I see your little ambitions. Today, Meng He will go to Zunshang Jinzun and see what real grandeur is. Tomorrow, Linya will go to Yunding Yanfu to enjoy the finest taste and style. Is that okay now? Long live the boss. Meng He excitedly punched the air. Nianhe is the best. Linya also smiled happily. The three of them stepped out of Zhangzhenjai. Su Nianhe turned around, locked the heavy security door with a click, and the sound of the metal latch settling echoed in the dusk. She was about to walk toward the parking lot when Chen Liheng followed closely behind, his figure close but perfectly measured. Su Nianhe rubbed her aching forehead and turned her head, initially planning to tell him he could relax tonight as a day off. But as the words reached her lips, memories of previous dangers flashed through her mind, making her feel uneasy. She sighed softly and finally made a decision. Meng He, Su Nianhe turned to the excited young assistant and said, "You take Chen's car." Meng He's eyes lit up, and he almost jumped with excitement in response. He had admired this quiet but skilled bodyguard for a long time. He heard that he came from a mysterious and powerful special forces unit in Port City, and his martial arts skills were excellent. Having a chance to ride in the same car was perfect for getting closer. Maybe he could even learn a move or two. His little plan was working perfectly. Su Nianhe then said to Linya, who was holding her arm, "Linya, sit in my car." "No problem, Sister Nianhe." Linya nodded obediently. She didn't mind which car she sat in, as long as she could go to the Zunshang Jinzun event and see something interesting. However, Chen Lifeng's eyebrows twitched slightly, almost unnoticed. His main job was to protect Su Nianhe and keep her out of his sight, even if they were in the same convoy. He instinctively felt uneasy. He opened his mouth to speak, about to object. "Miss Su, I think." But Su Nianhe seemed to see through his thoughts. She raised her hand to stop him, her tone gentle but firm. "Bodyguard Chen, just arrange it like this. Meng, he can learn some steady skills from you." She paused and added, "Follow behind and stay safe." Chen Lifeng swallowed his words, as his client had already given clear instructions. As a professional, he could only obey. He nodded and replied in a deep voice, "Yes, Miss Su. I will stay close to your car. Please be careful too." He couldn't help but remind her, "Don't worry." Su Nianhe smiled, took out her car keys, and headed to her vehicle. Linya made a silly face at Meng He and quickly followed. Meng He happily moved closer to Chen Lifeng, looking at him with admiration. "Brother Feng, are we riding in your car? That's awesome. I heard you're from the Port City Special Forces? Is that true? Your skills must be." He kept talking, eyes eagerly watching Chen Lifeng's sturdy-looking off-road vehicle. Chen Lifeng simply responded with a faint as a reply. He opened the driver's door but kept his eyes on Su Nianhe's car, which had already started. When her car slowly left the parking lot, he smoothly got into the driver's seat and told Meng He outside the passenger door, "Get in and fasten your seatbelt."
Got it.
Meng He quickly got into the car, hurriedly fastened his seatbelt, and kept asking, "Brother Feng, what do you usually practice in training? Grappling fights? Wall climbing?" Chen Lifeng ignored Meng He's continuous questions. He skillfully started the engine and controlled the vehicle, moving as swiftly and accurately as a cheetah into the traffic. He closely followed Su Nianhe's car, maintaining a perfect safe distance. Most of his attention was on the road and the car ahead. Only when Meng He's questions became really noisy did he respond briefly with a word or two. The two cars, one in front and one behind, drove through the gradually brightening streets toward Beijing's most famous, Zunshang Jinzun. Half an hour later, both cars entered the brightly lit parking lot of Zunshang Jinzun, which was as grand as a top-tier car show. Su Nianha's sports car and Chen Lifin's black car stopped steadily in designated parking spots, guided by attentive waiters dressed in uniforms. The group got out of the cars and were immediately impressed by the palace-like building and the two majestic golden guardian lions at the entrance. The sparkling crystal chandeliers lit up the night like daytime, and a subtle, luxurious fragrance filled the air. Oh my goodness! Manhwa looked up at the huge columns that needed several people to hug and the gilded gate, murmuring, "This isn't just dining. It's like entering the palace for court." Although Linya complained inwardly about Manhwa's lack of experience, a hint of amazement flickered in her eyes. She quietly adjusted her clothes to look more proper. Chen Lifin remained silent, but quickly and professionally scanned the surroundings, including entrances, security cameras, and passers-by. After confirming everything was normal, he fell slightly behind Su Nianha, maintaining a protective stance. The manager in a tuxedo was already waiting at the door, showing just the right amount of enthusiasm and respect. "Good evening, esteemed guest. Do you have a reservation?" Su Nianha calmly stepped forward and said evenly, "No reservation." "4 of us. Please arrange a quiet table. Of course, please follow me." The manager bowed slightly and led them through the high-ceilinged hall decorated with large classical paintings and crystal chandeliers. The floor was covered with a soft Persian carpet, leading finally to an elegant table by the window. Here, a delicate folding screen partially separates the space, ensuring privacy while allowing a view of the beautifully maintained garden and night scenery outside. After sitting down, the waiter presents a menu with a gold-embossed cover, which is as thick as a hardcover book. He curiously opened the menu. After glancing at the prices, he took a sharp breath, nearly dropping the menu on the table. "These numbers. How many zeros are there?" he whispered, leaning close to Linya. "A plate of stir-fried greens could buy me a whole truckload of vegetables." Linya rolled her eyes and whispered, "Stay calm. Don't embarrass Sister Nianha." Although she also secretly gasped at the prices, she tried to act more composed. Su Nianha seemed unaware of their whispers, browsing the menu calmly and casually saying, "It's okay. This is my first time here too. Besides, as long as we can pay, no one will look down on us." Hearing this, Manhwa finally relaxed completely. Chen Lifeng simply set the menu aside and said in a deep voice, "Miss Su, I'll follow your lead." "That's not acceptable." Su Nianha looked at him with a slight smile. "Today, everyone has worked hard. We must enjoy a good meal." She then turned to Manhwa and Linya. "Is there anything special you want to eat? Just order whatever you like." Manhwa scratched his head and chuckled. "Nianha, you decide. I can read all the words here, but together I don't know what they mean." He pointed at dishes like French herb-baked snails and black truffle wild mushroom soup, looking confused. Linya took a closer look and suggested, "Nianha, I heard the braised Buddha jumps over the wall here is excellent, and the steamed E-star grouper is also very fresh." Su Nianha nodded, closed the menu, and smoothly said to the manager waiting nearby, "Let's start with 4 orders of braised Buddha jumps over the wall." For appetizers, French Guillardeau oysters with caviar and Iberian 5J ham with melon. For soup, let's go with what Linya suggested, clear mushroom soup. For the main course. She paused thoughtfully. "We'll have Australian M12 Wagyu beef, prepared as teppanyaki, about 1 jin and 2 liang of steamed E-star grouper, cooked just right. And a seasonal vegetable dish. Let's choose stir-fried mushroom oil mung bean sprouts. Dessert can wait. These are enough for now." With each dish she named, Manhwa's eyelids twitched. Most of these dishes he had only seen on cooking shows, and the prices made his heart race. The manager smiled politely and recorded respectfully. "All right, Miss Su. Do you need any drinks? We have a nice champagne. I'll be driving." Su Nianha waved her hand and looked at the other 3. "Just some fresh fruit juice. What would you like?" In the end, they ordered mixed berry juice and orange juice. After confirming the menu, the manager gracefully stepped back. While waiting for the dishes, he couldn't help but start to ask Chen Lifin, "Brother Feng, this place must have high security, right? If something sudden happens, like a disturbance, how would you handle it?" Chen Lifin still habitually looked around and replied calmly, "Prevention is the best approach." Linya and Su Nianha leaned together, speaking softly about the business of Zhuangzhen's today. Linya still looked a bit shocked from earlier in the day. Soon, the well-trained waiters began to serve the dishes. The delicate porcelain tableware shone softly under the lights. First came oysters and ham. The oysters were plump and topped with clear fish roe, looking salty and tempting. Thin slices of deep red ham were arranged with sweet melon, creating a bright color contrast. Come on, don't be shy. Eat while it's hot. Su Nianhe was the first to pick up her chopsticks. Meng He mimicked her carefully, rolling a piece of ham with melon and putting it in his mouth. His eyes widened instantly. Wow. The meat smells so good. And this melon, it's as sweet as honey. Linya elegantly used a small fork to taste the oysters, nodding in approval. Very fresh. No fishy smell at all. The fish roe bursting in your mouth feels wonderful. Even Chen Lifan nodded slightly in agreement after tasting. Next, the Buddha jumps over the wall was brought out in a purple clay cup. As the lid was lifted, a rich, fragrant aroma filled the air. The ingredients inside were abundant: abalone, sea cucumber, fish maw, fish lips, scallops. The broth was golden and thick, clearly simmered for a long time with care. This soup is amazing. Meng He scooped a spoonful, blew on it and took a sip, looking enchanted. It feels like drinking flowing gold. Su Nianhe smiled. If you like it, drink more. Today, it's all you want. The main dishes were served one after another. The M12 Wagyu beef on the teppanyaki grill was evenly marbled, sizzling loudly at high heat. The meat was tender and melted in the mouth, with a rich, milky aroma. The steamed Asian sea bass was cooked perfectly, with white, firm flesh. A little shredded scallions and soy sauce were used to enhance the flavor, making it incredibly delicious. The stir-fried bean sprouts with chicken oil fungi made ordinary vegetables taste extraordinary, fresh and crispy. During the meal, Su Nianhe kept passing dishes to Linya and Meng He, creating a warm and friendly atmosphere. She also noticed that Chen Lifeng, though quiet, was eating quite a lot and seemed satisfied with the food. Brother Feng, how's the beef? Meng He asked while happily eating and chatting. Good. Chen Lifeng replied simply. See? I told you, with Sister Nianhe, there's always meat to eat. Meng He boasted proudly, as if he was the one paying for the meal. Linya couldn't help but tease. Look at you. Act more proper. Su Nianhe watched their playful arguing with a relaxed smile. After the meal, most of the delicious dishes on the table had been finished. Meng He leaned back comfortably in his chair, rubbing his round belly, looking very satisfied. Hick. I've never had such good food in my life. It feels like everything I ate before was pig feed. Although Linya was also very pleased with the meal, she couldn't resist giving him a small kick and quietly reminded him, watch your manners, we're still in the restaurant. Su Nianhe looked at them with a gentle smile and signaled to the nearby waiter. A well-dressed, elegantly made-up female waiter quickly approached, holding a sleek black leather bill folder. Ma'am, here is your bill. Please take a look, she said softly, bowing slightly as she handed the bill to Su Nianhe with both hands. Su Nianhe took it and looked at the bold number at the bottom. Her delicate fingers paused slightly, almost imperceptibly. Even though she was mentally prepared, she was still a little surprised by the amount. Next to her, Meng He, curious, stretched his neck to glance at the bill. The moment he saw the total, he jumped up from his chair like a cat stepped on its tail, voice trembling. How much? 58,800? Just for this meal? He pointed tremblingly at the bill, eyes wider than when he was eating oysters earlier, and exclaimed, That's enough for my 3-month salary. Leah was so shocked by the number that she took a quick breath and instinctively covered her mouth. She looked at Su Nianhe with wide eyes, clearly surprised by how extravagant it was. However, Chen Lifeng still looked cold and indifferent, not caring about the surrounding noise. He didn't even frown, showing he was used to this. Su Nianhe thought to herself that when he followed his brother Chen Lighting to the Su family before, he probably saw many such things, which is why he remained so calm. The waiter kept a professional smile and gently explained, Sir, the braised Buddha jumps over the wall you ordered uses top-quality ingredients like golden mountain shark fin, Japanese Kobe abalone, Australian M12 Wagyu beef, and French Guillardeau oysters, all air-shipped fresh. Soon Yenha quickly recovered from her initial surprise, raised her hand to stop the waiter from explaining further, and smiled reassuringly at Meng He and Leah. "It's okay." Her tone was calm. She took out a black bank card from her clutch and handed it to the waiter. "Please charge it." She knew clearly that this respectful golden goblet was no longer just about the food. It was about the luxurious environment, top-tier service, perfect privacy, and the symbol of status that made her feel like she was on cloud nine. This meal truly let these country bumpkins who had just come from a fierce antique street fight see what it means to spend money like water and enjoy the best material pleasures. "Okay, please wait a moment." The waiter took the card with both hands and respectfully went to settle the bill. Meng He was still overwhelmed by the huge number, muttering to himself, 58,000. Just like that? Oh my God, my chest hurts a bit. Leah also came back to her senses, leaned close to Su Nianhe, and whispered, "Nianhe, I know this place is expensive, but I didn't expect it to be this costly." "It's really shocking." Su Nianhe gently placed the bill on the table, looked at the astonishing number, and showed a faint, relieved smile. "It's indeed shocking. But think about what we've been through today, how much we've earned, and spending this little to make everyone happy, to give us a rare experience, and to see how much this so-called luxury is really worth. It's worth it." Her eyes swept over Meng He, who looked both in pain and happy, and Leah, whose shocked but sparkling eyes showed her amazement. Finally, her gaze settled on Chen Lifeng. Though he didn't speak, his tense jawline seemed to soften a little. "At least," Su Nianhe summarized, "now we know what supports the grandeur of the Zunshang Jinzun. Tomorrow, when we visit the Yunding Banquet House again, we can compare better, right?" Hearing this, Meng He immediately perked up, forgetting about the cost. Yes, we'll go try that style again tomorrow. He following sister, Nianhe really broadens my view. Soon, the waiter returned with the bank card and the receipt. Su Nianhe efficiently signed her name and gracefully stood up. "Let's go. Everyone is tired today, so go home and rest well. Tomorrow, Zhong Zhenjai will open as usual. From now on, it all depends on you. Today's commission alone is more than the cost of this meal." As soon as Su Nianhe stood up and turned to leave, Meng He and Linya reacted immediately, almost at the same time, and quickly followed. Chun Li Hui was the most perceptive of Su Nianhe's thoughts. Before she could speak further, he had already stepped ahead. The four of them left the Zunshang Jinzun and arrived at the underground parking lot. Soft lighting reflected off various luxury cars, and the environment was so quiet that only the echo of footsteps could be heard. Su Nianhe paused and instructed the tall and straight Chen Li Hui. "Li Hui, you drive and take Meng He and Linya home. Make sure they get there safely." Chen Li Hui immediately frowned, his sharp gaze habitually sweeping the somewhat empty parking lot and the distant exit, and said in a deep voice, "Miss Su, my top priority is to ensure your safety." "It's so late, and you're driving home alone," Su Nianhe interrupted him, her tone carrying a hint of playful firmness but also understanding and reassurance. "If you don't go, do you want me to go? They've been busy all day, and they live quite far away." "I'm not worried. The road from here to home is well lit and safe." Seeing Chen Li Hui still standing stiffly like a rooted pillar, she softened her voice a bit, with a hint of helplessness and pleading. "All right, Chief Bodyguard Chen, just this once. Quickly take them home and let them rest well. Tomorrow, Zhong Zhenjai will open on time, and we'll rely on them more in the future." Chen Li Hui looked at her determined eyes, then glanced at Meng He and Linya, who looked a little awkward and shy because of the conversation. Knowing he couldn't argue further, he nodded slightly. His tone remained steady, but his concession was clear. "Understood. Be careful yourself. I will finish sending them and come back immediately." He spoke very quickly in the last sentence, almost swallowing the words. After saying that, he stopped looking at her and simply signaled Meng He and Linya to follow him, heading toward the black business car used for daily official duties. Su Nianhe watched the taillights flicker as the car smoothly merged into the traffic and drove away. Only then did she turn to walk toward her own sleek BMW sports car. When alone, her forced calm and soothing expression faded, replaced by a look of tiredness mixed with extreme excitement. She sat in the driver's seat, started the engine, and took a deep breath. Although her body felt weak and sore, her mind was unusually excited, as if electric currents were rushing through her veins. Today was the first day of Zhang Zhenjai making a profit, and it was such a big one. If every day was like this, maybe one day she would be on the global rich list. Thinking about the nearly 700 million yuan suddenly appearing in her bank account, she felt as if she was floating, like walking on clouds. Her fingertips on the steering wheel were slightly warm with excitement. She couldn't help humming a cheerful, off-tune song as she drove steadily back to her old house, a quiet place with a small courtyard. With a squeak, the BMW smoothly slid into her private garage. Soon Yanha pushed open the car door, stepped lightly through the courtyard under the night sky, and pushed open the slightly ajar gate. She closed it with a bang, as if shutting out all outside disturbances. At the entrance of the first-floor living room, she almost kicked off her high heels, which had tired her all day. Barefoot, she stepped onto the cool, smooth floor, feeling a sense of freedom as if returning to her own territory. She called out loudly to the seemingly empty living room, lit only by a few warm yellow wall lamps. "Mom Wang, I'm back. I'm so thirsty. Hurry and pour me a glass of water." At this moment, she was completely different from the elegant, well-spoken Miss Su at the Zunshang Jin Zun restaurant. She looked more like a girl who had just relaxed at home, even a little coquettish. While calling out, she quickly walked with muscle memory to the large, soft sofa in the center of the living room. She almost threw herself onto it, letting out a satisfied, lazy sigh. Suddenly, she naturally lifted her thinly socked feet and casually rested them on the edge of an expensive wooden coffee table in front of her. She lazily leaned back, ready to fully relax after a long, tense day. But as her back touched the sofa, she felt something strange. It wasn't the usual soft padding of the sofa, but a warm, solid resistance with muscular lines. That feeling was firm and springy, clearly transmitted through her thin clothes. She could even faintly sense the texture of well-shaped muscles beneath the fabric. What is this? Is Mama Wang sitting on the sofa?
Impossible.
Mama Wang is very diligent. She spends all day sweeping or helping her organize clothes. She rarely sits and rests in the lounge area. And this feeling, Mama Wang isn't that hard and full of strength, right?
Who?
The thought flashed through her mind like lightning. Su Nianhe was so startled her hair stood on end. She screamed and suddenly wanted to sit up. Has someone broken into the house? Such a bold thief. How dare they stay openly in the living room? In her shock and anger, she reacted quickly. She reached out to grab a heavy ceramic decorative cup on the coffee table, intending to smash it behind her without even looking. But her wrist was caught firmly in midair by a warm, dry, bony, and very strong hand. The grip was just right, not so tight as to hurt her but enough to stop her from moving. At the same time, a deep, clearly annoyed male voice with a strange huskiness whispered close to her ear, warm breath brushing her stiff neck. "Su Nianhe, is this how you usually behave? Do you just casually throw yourself at people?" That voice was Suzuki. Su Nianhe suddenly turned her head, almost touching his chin with her nose. At such a close distance, in the dim light, she could clearly see his sharp jawline, the slight movement of his Adam's apple, and the deep, complex flames flickering in his eyes. Those weren't just anger, but seemed to carry something else. Under the warm yellow light, his gaze looked especially deep and intense. He was deeply sunk into the sofa, while she was almost half lying in his arms, in a position that made her cheeks flush with embarrassment. She was stunned and blurted out, "Suzuki? Why are you here? Aren't you going to keep Xiaolao company?" Suzuki didn't immediately let go of her hand. They were very close, and their breathing could be heard. His other hand seemed to rest unconsciously on the back of the sofa, forming a half-enclosing posture. His tone was cold and firm, but if you listened carefully, you could sense a slight tension and a hint of irritation breaking the calm. Xiao Lao finished dinner early. I came because I needed to see you. His gaze was deep and fixed on her, full of scrutiny. Their current posture was very intimate. She was mostly leaning into the gap on the sofa beside him, forming an angle with his body. His arm was wrapped around her waist, holding her, and she could clearly feel the warmth and firmness of his chest against her back. She could even smell his fresh men's cologne, mixed with a faint scent of night dew, which seemed to have been caused by waiting, and it overwhelmed her senses. Su Nianhe felt both shy and angry. Her face blushed uncontrollably. She struggled hard, trying to get out of this awkward situation, her voice trembling slightly. What's wrong with just casually throwing a cup and hugging? She deliberately misinterpreted his words, trying to hide her nervousness with anger. It's definitely better than some people sneaking around and sitting on someone else's sofa, like a thief. Who are you calling a thief? Su Zakai's eyebrows furrowed. He leaned slightly forward, closing the already close distance between them. His eyes burned into hers, almost looking into her soul. His strong male presence made Su Nianhe gasp. I already told your Aunt Wang I was sitting here waiting for you to come back. The living room light has been on the whole time. Are you blind? I'm such a big person sitting here and you didn't see? His tone was questioning, but his eyes seemed to enjoy her flustered state. Su Nianhe was speechless for a moment. Her cheeks turned red, and her gaze drifted nervously, afraid to meet his eyes again. When she came in, she was overwhelmed with happiness. Plus, the living room light was dim to create a cozy atmosphere, so she didn't notice the large figure hidden in the shadow of the sofa corner. Anyway, you shouldn't come to my house secretly without telling me. Her voice grew softer, her confidence waned, and she knew she was in the wrong. Oh, my little darling. Mrs. Wang's voice suddenly came from the staircase, carrying a clear sense of worry and a faint, almost hidden, sense of happiness. She hurried down the stairs and saw two people sitting very close on the sofa, especially Su Nianhe with her flushed cheeks and Su Zakai with his still slightly aggressive posture. She was momentarily stunned, then a look of understanding and a smile that said, I knew it, appeared in her eyes. She quickly stepped forward to smooth things over, speaking in a slightly reproachful tone, but her eyes flicked back and forth between the two, full of a matchmaking intent. My little darling, Mr. Su has been waiting for you for almost an hour. He didn't even want to drink more tea, just sitting quietly here waiting. And you, as soon as you got back, you just threw yourself at him. She deliberately paused, glancing at their nearly pressed-together side profiles, and said, Nianhe, is that how you treat a guest? Especially such a distinguished guest like Mr. Su. Mrs. Wang had watched Su Nianhe grow up and had always thought of her as her own daughter. When she saw Su Zakai come in and pay close attention to Su Nianhe, her matchmaking feelings grew stronger. She hoped they could spend more time together, that something good might happen, and that Su Nianhe would marry into a good family, fulfilling her friend's trust. Just now, while tidying up upstairs, she even considered whether to ask Su Zakai to stay overnight to help them get closer. But she didn't expect that as soon as she came downstairs, she would see a scene that was even more intimate than she had imagined. Su Nianhe's face turned red from embarrassment, as if she had been burned. She hurriedly moved away from the warm, fresh-smelling area in front of Su Zakai, trying to explain, Mrs. Wang, I just didn't know he was standing there like a wooden post. At the moment she left, Su Zakai slightly frowned, almost imperceptibly, then returned to his calm expression. He leisurely adjusted the front of his slightly wrinkled suit jacket. Mrs. Wang saw that the moment was almost right, so she quickly withdrew, smiling broadly. Yes, ignorance is no crime. All right, you young people have a good chat. I'll go cut some fruit and pour some water for you. She turned and hurried toward the kitchen, her steps light and lively, as if she had become 10 years younger. In the living room, only the two of them remained. The atmosphere was a little tense and awkward. Su Nianhe moved uncomfortably to the other side of the sofa, keeping a half-arm distance from him. She took a deep breath, trying to sound professional, and broke the silence first. Speak. What important instructions does young Master Su have that require your personal late-night visit? She deliberately emphasized the words late at night. Suzuki did not answer immediately. His deep gaze lingered on her composed face, as if examining an interesting antique. Only when Su Nianhe felt a little uncomfortable under his stare did he speak slowly, his voice low and steady. "It's about your background." "My background?" Su Nianhe's heart suddenly jumped. She leaned forward instinctively and asked eagerly, "Do you have concrete news about my mother?" Her mind immediately pictured old Xiao and Suzuki mentioning the old acquaintance. The vague guess suddenly became clear. Suzuki looked at her eyes, which lit up with hope and nervousness. He shook his head slightly and poured cold water on her. "Don't get your hopes up too high. Old Xiao only knows about your mother, Fu Xiaoxue. Those are just fragments of the past. Also, over the years, he's been wondering where Fu Xiaoxue has gone. It's like she vanished into thin air, with no news at all." He paused, watching her reaction, then continued. "Until today, I saw you need old Xiao to come out of hiding to deal with Mo Tianqiong. I told him I saw someone who looks very much like Fu Xiaoxue, and I could take her to see you. She, like Fu Xiaoxue, seems to have a special connection with antiques and calligraphy. You would definitely be interested. So, after I took you to see him, he almost immediately confirmed that you are Fu Xiaoxue's daughter and decided to help you." Su Nianhe was stunned, murmuring, "So, it wasn't you who asked old Xiao to come out, but me?" This realization made her feel complicated. "That's one way to understand it." Suzuki nodded calmly. "But without me as the middleman, old Xiao would know that Fu Xiaoxue still has a daughter in this world." Su Nianhe quickly caught another key point in his words, her breathing becoming hurried. "And you? How do you know I look like my mother? Have you met my mother?" Her voice trembled slightly, and her eyes fixed tightly on him. Suzuki looked at her with a hint of nostalgic blur in his eyes, and his tone softened a little. "I've seen her before. But I was only 3 then, so my memory is very fragmented and incomplete." He paused slightly, carefully studying her face. "It's just that the first time I saw you, I felt a strange sense of familiarity, so that's how it was." Su Nianhe's heart suddenly sank, a deep sense of disappointment flooding over her like a wave, instantly dulling her earlier excitement and eagerness. She had thought that his later help was partly because of her as a person. But now she understood it was rooted in that long-forgotten shadow of an old friend. She lowered her eyelashes slightly, hiding the fleeting look of disappointment in her eyes. "What's wrong?" Suzuki noticed her sudden low mood with sharp sensitivity. His furrowed brow seemed even deeper than before. "I'm fine." Su Nianhe quickly looked up, forcing a smile to suppress her turbulent emotions, and steered the conversation back on track. "I just suddenly thought of my mother." "Who was she? Why did she have those unusual antique paintings and calligraphy, just like me? What did she go through to end up in that small town where my grandmother lives, be saved by her, and then give birth to me?" Her voice grew softer, filled with confusion and pain. Suzuki was silent for a moment, as if choosing his words carefully. "This matter can't be rushed. It needs careful planning and slow investigation. Old Xiao definitely knows more, but he seems hesitant and unwilling to say too much. He only told me that you're probably a descendant of the Liu family. As for which Liu family, he didn't want to say openly." "Liu family?" Su Nianhe frowned tightly, disappointment mixed with a bit of anger. "There are probably at least 80,000 people with the surname Liu in this world. How can I find the right one? It's like searching for a needle in a haystack. The scope can be narrowed down." Suzuki analyzed calmly, his eyes sharp. "There are indeed many with the surname Liu, but those who are called family by old Xiao and whom he keeps secretive about are definitely not ordinary. Judging by old Xiao's tone and attitude, your father is very likely from a wealthy family." "From a wealthy family?" Su Nianhe repeated these words. An inexplicable anger suddenly flared up, burning her chest painfully. She sneered coldly, instinctively digging her nails into her palm. What a wealthy family! Yet he heartlessly abandoned his wife and daughter. My mother was left lonely and innocent, passing away with injustice? Such a worthless father. I don't want him anymore. She spoke more and more passionately, her voice filled with uncontrollable anger and sadness. Her eyes slightly reddened. I just feel sorry for my mother. She died so unjustly, so unfairly. If I can't find out the truth and seek justice for her, how can I face her spirit in the afterlife? She suddenly looked up at Suzuki, her eyes burning with firm determination. The fire in her eyes was hot and bright, as if it could clear away all confusion. Suzuki quietly watched her. He didn't interrupt her venting, nor did he try to comfort her. Only when her emotions calmed down a little did he speak slowly, his voice steady but carrying a quiet strength. Anger can't solve the problem. To find the truth, you need calmness and patience. Since we have the Liu family and wealthy circles as options, it's better than having no clues at all. I will help you keep an eye on this. His simple and direct promise strangely made Su Nianhe feel a little more at ease. She looked into his deep eyes. In that seemingly cold and dark place, she seemed to catch a faint, almost imperceptible
Concern?
Did she see it wrong? This rumored actually showed some genuine care in his eyes? Su Nianhe's heart skipped a beat, but she quickly suppressed it. She didn't believe in love. In college, she had read a few domineering CEO stories just for fun, but that was only a pastime of her youth. She knew her situation well, an orphan girl with no support, suddenly owning countless antique treasures. How could she hope for the sincere love of a wealthy young master? Even Lin Fong, her roommate Lin Yalin's brother, who was gentle and caring towards her, she kept her distance, only treating him as an older brother, never having any inappropriate thoughts. Later, when they met again in Port City, Lin Fong subtly expressed his feelings, but she politely refused, knowing she had no romantic feelings for him. But now, facing Suzuki, feeling his subtle protection in his words, and seeing her reflection flickering in his deep eyes, she felt her cheeks flush. Her heart was like being lightly tickled by a feather, stirring a strange, unsettling ripple of emotion. She sternly told herself in her mind, it must be the dim light making her see things. How could a second-generation rich kid, born with a golden spoon and never lacking women around him, truly fall for you? Even if he had some interest, it was just for fun, a fleeting game. When he said you were his fiancée, it was only a temporary excuse to cover for you in front of Mo Tianqiong. Did you really believe it? Real wealthy young men are not like the romantic heroes in stories. Suzuki saw her just staring at him, her eyes changing unpredictably, sometimes confused, sometimes clear, sometimes with a hint of self-mockery and sadness. He couldn't figure out what she was thinking. He raised an eyebrow slightly and spoke with curiosity, breaking the quiet room. Su Nianhe?
You. Huh? Nothing.
Su Nianhe suddenly snapped back to herself, as if caught off guard. She hurriedly interrupted him, picked up the water glass in front of her, and tried to hide her nervousness by pretending to drink. Suzuki found it strange. There was no water in the glass. How was she drinking? A surprising thought suddenly appeared. Could it be that this girl has started to develop feelings for him? As soon as the thought crossed his mind, a wave of uncontrollable joy surged in his chest, and his fingertips trembled faintly. He secretly felt proud. After all, someone as handsome and charming as me, the so-called a jade-like person on the roadside, unmatched among young men, how could she not notice me? It turned out her previous coldness and distance were just a false display of restraint. While Suzuki was lost in his self-admiration, Wang Ma arrived just in time, carrying a plate of sliced fruit and 2 cups of warm water. She wore a kind smile that said, I understand everything but say nothing, and gently placed the items on the coffee table. Come on, have some fruit to soothe your throat.
Take your time, take your time.
After saying that, she looked at the two of them with meaningful eyes and quietly stepped back. The subtle tension between them eased a little thanks to Wang Ma's interruption. Su Nianhe steadied herself and asked a few more questions about her mother, Fu Xiaoxue, as mentioned by Xiao Lao. However, Suzuki's knowledge was limited. He repeatedly emphasized, Xiao Lao didn't say much. For details, you probably need to ask him yourself. Maybe because of his old friendship, he might reveal more. After chatting for a while, the topic of their family background seemed to reach a dead end, and the atmosphere in the living room grew increasingly dull and heavy. Suddenly, Suzukai's phone rang loudly. The screen lit up, showing the word, "Father." He glanced at Su Nianha with a hint of irritation in his eyes, then stood up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window in the living room, pressing the answer button. Although Su Nianha couldn't hear clearly, she could faintly hear a stern scolding from the other end of the line. It seemed he was being blamed for leaving an important meeting earlier today because of her, and he was being ordered to leave immediately to handle urgent matters in Britain. Suzuki, with his back to her, looked stiff while answering the call. Most of the time, he listened silently, occasionally uttering a suppressed, or got it. His fingers gripping the phone were slightly white, and his tense jawline clearly showed his suppressed anger and helplessness. 10 minutes later, he hung up and turned back, his face looking a little more serious than before. "Nianha," he said, his voice slightly tense, "I need to fly to Britain soon." "It will probably take about a month." Su Nianha was stunned. "So urgent?" "A month away, and you'll be back for the new year." "Yes." Suzuki nodded, his gaze serious as he looked at her. "During this time, you must be extra careful. Don't think about making a move on those paintings by Jing Yao and Prince Xiao Jingteng. Just in case Mo Tianqiong finds out you've been playing tricks on him and comes after you." He paused before continuing. "Old Xiao is a top figure in the antique world. If there's a problem he can't solve, he might help you because of your mother. But you can't rely on him completely since he's getting old and his energy is limited." Hearing his detailed instructions, Su Nianha felt a strange warmth in her heart. She softly said, "Suzuki, you really don't have to, little girl." Suzuki interrupted her, his tone clearly anxious and a bit disappointed in her. "You're so reckless, even daring to secretly challenge Mo Tianqiong. Now I have to leave for so long, and I can't really rest assured." Suddenly, he seemed to remember something. His sharp gaze swept around. "Where is Chen Liheng? Didn't I tell him to stay right by your side? Where has he gone?" "I told him to take Meng He and Linya home," Su Nianha whispered. "You." Suzuki was so annoyed by her good person attitude that he fell silent for a moment. He pointed at her a few times and said more urgently, "You are too naive. Do you think I was joking with you before? With your limited skills and your big secret, you wouldn't last 3 episodes in a TV drama. Not. Maybe it's not that serious." Su Nianha shrank back, mumbling softly, feeling a bit nervous inside. Suzuki looked at her innocent face and sighed heavily. He was too tired to argue with her and took out his phone to call Chen Liheng. At that moment, the distant sound of a car engine grew louder. Soon, the gate was pushed open and rhythmic knocking came from the door of the living room. Chen Liheng appeared at the door, tall and straight like a pine tree. Seeing Suzuki there, Chen Liheng wasn't surprised. He nodded slightly in a serious way. But Suzuki's face darkened. He scolded sternly, "Chen Liheng, how did I tell you? Was I clear that you must stay close to her? Do you think my words are just for fun? It was my idea to have him go." "You can't blame him." Su Nianha stepped forward quickly, blocking Chen Liheng and looking up at Suzuki, trying to explain. "You." Suzuki looked at Su Nianha, who was defending others, and his anger grew hotter. He stared at her, almost biting his teeth, and said, "Su Nianha, one day you'll regret being so careless." He turned away from her and looked back at Chen Liheng with a cold, firm voice, full of authority. "Let me make this clear one last time. I will be abroad for a month. During this time, your job is to protect her. Absolutely, no leaving her side without permission. If anything happens to Su Nianha, you can forget about working here. Do you understand?" Chen Liheng knew Suzuki was truly angry now and realized that Su Nianha might be in more danger than he thought. He didn't argue. He straightened his back and answered in a serious voice, "Yes, young Master Su. I understand. I will make sure Miss Su stays within my sight at all times." Su Nianha listened nearby, but couldn't help but wonder in her heart, was this bodyguard hired by me or by Suzuki? Why does it seem like you are more like the employer than I am? Suzuki looked at Chen Liheng again, carefully confirming his determined and confident gaze. Only then did he manage to suppress his anger. He finally looked deeply at Su Nianhe, his eyes complex and hard to read, filled with worry, anger, and perhaps a hint of concern he himself was unaware of. "I'm leaving," he said finally, only these 3 words. Then he turned around and strode out of the living room, his figure quickly blending into the night. Outside the courtyard gate, a black Rolls-Royce Phantom was already waiting quietly. Su Nianhe found it strange. Why hadn't she seen this car when she returned earlier? What she didn't know was that Su Zakai had deliberately parked the car in a hidden spot farther from the small courtyard, so he could talk to her alone. The deep engine sound started again. The black car, noble and mysterious, soon merged with the dark night and disappeared. Su Nianhe stood at the door of the living room, watching the taillights fade into 2 red stars, gradually swallowed by the night. She silently turned around, walked through the courtyard, returned to the living room, and slowly went upstairs. Chun Liheng followed closely behind and also went upstairs, entering his guest room next to Su Nianhe's main bedroom. Tonight, Su Zakai's serious warning still echoed in his mind. He dared not be careless anymore. If Miss Su had an accident, how could he face Su Xiao's trust? Chun Liheng clenched his fists, his eyes sharp and alert. Su Nianhe first went to Kang's Henshai to handle daily affairs. She carefully instructed Meng He and Linya to take good care of the shop. Only after everything was arranged did she leave for the hospital to visit Lin Feng. Since that night when Lin Feng narrowly escaped danger, she had been busy with the small matters at Kang's Henshai and hadn't had a chance to visit him. In 2 days, she would have to go to Gangcheng. The goods she promised to prepare for Wenwan not only needed to arrive on time, but also had to prioritize international brands so Wenwan's shop could make a strong start when it opened. Today was a rare free day, so she decided she must visit him. After all these troubles started because of her. At the hospital, Su Nianhe asked for Lin Feng's room number, told Chun Liheng to wait outside, then pushed the door open and went inside. In the hospital room, Lin Feng looked much better than before, resting against the bed. When he saw Su Nianhe push the door open, his eyes lit up. He struggled to sit up straight, but his movements revealed a slight awkwardness and discomfort. "Nianhe, you're here," he said with a dry voice. Su Nianhe quickly took a few steps forward, placing the fruit she brought on the bedside table. She spoke softly, "Brother Lin Feng, don't move around. Be careful of your wound." She looked at the man in front of her, once full of energy and confidence, now lying in bed because of her. Her heart was full of guilt. "How do you feel?" "I'm much better," Lin Feng smiled, but his smile carried a hint of bitterness and self-mockery. "I thought I could at least protect you, keep you from suffering. But in the end, I not only failed to help, I became a burden to you. You even had to risk yourself to save me. I really..." He lowered his head, unconsciously clutching the clean white bedsheet tightly. "Brother Feng, please don't say that," Su Nianhe hurriedly interrupted, her tone sincere and urgent. "It's my fault for involving you. If it weren't for me, those kidnappers wouldn't have come after you. You've been seriously hurt, and I should be the one apologizing." She looked at Lin Feng with clear eyes. "You should focus on recovering. I just want to see you get better soon. Please don't feel guilty anymore, okay?" Lin Feng looked at her anxious expression, feeling a complex mix of emotions. After a moment of silence, it seemed he finally let go of a heavy burden. He took a deep breath and asked, "Don't worry about me. How have you been lately? What about Su Zakai? How is he with you?" When he asked this, his tone was calm and caring, like a brother concerned for a sibling. Through this life and death experience, he realized that his obsession with Su Nianhe might have unknowingly turned into a kind of brotherly protection. He could see that Su Zakai truly cared about her. Just look at the skilled bodyguard Chun Lifan, who was capable enough to give a hint of that. Moreover, the mysterious but valuable antiques and paintings in Su Nianhe's hands were like a child holding a treasure in a busy market. Without strong protection, the consequences could be terrible. That Su Zakai might be the one who can truly keep her safe. Su Nianhe was surprised by his sudden question about Su Zakai and paused for a moment. Seeing his honest and open gaze, filled only with genuine concern, she understood that he had truly let go. However, this question left her momentarily unsure how to answer.
How does he feel about her?
His frantic warnings last night, the complex and hard-to-read look in his eyes before he left, and earlier what he declared her as fiancée in front of Mo Tianqiong and defended her. All these scenes flashed through her mind. Is he treating her badly? It doesn't seem so. But is he treating her well? That kind of kindness mixed with the typical arrogance of a wealthy young man and a distant, unpredictable attitude made her hesitant to believe it easily. She opened her mouth but only managed a vague response. He.
Just that way.
We. Just as she was unsure how to continue, the door of the hospital room was pushed open with a click. A bright, lively voice came in. Big brother? Look what tasty thing I brought you. She saw Lin Yalan carrying a thermos, walking in happily like a cheerful little bird. When she saw Su Nianhe standing by the bed, her face immediately lit up with a joyful smile. Nianhe, you're here too. That's great. She quickly moved to Su Nianhe's side, affectionately took her hand, and looked her over from head to toe. I'm so glad you're okay. Last time it was really thanks to you. As she spoke, a hint of apology appeared on her face. It was my fault before, I misunderstood you, and said some harsh words. Nianhe, please don't take it to heart. After the incident where Su Nianhe risked everything alone to rescue Lin Feng, Lin Yalan's resentment towards her, because of her brother, had completely disappeared. She knew clearly that Su Nianhe only saw her brother as a sibling, not romantically, and her bravery and loyalty deeply impressed her. Su Nianhe looked at Lin Yalan's sincere smile and felt warmth in her heart. She gently held her hand and softly said, It's all in the past, Yalan. Seeing your brother safe is more important than anything. She spent some time talking with Lin Feng and Lin Yalan. Seeing that Lin Feng looked tired, she stood up to leave. Brother Feng, rest well. I'll visit you another day. Okay, take care of yourself, Lin Feng replied kindly. Got it, brother. Don't worry. Sister Nianhe, I'll see you off, Lin Yalan said eagerly, holding onto Su Nianhe's arm, guiding her out of the hospital. Outside the hospital, Chen Liheng's quiet black car was already waiting nearby. He got out, opened the door for Su Nianhe, and looked around carefully to make sure it was safe. After confirming, he helped her into the car, and they headed back to Kangshenzhai. The car smoothly merged into the traffic. Su Nianhe leaned back, looking out the window at the fast-moving city streets, but her mind was not as calm as she appeared. Lin Feng's relief made her happy, and Lin Yalan's change warmed her heart. But Zheng Zekai's stern warning before leaving, and the possible unknown risks from Mo Tianqiong she might face soon, cast a dark cloud over her mind. That evening, after Kangshenzhai closed, Su Nianhe kept her promise. She smiled at Meng He, Linya, and Chen Liheng, who were tidying up nearby. Let's go. Tonight, I'll take you to Yinding Yanfu to enjoy some good food. Really, Sister Nianhe? Linya was the first to look excited. Are we really going to Yinding Yanfu restaurant? She was still upset about spending 58,000 on Zunshang Jinzun last night. High-end places like that cost a lot, and it was a big expense. Even if Su Nianhe didn't take them, they would understand. It was no problem. But Su Nianhe nodded and confirmed, yes, really. Hearing this, Meng He's eyes lit up instantly, and he said excitedly, I heard just seeing the night view there is worth it. Su Nianhe ignored the others and turned to Chen Liheng. Chen Liheng, I won't drive tonight. We'll all take your car. Chen Liheng was a little surprised but didn't ask questions. He calmly replied, yes, Miss Su. He understood that Su Nianhe choosing not to drive her flashy Maserati was a sign of her low-key approach. When their black business car entered the underground parking lot of Yunding Tower, a security guard hurried over to guide them. Right this way, sir. Just park in this VIP spot, the guard said politely. However, as soon as they entered the grand first-floor lobby, the atmosphere became tense. The feeling of being honored as a distinguished guest last night at Zunshang Jinzun was gone. The front desk manager simply glanced at them indifferently, especially after passing over Chen Lifen's plain-looking suit and Meng He and Linya's modest clothing. His tone became formal. Do you have a reservation? Chen Lifan frowned slightly, feeling annoyed by the obvious neglect. Just as he was about to speak, Su Nianhe gently raised her hand, subtly stopping him. She calmly approached the front desk and said softly, "Hello, we need a private room at Yunding Yanfu, preferably by the window." The receptionist looked up, about to respond as usual, but Su Nianhe had already taken out a black card from her purse. "Okay, please wait a moment." The receptionist's words stopped abruptly when she saw the card. Her expression immediately became very respectful, even a little nervous. "Honored guest, please wait. I will arrange everything for you right away." She quickly operated the computer and signaled urgently to the manager beside her. The manager hurried over. When he saw the black and gold card on the counter, his face changed instantly. The previous coldness disappeared, replaced by a much warmer smile, even bowing slightly. "Oh dear, we apologize for the oversight. Welcome, esteemed guest. The private rooms on the top floor are always reserved for distinguished visitors like you. Please follow me. The exclusive elevator will open for you immediately." His tone was full of flattery. Meng He and Linya exchanged surprised glances quietly at this overly respectful scene. They took the high-speed elevator directly to the 88th floor. When the door opened, it felt like stepping into the clouds. Outside the huge curved floor-to-ceiling window, the sunset painted the layered clouds in gold and red, as if they could be touched. The outline of Jing City stretched out below, with the city lights just beginning to glow, like scattered stars. "Oh my, this is so beautiful," Linya couldn't help but exclaim, pressing her hands against the glass, almost staring in awe. Meng He also widened his eyes and whispered, "I've never eaten at such a high place in my life. It feels like I'm flying." Seeing their excited expressions, Su Nianhe couldn't help but be touched by their happiness, a gentle smile appearing at the corner of her lips. Even Chen Lifan, who usually has a cold and serious face, looked out the window at the magnificent scenery. His frown gradually relaxed without him noticing. The waiter led them to a nice table by the window with the best view. As soon as they sat down, the well-dressed waiter politely handed them a beautiful menu. Su Nianhe took the menu and skillfully looked through it. She asked the waiter, "Are there any special seasonal ingredients recommended by the chef today?" "Yes, miss. Today, we received a shipment of large bluefin tuna belly, and the Alba white truffles just arrived." Also, Su Nianhe nodded and confidently ordered several dishes. "Let's start with a warm egg with white truffle, then pan-fried foie gras with raspberry sauce, bluefin tuna sashimi, Wellington steak, and maybe a sharing lobster pasta." She closed the menu and looked at the three people at the table, smiling warmly. "Since Lifan is driving today, I can relax and have a drink. 2 bottles of champagne de Paris to start, and a bottle of Burgundy red wine with the main course. How does that sound?" "Just follow Nianhe's arrangements." Linya quickly nodded. She didn't know much about wine, but thought it sounded fancy. Meng He also smiled and agreed. We all listened to Nianhe. Chen Lifan said in a deep voice, "Miss Su, don't worry. I will stay sober." Su Nianhe smiled and confirmed with the waiting waiter, "That's all for now. Please hurry with the dishes and drinks." "Yes, please wait a moment. Your food and wine will be ready shortly." The waiter bowed and left. Soon, a few more tables of guests were let in. The restaurant was filled with soft whispers, and everyone was happily looking forward to the romantic evening feast amid the beautiful scenery. The 4 of them quietly chatted. Outside, the sky darkened, and the city lights became brighter, creating a warm and relaxed atmosphere. While Su Nianhe and the others sat at a cozy table by the window, chatting and waiting for their food, suddenly there was a commotion at the restaurant entrance. The calm background music was cut off, replaced by a deliberately created tense silence. The manager of the hall hurriedly approached, almost bowing and guiding someone, speaking in a very flattering and cautious tone. "Miss Liu, please follow me. Everything is being prepared according to your instructions. The area will be cleared soon." A delicate yet impatient female voice immediately rang out, cutting through the quiet air like a whip. "How long is soon?" "Manager Zhang, my time is very valuable. Every minute could buy several dishes at your place. If my friends come and see random people still here, I might as well forget about your Yinding banquet house's reputation. The owner of this voice finally entered amid a crowd's support, walking grandly. Su Nianhe looked up and saw a woman at the front. She appeared to be in her early 20s, wearing the latest seasonal cherry blossom pink high-fashion dress. The skirt looked like blooming flowers, with intricate embroidery and tiny crystals that shimmered under the lights. She wore a valuable-looking diamond necklace with a large main stone and long, sparkling earrings that swayed as she moved. Her makeup was perfect, and her hair was styled just right. But her proud expression, spoiled by too much pampering, made her beautiful features seem a bit aggressive. Next to her was a middle-aged butler in a strict black suit, expressionless, who slightly bowed and whispered, "Miss, don't worry, we won't delay." What drew more attention were the 6 tall, muscular bodyguards behind her, dressed in black suits with earpieces. They looked serious, sharp-eyed like hawks, forming 2 lines to clear the way for her, their powerful presence instantly filling the restaurant. There were also 2 young women in maid outfits, quietly holding up her overly fancy trailing dress with care. This scene didn't look like a simple dinner. It more resembled a queen on a royal tour. The other guests, who had been quietly talking, suddenly fell silent, looking at this group with mixed feelings, surprise, envy, and mostly frustration they dared not voice. The woman walked to the center of the restaurant, as if no one was there. She casually placed her gloved hands on her waist, her sharp gaze sweeping the room like a spotlight, finally resting on the remaining guests. Her delicate brows immediately furrowed. "What's going on?" She raised her voice, clearly unhappy, and challenged the manager at the entrance. "Manager Zhang, are my words ignored? I said clear the place. Completely clear it." Her slender fingers casually point to several tables of guests, with a disdainful tone. "Why are these others still here? Their presence lowers the overall class of my birthday party. Do you understand?" The lobby manager sweats profusely, bowing repeatedly. "Miss Liu, please calm down. We've already invited them out." "Really, we've already asked." "Ladies and gentlemen, we sincerely apologize. Miss Liu Jiyao's 20th birthday celebration has been reserved entirely for her. Please kindly make way." An impatient male guest can't help but stand up, trying to reason. "Miss Liu, we arrived first and we've already ordered food, so..." Before he finishes, a bodyguard leader behind Liu Jiyao steps forward. His strong build exudes pressure, and his cold voice is steady. "Sir, Miss Liu does not like repetition. Please leave immediately, and do not disturb her enjoyment." His warning look makes it clear he means business. The man, intimidated by his presence, flushes red. His lips move as if to speak, but he finally dares not continue. He angrily grabs his coat, pulls his companions, and quickly leaves. With this example, the other tables, though unhappy, can only reluctantly stand up and leave under the silent watch of the bodyguards. The air is filled with suppressed complaints. "This is too unfair. Forget it. If you can't fight, you hide, right? Let's go, let's go. No point making trouble." Liu Jiyao listens to these faint complaints. Instead of getting angry, a smug, slightly mocking smile appears on her lips. She enjoys this feeling of control, making others bow to her. Soon, the once somewhat angry restaurant becomes empty. Only the table by the window, with Su Nianhe and 3 others, remains calmly seated as if nothing is happening around them. Liu Jiyao's gaze finally falls on this last, and also the most uncooperative, table. Her beautiful eyes narrow slightly, flashing with a hint of offense and curiosity. She steps in her expensive diamond-studded high heels, tad, 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 walking slowly and steadily to their table. She looks down at them from above, especially at Su Nianhe, who sits at the main seat. She let out a sarcastic gasp, her red lips curling into a sneer. "I wonder why some people refuse to leave after causing trouble. Turns out, they haven't heard of our Liu family." Her gaze swept over Su Nianhe's simple-looking but expertly tailored dress, then briefly looked at the nervous Meng He and Linya, before finally settling on Su Nianhe's calm face. "Hey," she said, tapping the table in front of Su Nianhe with her finger. making a clear, sharp sound. Her tone was very rude. "I'm talking to you. Are you deaf or mute? Didn't you hear the notice just now? From now on, this place belongs to me, Lu Xiao. Take your embarrassing stuff and get out of my sight immediately." Her bodyguard behind her stepped forward at the right moment, forming a semicircle around her, silently applying pressure. Chun Lihing's body tensed instantly. His sharp eyes locked onto the bodyguard closest to Sun Yanhe. If that person moved even a little, he would act without hesitation. Meng He and Linya were so scared they didn't dare breathe, clinging tightly to each other. At this tense moment, Sun Yanhe slowly raised her eyes, her gaze calm and steady, as if the arrogant Lu Xiao and the fierce-looking bodyguards were just background figures. She didn't get angry. Instead, a faint, hard-to-read smile played on her lips. Just as everyone in the restaurant focused on this last table, the atmosphere tense like a stretched bowstring, Sun Yanhe finally spoke. Her voice was clear and peaceful, like a gentle stream flowing through a hot battlefield, instantly drawing everyone's attention. The guests who had just stood up and started to leave, still on the stairs, stopped in their tracks. They looked inside with eager eyes, full of curiosity. Sun Yanhe ignored the provocation from Lu Xiao right in front of her. Instead, she turned her gaze to Manager Zhang, who was sweating and caught between two choices. Her tone was gentle, as if she was asking about the weather. "Manager Zhang, may I ask how much the Miss Lu paid today to rent this Yinding banquet house?" Manager Zhang was caught off guard by the question, feeling a jolt in his heart. Was Miss Su trying to compete with the Lu family's daughter for the bid? He suspected she might not know who Lu Xiao really was. The Lu family was a giant on the global wealth list, with businesses all over the world. Although their main base wasn't in Beijing, they had deep roots in Europe and enormous influence. Lu Xiao grew up in China and was loved very much, so she acts very spoiled and carefree. Her powerful backing can crush anyone. Miss Su has a black gold card and seems wealthy, but her background is unclear. She can't compare to this true expert. He quickly forced out a smile that was worse than crying, trying to smooth things over, with a pleading tone. "Miss Su, Miss Lu. Her venue fee is 1 million. Look, it's not your birthday. There's no need to make such a fuss. Maybe another day, I can reserve the best spot for you." Beside them, Meng He and Linya felt nervous and scared when they heard the huge number 1 million. Meng He quickly lowered his voice and advised, "Sister Yanhe, maybe we should leave? This place is too intimidating." Linya nodded quickly, her face pale. "Yes, Sister Yanhe. It's just a meal. Why can't we eat? Let's go." Chun Lihing remained calm, showing no sign of worry, even as Meng He and Linya tried to persuade Sun Yanhe. He stayed silent, steady as if the sky was falling. Sun Yanhe seemed not to hear Manager Zhang's advice or Meng He and Linya's fear. She slightly turned her head, looked at them with calm eyes, even with a hint of firm resolve, and asked, "Meng He, Linya, do you still want to eat at Yunding Yanfu?" Her voice was soft but clear, reaching everyone's ears. Meng He and Linya were stunned by her question. Seeing her calm and confident look, their panic somehow eased a little. They looked at each other. Though still scared, they trusted Sun Yanhe. With trembling voices but firm hearts, they answered together, "Yes, we want to eat." Sun Yanhe's lips curled slightly. She looked back at Manager Zhang, her tone firm and decisive, with no room for negotiation. "Manager Zhang, did you hear me clearly? My brother and sister just want to eat today. We're going to have this meal." "Why, yes." Manager Zhang looked at Sun Yanhe, who refused to back down. He was so anxious he stamped his feet but felt helpless. He could only sigh heavily, thinking his career might be over today.
"What?"
Refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Lu Xiao couldn't believe her ears. She had never met anyone so bold as to repeatedly defy her like this. Her delicate face twisted slightly with anger, and her sharp voice almost pierced the eardrum. "You reckless fools, have you gone mad? Do you think you can mess with my place, Lu Xiao?" She suddenly stepped forward, her fingers painted with bright red lipstick almost poking into Sun Yanhe's nose, fierce and aggressive. Faced with this overwhelming anger and almost tangible malice, Su Nianhe finally stood up slowly. She was tall and looked directly at Lu Xiao, who was full of rage. Instead of backing down, she exuded a calm and strong presence, which immediately subdued some of Lu Xiao's arrogance. Her eyes were cold as she stared straight at Lu Xiao's wide-open, furious eyes. She spoke clearly and firmly. "Miss Lu, everything has its order." Her voice remained calm but carried undeniable strength, echoing in the quiet restaurant. "You celebrate your birthday, I eat my meal. We are not interfering with each other." Su Nianhe paused slightly, her gaze sweeping over Lu Xiao's pale face, then returning to her face. Her tone carried a faint hint of mockery. "Moreover, I was the first to sit here.
Why?
Should I leave just because you came?" This statement caused a shock in the room. Everyone gasped in disbelief, staring at the young woman who dared to face the daughter of the Lu family and even retort. This was no longer a simple argument. It was outright defiance. It was stepping on Lu Xiao's pride and grinding it into the ground. Lu Xiao trembled with anger. She pointed at you for a long time but couldn't speak properly. Her carefully painted face turned red. Her bodyguards behind her saw this and tensed their muscles, their eyes more fierce, ready to act at a moment's notice to clear the scene. Chun Liheng also quietly moved half a step, shielding Su Nianhe behind him, forming a silent standoff with the guards. The tense atmosphere was thick with the smell of gunpowder, and a battle seemed imminent. Lu Xiao, experienced in big scenes, quickly calmed down. She stared fixedly at Su Nianhe, clutching her red lipstick-stained fingers tightly around her purse, and said word by word, "Why? Just because I am the daughter of the Lu family? Just because we are rich? If you know what's good for you, get your poor little sister and brother out of here. Don't dirty my place." Su Nianhe let out a gentle laugh, her voice clear and pure, like a pearl dropping onto a tray. She didn't step back but took a half-step forward, almost nose-to-nose with Lu Xiao. "Miss Lu, Manager Zhang said you spent 1 million tonight to rent this Yinding banquet house. Is that right?" Lu Xiao raised her chin, her eyes and eyebrows showing obvious disdain. "Yes. What do you think? Are you scared now? Look at your poor appearance. You've probably never seen so much money in your life. Now you're afraid? Too late." Her bodyguard stepped forward at the right moment, casting a heavy shadow over them. But Su Nianhe showed no fear at all. She had long heard old Xiao and Suzukai talk. Her trash father also came from a wealthy family, the Lu family. Whether this Lu was the same as that Lu, she thought it was better to test the waters first, and maybe lure someone out. It's just 1 million after all. Her bank card now held nearly 2 billion yuan. Her future business could make thousands of dollars a day. Why be afraid of such a small amount? Looking at Lu Xiao again, it was obvious she hadn't experienced much and wasn't the head of the Lu family. She probably only had a few million yuan in pocket money, and she couldn't produce more. At this moment, Manager Zhang was sweating profusely, his shirt soaked through. He clearly remembered that Miss Su was holding a black gold card with fewer than 10 in Beijing, and the man beside her was definitely not a minor figure. Today, Miss Lu was probably in trouble. Sure enough, the next second, Su Nianhe turned to him, her voice calm but with undeniable authority. "Manager Zhang, this Miss Lu just spent 1 million to rent the place, right?" Manager Zhang wiped his sweat and bowed even lower. Yes, Miss Su." She nodded, calmly took a sleek black card with gold edges from her clutch, and placed it gently on the table with. "I'll add 150,000, she said softly, but clearly enough to be heard throughout the restaurant. "Now immediately go invite back all the guests who were just asked to leave." Her gaze swept over Lu Xiao's frozen face, and a faint smile appeared on her lips. "Tell them I'm paying for everything today." Su Nianhe's calm declaration of 150,000 and "I'm paying today" was like a stone thrown into a peaceful lake, instantly causing huge ripples in the scene. Wow. Just now, the guests who were forced to leave and lingered at the staircase looked surprised at first, then burst into loud, unbelievable cheers and excitement. They looked at each other, almost without hesitation, then quickly turned around. With a sense of pride, they sat back in their original seats, some even deliberately pulling their chairs loudly, glaring provocatively at the group in the center. Great. That young lady is so brave. Let's see how long she can stay arrogant. We're not leaving today. This scene felt like a series of loud slaps, hitting Luo Xiao hard in the face. She had been spoiled for 20 years. Had she ever faced such open defiance and shame? Her pretty face first turned red, then paled with anger, her chest rising and falling violently.
You
wicked person. Overcome with rage, she lost her reason. She screamed and raised her velvet-gloved hand, regardless of everything, and slapped the calm but annoying face of Su Nianhe. Chen Liheng, who had been standing like a rock beside Su Nianhe, suddenly looked very cold. He didn't even need to think, his body instinctively reacted. Just as Luo Xiao's hand was about to land, he moved with lightning speed, grabbing her wrist precisely. His grip was just right, stopping her without hurting her. Miss Luo, please behave yourself. Chen Liheng's voice was deep and cold, with a warning that could not be ignored. He pushed her forward with a quick motion, causing her to stumble back several steps. If her bodyguards hadn't quickly caught her, she might have fallen to the ground in a mess. In front of everyone, such a display of losing control was shameful. Luo Xiao felt all her blood rush to her head, and her reason was completely burned away by anger. She steadied herself, no longer caring about her noble image. Like an angry street girl, she pointed at Chen Liheng and Su Nianhe and shouted loudly, "Are you all dead? Didn't you see he dared to hit me?
get them."
Teach them a harsh lesson." The bodyguards, seeing their young lady suffer and receiving clear instructions, immediately acted without hesitation. Like hunting dogs receiving a signal, they surged forward, surrounding Su Nianhe and the others. One of the bulliest bodyguards led the attack, his fist as big as a bowl, rushing straight at Chen Liheng's face with a whooshing sound. "Be careful, Brother Chen." Meng He and Linya were so frightened they screamed in shock, their hearts almost jumping out of their chests. Manager Zhang and the nearby waiters looked pale, almost expecting a bloody fight to break out. However, the center of the attack, Su Nianhe, remained calm and composed. She even casually picked up the lemon water on the table and took a gentle sip. She knew very well how strong Chen Lifeng was. Sure enough, when attacked, Chen Lifeng only slightly turned his body and stepped back lightly, avoiding the powerful punch that nearly hit his nose. Before the attacker could throw another punch, Chen Lifeng moved forward quickly, delivering a simple straight punch that hit the opponent's stomach precisely.
Ugh.
The large bodyguard groaned and instantly turned pale. He clutched his stomach and collapsed like a small mountain, curling up and unable to get up again. This scene shocked the other bodyguards, but they relied on their numbers and rushed forward again. Chen Lifeng's eyes were sharp like an eagle. He moved swiftly among them, almost leaving after images with his fast movements. The sounds of fists hitting, groans, and falling to the ground kept coming. Every move he made was simple and effective, with no unnecessary tricks. Often, one punch was enough to disable a bodyguard. In just a minute or two, the 6 bodyguards behind Lu Xiao, who had been so aggressive, were all lying on the ground, groaning in pain. The remaining 5 looked terrified and no longer dared to step forward. Lu Xiao watched this unbelievable scene, feeling both surprised and angry. She didn't expect an unnoticed bodyguard to be so capable in a fight. Seeing that physical strength alone couldn't solve the problem, she immediately remembered her most relied-upon weapon. She suddenly turned to the pale-faced Manager Zhang, her voice sharp with urgency and anger. "Manager Zhang, I'll pay more. I'll increase the private room fee to 1.6 million.
Clear the place now."
Manager Zhang's lips trembled, sweat dripping down his temples. "Miss Lu."
This.
Before he could finish, Lu Xiao, like a gambler who had bet everything on red, started wildly increasing her offer. 1,600,000. 2 million. 2,400,000. 2,800,000. 3 million. 3,500,000.
4 million.
5 million. Su Nianhe finally spoke again. Her voice was calm but firm, raising the price to a level that made ordinary people gasp in shock. She looked at Lu Xiao leisurely, as if saying, "Keep going if you dare." Lu Xiao was completely triggered by this look. She almost instinctively wanted to shout out 500. But before she could, her silent black-clad assistant suddenly grabbed her arm and whispered urgently, "Miss Xiao, don't add any more. Don't you remember what Mr. Lu told you today? Your yearly allowance." "I know." Lu Xiao irritably tried to shake her off. "But I can't swallow this." The assistant held on tightly, pleading. "But Mr. Lu clearly said your spending this year can't exceed 10 million. You've already overspent on jewelry and sports cars. I don't care. I want this venue." Lu Xiao was no longer listening. She broke free from the assistant and shouted sharply at Manager Zhang. 6 million. Manager Zhang. I pay 6 million. Clear the place. Immediately. Now. Manager Zhang felt his vision darken and almost fainted. He wiped his sweat with his sleeve and anxiously looked toward the door, thinking desperately, "Mr. Li, I've told you for a long time. Why haven't you come yet?" Unexpectedly, Mr. Li was calmly sitting in the office of Yunding Yen Residence, sipping tea leisurely while watching the scene on the monitor, completely ignoring Manager Zhang's anxiety. To him, this scene was simply delightful. He hadn't seen such an exciting show in a long time and wanted to watch every moment carefully, not willing to miss a detail. Meanwhile, Su Nianhe, like a wise old man sitting peacefully, calmly increased the bid after Lu Xiao shouted, 6 million, as if discussing the price of vegetables. 7 million. Manager Zhang, I will still invite everyone here to dinner, free of charge. The room gasped again. 7 million just to treat everyone to a meal? Defeating the young lady of the Lu family's sharpness? Who exactly is this Miss Su? At this point, Lu Xiao's face had turned from white to green, her breathing rapid, her chest rising and falling violently. She clenched her purse tightly, her knuckles turning white from the force, her eyes filled with unwillingness and struggle. 7 million yuan was nearly all she could afford, yet the other person still seemed relaxed and confident. She stared fiercely at Su Nianhe, as if trying to swallow her whole. Finally, she squeezed out a sentence through her teeth, her tone carrying a hint of pleading she didn't even realize she had. She finally gave in. Su Nianhe. I will pay 8 million. Can you let me use this space to celebrate my birthday? Miss Xiao, the female assistant nearby, let out a nearly desperate cry. 8 million. That already exceeded Lu Xiao's expectations. If Lu Xiao knew, my assistant probably wouldn't have a job anymore. But right now, Lu Xiao seemed to have lost all reason. Her mind was only on overpowering Su Nianhe, ignoring her assistant's words completely. Su Nianhe looked at her proud but already shaky stance, understanding everything. Lu Xiao might be favored in the Lu family, but she was not an essential core member who could draw unlimited resources. Her pocket money limit was proof enough. Her cards were all revealed. The best move was to accept the situation and stop now. She had planned to go along and agree to this request. Anyway, she had already achieved her goal. After tonight, the name Su Nianhe would naturally reach the ears of the Lu family. But before she could speak, the entire Yunding banquet hall suddenly erupted like a bomb had gone off. The noise was deafening, and the crowd was furious. These guests had already been driven out once by Lu Xiao. They had just sat down again, only to face a second eviction. Their anger flared instantly. What made them even more upset was that Lu Xiao, despite being weaker in strength and wealth, still wanted to use money to chase people away. In contrast, Su Nianhe not only showed kindness, but was also willing to spend 7 million to treat everyone to a meal. Clearly, who was better off was obvious. Everyone's dislike and dissatisfaction with Lu Xiao reached a boiling point. Their previous slight fear of the Lu family's power was completely swept away by the collective anger now. Someone shouted first, "Lu Xiao, what right do you have to make us leave?" Immediately, someone echoed loudly, "We arrived earlier than you." "Yeah. Why should we leave?" We're not leaving today. Exactly. How much she spends doesn't matter. We're not leaving. Miss Sue is hosting a dinner, and we are all in for it. Yes. We support Miss Sue. The crowd's cheers grew louder, and all the guests stood up, glaring at Lu Zhiyao with a fierce look, as if daring her to try to remove them again. This was exactly what Sun Yan he wanted. Today, she planned to make this proud daughter of the Lu family taste what it means to face public anger and understand that once you offend others, you have to swallow your pride. She watched Lu Zhiyao's face turn from green to white, clearly surprised and panicked by the crowd's anger. Sun Yan he smiled faintly, with a tone that sounded helpless but carried a hint of playful teasing. Miss Zhiyao, look, I don't really mind whether I let you or not. But these guests were about to leave, and I just said a word to keep them here. Now they don't want to go, and I can't do anything about it. She deliberately stretched her tone, watching a flicker of hope in Lu Zhiyao's eyes, then slowly continued. Unless, Lu Zhiyao, as if clutching a life-saving straw, hurriedly asked, unless what?
Tell me.
As long as you let me have my birthday at the Yunding banquet house tonight, I will do anything you say. Right now, she just wanted to end this gracefully and finish her birthday celebration, so she didn't think about anything else. Sun Yan he smiled slightly, glancing over the angry guests, and said something that stunned both Lu Zhiyao and Manager Zhang. Unless you can make all these guests stay and eat with you, celebrating your birthday, make these guests, who had just been scorned and driven away, now eager to tear her apart, stay and celebrate her birthday? Lu Zhiyao thought she must have heard wrong. This was almost like a fairy tale. But seeing Sun Yan he's confident look and the fierce eyes of the surrounding guests, she realized this was her only way out. Though humiliating, it was better than being completely kicked out and becoming a joke in the whole city. She clenched her teeth and almost forced out a sound from her throat, with a tone of resignation, shouting at the equally stunned Manager Zhang. Fine. I agree. Manager Zhang, did you hear that? Tonight, this Yunding banquet house belongs to me. All the guests, stay and celebrate my birthday with me. It's on me. Manager Zhang was completely stunned, his mind almost stopping. This matter. How did it turn out so unexpectedly, ending in such a strange way that feels almost perfect? The venue was officially handed over to Miss Lu. But the guests didn't leave. Instead, she invited them. He opened his mouth but couldn't say a word for a long time, only nodding stiffly. In the large restaurant, the atmosphere became very strange. As soon as Lu Zhiyao said, "It's my treat," the whole restaurant fell into a very eerie silence. The guests, who had been angry just moments before, now exchanged knowing looks and showed subtle, sneaky smiles. They slowly sat back down, moving with a deliberately relaxed pace. No one spoke, but a silent understanding filled the air. Now they didn't have to leave, and they could enjoy a free meal. Most importantly, they could watch how the proud Miss Lu from the Lu family would perform her little show and turn herself into a living joke in front of her guests she had kept there. This was way more interesting than any birthday party. Only Lu Zhiyao's black-clad assistant looked more upset than a burnt pot. She clearly saw that her boss was being played by Miss Sue, who was mocking her. Spending 8 million on a room full of people just to laugh at her was a huge insult. But Lu Zhiyao was still caught up in the false victory of saving the venue, unaware of the strange atmosphere around her or her assistant's anxious eyes. "Why are you just standing there?" Lu Zhiyao glared impatiently at her assistant, her tone returning to her usual haughty attitude, trying to hide her inner discomfort and the uncomfortable looks she was receiving. "Didn't you see the guests are all staying? Hurry up and get everything ready. Where's my birthday cake? The custom backdrop and flowers? Get them done as fast as possible. Also, contact Mr. Wang and Miss Li. Tell them they can come over. Hurry up." The female assistant took a deep breath, suppressing her frustration and panic, trying to stay professional. She turned around and quietly directed the staff. "Quick! Move faster. Set up the custom backdrop on the stage over there. Handle it gently. Floral arrangements. Follow the previous design. And make sure each table has flowers. Lighting team, adjust the mood lighting to a warm, dreamy theme. She quickly moved to the side, took out her phone, and lowered her voice anxiously to make a call. Hello? Is this Mr. Wang? Yes, the venue is ready. Miss Ji Yao, please come quickly. Yes, there was a small hiccup, but everything has been resolved. As she spoke, she couldn't help but glance with the corner of her eye at Su Nianhe and the others sitting calmly by the window, seemingly unaffected by the chaos. Her heart felt cold. In sharp contrast to the chaos over at the Liu family's place, Su Nianhe's table was very peaceful. Meng He and Linya watched this dramatic scene with their mouths open wide, as if they could fit an egg inside. They saw the well-trained staff busy decorating the fancy birthday venue like busy ants, saw Liu Zhiyao acting like a clown giving orders, and looked at the guests whispering and waiting to see the show. Their view of the world was completely changed. Linya leaned closer to Su Nianhe, still surprised and full of admiration in her voice. Nianhe, do we really not have to leave?
And
Can we still enjoy Miss Liu's birthday party for free? Su Nianhe picked up the hot tea in front of her, gently blew on it, took a sip, and with a faint smile on her lips, said calmly, Of course. Miss Liu is hard to refuse. How could we turn down her kindness? Meng He also realized this and blushed with excitement, lowering his voice. Nianhe, you're amazing. We didn't spend a single cent, and not only did we stay, but we also made her bleed a lot trying to invite everyone. Her birthday must be pretty miserable now. Chun-Li Feng, who had been silent, looked over the busy bodyguards and staff, finally resting his gaze on Su Nianhe's calm profile, a faint admiration flashing in his eyes. He said nothing, only sat straighter, like a silent mountain, making sure no unexpected trouble could reach the area he was protecting. Su Nianhe saw everything happening around her, smiled slightly, and said in a calm but meaningful tone, Remember today. Sometimes, solving problems isn't about fists or money itself, but how you use them and how you manipulate people's hearts. Meng He and Linya looked somewhat confused, but nodded heavily. They knew that following Sister Nianhe today was not just about having a meal, but witnessing a brilliant, bloodless battle. At this moment, Liu Zhiyao's group of friends finally arrived late. They were all dressed stylishly, with both men and women carrying the relaxed arrogance typical of wealthy heirs. Zhiyao. Happy birthday. Wow. This is quite a scene, Zhiyao. Huh?
who are these people?
Did you invite them? They look unfamiliar. A young man with chestnut-colored hair looked around at the guests who clearly didn't belong to their circle and asked suspiciously. Liu Zhiyao's smile froze for a moment, then she quickly explained, Oh, those are the restaurant's original guests. I thought the atmosphere was good, so I invited them to join the fun. She spoke vaguely, her eyes unconsciously drifting towards Su Nianhe with a hint of hidden resentment. Although her friends found it strange, they didn't think much of it. They giggled and surrounded Liu Zhiyao, heading toward the beautifully decorated main table. The birthday song played. A large custom cake was brought out, lights flickered, and champagne was uncorked. On the surface, a luxurious and lively birthday party finally began. But no matter how cheerful the music and laughter, they couldn't hide the gloom in Liu Zhiyao's eyes or the silent, mocking atmosphere that filled the air. Su Nianhe and her three companions, like detached spectators, calmly enjoyed this unique feast, paid for by their rivals. They finished their meal quietly. The dishes on their table were almost enough for Meng He and Lin Yaoguang to finish, creating a stark contrast with the lavish, wasteful feast on the main table nearby, where only a few bites were taken before being cleared away. Those guests who had come just to eat now looked satisfied, with happy smiles, as they gradually left the scene. Many of them cast grateful and admiring glances at Su Nianhe's table, some even nodding slightly in greeting. Meanwhile, Liu Zhiyao's side was still a chaotic mess. Her group of friends clearly hadn't had enough. They surrounded her, with the clinking of glasses, exaggerated laughter, and flattering compliments filling the air. Zhiyao, your presence today is unmatched in Jing City. Exactly. Who has a birthday celebration like this? Renting out the entire Yunding banquet hall, such a big gesture. Big Sister Yao is awesome. You have to keep supporting us in the future. Luo Xiao was surrounded in the center. Alcohol and flattery made her forget her previous frustration for a moment. She smiled proudly, as if she was the star of the show. But deep inside that smile, there was a faint hint of forced happiness and emptiness. Su Nianhe glanced calmly at the noisy crowd in the middle. Her heart was steady, and she felt a sense of calmness, as if everything was settled. She gently picked up a napkin and wiped her lips. She thought to herself, this drama should end now. Tomorrow afternoon, she still had to go to Hong Kong. The registration of the Hong Kong City Trading Company and the goods that Sister Wenwan wanted all needed to be arranged quickly. As for the Liu family, today, the words Su Nianhe were thrown out there. But how big the impact was and whether it would attract the right people still needed time to see. It could wait until she returned from Hong Kong. The most urgent thing now was to leave this place of trouble. Luo Xiao was now being praised so much that she was dizzy. She didn't realize yet that she was being used as a. But if any smart person pointed it out, that fool of a young lady might realize the truth, which could cause more trouble. Although she wasn't afraid, it was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Thinking of this, she put down her napkin and calmly asked Meng He and Linya, who were still savoring the show just now, "Are you finished eating?" Meng He immediately snapped out of his thoughts and nodded quickly. "Yes, we're done, Sister Nianhe. We're very full." Not just full, it was a spiritual feast too. Linya also nodded eagerly, her face flushed with excitement. Yes, we're done. I've never had such interesting food in my life." Su Nianhe's lips curled slightly. She stood up decisively. "If you're done, let's go." "Okay." Meng He and Linya immediately stood up quickly, eager to leave this place which, although they had won, still felt a bit dangerous. Chen Lihui had already silently moved to stand behind Su Nianhe, his gaze habitually sweeping the surroundings to ensure the escape route was clear. But just as his eyes passed the restaurant entrance, his pupils suddenly shrank. He saw a young man across from the restaurant, wearing a flashy pink floral shirt, sunglasses in a tea color, and a mischievous smile on his face. He was walking leisurely toward them with one hand in his pocket. Behind him, two muscular men in black t-shirts followed closely. Chen Lifeng's heart suddenly alarmed him, and he silently cursed. This is bad. He might not recognize Su Nianhe, Meng He, or Linya, but he definitely knew this person. A few years ago, when he was still in the Special Police Unit, during a crackdown on illegal activities, he personally detained this Li Jian at a top private club. The scene back then was quite shocking. That Li was a notorious from a top wealthy family in Beijing, known for his wild ways and dirty tricks. Many innocent women had been deceived and harmed by him. Chen Lifeng couldn't stand it at the time and wanted to send him to jail immediately. But due to pressure from above, he had to hold back and let him go. This guy is definitely a troublemaker you can't easily get rid of. If Miss Su were to fall under his attention, it wouldn't be good. Fortunately, Li Jian didn't seem to recognize him. After all, they only met briefly back then, and Chen was wearing a uniform and a mask, so the flashy probably forgot him. But Li Jian's unhidden, flirtatious gaze was now fixed directly on Su Nianhe, who was about to leave. He couldn't wait any longer. Chen Lifeng reacted quickly. Before Li Jian could approach, he took 2 big steps forward. His tall figure was like a solid wall, precisely and swiftly blocking in front of Su Nianhe, fully protecting her behind his broad back. His movements were quick and silent, but carried a clear protective intent. His eyes instantly sharpened like an eagle, locking onto Li Jian approaching. However, Li Jian's carefree smile didn't fade at all. It was as if he hadn't seen Chen Lifeng's cold warning. He reached out casually, trying to push away Chen's arm blocking him, and said playfully, "Hey there, brother, no need to be so tense." He said this while trying to push Chen aside. "Miss Su is on my turf today, making that fool from the Liu family look bad. I enjoyed the show thoroughly. So, the main actor has finished, and now he's just going to walk away? Not even a thank you." He thought he could easily push away this annoying bodyguard with his strength, but to his surprise, Chen Lifeng stood firm like roots in the ground, unmoving. Li Jian let out a surprised, huh, and a flicker of astonishment appeared in his eyes behind his sunglasses. He arrived late and only saw the second half of Su Nianhe using money to make Lu Xiao retreat step by step. He completely missed the impressive scene earlier where Chen Lifan single-handedly took down 10 bodyguards. Manager Zhang was already annoyed that he was hiding in his office, watching from across the river. Seeing him sweat anxiously without stepping in to help, he naturally didn't bother to remind him. That's interesting. Li Jian's smile grew deeper. Instead of backing down, this only made him more interested. He wasn't one of those useless rich kids who only eat, drink, and play. He had trained in fighting skills and strength, just like a proper heir should. He quietly applied more force with his hand and tried again to push Chen Lifan away. The other remained steady as a rock. Li Jian's eyes narrowed slightly, and he pushed with even more strength. This time, Chen Lifan's body finally moved slightly, wobbling a little. He felt a little happy inside, thinking he had figured out the other's strength. Without holding back, he used about 80% of his strength, pushing and pulling hard. He finally forced Chen Lifan's strong arms apart, creating a gap. Chen Lifan's brows furrowed. He didn't expect this spoiled young man to be so skilled. He was not just a delicate figure. He immediately leaned his shoulders and tried to stop him again. In the blink of an eye, in this small space, the two silently exchanged a few moves using their arms and bodies. Although the movements were small, the tense muscles and the nervous atmosphere made Meng He and Lin Yan nearby too afraid to breathe. Su Nianhe watched the brief fight calmly, understanding everything clearly. This suddenly appearing young master was not only well-connected but also capable himself. It was obvious he had his eyes on her. If she forcibly left today, it would probably be hard to resolve peacefully. Instead, it might make the conflict worse and delay important matters. She quickly made a decision in her mind. She gave Chen Lifan a subtle look to signal him to stay calm. Chen Lifan understood her perfectly. Although reluctant, he immediately stopped his attack, took a half step back, and stood in front of Su Nianhe like a guardian. His sharp eyes still locked onto Li Jian, ready to defend against any sudden move. Once the barrier disappeared, Su Nianhe faced Li Jian directly. She showed no fear, only a hint of just right curiosity. Her clear voice broke the brief silence. "Sir," she said calmly, meeting his probing gaze, "you keep saying this is your territory." She slightly tilted her head, her tone questioning but with a strong presence. "Could it be that the Yunding Banquet House is your property?" Li Jian didn't expect her to ignore his teasing and go straight to the point with such sharp questions. He paused for a moment, then took off his tea-colored sunglasses, revealing a charming, flirtatious pair of eyes. He tried to respond more sincerely. "Miss Su, you speak so frankly," he smiled, trying to take control of the situation. "This Yunding Banquet House, although not officially under my name, is definitely part of the Li family's assets. My father entrusted me with managing it, so roughly speaking, it is also my territory." His words were vague, showing the typical attitude of a wealthy family's child who sees family resources as their own. Hearing this, Su Nianhe's lips curled into a very faint smile. Her expression was cold but sharp, as if she saw through everything. She gently shook her head, her tone still calm but like a needle piercing through the loopholes in his words. "Young Masterly, that sounds a bit too clever. If you manage it, then it's yours?" Her eyes were clear, as if she was simply stating a fact. "According to that logic, Manager Zhang works hard here every day, handling all the restaurant's affairs. Could it be that the Yunding Banquet House also belongs to Manager Zhang?" Li Jian was momentarily speechless, caught off guard by this sudden logical question. He opened his mouth to argue but found that her words made it hard for him to deny directly. If it's his?
Legally, no.
If it's not his? But in the circle of Jing City, who wouldn't admit that the Yunding Banquet House is Li Jian's? He looked into Su Nianhe's eyes, which seemed to see right through people. For the first time in front of a woman, he felt a strange sense of defeat and an even stronger curiosity. This woman is not only wealthy and brave, but her mind is also so quick. Li Jian was speechless for a moment after Su Nianha's remark about Manager Zhang's territory. He quickly tried to think of how to turn the conversation around and also build a connection with this beautiful, confident, and clever young lady. However, Su Nianha didn't give him a chance to continue. Seeing him silent, she smoothly changed the subject with a calm tone that implied, "That's just how it is. No need to explain further." "Sir," she spoke again, directly overturning Li Jian's previous words, "since the Yunding Banquet House isn't legally your property, then your so-called territory naturally doesn't hold up either." She paused, her clear eyes looking at Li Jian with a tone that left no room for doubt. "In that case, whether I, Su Nianha, am here to show someone a lesson or to help someone out, it has nothing to do with you at all." She nodded slightly, her posture elegant yet distant. "So, may I leave now?" Before Li Jian could respond, she turned around, signaling Meng He and Linya, and headed straight for the elevator. Her steps were calm, without any hesitation or longing.
"Hey, Misu, wait."
Li Jian saw the opportunity slipping away and, ignoring his manners, instinctively tried to catch up. Chun Lifeng, who had been watching him closely, immediately moved again like a ghost, blocking him with a silent but unbreakable wall, completely preventing him from approaching. Chun Lifeng didn't say a word, just stared coldly with sharp eyes, clearly warning, if he moved closer again, it wouldn't be polite. Seeing Chun Lifeng's stay-away stance and glancing at Su Nianha's slender but resolute back, Li Jian knew he couldn't force her to stay. His heart felt like a cat scratching inside. He hurriedly raised his voice and called after her, "Miss Su, my name is Li Jian. I am the third young master of the Li family." His speech was rapid, as if afraid she wouldn't hear if he slowed down. "If you encounter any trouble in Jing City in the future, just come to me. My phone number is 1-889-988-9988. Remember it, 1-889-988-9988. Be sure to remember. The phone number is randomly written. Please don't take it seriously. If such a number exists, it's purely coincidental." Walking ahead, Su Nianha heard the urgent and somewhat humorous self-promotion behind her. She paused slightly, her shoulders twitching as she tried hard to hold back her laughter, until she quickly reached the elevator, turned around, and watched the doors slowly close, sealing Li Jian's face, full of frustration and hope, outside. Su Nianha couldn't help but burst out laughing. Her laugh was clear and bright, like a stream hitting rocks, full of joy after feeling completely relaxed. She laughed and looked at Linya, who was also blushing from trying not to laugh. She asked seriously, "Linya, do you remember the phone number that Li's third young master just gave?" Linya was first surprised, then realized what was happening. Seeing the mischievous smile in Su Nianha's eyes, she couldn't hold back anymore. She covered her stomach and laughed loudly, shaking her head. "Nianha, I was too nervous and just watching the fun. Who can remember that? A string of numbers like reciting a prayer. Who can remember that?" Ha ha ha. The two girls laughed so hard in the small elevator that they seemed to want to release all the tension and scheming they had built up earlier in the restaurant through their loud laughter. This sudden burst of laughter made Chun Lifeng and Meng He exchange confused looks, not understanding what was so funny. Chun Lifeng frowned slightly. After a silent confrontation, he was still on alert and couldn't understand what was so amusing. Li Jian's obvious attempt to make a move was clear, yet she was still happily laughing. Could it be that Miss Su really liked Li's third young master? Oh no, he needed to warn Su Xiao quickly. He looked at Su Nianha with a hint of questioning and suspicion. Meng He scratched his head, looking confused at his sister and Linya, who were laughing so hard their faces were twisted. He hesitated and asked, "Nianha, Xiaoya, what are you laughing at? Is there something wrong with that young master's phone number?" He thought that although Li Jian was annoying, she seemed serious when giving her number. Why did it become so funny when it reached them? To him, after the tense moment just now, their laughter was a little
creepy.
Su Nianha looked at the two of them, one serious and confused, the other simple and lost, and especially at Chun Lifeng, who seemed to be facing a big challenge, but was helplessly smiling at their laughter. She couldn't help but laugh even more. She waved her hand, finally catching her breath, tears of laughter in the corner of her eyes.
It's
nothing serious. She took a deep breath, wiped away her tears, and said in a relaxed tone, I just think this young Master Lee San's way of promoting himself is quite unique. The elevator descended smoothly, and inside the metal cabin, there was still a hint of teasing laughter and the lingering tension from earlier. It wasn't until they entered the underground parking lot and sat in the steady black business car that the atmosphere finally relaxed. Chun Li-feng skillfully started the car, and the engine hummed low. Soon Yinhe leaned back comfortably in the back seat and told Meng He and Linya sitting beside her, Xiao He Xiao Ya, tomorrow afternoon, Li and I are going to Hangcheng. We won't go to the shop in the morning. If everything goes smoothly, we might be gone for about 10 days. Her tone was calm but serious. During our absence, Zhang Zhen's will be in your hands. Pay extra attention to daily operations. If you encounter difficult clients or tricky problems, don't try to handle everything alone. Ask old Meng for advice. She paused, glanced at the two young people's slightly serious faces, then slowed her voice and added, If even old Meng finds it hard, just call me directly. Do you understand? Got it, Sister Nyenha. Meng He immediately straightened up and promised loudly, Don't worry, I'll take good care of the shop. If anything comes up, I'll discuss it with Grandpa. I won't try to handle it alone. Linya also nodded quickly, her pretty face full of seriousness. Sister Nyenha, we'll do our best. You and Brother Chen go ahead and handle your business. We can manage the shop. Chen Li-feng had already guided them once last night and was very familiar with the route. The black car smoothly moved through the night traffic, first dropping Linya at her community entrance. Watching her safely enter the building, the car then turned around and took Meng He back to the Meng family home. Finally, only Su Nyenha and Chen Li-feng remained in the car. The wheels rolled over the quiet road and gradually stopped in front of Su Nyenha's house, which had a private courtyard. Pushing open the slightly open courtyard door, the warm light from the small building's living room spilled out through the glass window, dispelling the coolness of the autumn night. Walking into the living room, she indeed saw Aunt Wang sitting beside the old-fashioned stove, dozing off while waiting for their return. When she heard the door open, Aunt Wang jolted awake. Seeing it was them, her wrinkled face immediately broke into a kind smile. She hurriedly stood up. You're back. Oh, you're finally back. Did you have a good time? As she spoke, she quickly moved to the side table, picked up the prepared kettle and cups, and skillfully poured 2 cups of warm water. Here, have some hot water first. It's cool tonight. To chase away the cold, she handed the water to Su Nyenha, then also brought a cup to Chen Li-feng, her eyes full of caring as an elder. Su Nyenha took the cup, feeling the warmth from her palm. She smiled and held Aunt Wang's free hand, speaking in a rare, slightly childish and innocent tone. I'm so happy. Aunt Wang, you don't know how happy I am tonight. I not only did a good deed, but also got to enjoy a free meal. I mean, I was treated to a big dinner. Nyenha, what are you saying? Aunt Wang was amused by her. Then her gaze lingered on her flushed cheeks. Her nose twitched slightly, and she let out a gentle, "Oh," with a tone full of concern and mild reproach. Child, have you been drinking? You smell of alcohol. Girls shouldn't drink outside, it worries people. She took the half-empty cup from Su Nyenha's hand, her brow furrowing slightly. Drinking is bad for your health. Wait here, I've been keeping some millet porridge warm on the stove. I'll make you a hangover soup with old tangerine peel and honey. It'll soothe your stomach and stop your head from hurting. Without waiting for Su Nyenha to refuse, she turned and went back into the kitchen, the faint sound of pots and dishes coming from inside. Su Nyenha watched Aunt Wang busy in the kitchen, her slightly hunched figure, and listened to her caring chatter. A warm wave surged in her heart, and her eyes felt a little moist. She lowered her head, unconsciously rubbing the rim of her cup with her fingertips. The warm liquid slid down her throat, but it couldn't wash away the sudden sourness and longing that rose in her heart. She couldn't help but wonder what her mother would be like if she were still alive. Is it also like Mother Wang, always waiting under the lamp for her late return? She would first offer a warm glass of water, worry and fuss over a faint smell of alcohol on her, and insist on cooking a comforting soup to soothe her stomach, even late at night. This kind of careful, childlike care feels so ordinary, yet so precious. Since Grandma passed away, she rarely feels this anymore. Back when they were at the Su family, Mother Wang's small acts of care often had to be hidden carefully from Zhao Manyun and Su Nianwei. Chun Li-feng stood nearby, noticing the fragile and longing expression flickering across Su Nianhe's face. He stayed silent, not disturbing her thoughts, gently placing his untouched glass of water on the coffee table and quietly standing by like a reliable shadow. Soon, Mother Wang came out carrying a white porcelain bowl filled with a clear, fragrant drink with a hint of dried tangerine peel and honey sweetness. "Quick, Nianhe, drink it while it's hot," she said softly, carefully handing the bowl to Su Nianhe, her eyes full of caring concern. "Drink it, rest well, and you'll be full of energy tomorrow." Su Nianhe took the bowl, feeling the warmth through her fingertips, which warmed her heart. She looked up and gave Mother Wang a sincere, gentle smile. "Thank you, Mother Wang. I always worry you stay up so late." "It's nothing." Mother Wang waved her hand, her face crinkling into a smile like a chrysanthemum. "As long as you're safe at home, I can sleep peacefully. Drink up and rest early." Su Nianhe gently blew on the soup, taking small sips of the warm, sweet, and heartfelt drink. The living room was filled with warm light, the stove's residual heat still lingering, and the silent guardianship of Chun Li-feng and Mother Wang's loving gaze. All of this wove together into a sense of home, a peaceful refuge that temporarily kept the outside world's chaos and schemes at bay. The next morning, sunlight filtered through the sheer curtains, casting dappled shadows on the wooden floor. Mother Wang tiptoed downstairs busy, letting Su Nianhe sleep until late morning. The bedroom was quiet and peaceful, only the steady sound of breathing. Until the phone on the bedside table vibrated persistently, breaking the silence with a buzzing sound. Su Nianhe frowned, groggily reaching out from under the quilt, feeling around the bed for a few moments before grabbing the noisy source. She didn't look at the phone, just slid her finger to answer. With a hoarse voice full of sleep, she simply said, "Hello." Immediately, a clear and slightly urgent voice came from the other end. "Sister Nianhe, are you still not up? My brother asked me to tell you that the key to the warehouse you rented 3 months ago is still here with us. I heard you're going to Hangqing again. Are you going to keep the warehouse or give it up? You need to decide. Send me the address and I'll deliver the key to you." Su Nianhe, still sleepy and a bit foggy in her mind, reacted after a few seconds and suddenly remembered what she was told. She rubbed her eyes, sat up, leaning against the headboard, and her voice became clearer. "Oh, the warehouse. I almost forgot about it if you hadn't mentioned." She paused for a moment, and her tone carried a hint of surprise. "At first, I only asked to pay 2 months' rent. The extra 60,000 was meant to cover your brother's flight and hotel for that trip. I didn't expect. He actually paid the rent for me and kept the warehouse for me all this time." The voice from the phone chuckled. "You don't know your brother? He said he's just there to accompany you, and he wouldn't ask you to pay for your flight and hotel. All right, if you're busy, don't bother to come. I'll have someone go and get it. Okay, then. I'm at the hospital watching over my brother now. You and Chen Liheng." Before she finished, Lin Yalin hurriedly hung up. Su Nianhe looked at the clock on her phone, showing 10 o'clock sharp, and felt as if her heart had been overturned like a spice jar. Lin Feng's quiet sincerity and thoughtfulness hit her harder than she expected. Unexpectedly, a warm feeling slowly spread from her chest. These siblings from the Lin family. Su Nianhe gazed out the window, feeling warm inside, but her eyes grew more determined. If it weren't for their support along the way, she wouldn't have made it this far. In the future, if Shan Yanji or Wenwan needed supplies, they must prioritize their company. That would be the best way to repay their kindness. But right now, Wenwan's shop was just starting, and everything was difficult at the beginning. Every item had to be carefully selected, with no room for mistakes. Looking at it this way, she realized she still had to go to Hangqing herself. Only by comparing goods carefully could she feel at ease. With this thought, her sleepiness vanished instantly. She threw off the blanket and hurriedly rushed into the bathroom to wash up. 10 minutes later, Su Nianhe walked down the stairs in slippers, her face fresh and moist from the water. Mrs. Wang was coming out of the kitchen carrying warm millet porridge and some side dishes. Seeing her, she smiled kindly and said, "You're awake? Come, have a bite to settle your stomach." Su Nianhe sat at the dining table, picked up a spoon, stirred the steaming porridge, and looked around casually. She asked, "Mrs. Wang, where is Chen Liheng?" She still wants him to go to Lin Yalin's place to get the key. She hadn't seen him since she got up, so she wondered silently. Could he be hiding somewhere again, reporting to Suzukai? At this moment, Chen Liheng, who was being mentioned by Su Nianhe, had just finished a phone call. Not far from the Su family courtyard, under a sycamore tree, he lowered his voice and recounted everything. How Li Jian had approached him last night, how Su Nianhe responded, and the somewhat amusing farewell to Suzukai on the other end of the line. After finishing, he held his breath, expecting to hear a stern command, like, "Guard her closely," or "Absolutely prevent that Li from getting near again." But there was a pause on the line, and the voice that came was unexpectedly calm, almost emotionless. "Understood. Your task is to keep her safe. The rest, don't interfere too much." Chen Liheng held his phone, stunned for a moment, then asked instinctively, "Young Master Su, about Li Sangongzi." "Just do your part," Suzukai interrupted him, his tone still flat but firm, with an undeniable authority. "She knows what to do." "Yes, I understand," Chen Liheng replied quietly, suppressing his surprise. After ending the call, he stood there, looking at the roof of the Su family courtyard in the distance, his brow slightly furrowed. He found it hard to understand young Master Su's intentions. Usually, he wasn't so generous. Seeing that he wasn't scolded after reporting, Chen Liheng finally relaxed. Since everything had been honestly reported, and if Li Jian ever bothered Miss Su again, he wouldn't be blamed anymore. He pocketed his phone and turned to walk toward the courtyard. In the dining room, Su Nianhe took a few sips of porridge. Before Mrs. Wang could answer her, she looked up and asked again. "He left early in the morning." Mrs. Wang finally came back to her senses and quickly said, "Oh, little Chin just went to the airport to buy her ticket for the afternoon flight." Booking a ticket, Su Nianhe gently tapped her spoon against the bowl, making a clear sound. She smiled a little. "That can be done easily online with a few clicks. Why make a special trip?" Mrs. Wang looked a bit helpless and explained, "Nianhe, you might not know. This morning, suddenly, the whole city of Jing stopped internet service for some reason. They say it might be until tonight before it's back. Little Chen was worried about delaying your plans, so he went straight to the ticket office at the airport to buy the ticket. He's been out for a while. Looking at the time, he should be back soon, right?" "What?" The whole city lost power and internet. Su Nianhe couldn't believe her ears. She instinctively picked up her phone on the table, trying to check online, but the signal was completely gone. Connecting to Wi-Fi also didn't work. Only then did she truly believe Mrs. Wang's words, feeling a bit scared. Luckily, she had charged her phone last night before bed, or she would be in real trouble today. "This is such a coincidence," she muttered, putting down her phone. She felt more confident in Chen Liheng's careful and quick decision-making. Although sometimes he seemed like a moving surveillance device, at critical moments, he was indeed reliable. She finished her breakfast faster and started planning her luggage and things to do in Gangcheng. Just as she was about to take the last bite of porridge and think about how to contact Chen Liheng to get the keys, she heard a soft creak at the door. She looked up and saw Chen Liheng, tall and steady, stepping inside, carrying the cool morning air with him. "Thinking of you, and you're back." Su Nianhe put down her spoon, wiped her mouth with a tissue, and spoke naturally with familiarity. She thought about how he had gone out of his way to buy her plane tickets, so she didn't question why he was gone so long. Instead, she asked directly, "Is the ticket sorted? What time does it leave?" Chen Liheng paused slightly, meeting Su Nianhe's bright eyes. He avoided direct eye contact for a moment and replied in a calm voice, "Yes, it's booked. The flight is at 2 in the afternoon." His tone was steady, but inside he felt a little uneasy. He had booked the ticket, but He also used this time to report last night's developments to Su Xiao. Su Nianhe didn't notice his slight awkwardness. When she looked at the time, she immediately remembered about the keys. Her speech quickened a bit. Perfect. Just now, Yalan called and said that the key to the warehouse I rented in Gangcheng 3 months ago is still with her. I need to go pick it up. Right now, I need to hurry and pack my luggage. I can't leave now. Can you go to the hospital and get it for me? It's the same hospital where Lin Feng was hospitalized last time. Yalan should still be there with him. Okay, no problem. Chen Lihui nodded immediately, without hesitation. He glanced at the clock on the wall and responsibly reminded her, Miss Su, you need to pack quickly too. The trip to the airport isn't very far, but there's always a chance of traffic. It's better to leave early so you won't miss your flight. Got it. Hurry back and forth. Su Nianhe waved her hand, showing she understood. Chen Lihui didn't say more. He turned quickly and strode out of the small yard, heading straight to the garage to start the car and go to the hospital to get the keys. After sending Chen Lihui away, Su Nianhe immediately started to act. She turned and went upstairs to her room, opening her usual suitcase. She planned to stay in Gangcheng for at least 10 days. Although her current financial situation allowed her to be carefree and buy whatever she wanted, she still had her own stubborn habits. She opened her wardrobe and drawers, carefully packing her belongings, several comfortable outfits, her usual skincare and toiletries, a book she was halfway through, and of course, the wooden tag her grandmother had left her, which had a special space. While packing, she thought to herself, having money is convenient, but it can't compare to the comfort of familiar old things. Things bought outside can't match the feeling of carefully chosen, familiar items that feel right. Her small suitcase was packed full but neatly organized. When she zipped it up, she let out a gentle sigh, as if she was packing away a sense of familiarity and peace, ready to take it with her and head back into the world of Gangcheng. Just as Su Nianhe finished zipping her suitcase and straightened up, massaging her slightly sore waist, she looked up at the wall clock. The hour hand was already pointing past 12. Her heart skipped a beat. Time had flown so fast. Fortunately, the familiar sound of footsteps and Chen Lifeng's steady voice came from downstairs. Miss Su, you've retrieved your keys. Su Nianhe felt a little calmer and quickly dragged her somewhat heavy suitcase out of the bedroom on the second floor. Madame Wang was standing at the staircase, looking eagerly. When she saw Su Nianhe carrying her suitcase, she immediately stepped forward, her face full of worry that couldn't be hidden. You're leaving so soon? Madame Wang helped steady the suitcase and kept talking. Nianhe, being away from home is different. You must learn to take care of yourself. The weather in Gangcheng is humid and hot, with big temperature differences between morning and evening. Do you have enough clothes? Don't catch a cold from being too cold. Su Nianhe felt warm inside and paused, patiently replying, It's enough, Madame Wang. I brought enough. But Madame Wang seemed to open up and continued holding her hand, still giving advice, and remember to eat on time. I heard the food there tends to be cold and raw. Your stomach isn't good, so be careful. Don't overestimate your youth and do reckless things. Try not to go out alone at night. I heard things can be chaotic there. Listening to Madame Wang's detailed and caring chatter, the impatience that had built up from rushing earlier was gradually replaced by a warm, bittersweet feeling. She knew that Madame Wang didn't understand the deeper reasons for her trip to Gangcheng or the possible complications she might face. She thought it was just an ordinary business trip. But it was this kind of pure, unreserved concern that made it so precious, as if she was still that child who needed to be watched over all the time. Being cared for and thought of like this felt really good. She suppressed the sourness in her nose, gently held Madame Wang's rough but warm hand, and spoke softly, with a hint of choking emotion. I understand, Madame Wang. I've taken your words to heart. I will eat well and take good care of myself. You can rest assured. Madame Wang wanted to say more, but when she saw Chen Lifeng quietly taking her suitcase and waiting by the side, she swallowed her words. She sighed and showed a reassuring smile. With Xiao Chun here with you, I feel more at ease. All right, go now, don't miss your flight. Outside the hospital gate, Chen Lifeng silently placed Su Nianhe's suitcase securely into the trunk of the car, next to his own smaller, simpler-looking luggage. He opened the back door for Su Nianhe. After she sat down securely, he went around to the driver's seat, started the car, and smoothly merged into the traffic heading toward the airport. At the airport, Chen Lifeng handled all the tasks like check-in and baggage drop-off efficiently, so Su Nianhe didn't need to worry about anything. He seemed very familiar with airport procedures, moving quickly through the crowd and arranging everything in no time. Watching him hand her the boarding pass and ID, Su Nianhe couldn't help but comment, "Chen Lifeng, with you here, I feel like I'm losing my ability to handle travel on my own." Her tone was playful but sincere. "Next time, I should do these things myself." Chen Lifeng's expression stayed calm. He simply replied, "It's my duty, Miss Su." His voice was steady and calm, with no sign of emotion. The plane soared into the sky and later landed at the brightly lit Port City airport as evening fell. As she stepped into the warm, humid southern air, Su Nianhe didn't have time to fully enjoy the familiar atmosphere before she saw Chen Lifeng walking straight toward a certain part of the airport arrival hall. In just a moment, he appeared to have driven up in a black car and stopped steadily in front of her. Su Nianhe looked surprised, but Chen Lifeng, with a relaxed and familiar air, said, "Miss Su, don't forget, Port City is my hometown. I know this place very well." He got out of the car quickly, opened the trunk, and placed their luggage inside. Then he opened the car door for Su Nianhe. "Miss Su, please get in. We'll go to the hotel first." She sat in the car, watching Chen Lifeng skillfully set the navigation. The car smoothly merged into the vibrant night traffic of Port City, heading straight to their booked hotel. Leaning back lazily, she looked out the window at the bright city lights, which seemed like a moving painting. She paused her busy thoughts for a moment and quietly organized her plans for the next 10 days. When she got out of the car and looked up, she couldn't help but think to herself, "I have to say, the hotel Chen Lifeng chose is really impressive." The hotel, called Central International, didn't look as luxurious and dazzling as the one they stayed at last time. Instead, it appeared more calm and refined. The location is excellent, with the sea stretching endlessly in front and lush mountains behind. The view of the sea and mountains blends beautifully here, taking full advantage of the natural surroundings. As she entered the lobby, a fresh, elegant, and unobtrusive scent filled the air. Su Nianhe looked around carefully, feeling very satisfied. From the security guards at the entrance, who wore neat uniforms, watched carefully, and cautiously wore communication headsets, to the elevator that only operated with a room card and the well-placed surveillance cameras with faint red lights in the hallways, everything showed that the security system was very professional and thorough. "It seems Chen Lifeng has thought a lot about safety and comfort," Su Nianhe thought to herself. This careful planning made her feel more at ease about her stay during this trip to the port city. Chen Lifeng skillfully helped her check in and escorted her to the door of the suite. He didn't go inside but stood at the door, speaking gently with a rare warmth that belonged to a traveler, and asked, "Miss Su, everything at the hotel is arranged. Actually, this place isn't far from my home. I'd like to ask for leave tonight to visit my parents. I'll come back early tomorrow to accompany you for your errands. Is that okay?" Hearing this, Su Nianhe nodded happily. "Of course, you should go back and see them. Say hello to your parents for me. You don't need to rush tomorrow. There's no urgent matter." "Thank you, Miss Su." Chen Lifeng nodded slightly, handed her the room key, and added, "If you need anything, just call me anytime." After seeing Chen Lifeng off, Su Nianhe entered the suite and quickly tidied up her luggage. After a busy moment, she felt her stomach was empty and decided to go to the rooftop restaurant for dinner. Taking the elevator straight to the top floor, when the doors opened, her eyes brightened at the sight before her. The top-floor restaurant was uniquely designed as a huge, transparent glass sunroom. Night had fallen, and the deep blue sky was sprinkled with bright stars, seeming close enough to touch. Soft lighting mingled with the natural starlight, shining on the delicately set tables, creating a quiet and romantic atmosphere. Sitting inside, it felt like dining under the stars, both spacious and private. Guided by the waiter, Su Nianhe sat at a window seat, where she could overlook the distant sea illuminated by city lights. She casually ordered a few dishes. While waiting, her eyes unconsciously scanned the other tables in the restaurant. Although she couldn't hear their exact conversations, from their calm demeanor, modest yet high-quality clothing, and occasional serious expressions that seemed like business discussions, it was clear that everyone staying in this hotel was not ordinary. Their voices were kept at a perfect volume, not too loud to disturb others, yet private enough, matching the elegant and peaceful atmosphere of the Starry Sky restaurant. The food arrived quickly. Su Nyenha enjoyed the beautiful starry sky and distant night view while leisurely eating. She felt even more satisfied with Chun Lifeng's arrangements. The environment here was comfortable with tight security. It was indeed a good place for her to focus on handling her next steps. As she sipped her after-meal tea, her gaze caught a tall young man in a dark gray suit walking out of the elevator. He headed straight for her table with clear purpose. Her hand holding the tea paused slightly. A hint of doubt flashed in her eyes. She instinctively searched her memory, confirming she didn't know this person. The man moved calmly, as if just going on a normal date, and naturally sat down in the empty chair opposite her, wearing a perfectly professional smile. "Miss Su, sorry to bother you," he said gently, with a steady tone. He took a simple designed business card from his briefcase and handed it to her with both hands. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Jiang Yizhou, a partner at Jincheng Law Firm. I heard you were interested in setting up a cross-border trade company in Hangzhou. I came here to offer my services and hope to provide you with professional legal support." Su Nyenha didn't immediately take the card. Instead, she looked at him carefully. Jiang Yizhou. That name stirred a ripple in her mind. She remembered, Su Zikai had mentioned him once, saying that if she wanted to register a cross-border trade company in Hangzhou, she could find this person. But how did he know she was in Hangzhou? And how did he find her so precisely? She frowned slightly, her tone showing clear suspicion and distance. "Lawyer Jiang, you seem well informed. We haven't met before, so how do you know I am here?" It seems that Jiang Yizhou anticipated her reaction. He kept his smile, gently placed his business card on the table in front of her, leaned back slightly, and appeared relaxed but polite. "Miss Su, I must admit, it's a bit embarrassing. Actually, as soon as you arrived in Harbor City, I received the news." Suddenly, her heart skipped a beat and a name slipped out. "Did Chen Liheng tell you?" She remembered Chen Liheng asking for leave to go home.
Could it be?
"It's not exactly like that." Jiang Yizhou shook his head lightly, his tone honest, but with a hint of helplessness. "It was something Mr. Su specifically asked me to pay attention to. So, as soon as you arrived, the relevant news naturally reached me." He stopped there, not explaining the details of how he received the information. This feeling of being watched everywhere made Su Nyenha feel uncomfortable again, as if an invisible hand was controlling her. Her face darkened slightly, and her tone grew colder. "Lawyer Jiang, are you so sure that because Mr. Su asked you to come, I have to accept it? I don't like feeling like everything is arranged clearly for me." Her words were straightforward and clearly annoyed. Hearing this, Jiang Yizhou quickly waved his hands, his professional smile fading a little, replaced by a faint bitter smile. "No, absolutely not. Miss Su, please don't misunderstand." He secretly cursed in his mind. Why would Mr. Su be interested in this young lady? She looked quite delicate, but her temper was not small. Clearly, Mr. Su was just using him as a to handle this tricky favor business. Despite his inner complaints, their long-standing friendship meant he had to help. He took a deep breath and patiently explained, "Miss Su, please understand. I came only to offer professional advice, to serve as your consultant, not to interfere or make decisions for you." He paused, his expression turning serious. "Moreover, registering a cross-border trade company is quite complicated. It involves foreign investment registration, customs clearance, foreign exchange management, and several other steps. Without professional guidance, you might take many unnecessary detours, wasting time and effort." To gain her trust, he then briefly outlined the key steps, required documents, potential legal risks, and time frames for registering such a company, all in a very professional and clear manner. His speech was steady, precise, showing he was very familiar with this field. Initially, Su Nianhe felt resistant, but as she listened, her brow gradually relaxed, replaced by a sense of confusion. The various technical terms, approval departments, and deadlines mentioned by Jiang Yizhou did make her a bit dizzy. She had to admit that Suzukai's recommendation of this person made sense and helped her feel more at ease. But why was he so eager to help her? Could it really be like those dramatic stories where the boss falls in love with her? Su Nianhe sneered inwardly. She didn't believe that at all. Could it be that he already knew the secret of her space wooden badge? Or was it because of her mysterious relationship with her mother, Fu Xiaoxue? These guesses swirled in her mind, but for now, real problems were in front of her. Though she doubted, her rational mind told her that accepting Jiang Yizhou's help was the smartest choice right now. After a moment of thought, she finally nodded, her tone much calmer. "All right, Lawyer Jiang, I accept your advice and professional help. The rest of the matter might really trouble you." Jiang Yizhou had been quietly watching her change in expression. Seeing her finally agree, he felt relieved. The big weight in his heart finally lifted, and he exhaled quietly. It seemed that Miss Su was not unreasonable, just a bit cautious. The task given by Su Xiao was halfway done, and the next steps would be much easier. So, he quickly took advantage of the moment, smoothly taking out his phone from inside his suit pocket, unlocking the screen. His face still wore that flawless professional smile, but his tone was now more practical. "Great, Miss Su. To make future communication easier, shall we exchange contact information? WeChat or phone number, whichever is more convenient for you." As he spoke, his finger hovered over the contact addition page, ready to input. Su Nianhe listened, but didn't immediately reach for her phone on the table. Instead, she raised her eyes and looked at him faintly. She leaned back slightly, gently wiped her mouth with a napkin, and then, in a calm and steady tone, clearly announced a string of numbers. "My phone number is 189XXXXXXXX. Jiang Yizhou quickly tapped on his screen, saved the number, and added the note, Su Nianhe. He keenly sensed Su Nianhe's reluctance to add him on WeChat, but he paid no mind. He was just helping a friend, and nothing else mattered to him. After saving the number, he immediately pressed the call button, hung up, and looked up at Su Nianhe with a polite smile. "All right, Miss Su, this is my number. Please save it. If you have any questions, feel free to contact me at any time." Having finished, he stood up efficiently, knowing it was best not to disturb her rest further. He nodded slightly and clearly outlined the next step. "Miss Su, shall we meet tomorrow morning? I will arrive at the hotel on time to discuss the company registration details and the list of documents needed." Seeing his thoughtful and efficient attitude, Su Nianhe's earlier discomfort eased somewhat, and she grew to respect his professional style. She sat in her chair without getting up, just raising her hand to wave gently as a farewell. "Okay, see you tomorrow morning." Jiang Yizhou nodded again in acknowledgement, said nothing more, and then turned to leave the rooftop restaurant with steady steps. His figure quickly disappeared at the elevator. Su Nianhe watched his back vanish, then slowly picked up her phone. She looked at the missed call on the screen, paused for a moment over the Save to Contacts option, and finally typed in, Jiang Yizhou, lawyer. After Jiang Yizhou left, Su Nianhe was about to get up and return to her room when she faintly felt her wooden token in her purse start to emit an unusual warmth. Her heart moved. This was a sign that someone had entered the space. Is it Xin Yanji? He hasn't come by in a long time. Su Nianhe's first thought was of that cold figure. But then, a more familiar and lively sense of connection made her instantly recognize the visitor's identity, Wenwan. Realizing Wenwan was here, Su Nianhe's spirit lifted, and her fatigue vanished. Wenwan coming to see her must mean good news, or perhaps something valuable. She didn't hesitate and quickly got up, walking briskly back to her hotel suite. She quickly locked the door behind her, then took out a warm wooden token from her purse, holding it in her palm. She whispered, "Enter." Suddenly, the scene before her changed. Fresh air filled her lungs. Su Nianhe looked carefully and gasped in surprise, frozen in place by what she saw. In the small wooden courtyard that was once neat and spacious, now there were all kinds of furniture piled up. There were over 10 sets of simple, sturdy tables and chairs, along with beautifully carved wooden beds and tall cabinets. What caught her eye most were 3 matching modern-style sofas and TV cabinets made from top-quality golden Manhwa wood. The wood was smooth, with flowing lines, blending old and new styles perfectly, giving off a quiet luxury. But none of these compared to the shock she felt from the item in the center of the yard. It was a very carefully made, intricate wooden bed, a special kind called Qianjin Babu, made entirely from rare, fragrant Manhwa wood. A faint, exotic scent drifted around it. In her knowledge of history, only royalty could enjoy such top-tier furniture. Su Nianha's eyes were glued to this bed, her heart pounding. A strong thought filled her mind. She wanted to move it into her small house and enjoy it alone. Just then, a neat, energetic woman with a bright smile stepped out from behind the furniture pile. She hurried over and said happily, "Nianha, you're here. Look at these things I found. Do you like them?" Her tone was hopeful, but a little nervous. "If you don't like the style, tell me and I'll find better ones." Excited, Su Nianha stepped forward and couldn't help but touch the smooth, cool surface of the fragrant Manhwa bed frame. Her voice trembled slightly, almost unnoticed, as she said, "I love it. I love it so much. Wenwan, you've been so kind to me." She couldn't believe it. How much time had passed. Wenwan not only perfectly replicated 3 modern sofas and TV cabinets using precious Manhwa wood, but also gathered many classical furniture pieces of the same quality. She even brought the royal-used fragrant Manhwa bed. Her skill and kindness moved her deeply. Seeing her genuine happiness, Wenwan's smile grew even brighter. But she didn't forget her main purpose and asked directly, "Nianha, I'm glad you like it.
Now,
What about my things?" Her eyes sparkled with hope, and the wealthy women of the capital were all eagerly waiting. When Su Nianha heard this, her excited expression froze, and a wave of guilt suddenly rose in her heart. Recently, she had been busy with the follow-up work at Treasure Shop and her trip to Harbor City, completely neglecting to buy modern skincare and makeup products for Wenwan. She suddenly found herself in a dilemma. Should she abandon the important task of registering her company tomorrow to rush and buy the supplies? Or should she let Wenwan wait a few more days? Or perhaps buy some random items to get by?
no,
Registering the company was urgent and crucial for her future plans. Buying randomly was not an option either, as it would ruin Wenwan's newly established reputation. She took a deep breath, calming her restless mind, and looked at Wenwan with sincere apology. "Wenwan, I'm sorry. I've been thinking about your matter, but I want to carefully select the best products for you, and I can't rush it. It might take 3 or 4 more days." She carefully watched Wenwan's reaction. Wenwan's face showed clear disappointment, and her eyebrows furrowed slightly. 3 or 4 more days. The wealthy women in the capital were pressing for results, and time was money. Seeing this, Su Nianha quickly changed the subject, trying to make up for it. "But I have something good for you. You can take it back first. It will help you quickly build your reputation and keep your customers happy." Wenwan's curiosity was piqued, and her disappointment was temporarily suppressed. "What is it? Could there be something more attractive than those creams and sanitary products?" "It's that miracle water I gave you last time," Su Nianha said confidently. "Drinking it can make people feel energized, and long-term use can even help extend life. You can set up a water jar in your shop and offer free tastings to your customers." Wenwan was stunned and a bit confused. "Nianha, are you using water to boost your reputation?" That sounded a little unbelievable. Su Nianha explained confidently, "Think about it. You've experienced the effects yourself. If you let the wealthy women taste it and feel the real benefits, they'll naturally be attracted and come to your shop every day. With this popularity base, once our products arrive, won't they sell easily? This is called give to get." Wenwan was smart and quick to understand. Her eyes lit up immediately, but then she thought of a question. "But this fairy water is so precious. Can it really be given away for free every day? Isn't that too costly?" "Of course. I mean, as long as I can supply it." Su Nianha almost slipped up but quickly stopped herself. The spiritual spring in her space was nearly inexhaustible, but she couldn't say that outright, to avoid future problems explaining it. She changed her words immediately, keeping a sense of mystery and setting a limit. Don't worry, I have my ways. Just prepare a jar each day in the shop, and stop once it's gone. Rarity makes things more valuable. This way, it will excite everyone and make the opportunity seem rare. When Wan carefully thought about Su Nianha's words, the more she considered, the more she thought this plan was clever. Using real health benefits to attract customers and build trust was much smarter than just waiting for supplies. Her disappointment was replaced by excitement. She nodded firmly. Okay, Nianha, I trust you. I'll do as you say when I go back. They smiled at each other warmly, then turned and left the space. Soon, 3 large water jars were placed beside the spiritual spring, with clear spring water filling them steadily. Su Nianha's mind moved slightly. With a thought, the 3 jars of water were silently transported away. When Wan left the space with the 3 jars of spiritual spring water and full confidence, Su Nianha also came out, returned to her hotel room. Looked at the time, it's nearly 10 p.m. She had important work tomorrow and couldn't delay. She quickly set her alarm for 7:30 a.m., then lay down. As she thought about the fragrant agarwood bed and her plans for registering the company the next day, she fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, the alarm rang on time. Su Nianha got up quickly, finished her morning routine efficiently, and took the elevator to the top-floor restaurant for breakfast. Back in her room, she was about to check her documents and credentials one last time when there was a clear knock on the door. She knew Chen Lifeng had arrived, so she hurried to open it. Chen Lifeng was still dressed neatly in dark clothes, looking energetic outside the door. He said in a deep voice, "Miss Su, good morning. The car is ready." His arrival made Su Nianha instinctively move faster. She quickly gathered her documents, packed her bag, and said, "Let's go." Chen Lifeng silently took a slightly heavier file bag from her side and followed behind her. They took the elevator downstairs together. As the elevator doors opened in the hotel lobby, they saw Jiang Yizhou already waiting there. Today, he was wearing a more professional dark blue suit, holding a tablet and a thick folder, and was looking at his watch. When he saw Su Nianha and Chen Lifeng come out, he quickly put away his watch, smiled professionally, and stepped forward. "Miss Su, good morning." Mr. Chen, he first nodded to Chen Lifeng, then turned to Su Nianha and said quickly, "We are heading to the Investment Promotion Department under the Business and Economic Development Bureau. This is the first and most important step for foreign investment registration, which requires submitting basic company information and an investment plan. I have already scheduled a 9 o'clock appointment." The 3 arrived at the Investment Promotion Department. Jiang Yizhou, clearly a regular visitor here, guided them smoothly to get a number and wait in line. During the wait, he quietly explained to Su Nianha, "This mainly involves a formal review to confirm the investment direction and basic qualifications. Miss Su, if you need to briefly describe your business scope later, just say cross-border trade of daily necessities and light industrial crafts, as we agreed, to avoid sensitive areas." Sure enough, when it was their turn, the staff at the window asked a few standard questions. Jiang Yizhou answered confidently, occasionally signaling Su Nianha to add more. He had prepared all the necessary documents in advance, and the process went very smoothly. Soon, they received the acceptance certificate. Outside, Jiang Yizhou led them quickly to the next location while saying, "Next is the company registration office. We need to submit the company articles of incorporation, director and shareholder information, and proof of registered address. Miss Su, I used the address of the business center my law firm can provide for registration. It's a large commercial building with offices, warehouses, and various facilities. It's compliant. If you need to rent it later, I can help coordinate. You can rest assured." Is it really like that? Su Nianha thought to herself. She had considered the company location before, but it was nowhere near as thorough as his plan. This morning, she was sure Jiang Yizhou would take her to see an office building first, but unexpectedly, they went straight to the Investment Promotion Department. When they arrived at the company registration office, there were clearly more people, and the line was very long. However, Jiang Yizhou was confident. He asked Su Nianhe and Chen Lifeng to sit in the rest area for a while. He then took a thick stack of documents and went directly to a specific consultation window. He whispered with the staff inside, seemingly showing some kind of certificate. Soon, he returned and said to Su Nianhe with a relaxed smile, "It's done. We don't need to wait in a long line. As a licensed lawyer, I use the fast track, and the documents have been submitted. They will process it first, and we should get the company registration certificate by this afternoon." He paused and added, "Sometimes they might be picky about document formats or require extra notarization for shareholder ID proofs, but we prepared everything well and avoided those issues." Seeing his calm attitude, Su Nianhe secretly admired that professional matters should be left to the professionals. She thought Zhe Kai had really thought everything through for her. Next, they went to the tax bureau to handle business registration and tax registration. At the tax bureau, Jiang Yizhou reminded her, "Here, we need to confirm the company's taxable categories and rates. Since we are involved in cross-border trade, it mainly concerns profit tax and possibly import-export taxes. I've already checked the most suitable options for our current situation on the application form and requested a new business tax incentive consultation." He pointed to a part of the form and explained to Su Nianhe, "Once the company starts actual operations, the tax advisors will contact us proactively and give compliance advice, which can save us a lot of trouble later." While filling out a form about expected revenue, a serious officer looked at the numbers Su Nianhe wrote and frowned, questioning, "Miss Su, is this initial revenue estimate too conservative? It might affect your future invoice limits." Su Nianhe was about to explain, but Jiang Yizhou stepped forward with a smile, calmly taking over the conversation. "Officer, we are a newly established startup and we follow a cautious approach. This estimate is based on detailed market research, and we have prepared sufficient proof of operational funds." He then signaled Chen Lifeng to hand over a bank creditworthiness document for the officer to review, and added, "Moreover, we believe that being realistic is more in line with business principles than being overly optimistic, and it shows our respect for Hongqing's tax laws." His words clearly expressed his stance while also offering a compliment, with a calm and respectful tone. The official looked at him, flipped through some documents, and finally nodded, stamping the form. After visiting 3 departments in a row, it was almost noon. Jiang Yizhou suggested having a simple meal at a nearby tea restaurant. While eating, he stayed busy checking emails on his tablet. Suddenly, he frowned slightly. "There's a small problem. The latest version of the Importer-Exporter Registration form from Customs has just been updated. It now includes a statement about assessing the risk of the country of origin for goods. We printed the old version." Chen Lifeng immediately put down his chopsticks. "Do we need to find a place to reprint it?" "I know a nearby print shop." Jiang Yizhou waved his hand and quickly swiped on his tablet. "No need to trouble ourselves. I've downloaded the new form from the official website and filled out the electronic version. Mr. Chen, please bring a USB drive later to the print shop to make 10 copies, just in case. These updates happen often. It's good to get used to it." His quick thinking made Su Nianhe feel reassured again. In the afternoon, they first went to the customs department to register as importers and exporters. The atmosphere there was more serious. When submitting their documents, a customs officer carefully reviewed their application and suddenly asked, "Your listed business scope includes cosmetics. Importing such products requires an additional health permit. Have you prepared that?" Su Nianhe felt a bit nervous. She did plan to include cosmetics, but the relevant permits were still being processed in China. Jiang Yizhou remained calm and responded confidently, "Sir, we noticed that. Currently, our main focus is on daily necessities and crafts in the first phase. As for cosmetics, we will apply for a change in our scope once we have obtained all the necessary permits. For this registration, can we leave that out or note in the remarks that business in this category will only start after obtaining the relevant permits?" He offered a flexible solution. The officer considered for a moment, approved his suggestion, made a note on the document, and allowed them to proceed. After finishing with all the main departments, the sunset had already begun to dip west. Sitting in the car on the way back to the hotel, Jiang Yizhou handed Su Nianhe a list of completed and pending tasks, with a tired but satisfied smile on his face. "Miss Su, today went very smoothly. The initial applications for the main departments have been submitted. The company registration certificate and business license are expected to be ready within 3 working days. The customs registration number will be issued shortly after. Next, we need to open a company bank account. I have scheduled a meeting with the manager of HSBC for the morning after tomorrow. Also, considering the special nature of your business, I suggest we start drafting a standard cross-border trade contract template and clarify the specific foreign exchange regulations in the port city. After listening, Su Nianhe looked at Jiang Yizhou and asked, Lord Jiang, could you speed up the process of obtaining the business registration and try to meet with HSBC tomorrow? I need to buy some imported cosmetics and daily supplies in the company's name urgently. Because of certain requirements, I have to be picky with suppliers, so Jiang Yizhou paused briefly and asked, that can be arranged. But how do you plan to choose the office location? The office building you mentioned before, I won't be picky anymore, Su Nian had decided immediately. You handle everything else. When I find the time, I'll go see it in person. Okay, I'll arrange that right away, Jiang Yizhou nodded. As they spoke, the car smoothly stopped in front of the Central International Hotel. Su Nianhe got out of the car, while Chen Lifan continued driving to take Jiang Yizhou back to his residence. After finishing breakfast, Su Nianhe's phone rang on time. It was Jiang Yizhou. Miss Su, everything is arranged with HSBC. Manager Liao is available in an hour, so we need to hurry. On the other end, Jiang Yizhou's voice was clear and efficient. Okay, I'll come down immediately. Su Nianhe hung up, quickly tidied her clothes and handbag, and hurried downstairs. At the hotel entrance, Chen Lifan and the black car were already waiting. He silently opened the door for Su Nianhe. Once she was seated, the car smoothly merged into the busy morning traffic of the port city, heading toward HSBC headquarters. Arriving at the iconic HSBC building, the grand lobby was bright and impressive. People conducting business spoke softly, maintaining order. Jiang Yizhou was sitting on the sofa in the rest area with a glass of water in front of him, quickly browsing files on his tablet. As soon as Su Nianhe and Chen Lifan entered, he immediately stood up, with a confident look that showed he had everything under control. Miss Su, Mr. Chen, this way. Manager Liao is already waiting for us in the VIP reception room on the 8th floor. His speech was a bit faster, showing that time was tight. The 3 of them didn't stop in the lobby, but went straight to the elevator inside. Jiang Yizhou swiped his card skillfully and pressed the button for the 8th floor. The elevator moved smoothly upward, and inside the small space, no one spoke, only the faint sound of machinery. Ding, the elevator reached the 8th floor. The corridor was covered with thick carpet, making footsteps silent. Jiang Yizhou led them to a door marked 808 and gently knocked. Please come in, a middle-aged male voice responded from inside. Jiang Yizhou pushed the door open, stepped aside to let Su Nianhe go in first, and then followed with Chen Lifan. This was a well-decorated office that served both as a workspace and a meeting room. Near the window was a large wooden desk, behind which sat a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses and an elegant demeanor. He was looking down at some documents, probably Manager Liao. Near the door was a comfortable leather sofa and a coffee table, creating a relaxed meeting area. A young man dressed in a standard bank uniform, looking sharp and capable, was organizing some materials beside the coffee table. When he saw the 3 enter, he immediately stopped what he was doing, smiled professionally, and quickly stepped forward, bowing slightly to guide them. Lawyer Jiang, Miss Su, and Mr. Chen, please have a seat here. He gestured politely toward the sofa area. After Su Nianhe and the others sat down, the young man quickly moved to the water dispenser nearby, carefully carrying 3 cups of warm tea on a tray. He placed them quietly and carefully on the small tables in front of each person. At this moment, Manager Liao also put down his documents, stood up from his desk with a friendly smile, and walked over. He didn't sit back in his big chair but naturally took a seat on the single sofa opposite Su Nianhe and the others, showing an equal and respectful attitude for conversation. Lawyer Jiang, Miss Su, welcome. Manager Liao's voice was gentle, and his gaze first focused on Jiang Yizhou, who was leading the discussion, then shifted to the main guest, Su Nianhe. He nodded slightly in greeting. His sharp eyes were not uncomfortable, carrying the carefulness and thoroughness typical of a banker. The young staff member quietly stepped back to stand a little farther away, ready to respond to any instructions. Su Nianhe was about to speak, but Jiang Yizhou took the lead, speaking in a formal yet familiar tone to Manager Liao. Manager Liao, this is Miss Su Nianhe. She is eager to move forward with her business and hopes to complete all the company registration procedures quickly, so she needs your special assistance this time. Hearing this, Manager Liao immediately stood up from his seat, smiling warmly but appropriately, and extended his hand to Su Nianhe. Nice to meet you, Miss Su. Lord Jiang has mentioned you several times. It's a pleasure to finally meet. Su Nianhe wasn't particularly fond of this formal greeting, but she maintained a polite smile and gently shook hands with Manager Liao.
Thank you, Manager Liao.
I appreciate your help this time. Her voice was clear and steady, with a straightforward tone that showed she didn't want to waste time on unnecessary formalities. After exchanging a few polite words, Su Nianhe smoothly steered the conversation to the main point. She didn't like beating around the bush and went straight to the core issue. Manager Liao, we are here mainly to open a bank account for the company as soon as possible so we can handle future funds and business operations. Manager Liao nodded, regaining some of his cautious banker demeanor, and asked, Understood. May I ask what kind of business your company plans to focus on? As he spoke, he signaled to the young staff member, Xiao Lu, to prepare to take notes. Our main focus is cross-border trade of daily necessities and light industrial crafts. Initially, we will concentrate on cosmetics and some specialty daily products, Su Nianhe answered clearly and confidently. This was a plan she and Jiang Yizhou had already agreed upon. Regarding the initial investment funds, Manager Liao continued to inquire, which was key to assessing the client's background. Su Nianhe responded without hesitation, her tone calm but firm. As long as the account is successfully opened, I can transfer immediately 200 million Hong Kong dollars as startup and operational capital. 200 million. A flash of surprise crossed Manager Liao's eyes, quickly replaced by great joy. He originally thought that Su Nianhe was very young. Although introduced by Jiang Yizhou, he still had some doubts about her financial strength. He didn't expect her to speak such an astonishing number right away, and her attitude was so relaxed, as if she was talking about pocket money. His smile immediately became more sincere and eager. Without much thought, he turned around and told Xiao Lu, who was waiting nearby, Xiao Lu, immediately start the account opening process for Miss Su. Prioritize it and make sure it's done as quickly and well as possible. Yes, Manager Liao. Xiao Lu clearly heard the 200 million and became even more respectful. He almost jogged over to get started. Su Nianhe calmly took out her ID, a copy of her company registration certificate she had just received, and other documents from her handbag. She handed them to Xiao Lu in an orderly way. Xiao Lu took the documents with both hands, checked them carefully, then quickly sat at the computer nearby and started typing rapidly. Thanks to Manager Liao's special attention, the whole account opening process was very smooth and efficient. In less than half an hour, the account was successfully opened. Su Nianhe didn't say much. She took out her private bank key and used online banking to transfer a large sum of 200 million Hong Kong dollars from her personal account to the new company account within just a few minutes. Seeing the confirmation message on the screen, Manager Liao's smile almost overflowed. He stood up again, more enthusiastic than before. Miss Su is really straightforward, trustworthy, and reliable. I admire that. He personally handed her his gold-embossed business card. If your company needs any financial services in the future, whether it's cross-border payments, wealth management, or financing, please contact me immediately. For clients like you, we can offer the best loan rates. The annual interest rate can be as low as this. He raised slightly and lowered his voice. 2.4%. This rate was very competitive in the industry. Although Su Nianhe had no plans to borrow money in the short term, she still took the card and nodded politely.
Thank you, Manager Liao.
If needed, I will definitely bother you. The major matter of the company's bank account was settled quickly and smoothly, without any delays. After leaving HSBC Tower, Jiang Yizhou looked at the time and asked Su Nianhe for her opinion. Miss Su, do you have time now? I can take you to see the office building we mentioned earlier. The location and basic conditions meet your requirements, and you can move in at any time. Good. Let's go see it, Su Nianhe replied decisively. She prefers to complete tasks in one go. The car quickly took them to a modern Grade A office building in the heart of the business district. The building looks impressive from the outside, and the spacious, high-ceiling lobby is bright and welcoming. Jiang Yizhou led Su Nianhe and Chen Lifeng to the upper floors via the high-speed elevator, explaining, "The building's owner has a long-term partnership with my law firm, and they reserved a few good units for us to choose from. Based on your possible business needs, I selected a unit on the 18th floor. It has a wide view and a moderate size. The elevator doors open to a quiet, tidy corridor." Jiang Yizhou used his key to open an office door and stepped aside to let Su Nianhe go in first. The space is about 120 square meters, decorated in a standard modern business style, simple and bright. Large floor-to-ceiling windows offer a full view of the bustling streets of Gangcheng and the distant sea, with excellent natural light. The office area, potential small display or storage sections are arranged logically. Su Nianhe slowly paced inside, her sharp eyes scanning every corner, assessing how the space could be used. She walked to the window, looking at the busy traffic below and the outline of Victoria Harbor in the distance, already planning how to make the best use of this space. All basic facilities are complete, including internet and phone lines, which are already set up. Just a little rearrangement, and you can move in your office furniture and equipment to start working, Jiang Yizhou added. He continued, "If you find this suitable, I can start preparing the lease agreement immediately." Su Nianhe turned around, showing a satisfied expression. The place exceeded her expectations. Its location, hardware, and potential for expansion all meet her current needs. Especially with Jiang Yizhou's promise of quick move-in, it was perfect for her. "There's no need to look further," she said decisively, her eyes clear. "Let's take this one." The lease and all related procedures will be handled by lawyer Jiang. Her swift and confident decision impressed Jiang Yizhou once again, making him secretly admire her efficiency and determination. He thought to himself, Su Zakai's judgment is truly sharp. He nodded seriously and said confidently, "Miss Su, rest assured, I will handle everything properly." Su Nianhe stood in front of the bright floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the busy street below. However, her mind was filled with thoughts of the rosewood furniture brought by Wenwan. A new idea quietly formed and became clear. Instead of bringing these valuable items to Beijing, which might attract unwanted attention or trouble, she decided to handle them locally in this port city. Here, many wealthy and knowledgeable people gathered, making it a good place to open a shop and sell these fine items. She turned around and looked carefully at Jiang Yizhou, who was organizing some documents. Her tone was clear and curious. "Lawyer Jiang, you mentioned before that this building has not only office space but also storage rooms for rent. Is that true?" Hearing this, Jiang Yizhou looked up from his documents. A small surprise flashed in his eyes behind his glasses. "Miss Su still wants to rent a storage room?" he asked. He had mentioned it casually before, based on Su Zakai's extra instructions.
He thought it was just a backup plan.
He didn't expect she was really interested, especially since she already rented 2 storage rooms from Gu Xiao. Miss Su's way of making decisions was quite unpredictable. It seemed that Su Xiao had already guessed her thoughts. These two were quite alike in their minds. Chen Lifeng, who had been silent like a background figure, couldn't hold back anymore and reminded her, "Miss Su, you've already rented 2 storage rooms elsewhere." His voice was steady and responsible. "I know," Su Nianhe replied without hesitation, her decision clear and firm. "Go and cancel those 2 storage rooms now." Chen Lifeng was momentarily stunned, showing a brief look of confusion. "Miss Su, what do you mean?" he asked, struggling to understand her sudden change. She had kept those storage rooms for a long time, and now she wanted to cancel them just like that? Su Nianhe saw his confusion, but didn't explain further. Her plan had already shifted. Originally, she kept the storage rooms for future needs of Xinyanji or Wenwan, to store large supplies like grains and oils. But after considering Lin Feng's recent help and her own busy schedule, she decided to hand over the channels for food and medicine supplies to Lin Feng. She would focus more on high-profit items that matched her interests and resources, like antiques, cultural relics, and luxury women's products. There was no need to tell Chen Lifan about these thoughts. "Just do as I say," she said calmly but with firm resolve. Chen Lifang suppressed his doubts and quickly returned to his efficient work style. "Okay." After responding, he didn't delay further and turned to leave quickly to handle the lease termination. Jiang Yizhou watched all this and gained a deeper understanding of Su Nianhe's decisive and firm approach. He quickly adjusted his attitude and professionally asked, "Miss Su, shall I continue to show you the warehouses?" "Thank you," Su Nianhe nodded. Jiang Yizhou led her downstairs smoothly, showing her several storage units located on the ground or underground floors, designed for business tenants. Su Nianhe carefully examined the environment, security, and ventilation, finally choosing 2 convenient locations, each about 200 square meters, as independent storage rooms. "Just these 2, she decisively agreed. Then she asked, "Lawyer Jiang, is there a suitable shop for rent on the street level of this building?" Jiang Yizhou was no longer surprised by her requests and replied calmly, "Yes. There is an empty street-facing unit, about 220 square meters, with good visibility and storefront. Would you like to see it?" After viewing the warehouses, Jiang Yizhou took Su Nianhe to see the street shop. As he predicted, the location was excellent, with a wide street frontage, a neat interior space, and after some decoration, it could become a very impressive display and sales window. "How is the rent?" Su Nianhe asked directly. "For the office, 2 warehouses, and this street shop combined, the owner offers a special price of 6 million Hong Kong dollars per year," Jiang Yizhou said calmly, watching her reaction carefully. "This price is slightly above the average for prime commercial areas, reflecting the value of this Grade A office building and its facilities." Su Nianhe heard the figure, but her expression remained unchanged. She only paused briefly, as if quickly weighing the value in her mind. Then, almost without hesitation, she decided, "The location and conditions meet my needs. I accept this price. Let's finalize it. Please contact the landlord as soon as possible and get the contract signed today." Jiang Yizhou was very efficient. He immediately took out his phone and made a call. In less than 20 minutes, a well-dressed, energetic man in his 50s, Mr. Li, the landlord, arrived. He combed his hair carefully and wore a valuable watch on his wrist. His smile was friendly but also showed his sharp business mind. "Lawyer Jiang, Miss Su, nice to meet you." Mr. Li shook hands with both of them loudly. "I heard Miss Su is very interested in my property?" "Good eye. This building is one of the best in Central." After exchanging greetings, they found a clean spot inside the shop to sit. Jiang Yizhou took out his laptop from his briefcase and quickly opened a standard lease agreement template. He started to make changes based on the conditions they just agreed on. "Mr. Li, Miss Su, as we just confirmed, the lease includes office units on the 18th floor, units B, 102 and B, 105 in the warehouse, and this street-facing shop G01. The total building area is..." Jiang Yizhou typed quickly on the keyboard and clearly repeated the key details. Mr. Li took out a calculator, listened carefully, and checked the total annual rent again. He confirmed it was 6 million Hong Kong dollars and nodded. "Jiang, you're right. That's the amount." Jiang continued, "The lease is for 2 years, with rent paid quarterly, 15 days in advance of each quarter. The deposit is 1 month's rent, which is 500,000 Hong Kong dollars. During the contract, the rent will increase by 5% each year. As for property management and utilities, they will follow the building's standard rules." He explained each main point calmly and clearly. Mr. Li listened carefully and occasionally asked questions to confirm details. "Lawyer Jiang, about the penalty for breaking the lease early. If the tenant leaves early, the deposit won't be returned. We need to make this clear." "Of course, that's a standard clause," Jiang nodded. Then he turned to Su Nianhe. "Miss Su, regarding maintenance responsibilities, except for structural issues which are the owner's responsibility, normal wear and tear during use is usually the tenant's responsibility. Is that acceptable?" Su Nianhe replied simply. "Yes, that's reasonable." Under Jiang Yizhou's professional control, the contract terms were finalized one by one. Throughout the process, Mr. Lee was straightforward but cautious, repeatedly checking figures and key responsibility clauses. Meanwhile, Su Nianha remained calm and decisive, listening to the main points. Once she found something reasonable, she agreed quickly and decisively, without hesitation. Finally, Jiang Yizhou printed 3 copies of the revised contract. Mr. Lee, Miss Su, if you have no objections, please sign here, here, and on the last page. Mr. Lee took the pen and quickly signed all 3 copies. Su Nianha also picked up her pen and smoothly signed her name, Su Nianha, with neat and strong handwriting. As soon as her ink dried, Su Nianha put the pen down beside the agreement, took out her phone from her bag, and swiped her finger on the screen twice to bring up the Hong Kong dollar transfer page. Mr. Lee, please tell me your account number in Hong Kong. Mr. Lee nodded immediately and reached into his suit pocket to take out a black bank card. The card had Bank of China, Hong Kong, printed on it. He pointed to the number and read aloud, 9556-0012, XXXX, 8908. This is the Bank of China Hong Kong account, settled in Hong Kong dollars. He double-checked the number on his phone by opening the bank app, confirming the account details and branch code. Miss Su, what I just said is correct. The branch is Central Main Branch. If you want to add a note, just write, first cooperation payment. Also, the last 2 digits are 08, not 80. The account number for Hong Kong City is missing 1 digit, and the transfer won't go through without it. Su Nianha looked at the input box, verified the account, bank, and currency, then pressed the transfer button. Please check. The phone beeped with a notification. Mr. Lee looked at the amount on the screen, counting the zeros twice, and a broad smile appeared on his face. His tone grew warmer. Miss Su, you're really quick and efficient. This cooperation is a pleasure. If you need anything in this building, whether dealing with property management or coordinating floors, just come to me. I'll make sure everything's handled smoothly. He reached out to shake hands again with Su Nianha and Jiang Yizhou. You haven't had lunch yet, have you? I know a very good restaurant nearby. Please, accept my invitation and give me a chance to host you. Unable to refuse, and seeing this as a good opportunity to build a relationship, Su Nianha and Jiang Yizhou accepted the invitation. The lunch was pleasant, with Mr. Lee sharing interesting stories about the business scene in Hong Kong City. After lunch, Chen Lifeng returned from completing his lease termination and informed them that the deposit had been fully refunded. Once all the procedures were completed and she stood again inside the storefront facing the street, Su Nianha began to imagine her future business plans. At this moment, Jiang Yizhou pushed up his glasses and asked an important question. Miss Su, your company's structure, office location, warehouse, and storefront are all ready and quite large. Do you need to consider hiring some staff? After all, daily operations, reception, and paperwork all require people. Su Nianha had already been thinking about this. Seeing Jiang Yizhou ask, she responded naturally. Yes, I do need to hire. Lawyer Jiang, do you have any suitable candidates to recommend? My requirements are hardworking, reliable, knowing boundaries, what to ask and what not to say, and preferably fluent in English and skilled with computers and office equipment. Her conditions were clear and specific. A knowing smile appeared on Jiang Yizhou's face, indicating he had a plan. Miss Su, you've come to the right person. I happen to have a cousin who just graduated from university. She studied business English and is very proficient with computers. Would you be willing to give her an interview? Just graduated and inexperienced, Su Nianha raised an eyebrow slightly, with a hint of skepticism in her tone. She needed someone who could start immediately and handle responsibilities independently, not an intern who needed training from scratch. Seeing her doubt, Jiang Yizhou quickly vouched for his cousin, speaking confidently. Rest assured, Miss Su. Although she's a recent graduate, she performed very well in school and has already interned for over a year at a foreign trade company. She has experience handling business correspondence, client reception, and document organization. She's clever, diligent, and I guarantee she won't disappoint you. All right then. Have her come to work here tomorrow. As for her salary, I won't shortchange her. I'm currently looking to buy a batch of high-end cosmetics, and I can use my company's name to purchase them at a good price, with quality assured. That's fine. But Miss Su, What about the office facilities upstairs? Jang Ijo asked again, wanting to help her fully. Unexpectedly, Chen Liheng interrupted from nearby. I can handle that. Lawyer Jiang, you should focus on finding more capable people to help Miss Su. Jang Ijo was left speechless by Chen Liheng's interruption. As Jang Ijo and Chen Lifeng's argument seemed about to escalate, Su Nianhe quickly interrupted. Lawyer Jiang, Lifeng is thinking ahead. Please help me recruit 4 more people, just in case. Jang Ijo rubbed his forehead and finally agreed. All right. Since he had promised his friend earlier, he had to accept this extra task. After the 3 finished their discussion, the sky outside had turned dark blue. Looking at his watch, it was exactly 6 in the evening. Chen Lifeng naturally took the coat that Su Nianhe had draped over his arm and said in a deep voice, Miss Su, the car is parked downstairs. I will take you back to Zhonghuan International. Okay, Su Nianhe nodded. Then she smiled softly and confidently. It's been a busy day. I want to thank you all. Tonight, I'll treat you to dinner. We can review tomorrow's plan while we eat. They went downstairs, where a black car was quietly waiting on the street. Chen Lifeng opened the back door for Su Nianhe and carefully protected the top of the door frame. The car smoothly merged into the busy evening traffic in Zhonghuan. Outside the window, neon lights gradually lit up, outlining the vibrant skyline by Victoria Harbor. In just about 10 minutes, the car stopped steadily in front of the brightly lit entrance of Zhonghuan International Hotel. Inside the hotel restaurant, warm yellow lights reflected on the elegant dining tables. The 3 sat down, and Su Nianhe handed the menu to Jang Ijo and Chen Lifeng herself, choosing a light meal. During dinner, they efficiently reviewed and confirmed the next day's schedule, possible changes, and the documents needed for preparation. Although Su Nianhe spoke little, she listened carefully to every key point and occasionally asked 1 or 2 sharp questions. After the dishes were cleared, the night had deepened. The 3 stood up and left the restaurant, heading to the hotel lobby under the sparkling crystal chandelier. Miss Su, we'll take our leave now. Jang Ijo pushed up his glasses and smiled. Chen Lifeng nodded in agreement. I'll be waiting for you at the hotel entrance at 8 a.m. tomorrow. Since Chen Lifeng and Jang Ijo lived nearby, they both said, see you tomorrow, to Su Nianhe before turning and walking side by side, their figures quickly blending into the dark night outside the hotel. Su Nianhe fell into a deep sleep, and her sense of reality gradually faded, replaced by a hazy yet vivid dream. This time, in the thin mist of her dream, her grandmother's figure did not appear as usual. Instead, a young woman dressed simply and elegantly was quietly and gently watching her. That face. Su Nianhe's heart suddenly skipped a beat. It looked very similar to her, but with a few differences, more gentle and faintly sad, like the misty rain in the south of the river. The young woman stepped closer to her. Her figure seemed to float in the fog, but her voice was clear and soft as it reached Su Nianhe's ears. Nianhe, my child, remember, men in this world are unreliable. The more handsome, wealthy, and charming they seem, the less you can trust them. Su Nianhe felt confused and strangely pulled. She asked eagerly, Who are you? Why are you telling me this? The woman's smile was full of love and a hint of sadness that words couldn't describe. I am your mother Fu Xiaoxue. Mother? Su Nianhe froze. Then a strong desire to find out the truth surged in her heart. If you are my mother, tell me, who is my father? Where is he? Fu Xiaoxue's voice seemed to flicker. She gently shook her head and begged, Nianhe, listen to me. Don't go looking for your father. That place is dangerous, and getting involved will only bring disaster. Forget about it and live your own life well. Peace and happiness are more important. No, Su Nianhe's stubbornness was fully awakened. She took a step forward, trying to grasp her mother's seemingly illusory hand. Mother, I'm not afraid. Tell me the truth. I want to seek justice for you. You can't leave things like this. Fu Xiaoxue's figure began to drift backward, her voice becoming ethereal and distant. Silly child, why cling to past grudges? I am not fully part of this world. Those old matters are like dew and lightning. Why bother to dwell on them? Remember my words, don't trust anyone easily, especially men. Live well, live beautifully. That is the greatest comfort for me. Mother, don't go. Tell me. I must know, Su Nianhe shouted desperately, chasing after her fading figure. But Fu Xiaoxue's voice and shadow eventually merged into the thick fog. No matter how she called out, there was no response, only deep disappointment and even greater mysteries. However, the dream was not over. The scene suddenly changed. The sadness and longing from earlier still lingered, but suddenly a warm, tingling feeling washed over her. Suddenly, the handsome, carefree face of Su Zikai appeared very close, so near she could feel his warm breath. His eyes held a mischievous, slightly rebellious smile, and without warning, he leaned down and kissed her. In her dream, Su Nianhe seemed to lose her ability to resist, or perhaps some hidden feelings were stirred, and she began to respond awkwardly but instinctively. Amidst confusion and passion, their bodies tangled together, as if sinking into an endless abyss. Just at this most intense and absurd moment, a loud bang echoed through the room as the door was forcefully pushed open. Standing there was Shun Yanji, holding a shiny, ancient-looking sword. His usually gentle and refined face was twisted with extreme anger, and his eyes looked fierce enough to drip with water. He pointed his sword directly at the bed and spoke coldly, like ice. Su Nianhe.
Su Zikai.
You shameless lovers. I will kill you. This sudden turn of events shocked Su Nianhe so much, she almost fainted. She instinctively tried to push away Su Zikai and explain, but she found she couldn't make a sound. Meanwhile, Su Zikai, at the center of the storm, faced the bright sword without showing any panic. He even had a teasing, cold smile and calmly reached under the messy pillow to pull out a sleek, black pistol, completely out of place in the scene. He aimed steadily at Shinyanji. No. Su Nianhe used all her strength to let out a heart-wrenching scream and suddenly sat up in bed. Cold sweat soaked her hair and the back of her pajamas. Her heart was pounding wildly in her chest, and her rapid breathing was especially loud in the quiet room. She looked around in confusion. The luxurious hotel room, with its faint light from outside the window, showed blurry outlines. There was no sign of her mother, Su Zikai's kiss, or Shun Yanji's sword. She raised her hand and slapped her forehead hard, trying to shake off the chaos and heartbeat from the dream. She muttered softly, I was dreaming about all sorts of crazy stuff. However, in her dream, her mother Fu Xiaoxue's sad eyes, Su Zikai's passionate kiss, Xinyan's cold long sword, and the sharp sound of gunfire all kept swirling in her mind. These images left many unanswered questions and a strange sense of unease. What Su Nianhe didn't know was that at the same time, in a luxurious hotel suite in London, Su Zikai was also trapped in a strange and colorful dream. In the dream, the atmosphere was gentle and warm. He and Su Nianhe sat close together on a beautiful rosewood bed, surrounded by soft light. He could clearly see her trembling eyelashes and feel her gentle breathing. His heart warmed, and he slowly lowered his head, about to kiss her lips that were so close and made his heart race. Suddenly, a voice filled with anger and sadness shouted like a cold dagger piercing this beautiful illusion. Su Zikai, stay away from my daughter. Don't hurt her. Su Zikai suddenly looked up, and in front of him appeared a face that resembled Su Nianhe about 60 to 70%, but looked more mature and charming. Fu Xiaoxue. Su Zikai instinctively called her name. Yes, I am. Please stay far away from my daughter. Fu Xiaoxue's face was full of anger, her eyes sharp as knives, directly staring at him with a penetrating gaze and a warning that seemed to reach his soul. Su Zikai's heart trembled. He wanted to explain, but Fu Xiaoxue's face disappeared as quickly as a reflection in water shattered by a stone, becoming blurry and transparent, finally vanishing into the air. Only a faint, lingering sigh remained around his ears. He was stunned for a moment. When he came back to himself, he found Su Nianhe still in his arms, as if the previous scene had never happened. He shook his head to shake off the strange unease, then, drawn again by the temptation before him, lowered his head once more, wanting to continue the interrupted kiss. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed through the room as the heavy wooden door was forcefully pushed open. At the door stood a man dressed in a long robe with wide sleeves and an ancient crown on his head. The man held a shiny, blue-green sword that glowed with cold light. His handsome face twisted with extreme hatred, and his eyes looked wild. The tip of his sword pointed at them as he shouted in a sharp, eerie voice like an owl at night. Su Nianha,
Su Zekai.
you shameless adulterers! I will kill you! This unbelievable scene made Su Zekai's pupils shrink suddenly, but his years of experience in business crises made him react faster than he could think. Almost instinctively, he quickly reached under the messy pillow and grabbed a sleek, black modern pistol. Without hesitation, Su Zekai's eyes sharpened. He aimed at the man in ancient clothes rushing toward him with a sword and pulled the trigger.
Bang! Bang!
2 loud gunshots echoed loudly. The man in ancient clothes froze. Blood burst from his chest, and he looked at Su Zekai with a shocked expression. He fell straight back onto the carpet, heavily landing and quickly spreading a large dark red stain. Su Zekai tightly held the pistol, gasping for breath. Still shaken by the sudden violence, he suddenly met a pair of eyes. In his arms, Su Nianha stared at him with extremely frightened, unfamiliar, and even a little scared eyes. That look was like icy water, instantly cooling all his warmth. During this tense moment of silence and staring, knock, knock, knock. A clear, steady knocking sound came from the door. With a calm, familiar voice, Chen Lighting's voice penetrated the door. Mr. Su, it's time to get up. The board meeting at 9 o'clock can't be missed. This voice seemed like salvation, waking Su Zekai from his dream. He jolted, suddenly sitting up in bed. His heart pounded wildly, and a thin layer of cold sweat covered his forehead and back. Even in the hotel's temperature-controlled room, he felt a chill. The scene from his dream replayed vividly. Fu Xiaoshua's warning, the assassin in ancient clothes, his decisive shot, and Su Nianha's terrified last look. All of it was clear and frightening. He took a deep breath, raised his hand, and forcefully wiped his face. Got it, he responded loudly, his voice still a bit hoarse and trembling from waking up. He knew he couldn't think about it anymore. This morning's board meeting was very important. It related to his future strategic plans in Europe. He forced himself to suppress those absurd dream fragments and tried to regain his calm mind. He quickly got up, went into the bathroom, and washed his face with cold water. Looking at his slightly pale face and the faint blood vessels under his eyes in the mirror, he frowned. Then, he neatly changed into a well-fitted handmade suit, tied his tie, and carefully concealed all his emotions behind a calm, sharp business elite mask. When he opened the door, Chen Lighting was already waiting outside, dressed in a suit. Mr. Su, good morning. Breakfast is arranged downstairs in the restaurant. Chen Lighting keenly noticed a hint of unusual tiredness between Su Zekai's brows, but he said nothing and simply reported his schedule professionally. Su Zekai responded lightly and stepped out. The two walked side by side down a corridor covered with a thick carpet, heading toward the elevator. After a moment of silence, Su Zekai suddenly spoke, his tone casual but with a faint hint of curiosity in his eyes. Lighting, have you ever met Fu Xiaoxue? Chen Lighting was slightly startled, not expecting the question. He respectfully replied, a couple of times many years ago. But that was when the old master took me. I remember you were there too? Though you were still young then you should remember which family Fu Xiaoxue was married into. I don't know, Chen Lighting said nervously. I only saw her at a banquet back then. I only know her surname is Lu. But I don't know the character. Chen Lighting broke out in a cold sweat. The matter from back then was never spoken of by the old master. Perhaps the old master only had a vague idea of Fu Xiaoshua's identity. Su Zekai looked straight ahead at the flickering elevator floor numbers and said nothing more. But the terrifying look in Su Nianha's eyes in that dream, and her mother Fu Xiaoshua's warning words, like ghosts, cast a faint shadow over his heart. The elevator doors dinged open, and the two entered, heading toward the boardroom on the top floor of the hotel. on Su Nianhe's side. After waking from that chaotic, surreal dream, she was restless. She lay on the bed for a long time, trying to clear her mind of her mother's sad face, Su Zakai's passionate kiss, and Shen Yan's cold, shining sword. She reached out and picked up her phone on the bedside table. It was indeed late. I need to hurry, she whispered to herself, feeling annoyed at her own laziness. The company had just been registered, and everything was overwhelming. She had to do everything herself, leaving no room for laziness. She quickly got up, washed her face with cold water to wake herself up completely. Looking in the mirror, she carefully fixed her appearance, changed into a neat yet gentle beige professional suit, and her long hair neatly to face the new day's challenges at her best. After a simple breakfast at the hotel restaurant, Su Nianhe carried her briefcase and headed to the hotel entrance. Chen Lifeng's car was already waiting quietly as scheduled. He still looked calm and dependable, opening the car door for her. "Miss Su, good morning." "Good morning, Lingfeng. Thank you for your hard work." Su Nianhe nodded politely and sat into the car. The car smoothly drove toward the company's location. When they arrived downstairs, Chen Lifeng didn't stay long, simply saying, "Miss Su, I'll go buy office equipment and supplies now. I'll try to gather everything we need today." "Okay, thank you. Please follow the budget we discussed yesterday, with quality as the priority," Su Nianhe reminded him. "Understood." Chen Lifeng nodded and drove off. Just as Su Nianhe was about to turn to enter the building, she saw Jiang Yizhou walking quickly from nearby, wearing his usual clever smile. "Good morning, Miss Su." Jiang Yizhou pushed his gold-rimmed glasses. "I've already shortlisted 4 candidates for you. They all seem pretty good. They should be arriving upstairs soon." Su Nianhe was a bit surprised by his efficiency.
So fast?
"Lawyer Jiang, you're really reliable. Just trying to help you out." Jiang Yizhou smiled. "Shall we go upstairs and wait?" They took the elevator directly to the 18th floor and opened the door to office 1808. The nearly 200 square meter office space looked very empty right now. Sunlight poured in through the large floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the clean floor and highlighting the bare look of the space. There were only 2 old, somewhat loose chairs left by the previous tenant, sitting alone in the middle of the hall, adding a sense of the early startup simplicity and the emptiness waiting to be filled. Su Nianhe looked around and couldn't help feeling a little wistful. She softly said, "Next time we rent an office, we should find one with basic furniture. It would save a lot of trouble." She was thinking about how long it might take Chen Lifeng to fill this place to a decent state. At that moment, the office door was gently knocked. "That should be them," Jiang Yizhou said as he quickly walked over and opened the door. Outside, there were indeed 2 men and 2 women, all in their 20s, dressed appropriately, with some nervousness and anticipation on their faces. When they saw Jiang Yizhou opening the door and Su Nianhe inside, they immediately straightened their backs, showing a good spirit. Jiang Yizhou turned sideways to let them in, then faced Su Nianhe and formally introduced, "Miss Su, these 4 are the candidates I mentioned earlier." He then turned to the 4 and said seriously, "This is our company's leader, Su Nianhe, President Su." The 4 almost simultaneously bowed slightly and said in unison, "Hello, President Su." One girl, who looked the most lively and clever, stepped forward first, handed over her resume with a bright smile, and said, "Hello, President Su. My name is Linen. I just graduated and studied business English. Here is my resume. Please take a look." As she finished speaking, a shy boy wearing black-rimmed glasses quickly handed over his resume, speaking softly but clearly, "Hello, President Su. My name is Zhao Lei. I majored in computer science and am good at various office software and network maintenance." Another woman, dressed in a black suit skirt and appearing calm and capable, stepped forward confidently and said, "Hello, President Su. I am Sun Mingyu, with 3 years of experience in foreign trade order processing and familiar with import-export procedures." She handed over her resume smoothly and confidently. The last girl, wearing a light blue shirt with a gentle and kind face, also handed over her resume softly. "Hello, President Su. My name is Zhou Qian. I majored in administrative management and hope to have the opportunity to serve the company. Su Nianhe took the 4 resumes, quickly and carefully scanned their faces, matching their initial impressions with the information on the resumes. She didn't immediately look through the resumes but looked at them with an encouraging smile, her tone calm yet commanding. Good, everyone is here. The place is a bit simple, but that's fine, like a blank sheet of paper ready to be painted. I don't value superficial things. I focus on ability and attitude. Lin En, Zhao Lei, Sun Mingyu, Zhou Qian. I remember your names. Now, let's have a casual chat. First, Su Nianhe casually picked up an English product brochure left in the office and asked Lin En to summarize the content, which included technical terms and complex sentences, into simple Chinese for potential clients within 30 seconds. Lin En quickly extracted the main points and even offered to prepare different versions of the brief based on the client's focus. Next, Su Nianhe pointed to the empty office area and asked Zhao Lei to describe an economical and quick plan for setting up a safe, efficient small local network. Zhao Lei immediately listed key equipment models like routers and switches, clearly explained the connection and setup steps, and suggested using gigabit devices for future expansion. He also recommended setting up basic firewalls to ensure security. Then, she posed a challenge to Sun Mingyu. When cargo at the port was about to be shipped, a client suddenly requested to change the delivery address and packaging details without extra cost. He needed to come up with an initial plan. Sun Mingyu calmly responded that he would first check if the request was feasible, confirm the costs and time needed for changing the shipment, and then communicate honestly with the client to negotiate sharing the costs or delaying some changes, balancing company interests and client needs. Finally, Su Nianhe used an empty office as a scene and asked Zhou Qian, responsible for administrative support, to identify the 3 most urgent tasks to ensure everyone could work smoothly on the first day. Zhou Qian looked around, organized her thoughts, and answered clearly. First, ensure basic office conditions like power, internet, and drinking water. Second, set up a temporary communication group to coordinate. Third, prepare emergency supplies and plan for procurement, so employees could work without worry. After the test, Su Nianhe praised the performance of all 4 and couldn't help but admire Jiang Yizhou's outstanding workability. She thought that if she were hiring, she wouldn't find such talented employees in a short time. Having made her decision, Su Nianhe looked at the 4 and said clearly, I've seen your performance, and it exceeded expectations. Regarding salary, based on the standards in Hong Kong City, Lin En and Zhao Lei will start at 8,500 Hong Kong dollars per month, Sun Mingyu with some work experience at 12,000 Hong Kong dollars, and Zhou Qian with a little experience at 9,500 Hong Kong dollars. After the probation period, salaries will be adjusted based on performance. Full social insurance will be provided, and bonuses will be given once the company is stable. Welcome to join. This salary is quite competitive for a startup. Lin En immediately smiled and said, Thank you, Ms. Su. I will work hard. Zhao Lei nodded firmly, Sun Mingyu calmly expressed his thanks, and Zhou Qian also smiled, showing her satisfaction. All right, from now on, let's work together to make this company successful, Su Nianhe said, extending her hand to high-five the 4 people. The atmosphere instantly became relaxed and full of energy. After settling everyone, Su Nianhe looked at the clock. It was already 11 o'clock, and Jiang Yizhou's cousin hadn't arrived yet. She frowned slightly, feeling a bit doubtful about this connected person. Just then, the office door was knocked, and Chen Lifeng arrived with workers and brand-new desks and chairs. He walked over to Su Nianhe and whispered, Miss Su, everything is here. Also, I hired workers to set up a manager's office and a deputy manager's office. It will take 2 days, so there might be some noise. Su Nianhe looked at the neatly arranged furniture and Chen Lifeng's thoughtful planning, and she praised him. Lifeng, thank you for your hard work. You've done a great job. Chen Lifeng is skilled, good at cooking, quick to get things done, and very capable. The money spent on this bodyguard is really worth it. Before Su Nianhe could give instructions, the 4 new employees immediately started to act. Lin En found a cloth and said excitedly, CO Su, we'll clean the new desks. Zhao Lei, you start assembling, and I'll pass you screws. Zhao Lei shyly smiled and began studying the assembly instructions. It looks like I need to install the wheels first. Sun Mingyu naturally took charge of coordinating, saying, the guys will handle the main assembly and lifting, while the girls take care of wiping and organizing small items. Zhou Qian had already brought over water in a disposable cup. CEO Su, Lawyer Jiang, Mr. Chen, please have some water. After working for a while, everyone should stay hydrated. Su Nianhe took the water and felt warm inside. She directed, the office area by the window has good light. The filing cabinet goes against that wall. Even Jiang Yizhou chuckled and rolled up his sleeves. Looks like I won't be able to keep my suit clean today. He and Chen Lifeng worked together, one communicating details with the workers, the other lifting the heavy desk panels easily with his strength. In no time, the entire 1808 office was bustling with activity. Lin and was wiping tables while humming. Zhao Lei focused on parts together, and Sun Mingyu and Zhou Qian worked together to put the clean drawers back in place, exchanging a few words now and then. Sunlight filled the room, shining on everyone's busy but happy faces. Su Nianhe looked at the almost finished company and felt very happy inside. At 1 o'clock, with the help of the workers and Su Nianhe and 5 others, all the new desks and chairs in the office had been arranged and set up, now looking complete. The empty feeling was gone, replaced by a sense of order and freshness. Su Nianhe straightened up and looked around, feeling satisfied. However, her gaze naturally drifted toward the door. Jiang Yizhou's cousin still hadn't appeared. Her heart sank a little again. The disappointment she had temporarily suppressed due to busyness resurfaced. She sighed softly in her mind. Jiang Yizhou is so reliable and capable. She had secretly hoped that if she could train his cousin, maybe in the future she could entrust the newly established Nianhe Trading Company in Port City to her management. That way, she could step back and plan more things. But now, it seems her hope will not come true. She would have to find someone else. Though disappointed, the clock had already passed 1 o'clock, and everyone's stomachs were growling. Su Nianhe was not a petty or mean boss. She clapped her hands to get everyone's attention. All right, everyone worked hard this morning. Come on, let's go eat. Feel free to order whatever you like. Wow. Thank you, President Su. Lin cheered first, his face full of joy. Zhao Lei pushed his glasses and smiled shyly. Thank you for your generosity, President Su. Sun Mingyu also smiled. You're very generous, President Su. Zhou Qian asked carefully. President Su, do we need to tidy up here a bit before we go? The 4 young people, just starting their careers, were very happy about being treated to a meal. They felt more convinced that they had found a good boss. No need to tidy up. Let's eat first. Su Nianhe waved her hand. Then her gaze naturally turned to Jiang Yizhou. Lawyer Jiang, you're familiar with this area. Can you recommend a place? It should be affordable and delicious. Jiang Yizhou pushed his gold-rimmed glasses and smiled calmly. Don't worry, Miss Su. There's a very authentic Hong Kong-style tea restaurant on the 3rd floor of this building. The taste is good, the prices are fair, and it's convenient. All right, then I'll leave it to you. The 6 of them took the elevator downstairs. The restaurant was lively, filled with the sounds of chatter and the aroma of food. When ordering, Jiang Yizhou even added, please add 1 more serving of soy sauce duck. Then he turned to Su Nianhe and explained, this restaurant's braised duck recipe is quite close to the local taste, so Miss Su might miss the flavors from home. Su Nianhe was slightly surprised, a warm feeling crossing her mind. Lawyer Jiang, that's very thoughtful of you. The meal was relaxed and happy. Lin asked excitedly about the company's future plans, while Sun Mingyu and Zhou Qian occasionally joined in. Even the shy Zhao Lei was influenced by the cheerful atmosphere and spoke more. However, Chen Lifeng remained quiet and reserved. Looking at this lively group of young people, Su Nianhe felt more confident about the company's future. It was already 2 p.m. after lunch. Back in the 1808 office lobby, Su Nianhe saw that her so-called cousin still hadn't appeared. Her anticipation turned into disappointment and a slight feeling of being ignored. She was straightforward and didn't like to wait. Since she wasn't seeing anyone, she decided to proceed as planned. She clapped her hands and spoke confidently. All right, everyone has finished eating. Let's get to work. Lin and Zhao, familiarize yourselves with the new computers and test the internet. Mingyu and Zhou Qian, refer to the industry templates we have and draft a preliminary set of our company's administrative and business management rules. We'll review them together later. Yes, President Su. The four responded in unison and immediately started working. Su Nianhe picked up her bag and documents, ready to leave personally. She planned to visit several well-known cosmetic companies under the name of Nianhe Trade Export Company to discuss procurement. Time was precious. Channels and sources of goods were vital for the company. But just as she reached the door, Zhang Yizhou stopped her. Miss Su, where are you headed? Zhang asked, slightly shifting his body to block her path as if unintentionally. Su Nianhe paused, feeling her suppressed anger rising. She looked at Zhang Yizhou and said coldly, Lawyer Zhang, do I need to report to you every time I go somewhere? She thought to herself, Zhang Yizhou, you've helped me a lot, but your interference is a bit much. Seeing the irritation on her face, Zhang Yizhou quickly looked embarrassed and explained, Miss Su, don't misunderstand. I didn't mean it that way. I was just saying, my cousin is arriving soon, and she's bringing a special gift for you this time. Su Nianhe frowned, her tone clearly showing disbelief. When will she arrive? Didn't we agree she would come in the morning? How can an employee make the boss wait so long? She really dislikes people who are not punctual and lack a sense of time. Miss Su, please stay calm, Zhang Yizhou said with a smile, sounding pleading. Just wait another half hour. I promise, she will definitely arrive within that time. This time is special. She has been calling non-stop since last night to prepare this meeting gift, and this morning she has been running around outside trying to coordinate. Considering her sincerity and her wish to make a good impression on you, please wait a little longer. When you see her and the gift later, you'll be satisfied. Su Nianhe didn't want to wait even a minute longer and was about to leave. But when she saw Zhang Yizhou's earnest and confident look and remembered how much he had helped her these past few days, working hard and doing his best, she took a deep breath. She suppressed her discomfort and impatience and decided to give him this face. Fine, I'll wait another half hour. She turned around and went back to her office, sitting down on the brand new chair. Her fingers unconsciously tapped the smooth desk, showing her impatience and curiosity. Seeing Su Nianhe pause, Zhang Yizhou sighed in relief and followed her, adding, Miss Su, trust me. My sister-in-law put a lot of effort into this big gift. She knows exactly what a new company needs when it opens. You'll be amazed later. Hearing this, Su Nianhe's slight annoyance was replaced by a strong curiosity. Who is Zhang Yizhou and his mysterious sister-in-law? What kind of big gift is worth all this fuss and keeping her busy from last night until now? Her gaze involuntarily shifted to the door again, hoping Zhang Yizhou's words wouldn't let her down. Half an hour passed quickly, with Su Nianhe tapping her fingers and glancing repeatedly at the door. Just as her patience was about to run out and she was about to stand up again, a figure hurriedly rushed into the open office door. It was a young girl, looking fresh and lively, about 20 years old. She wore a well-fitted dark blue professional suit, which made her look tall, energetic, and confident. She carried a medium-sized brown shoulder leather bag and tightly held a thick stack of documents. Beads of light sweat appeared on her forehead from the hurried walk. As soon as she entered, she eagerly looked around and finally focused on Zhang Yizhou. Her clear voice, a bit breathless, said, Cousin, where is Ms. Su? I have important information to show her right away. Zhang Yizhou looked at his lively cousin with a mix of helplessness and affection, smiling gently. He guided her towards Su Nianhe and softly reminded her, You're always so impulsive. Be more careful. Ms. Su is right there. He pointed to Su Nianhe, sitting calmly in an office chair. The first time I meet Ms. Su, I don't know her well, the girl muttered softly. Then she took a deep breath, adjusted her breathing and expression, and quickly walked to Su Nianhe, offering a polite yet slightly apologetic smile. She respectfully handed over her resume and said clearly, Hello, Ms. Su. My name is Zhang Shuyan. I am Zhang Yizhou's cousin. I am 22 years old, and just graduated from university. Here is my resume. Please take a look. Su Nianhe took the resume but only glanced at it briefly, mainly scanning the school and major. What she cared about more was the mysterious gift Jiang Yizhou mentioned. She wanted to see what could make this cousin arrive so late and whether it was truly worth the wait, as Jiang Yizhou claimed. She gently placed the resume on the desk, looked up, and directly addressed the girl, her tone calm but firm with curiosity. Little Jiang Yizhou has already told me about your basic background. I will review the resume later. Right now, I want to see the gift you prepared especially for me. Oh, Jiang Shiyun's face showed a moment of realization and slight embarrassment. She smiled and said, "Yes, yes. My cousin really told you everything." As she spoke, she handed the thick stack of documents to Su Nianhe with both hands. Su Nianhe took them and began to browse. After flipping through just a few pages, her expression subtly changed. This was not the typical industry report she expected, but an extremely detailed market analysis and procurement strategy report for mainstream cosmetic brands in Gangcheng. This section not only lists almost all well-known cosmetic brands in the port city, including their descriptions, key ingredients, and main benefits, but also provides clear price comparisons. It covers counter prices, duty-free shop prices, and potential wholesale reference prices. Additionally, it notes and analyzes each brand's market positioning, target customers, recent marketing activities, and reputation on social platforms like Xiaohongshu. The level of detail far exceeds her expectations. Jiang Yizhou is right. For a startup trading company that urgently needs to expand, this is truly a valuable gift. It saves a lot of time on initial market research and offers clear ideas for purchasing. Seeing Su Nianhe's changing expression, Jiang Shiyun's eyes sparkled with confidence. She quickly took advantage of the moment, setting down her backpack and, like performing magic, pulled out dozens of small samples and full-sized products, spreading them across half the table. President Su, Jiang Shiyun's voice became calm and professional. She casually picked up a few items and began introducing them as if reciting from memory. Here is La Mer's classic cream. She held up a delicate porcelain bottle. It has top repair and stabilization abilities. It's expensive and is a benchmark for luxury brands, with very loyal customers. The downside is that the cream is quite thick, which might not suit oily skin. She then picked up a simple glass bottle. This is SK2's Miracle Water, she said. Its main ingredient is patera, which balances water and oil and brightens the skin. It's very popular in Asia. However, its unique scent isn't for everyone. Next, she pointed to a set of products with a strong black and white design. This is the star product line of Skin's Key. Both the brightening essence and the primer are known for their smooth feel and excellent makeup results. They are also quite expensive and positioned as high-end luxury. And this, she said, holding up a uniquely shaped silver bottle, is Helena Rubinstein's Black Bandage Cream. It contains 30% high-concentration bosin, mainly for anti-aging and repair. It's very effective and popular among mature skin consumers. Additionally, products like Estee Lauder's Little Brown Bottle Serum and Lancome's Little Black Bottle Serum are classic favorites that have stood the test of time. They are well-loved and widely accepted in the market. Although they are not cheap, they sell steadily, making them good choices for initial high-end product purchases. She spoke slowly but clearly, analyzing the pros and cons well. She knew her prices inside out and had clearly done her homework. Su Yanhe looked at the many products on the table and the bright-eyed young girl talking confidently. All her previous dissatisfaction and disappointment had disappeared. She finally understood why Jiang Yizhou insisted and why Jiang Shiyun was late. Her sincerity and professionalism were worth waiting for. She picked up the thick report and looked at the products on the table. A genuine smile appeared on her face as she looked at Jiang Shiyun with approval. Jiang Shiyun, right? I am very pleased with this meeting gift. Very pleased. Thank you for your praise, President Su. Jiang Shiyun's eyes lit up, and her smile became even brighter. It's an honor to catch your eye. Moreover, I've already had initial contact with some key suppliers of these brands. They said if we can cooperate long-term, they could lower their prices by about 20%. She paused, speaking with a request in her tone but with sharp and capable eyes. President Su, do you want me to call them now and invite them to the company for a face-to-face discussion? Hearing this, Suyen, he was overjoyed. This was like a timely help in a difficult situation. She was worried about sources and channels, but Jiang Shuyan not only provided detailed market analysis, but also prepared for price negotiations. Yes, she immediately agreed, with rare urgency and admiration. Shuyan, contact them right away. The sooner, the better. She thought that Wenwan's shop must be eager for supplies, so the sourcing had to be finalized quickly. Okay, President Su. I'll arrange it immediately. Jiang Shuyan was full of energy. She quickly went to a quiet corner of the office, took out her phone, and started making calls. Her voice, heard faintly through the glass partition, was calm and clear. President Li? Hello, this is Xiao Jiang, who contacted you this morning. President Su now has time. Could you bring the detailed quotation and samples over? The address is... Yes, we hope to reach an agreement soon. Looking at her professional back, Su Nianhe felt very grateful. It was truly a blessing from heaven to have such a thoughtful and highly capable assistant by her side. Thanks to Jiang Shiyun's efficient communication, within an hour, several suppliers representing different high-end brands arrived one after another at Office 1808. The once somewhat empty office area now buzzed with a lively business atmosphere. Zhou Qian quickly served tea to everyone, while Lin and Zhao Lei were busy adjusting the newly connected printer, ready to print contracts at any moment. Sun Mingyu was also nearby organizing documents, always prepared. Everyone remained silent and professional, leaving the main stage to Su Nianhe. The first to arrive was a representative from La Mer, a well-dressed, confident, middle-aged woman. She smiled and handed over her business card and the latest price list. Hello, President Su. We've heard of you for a long time. This is our newest price list. Miss Jiang probably mentioned it to you. If your company can guarantee quarterly purchases, we can offer up to an 18% discount. Su Nianhe took the price list, quickly glanced at it, and spoke calmly but firmly. Manager Zhang, thank you for your sincerity. However, as a newcomer to the market, we value long-term cooperation and mutual benefit. Our bottom line is a 20% discount, and we also need a 60-day credit period to ease our initial cash flow. I believe, given our future purchasing potential, these conditions are reasonable. Manager Zhang hesitated for a moment, then looked into Su Nianhe's calm eyes. After a few seconds, he smiled and extended his hand. President Su, you are indeed straightforward. All right, as you said, I hope we have a pleasant cooperation. Next was a representative from SK2, a man wearing glasses who appeared quite serious. He opened his laptop and displayed data. President Su, our product reputation and sales are well known. Miss Jiang contacted us promptly. Currently, we have a special onboarding discount for new channel partners, which can reduce the standard wholesale price by 15%. Su Nianhe didn't look at the computer but stared directly at the other person, a faint smile on her lips. Mr. Wang, the data is indeed impressive. But as far as I know, there have been many recent discussions about substitutes for the Patera ingredient. We accept an 18% discount, plus an initial order with a 5% damage replacement allowance. Our goal is to grow this brand in new markets, not just to copy existing models. Mr. Wang pushed up his glasses, clearly a skilled negotiator. After thinking for a moment, he nodded and said, President Su knows the market well. All right, we can meet your conditions, but the first order must reach our minimum required quantity. Next, representatives from CLE de Beaut and Helena Rubinstein spoke. When the CPB representative emphasized the luxurious experience and refused to lower the price, Su Nianhe skillfully pressed her point. We recognize the brand's value, but consumers have many choices. If the price isn't competitive, it will be hard for us to invest heavily in promotion at the start. Maybe we can begin with a few key star products. If the market responds well, we can gradually expand. At that time, we hope your side can show more sincerity with the pricing. Regarding Helena Rubinstein's focus on tech-based anti-aging, Su Nianhe showed strong interest but still pushed for better prices. I believe in the effectiveness of the black and white bandages, but the initial prices are quite high. For the first order, these two products will be at the agreed price, but for other supporting serums and eye creams, we need an additional 5% support to help us promote the sets. During the discussions, the suppliers sensed Su Nianha's clear thinking, market knowledge, and firm stance. After some reasonable negotiations, they mostly reached preliminary cooperation agreements. During a break, Su Nianha decisively instructed Jiang Shuyun. Shuyun, note this down: La Mer Classic Cream, Essence Lotion, SK2 Treatment Essence, Little Lantern Serum, CPB Vitality Essence, Light Primer, Helena Rubinstein Black Bandage Cream, Intervention Series Serums. Also Estee Lauder Little Brown Bottle, Lancome Little Black Bottle. For these key products, order 1,000 units each. Make sure they are delivered to our rented warehouse downstairs by 10 a.m. tomorrow. 1,000 units. Jiang Shuyun was slightly surprised. These high-end products are quite expensive, and ordering 100 units of each is a huge amount for a startup. She instinctively glanced at Jiang Yizhou beside her. Jiang Yizhou subtly shook his head to signal her not to ask more. Jiang Shuyun immediately understood, suppressed her curiosity, and replied efficiently, "Okay, President Su. I will note it in the contract and follow up on the delivery." Nearby, Linen, Zhao Lei, and others listened and secretly marveled, but they all kept their professionalism. They worked harder to print the contracts, organize documents, or quietly serve tea and water for the representatives, remaining silent throughout. This showed their professionalism and complete obedience to President Su's decisions. In the office, only President Su's clear, firm instructions, the hum of the printer, and the soft sounds of cups being set down created a busy scene of a startup company running smoothly, with clear goals. Su Nianha looked at the growing pile of draft contracts with sharp, bright eyes. Her business plans were gradually becoming real through these words on paper. Everything was settled as night fell, and the city lights turned on. After seeing off a few cosmetic suppliers, the large office finally became quiet again, leaving only the contracts to be organized and the lingering scent of tea and tense atmosphere in the air. Su Nianha took a deep breath, stretched her stiff neck, and made a soft cracking sound. She looked at the young people who had been busy all afternoon and smiled with satisfaction and a bit of pride. "All right, everyone worked hard today. The tough part is finally over. Tonight, I'll treat everyone to a big dinner to celebrate and reward all of you." "Wow. Thank you, President Su." Linen cheered first, his face full of excitement. After intense work, a good meal was definitely great news. Zhao Lei also pushed up his glasses and smiled honestly. "President Su, you've gone to some trouble." His eyes also showed anticipation. Sun Mingyu and Zhou Qian, though a bit more reserved, couldn't hide their joy and quickly thanked her. "Thank you, President Su." Jiang Shuyun wasn't surprised that her boss was treating everyone. She instinctively turned her head and smiled slightly, glancing at her cousin Jiang Yizhou with a look that seemed to say, "Here we go again. It's your turn to step in." Jiang Yizhou saw his cousin's gaze and immediately showed a helpless, resigned smile. He rubbed his forehead and muttered softly, "As a top lawyer, I've almost become Mr. Su's personal assistant and dining manager." His voice was quiet, but Chen Lifeng standing beside him heard clearly. Chen Lifeng frowned and shot a sharp, warning look at Jiang Yizhou, as if to say, "Stop talking nonsense. I only let you handle this because I trust you." Jiang Yizhou felt a chill at the look and quickly raised his hands in surrender, putting on a professional smile. He turned to Su Nianha and spoke smoothly, "Miss Su, everyone has worked hard today. I heard there's a new local restaurant nearby with a quiet atmosphere and authentic dishes. How about I take everyone there to try something new and change the taste?" Su Nianha, who wasn't particularly interested in eating out, was pleased to see Jiang Yizhou handle everything so well. She nodded happily. "Sure, the place Jiang lawyer recommends must be good. We'll follow your lead." She trusted Jiang Yizhou's ability to organize. After that, Jiang Yizhou led everyone to an elegant local restaurant. The restaurant was tucked away from the busy city, decorated in a refined Chinese style. Inside a quiet private room, everyone sat around a table. Jiang Yizhou skillfully ordered classic dishes like crystal shrimp, braised pork, fried shrimp, and preserved vegetables with fresh meat. During the meal, the atmosphere was relaxed. Lin and Zhao Lei and others enjoyed the food and praised its deliciousness. Zhou Qian quietly shared makeup tips with Jiang Xuyan. Su Nianhe occasionally whispered with Chen Lifeng and Jiang Yizhou, glancing at her team members with a look of scrutiny and planning. Jiang Yizhou thoughtfully took care of everyone's needs, showing his meticulous side beyond his legal expertise. After eating and drinking, everyone felt happy and relaxed. When Lin and Zhao Lei, Sun Mingyu, and Zhou Qian thanked Su Nianhe again and left with satisfied smiles, Jiang Yizhou also prepared to leave. He smiled and said goodbye to Su Nianhe and Chen Lifeng. Miss Su Lifeng, I'll be leaving now. I might not come tomorrow. If you need anything, call me anytime. He had been around Su Nianhe for several days. Most of the new company's matters were settled, and his efforts had not been in vain, reflecting his brotherly bond with Su Zikai.
Su Nian nodded.
She accepted Jiang Yizhou's kindness and then took out her phone from her bag. Lawyer Jiang, I've added you on WeChat. It will be easier to contact you in the future. Jiang Yizhou was a bit surprised. He remembered that Su Nianhe didn't want to add him on WeChat before. Why did she change her mind now? Although confused, he quickly took out his phone from his pocket and accepted her request. Just after confirming her friend request, Jiang Yizhou didn't feel like chatting with Jiang Xuyan. He turned and hurriedly left because he had a client waiting for him on a case. Seeing this, Jiang Xuyan also decided to follow. Chan Lihui watched their backs leave and then turned to Su Nianhe politely. Miss Su, I can take you back to the hotel. Wait a moment, Su Nianhe said, stopping her. Her gaze was fixed on Jiang Xuyan, who was about to leave with Jiang Yizhou. Xuyan, you stay here. Come back to the hotel with me. I want to talk to you about something. Jiang Xuyan paused, surprised. Jiang Yizhou turned back and said, Xuyan, I have something urgent to do. You stay here and keep company with General Manager Su. He hurried away after speaking. Seeing this, Jiang Xuyan obediently replied, Okay, General Manager Su. Chen Lihui saw this and, although a little surprised, didn't say anything. He just went to the parking lot to get the car. The group got into the car arranged by Chen Lihui and returned to the hotel where Su Nianhe was staying. They entered the suite's living room. Su Nianhe signaled Jiang Xuyan to sit down and relaxed comfortably on the soft sofa. She spoke directly. Xuyan, I am very pleased with your performance today. That report and your communication with the supplier earlier helped us a lot. Jiang Xuyan sat upright, hands folded on her lap. She nodded slightly at the praise. Thank you, General Manager Su. I was just doing my job. I'm not just being polite. Su Nianhe waved her hand, her eyes sharp and straightforward. What I value is ability and efficiency. So, I plan to give you more responsibilities. She paused slightly, observing Jiang Xuyan's reaction. Seeing that she was listening carefully and not showing any fear, she continued. A friend of mine owns 3 stores. One is a cosmetic shop, another is a small trendy gadget store, and the third is a clothing store. I plan to have you take full responsibility for sourcing and procurement for all 3 stores in the future. Jiang Xuyan's eyes widened slightly, clearly surprised by this arrangement. This is not just an assistant's job. It is now an independent responsibility for an important task. Su Nianhe did not give her time to hesitate and confidently added, Your job is to purchase items based on the store's sales and stock levels, quickly and accurately. Make sure the quality is good and control costs. As for me, she pointed at herself, I only handle 2 things. First, receiving and inspecting the goods you purchase. Second, delivering them on time to my friend according to her needs. Do you understand? This means Su Nianhe is giving Jiang Xuyan the main authority over purchasing, showing great trust. Jiang Xuyan took a deep breath and quickly processed this information. She showed no hesitation and instead lit up with a strong sense of responsibility. She answered clearly and firmly. Understood, President Su. Thank you for your trust. I will do my best in purchasing and make sure not to disappoint you or your friend. Good. Su Nianhe liked this straightforward attitude and smiled with satisfaction. We'll discuss the details tomorrow at the company. You've had a long day today, so go home and rest. Yes, President Su. You should rest early, too. Jiang Shuyan stood up respectfully, said goodbye, then turned and left the room with steady steps and a straight back. Chen Lihui, who had been sitting silently on the sofa, finally spoke slowly, with a hint of subtle confusion in his eyes. You handed over the main purchasing power so quickly? Aren't you worried about risks? Su Nianhe lazily leaned back against the sofa, a confident smile on her lips. Don't doubt the person you trust. Xu Yun is a raw gem. With a little polishing, she will become great. Plus, with Jiang Yizhou involved, she will be more dedicated than most. I need to focus my energy on what truly matters. Seeing her strategic planning, Chen Lihui no longer said much, only deepening his admiration for her. After Chen Lihui left, Su Nianhe, feeling extremely tired, climbed into bed and quickly fell into a deep sleep. She slept very peacefully that night and didn't have any dreams. By the next morning, despite numerous knocks and phone calls, she remained asleep and did not wake up. Outside the door, Chen Lifeng was anxiously pacing. As the scheduled time with the supplier approached, he decisively went downstairs to the front desk. He explained the situation to a female receptionist, showed her his ID, and after she agreed, he returned with her to the suite where Su Nianhe was. The receptionist used a spare key to open the door. Chen Lifeng politely stayed in the living room while she entered the bedroom area.
Misu?
Miss Su, the receptionist softly called, walking to the bed. Su Nianhe was suddenly awakened from deep sleep. She sat up dazedly and asked, Huh? What's wrong? Ma'am, Mr. Chen is outside, and very worried. He said you have an important appointment, and the time is almost up, the receptionist gently reminded her. Su Nianhe immediately woke up, completely. She grabbed her phone, looked at the clear time on the screen, and couldn't believe her eyes. Oh my gosh. It's 9:30. I've never slept so deeply before. She sighed in frustration, slapped her forehead, and quickly thanked the receptionist. Thank you for waking me. I'll get up right away. She rushed into the bathroom, washed quickly, and when she came out, she saw Chen Lifeng still waiting in the living room. As soon as she appeared, he handed her a warm glass of milk. It's not good on an empty stomach. Drink this on the way. Su Nianhe took it gratefully, drank a few sips, grabbed her purse, and hurried out. Let's go. When they reached the bottom of the office building, several delivery workers from the supplier were already waiting at the warehouse door. Sorry for the wait, everyone, Su Nianhe said calmly as she opened the door, not showing any sign of rushing after waking up. The head of the delivery team smiled and waved his hand. No problem, Miss Su. We just arrived too. Would you like to check the inventory? The warehouse door opened, and Su Nianhe efficiently directed the workers to move the goods inside. She carefully examined each box, counting silently in her mind. As she expected, these high-end cosmetics were small in size. Each type had 1,000 boxes, totaling just over 30 medium and large boxes. She quickly marked the delivery list, acting smoothly and precisely. La Mer Cream, 1,000 boxes, all here. SK2 Essence, 1,000 boxes, all here. CPB Serum. That's right. Okay, no problem. She paid half of the amount promptly, then turned to Chen Lifeng and said, Lifeng, everything here is settled. You can go upstairs first. I'll lock the door and come up later. Chen Lifeng nodded without asking further and turned to leave. Su Nianhe closed the warehouse door, checked that no one was around, and immediately took out a wooden sign she carried with her. She thought for a moment, and besides the large and special agarwood bed, she carefully took out all the other furniture made of golden silk nanmu and agarwood from her space, arranging them neatly on the empty ground in a warehouse, like a small antique furniture exhibition. Next, she transferred all the cosmetics she had just stored, along with their boxes, into the space of the wooden sign. Then, she unpacked them and placed them on a small supermarket shelf she also took from the space, preparing to explain everything in detail when one arrived. She softly stroked the wooden sign, feeling a bit regretful. I wanted to open this supermarket back in the county town's small building and keep traveling through different dynasties with the wooden sign to do business. But now, I can only connect the Dying Dynasty and the Dashing Dynasty. However, She quickly thought that since Shen Yanji and Wenwan could directly enter the space to trade with her, there was no need for her to stay stuck in that small breakfast shop in the county town. Port City. That's where her future business plans will focus. After settling everything, Su Nianhe took out 2 cups of spiritual spring water from the space and drank them. The sweet spring water instantly washed away her last bit of fatigue and hunger, making her look refreshed and energetic again. She carefully locked the warehouse door and took the elevator up to office 1808 on the 18th floor. As soon as she entered the office, she was slightly surprised by what she saw. The originally spacious work area had been cleverly divided into 2 separate offices, one large and one small, with solid materials and fine craftsmanship. Chen Lifeng was standing at the door of the larger office. Seeing her come in, he gestured for her to come over. "Miss Su, come see your new office." Su Nianhe walked over and pushed the door open. Inside, it was spacious and bright. A set of high-quality black walnut desks and chairs had been arranged, with matching bookshelves and filing cabinets nearby, and even a comfortable small reception area. The style was simple and elegant, perfectly matching her taste.
Wow.
"This is so efficient," Su Nianhe couldn't help but exclaim, her face showing genuine surprise. "You finished everything in just one day?" Seeing her face full of obvious happiness, a faint smile appeared in his eyes, but his tone remained calm. "Of course, I will handle what you requested as soon as possible. Is there anything else that needs adjusting?" "No, everything is perfect." "Thank you for your hard work, Li Feng." Su Nianhe sincerely expressed her gratitude. She walked to the large office desk and sat down, feeling very satisfied. Her gaze swept over the busy office area outside, where Lin En, Zhao Lei, Sun Mingyu, and Zhou Qian were working. Lin En and Zhao Lei were focused on their computers, fingers flying over the keyboards, seemingly adjusting the office's computers. Sun Mingyu was moving between the printer and workstations, carrying yesterday's stock of cosmetics. Zhou Qian was answering the phone while taking notes in her notebook. Su Nianhe leaned back in her chair, lightly tapping her fingers on the desk, thinking, "I need to come up with a fake address in a remote inland area for Wenwan's 3 stores, just to create a cover story. Otherwise, if the company only receives goods but doesn't sell, the books will look suspicious and attract attention." Her eyes grew deeper in thought. Since she planned to sell these furniture pieces in Gangcheng, she must quickly record that batch of rosewood furniture into the company's system and go through a formal procurement process. Otherwise, where did this goods come from? She needs to think of a safe plan. In Beijing, with the strong support of elders like Meng Lao, Zhang Lao, Li Lao, Wang Lao, and Zhou Lao, there's no need to worry about this. Even if there are some setbacks, donating a few national treasure-level antiques could resolve the issue. As for Gangcheng, the current situation is far from requiring such measures. While lost in thought, Chen Lifeng approached and asked, "Miss Su, is there any difficult problem you haven't solved?" Su Nianhe unconsciously tapped her fingers on the desk, her brow slightly furrowed, lost in her own thoughts. Chen Lifeng's sudden question caught her off guard. She looked up at Chen Lifeng. His deep eyes seemed to see through people, making her momentarily speechless, unsure how to explain the mysterious source of the antique furniture. Chen Lifeng didn't press further, only calmly asked, "Is it about the arrival of the antiques?"
How does he know?
Su Nianhe's mind sounded an alarm, but her face remained calm. She looked at him with curiosity, waiting for his next words. Chen Lifeng seemed to see through her doubts and calmly handed her a document. "There is a company from the Kingdom of Lanka. They specialize in ancient trees, such as agarwood and golden fragrant wood. Miss Su, you might need to use it in your name." He paused briefly and added, "All the company details are complete." Su Nianhe took the document and quickly looked through it, but her mind was storming with thoughts. How could Chen Lifeng be so thorough? It was almost as if he was very familiar with this process. Using an overseas company as a cover could solve her current problems and make future actions much easier. But behind this, how much does he really know? Is this company completely trustworthy? By accepting this help, could she be controlled? Su Nianhe's mind raced, weighing the pros and cons. Seeing that she was silent for a long time, A barely noticeable tension flickered across Chun Lifeng's face. His tone remained calm but carried a subtle urgency. "Miss Su, if you don't trust or don't want to use it," Chun Lifeng internally sighed. "This was all arranged by Su Xiao. I am just carrying out the plan. If she refused, it would be hard to explain." Su Xiao must have already noticed Su Nianhe's unusual behavior. They probably have some connection, but I, as an outsider, don't know the details. Su Nianhe keenly caught a flicker of emotion in his eyes, deepening her suspicion. She raised her gaze and looked directly at Chun Lifeng. "Is this company reliable?" And later on, her words were unfinished, but her worry and caution were clear. Chun Lifeng's heart tightened. He almost wanted to reveal the truth, but swallowed the words back. This company was set up by Su Zakai under a different identity to avoid his father and brother's control and seek new opportunities. That was also the old master's intention. The Su family's affairs could not fall into the hands of that scheming girl's son. In the old man's mind, the only true grandson was Su Zakai. These secrets must not be revealed now. He avoided Su Nianhe's probing gaze and spoke confidently, but with some reservation. "Reliable." And he paused, choosing a vague but convincing reason. "The people behind it have no ill intentions." Su Nianhe stared intently at him, as if trying to find any flaw on his face. After a moment of silence, she saw that Chun Lifeng looked calm and sincere, not pretending. Since there was no better choice at the moment, her heart finally tilted in favor of trusting him. She took a deep breath, made her decision, and her tone became firm again. "Since it's reliable, then let's use it. There was no safer way right now." She thought that in the future, she really needed to consider establishing a fully independent identity overseas. Otherwise, this cross-time business would eventually cause unnecessary trouble. This idea quietly took root in her mind. Chun Lifeng saw that Su Nianhe agreed, and he quietly relaxed a little. He immediately handed the document about the Lanka Kingdom Company to Lin and instructed Lin and enter this information into the system and complete the process quickly. "Okay, Assistant Chen." Lin saw Chun Lifeng always staying close to Su Nianhe and thought of him as a special assistant. She took the document and efficiently started working. Meanwhile, Su Nianhe took this opportunity to think carefully. She matched the furniture made from warm, golden nanmu and rare fragrant wood in the wooden sign space within new supply channels for the Lanka Kingdom branch and entered them into the company's inventory system. Of course, except for that astonishingly luxurious bed she wanted to keep for herself, nothing else was stored. Watching the gradually filling product information and the legitimate source proof on the screen, her previously tense heart finally relaxed. "Finally, this matter is settled." Su Nianhe sighed in relief, leaning back in her chair and massaging her slightly sore forehead. She looked out the window at the bright sunshine and then glanced at her busy colleagues in the office. She cheerfully said, "Everyone, thank you for your hard work this morning. Lunch is on me today. Feel free to order whatever you like. Long live the boss." Sun Mingyu cheered first. Zhou Qian also smiled as she put down the phone. Even Lin and Zhao Lei, usually calm, showed relaxed smiles. Chun Lifeng nodded slightly. "I'll make arrangements." The lunch was pleasant, and everyone temporarily let go of their work stress to enjoy good food and a short break. Not long after returning to the office in the afternoon, the sound of high heels came from the door, accompanied by a lively female voice. "President Su." "I'm back." Zhang Shuyan hurried in again, looking a bit tired from her busy day, but mostly excited about her successful return. She placed a heavy sample bag on Su Nianhe's desk, crossed her hands at her waist, and said proudly, "I didn't let you down. I found several top-quality, creative small product suppliers. President Su, take a look at these samples. I'm sure you'll like them." Inspired by her, Su Nianhe smiled and opened the sample bag. "Oh, you're so confident. I must see for myself." Zhang Shuyan eagerly took out several items and arranged them on the table. The first was a beautifully crafted metal feather pen, but the clever part was that inside the pen body was a tiny mechanical structure. Zhang Shuyan picked it up, gently pressed a nearly invisible button on the pen, and a small, intricately carved, lay-style folding fan appeared above the tip of the pen. While writing, you can gently sway it, and a light breeze will. Which young lady wouldn't love that? Jiang Xuyan blinked. The second item was a small, colorful music box with an enamel-like design about the size of a lipstick box. When opened, instead of a traditional ballerina, there were two tiny porcelain figures dressed in ancient costumes, one playing a zither, the other blowing a flute. Jiang Xuyan wounded a few times, and a clear, melodious tune of Spring River Flower Moon Night played. The two tiny porcelain figures moved slightly along with the music, as if truly performing. The sound is pure, the movements delicate. It's both a decoration and a refined toy when placed on a dressing table. The third item caught Su Nianha's eye even more, an ordinary-looking box made of boxwood, but with a hidden secret inside. Above the mirror was a smooth-looking gemstone that seemed purely decorative. This is called Moonlight Stone, Jiang Xuyan explained. It absorbs light during the day and emits a gentle glow like moonlight at night. It's not as bright as a lamp, but enough to light up the mirror softly, creating a dreamy atmosphere. It's stable and can glow for several hours. The fourth item was a folding fan made of ebony with a silk surface. It looked ordinary, but at the end of the fan ribs were embedded a few transparent crystal beads. This is called Cool Breeze Fan, Jiang Xuyan said as she gently waved it. A cool breeze carrying a faint scent of mint and jasmine brushed past. When you wave it, these special fragrant beads produce a refreshing wind. Who wouldn't want one on a hot summer day? Su Nianha picked up the feather pen with a fan and touched the glowing moonlight stone, her eyes full of amazement and love. Xuyan, you really found a treasure. These items are so new and interesting. They were well made and not too flashy, just right. They would definitely shine. But as a shop, these few items are not enough. Do you have other small daily goods? Jiang Xuyan received her approval and smiled even more brightly. I knew you would like them, President Su. I've already talked to the suppliers. The conditions are good, and we can place orders anytime. They also have other common small items and all are eager to supply. Great. Confirm immediately and arrange the first batch of orders as soon as possible. Su Nianha quickly made the decision, feeling more confident. She knew that once these items appeared in Dashing Dynasty, they would cause a big buzz. After getting Su Nianha's approval, Jiang Xuyan called the suppliers and signed contracts. They worked busily, signing contracts, confirming order details, arranging payments. Before long, the sun was setting outside the window. The sunset's glow painted the skyline of Port City in warm orange red. Standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, Su Nianha looked at the gradually brightening city lights, and her strong intuition reappeared. Tonight, Wenwan would definitely come to the space. Thinking about the capital city of Dashing Dynasty, where those who drank the spiritual spring water had probably already felt its effects. Those officials used to a luxurious life. Once they experienced the joy and improvement brought by the spiritual spring water, would surely crave it and rush to get more. Wenwan's shop might become very popular soon, and she would need more supplies to stabilize her position and take advantage of the situation. Su Nianha turned around and said to Chen Lifan and Jiang Xuyan, who were organizing documents, everyone worked hard today. Go home early and rest. Xuyan, tomorrow morning I want to see those small goods suppliers deliver their products to the warehouse as quickly as possible. Understood. Chen Lifan nodded. Jiang Xuyan also packed up. President Su will head out now. Yes, be careful on the way. Watching them leave, Su Nianha hesitated for a moment, then, at Chen Lifan's urging, left the company and went to a hotel. Meanwhile, in Dashing Dynasty, in the capital city, the three new shops, Ningxiang Pavilion, Qiqiao Studio, and Yunshangji, had recently become the talk of the town. The reason is simple. It was because of the strange sign at the shop entrance that read, Free Immortal Water. At first, no one believed such a lucky chance was real. A plain water jar sat at the shop door, guarded by a young assistant, with a sign that said, Immortal Water. It looked like a trick from a con artist. Passers-by mostly glanced quickly, with suspicion and disdain in their eyes, too lazy to stop. Immortal water? "Ha, probably some sleeping potion," someone sneered.
Who knows what's inside?
"I wouldn't dare drink it." Someone else shook their head cautiously. For 2 days, the shop was empty. Although Wenwan knew that the gift from Su Nianhe was not ordinary, she felt anxious seeing so little interest. She understood how hard it was to earn trust in the city of Jing. So, starting on the third day, she stopped waiting inside the shop and personally appeared at the entrance of Ningxiang Pavilion, accompanied by her trusted maid Cui Ping. "Dear neighbors and passers-by," Cui Ping's clear voice rang out. Following Wenwan's instructions, she enthusiastically promoted, "My young lady's new shop is opening soon, and she's offering immortal water to share with everyone. This water is sweet and refreshing, can help relieve fatigue, boost your spirits, and is a rare health tonic. For the next 3 days, it's free for everyone to try." Wenwan wore a simple, elegant dress, with a gentle yet firm smile on her face, standing beside the water jar. She picked up a clean white porcelain bowl, scooped half a bowl of clear, bright, immortal water from the jar, and, under the curious or scrutinizing gazes of the crowd, she lifted her head and drank it slowly and calmly. As the water entered her mouth, a refreshing sweetness spread through her, sliding down her throat into her stomach. Soon, a gentle warmth seemed to spread through her limbs, and the fatigue from preparing the shop truly eased. Her eyes looked brighter. She lowered the bowl, nodded slightly to everyone, and spoke in a calm but convincing tone. "This water does have some special effects. Why not try it yourself? It won't cost you anything." An older man, dressed neatly and seeming to be a veteran shopkeeper nearby, hesitated and asked, "Miss Wen, you drank it yourself?" "This water." Wenwan smiled and replied, "Shopkeeper Zhang, I drink it every day here with everyone. If there was anything wrong, I wouldn't be able to do so." It was Wenwan's act of personally trying the water that broke the deadlock. Some people, already curious about this elegant host, began to waver. The first to try were a few brave porters and young men from nearby shops. They, thinking, "Why not try if I have the chance?" drank a bowl of the water at the waiter's urging. "Hey, this water is really sweet," one porter exclaimed, smacking his lips in surprise. "It feels so much better in my throat. Just now, I felt so restless," another young man said, touching his throat with a look of amazement. The real excitement started the next afternoon. A noblewoman riding in a sedan chair, feeling cold and coughing from the chilly weather, saw people gathering to drink the immortal water. She heard it could cure all illnesses, so she asked her servant to bring her a bowl to try. She was just curious about what kind of immortal water could attract so many people. She took a sip, and unexpectedly, her cold symptoms disappeared. The heaviness in her chest seemed to wash away, and she felt refreshed and clear-headed. Her cough also lessened significantly. "Wonderful! Amazing!" The noblewoman's eyes lit up as she clapped her hands in praise. "This fruit water is extraordinary. Drinking it is like sipping fine wine, and it makes one feel so energized." The noblewoman was not just anyone. She was the wife of a well-known merchant in the city. Her words carried weight. Plus, the good reviews from the porters and shop assistants started spreading, and the reputation of the immortal water quickly grew overnight. By the third day, things had gotten completely out of control. At dawn, long lines already formed outside 3 shops. There were wealthy young men dressed in fine clothes, noble women accompanied by servants, and many common people who had heard the news. Everyone eagerly watched as large jars filled with immortal water were about to be filled. "Hurry up! Why haven't they started yet? I heard that yesterday, Madame Wang from the official's household drank some and praised it several times. Her appetite even improved. My neighbor Lu, who had been coughing for half a month, drank a bowl yesterday, and this morning she said her throat felt much better." The crowd buzzed with excitement and anticipation. At exactly 7 a.m., the shop doors opened on time. The waiters carried out large jars filled with spring water. Almost immediately, the crowd became restless. "Everyone, please don't push. Line up properly. Everyone will get a share." Cui Ping raised her voice to keep order, and the shop assistant quickly started distributing water. One clear cup of immortal water was handed out, bringing gasps of surprise and satisfaction. Wow, I really feel different, feeling so light all over. Is my face looking a bit rosier? The full water jar was decreasing visibly fast. In less than an hour, it was almost empty. People who hadn't yet received their turn became anxious. Why is it gone? We've waited so long. Add more.
Boss.
Please add more. When Juan stood at the shop entrance, watching the rushing crowd and the empty water jar, feeling both happy and worried. She was happy because the immortal water had quickly gained fame and helped the shop's opening. But she was worried because the water was being used up too fast. Without Sister Sue's magical space as support, they couldn't keep up. She raised her voice gently but firmly, saying, "Everyone's sorry. There is only this one jar of immortal water each day to keep its magic effective. Today's supply is finished. Please come early tomorrow." The crowd sighed in disappointment, but those who had experienced the water's magic believed even more in its value. Some people started planning to come earlier tomorrow, even sending servants to wait overnight. When Juan looked at the gradually dispersing crowd, still longing for the water, and let out a soft sigh. Soon he rarely entered the wooden space early. Usually, when Juan waited here, but today, her role was reversed, and she felt a strange sense of anticipation. The space was still filled with a faint mist, quiet and peaceful. She walked to a neatly stacked box of cosmetics, casually opened one, and looked at the beautiful modern skincare products inside. Her thoughts drifted to the upcoming storm in the capital of the Great Shang Dynasty. She thought, "I must teach Wenwan properly. These products are not like immortal water. You can't just drink them directly." While she was lost in thought, a faint ripple of light appeared in the center of the space, and Wenwan's figure suddenly appeared. "Nianhe." Wenwan's voice was excited but a little tired. "You're really here. I have something important to tell you." Seeing her expression, Su Nianhe smiled and said, "From your look, I can tell that the immortal water has already become famous in Beijing." Not just famous, Wenwan's eyes sparkled with excitement. She eagerly described the recent busy scene outside the three shops. It started with no one paying attention, then her personally testing the water to break the deadlock, followed by the rush of people caused by the celebrity effect, and finally, a whole jar of water being sold out in less than an hour. Big Sister Sue, you haven't seen it yourself, but the line stretches from the shop door to the end of the street. If I hadn't remembered your instructions to only supply one jar a day, there would be 10 times more people wanting it. Su Nianhe listened carefully and nodded secretly. Everything was unfolding as she had planned, even better than expected. After Wenwan finished speaking, she calmly said with a confident tone, "Wanner, the time is right. Starting tomorrow, we will temporarily stop giving away the immortal water for free." Stop. Wenwan's excitement froze instantly, turning into confusion and anxiety. "Big Sister Sue, why?" "Things are going well now, and many people are eager to buy. I want to use this momentum to sell your products. If we stop now, it will." Su Nianhe raised her hand and gently patted her shoulder, signaling her to stay calm. She walked over to the dozens of open boxes, her gaze sweeping over the bottles and jars that shimmered under the light with delicate gloss. She spoke firmly, "Free things can't last forever, and they don't show true value. What we want is not a reputation for charity, but real profit and a steady customer base. Look at these." She spoke while skillfully selecting a few representative products and led Wenwan to sit at a table in the spacious first-floor hall.
Come, Wenwan, listen carefully.
"These are our real weapons moving forward." Su Nianhe picked up a small bottle of SK2 essence. The clear glass bottle sparkled under the soft light of the room. "This is called genetic light essence, with a dropper design. After cleansing your face each day, take this amount." She demonstrated by dropping 2 drops onto her hand, and evenly apply it to your face and neck, gently massage until absorbed. It can make your skin glow, reduce signs of aging, and be like holding a bright lamp that dispels dullness. Then, she picked up La Mer's classic cream, opened the heavy porcelain jar, and a unique fragrance filled the air. "This is the blue heart of the sea essence cream. It has a rich texture that needs to be warmed with the fingertips until it becomes transparent or semi-transparent. She carefully demonstrated the emulsifying process, then gently press it onto the face and neck. It has powerful repair and regeneration abilities, especially suitable for damaged or sensitive skin, smoothing fine lines and making the skin feel soft and renewed. She then picked up the CPB Luminous Primer. This is the Radiant Revitalizing Primer. Before applying makeup, take a pearl-sized amount and evenly spread it over the face. It instantly smooths fine lines and pores, brightens the skin tone, and helps foundation stay longer, as if a soft glow is draped over the skin. Next, she introduced Helena Rubinstein's Black Bandage Cream, with its mysterious and noble black bottle. This is the Black Bandage Cream, a nighttime repair product. Its special texture nourishes the skin overnight, strengthening the skin barrier. When you wake up, your skin will feel firm, full, and radiant. She continued to explain the nighttime repair benefits of Estee Lauder's Little Brown Bottle, Lancome's Black Bottle for skin stabilization, CPB's Essence for ultimate moisture, and various lipstick application techniques and color effects, from bright red to muted shades, from satin to matte finishes. She even briefly described how to use eyebrow pencils and eyeshadows to shape the brows and eyes, emphasizing the skill of light makeup suits all, rather than heavy current trends. Wenwan listened with wide eyes, holding a bright red lipstick, watching Su Nianhe draw a bold on her hand back. She felt as if a whole new world had opened before her. All these exquisite items she had never heard of or seen before represented a deeper, more wonderful understanding of beauty than she had imagined. Older sister Su, these are truly amazing, she whispered, her eyes full of shock and curiosity. Seeing that she was beginning to understand, Su Nianhe launched a new marketing plan. So, Wenwan, starting tomorrow, Ningxiang Pavilion will promote these beauty essentials. Customers will be divided into tiers. Those who spend 10 taels of silver in the shop can taste half a bowl of divine water for free. Those who spend 50 taels can get a full bowl, and those who spend 100 taels or more can receive 2 bowls. We will offer divine water as a gift for high-level purchases, not as a free item available to everyone. Wenwan is clever and quick to understand. She immediately grasped the key point, that the irresistible charm of the magical water would be used to boost sales of these expensive cosmetics. However, she soon felt a bit worried. She frowned slightly and said, "Sister Su, this method is very clever.
But
What if someday the magical water can't be supplied anymore?" She spoke carefully, afraid of revealing Su Nianhe's secret. To her, that miraculous spring water must be very rare and precious, and surely not endless. Su Nianhe understood her concern. She smiled slightly and spoke confidently. "Don't worry. By then, your shop's reputation will be well established, and customers will be used to getting the best from you. I have my plans for the water supply, so there's no need to worry." She paused and pointed to the nearby box. "Today, I will prepare the cosmetics from Ningxiang Pavilion for you. As for the new items from Qiao Qiao Studio, they will arrive tomorrow. Come back to pick them up tomorrow night." Wenwan nodded immediately and said decisively, "No problem. Qiao Qiao Studio and Yunshang Records can be closed for a day or two without issue." This pause caused by the magical water will build anticipation and excite their curiosity. When the new stock arrives and the new rules are introduced, the effect will be even better. They discussed the details for a while longer. Wenwan carefully memorized the skincare and makeup steps Su Nianhe taught her, and gently stored the first batch of cosmetic samples Su Nianhe prepared for her. "Nianhe, I'll head back now to prepare for the reopening of Ningxiang Pavilion tomorrow," Wenwan said with enthusiasm. "Go ahead, be careful. If there's an urgent matter, you can always come to this space to find me." Su Nianhe watched Wenwan's figure disappear into the mist, a strategic smile playing on her lips. After Wenwan left, Su Nianhe felt a wave of exhaustion. She thought for a moment and took some spiritual spring water from the wooden token space, drinking 2 cups in a row. The pure spring water entered her stomach, instantly washing away her fatigue and replacing it with a clear, lively energy. She then focused her mind and left the space. Back in her hotel suite, She looked at the clock, just past midnight. Perhaps the power of the spiritual spring water was too strong. Lying on the bed, her body needed rest, but her mind was unusually clear, in a semi-conscious, hazy state. During this half-sleeping, half-waking moment, an instinctive alertness made her hair stand on end. Someone was in the room. It wasn't just a vague shadow, but a real figure quietly approaching her bed. Su Nianhe's heart jolted with fear. Her first thought was that it might be a hallucination caused by exhaustion. She forced herself to breathe steadily, kept her eyes tightly closed, but her muscles had already tensed silently. In the darkness, she heard the person standing by the bed, speaking in a low, slightly teasing tone. The voice was cold and chilling. So this is the woman that Xiao Su Zaikai is protecting? She doesn't look like much. He paused, and his tone was filled with malice, almost spilling out. But it doesn't matter. As long as it's something he likes, I will destroy it myself. Su Nianhe was shocked inside. Who was this person? An enemy of Su Zaikai? She believed she had kept a low profile since coming to Hong Kong City. Besides work, she hadn't made enemies with anyone. Why would she get involved in such a strange situation? Could it be because of Su Zaikai? Suddenly, she remembered that the night before, she had slept so deeply that she didn't hear Chen Liheng knocking in the morning. Could she have been drugged then? The Zhonghuan International Hotel claims top security, yet this person could enter unnoticed? Just this fact proved that the person in front of her was definitely not an ordinary thief. A mix of intense fear and anger swirled inside her. Su Nianhe wanted to scream for help immediately, but her remaining rationality told her she needed to find out who this person was. She suppressed her heartbeat, kept her breathing steady as if still asleep, and listened to what he might say next. However, this person's senses were incredibly sharp. In just a moment, her slight, almost imperceptible breath caught his attention. He made a soft sound of surprise, with a hint of astonishment. The dose of the drug I gave was enough to make a cow sleep until morning, yet you're still conscious? Looks like you're not an ordinary person. No wonder that kid cares so much about you. At this point, Su Nianhe knew she could no longer pretend. She suddenly opened her eyes sharply, precisely glaring in the direction of the sound. Her voice trembled slightly with tension and anger, but she tried to stay calm. Who are you? Why did you break into my room in the middle of the night? What do you want? The person in the dark seemed to smile slightly, his voice still calm and slow, with a teasing tone like a cat playing with a mouse. Who am I? It doesn't matter who I am. What's important is that you are that guy's person, so you deserve to die. What kind of logic is that? Su Nianhe cursed silently. Just because she and Su Zaikai were friends, she should die? Anger overwhelmed her fear. What do you really want? If you want to get back at Su Zaikai, just go to him directly. Why bother with me? If you think I belong to him, you're very wrong. I tell you, I belong to no one. I am my own person. Little girl, you really think you can cleanly cut yourself off? Too bad. No matter how much you try to distance yourself, you're already caught in this game and can't get out. The man chuckled softly, with a teasing tone. I advise you to leave immediately. Otherwise, I will call security, she said, quietly reaching for the hotel emergency call button on the bedside table. Call security. The man seemed to hear a joke, scoffing disdainfully. You still expect the security here? Little girl, do you know who owns the Zhonghuan International Hotel? I don't care who owns it. Su Nianhe snapped, her finger already touching the call button. I only know I am a guest here, and the hotel must ensure my safety. You're invading illegally, and I have every right to have security throw you out. The man chuckled low, seeming to find her resistance amusing. Instead of retreating, he calmly reached out and pressed the bedside lamp switch with a sharp click. The soft but bright enough light instantly dispelled the darkness. Su Nianhe's eyes squinted against the sudden brightness, then she opened them wide, staring at the man standing at the foot of the bed. This look made her gasp in shock. Under the light, it was an extremely handsome face, with deep features and clear contours. But what shocked her most was, this face looked about 60% similar to Su Zaikai. The man in front of her was obviously much older, around 30, with a rebellious and wild expression in his eyes and brows that Suzuki didn't have. The mischievous smile at the corner of his mouth was even more chilling. Su Nianha's pupils shrank, and an absurd guess suddenly came to her mind. The man seemed quite pleased with her shocked expression and asked slowly, "How about now?" "Do you know who I am?" Su Nianha's mind raced. She deliberately asked in a cautious and teasing tone, "Could it be? You are Suzuki's father." She intentionally called the man old, hoping to anger him into revealing his identity. Sure enough, the man's smile froze for a moment, then turned cold. "Am I that old?" He leaned slightly forward, his gaze like a venomous snake locking onto Su Nianha. "It seems that little guy's family hasn't told you anything. You're really useless. I don't understand what you're talking about." Su Nianha forced herself to stay calm, her voice sharp with anger. "This is the last time. Please leave my room immediately." At the same time, she felt a wave of fear. The night before yesterday. Did he come again? Did he do something to her? The man seemed to see through her thoughts. He straightened up and looked at her with an extremely uncomfortable expression, speaking lightly. "Don't worry, little girl. I won't hurt you now. After all, the game is more fun when played slowly.
But
Who knows what will happen in the future? You.
who are you?
What do you want?" Su Nianha trembled with anger. If she had a weapon nearby, she wouldn't hesitate to fight back. "Don't get so angry," the man chuckled, his smile making her scalp crawl. "You will find out who I am eventually.
For now.
I just came to say hello. Get out. Leave my room now." Su Nianha pointed at the door, her voice rising with extreme anger. "If you don't leave, I will call security. Go ahead." The man spread his hands, acting arrogantly. "Even if you call all the security on this floor, do you think they dare to touch me?"
Besides,
In the middle of the night, a young woman screaming in her room and calling security. That wouldn't look good for your reputation. He precisely used the threat of a woman's reputation to intimidate her. Su Nianha clenched her teeth, her chest tight with anger. "What do you want to do?" "Now, I see it, and it's time to leave." After saying this, he unexpectedly showed a very sinister smile at Su Nianha. Then, in her disbelief, he did not go to the main door but turned around and walked straight toward a large abstract decorative wall painting hanging on the side wall of the living room. He reached out and gently pressed a hidden spot on the edge of the painting. The heavy painting silently slid open like a door, revealing a dark doorway behind it. The man stepped sideways into the opening, and the painting closed behind him perfectly, as if it had never been opened. Su Nianha couldn't believe her eyes. She suddenly jumped off the bed, rushed a few steps to the painting, and tried hard to pull it open. But the painting wouldn't move at all. She carefully examined and found a tiny gap at the edge. It was definitely a cleverly disguised secret door. However, now the door was locked from the other side. Until this moment, the danger temporarily passed, and a strong wave of fear washed over her like cold water. She leaned against the cold wall, sweating heavily, and her thin pajamas were soaked through. This hotel could not be stayed in anymore. Her first thought was to immediately call Chen Lifeng and ask him to change hotels right away. But as her finger touched the phone, she forced herself to calm down.
No.
She couldn't call now. If she called to ask for a hotel change, Chen Lifeng would surely ask why. How could she explain? Could she say that a stranger entered her room through a secret passage in the middle of the night? That sounded too unbelievable. Moreover, since that man had the ability to set up secret passages in such a top-level hotel and appeared and disappeared mysteriously, his identity and power must be beyond imagination. He was clearly targeting her, or rather, targeting the person Suzuki cares about. In Hong City, if the other side really had such influence, it would be difficult to be completely safe anywhere she moved. Causing a fuss might make things worse. Su Nianha forced herself to take deep breaths, and her clear mind, thanks to the spiritual spring water, was now racing. Fear couldn't solve the problem. She had to stay calm and think of a way to deal with it. The suddenly appearing, dangerously handsome man who closely resembled Suzuki completely shattered her calm plans and pulled her into an unknown and risky situation. Su Nianhe forced herself to stay calm, and her rapid breathing gradually slowed. Should she call the police? Change hotels? Neither seemed like the best choice. They might just alert the man and put her in more danger. Her eyes sharpened, and she made a firm decision. You want to play? Fine, I'll play along, she whispered to herself, with a fierce determination after feeling angry. She walked to the bed, focused her mind, and communicated with the wooden sign space inside her consciousness. She reached out gently, covering the soft large bed in the hotel room, and silently thought, "Gather." Suddenly, an unusual scene occurred. The entire bed, along with the bedding and pillows, instantly disappeared from the room without a trace, leaving only the marks on the floor. The bed had been moved into the bedroom on the second floor of the wooden sign space. Then, Su Nianhe's figure flickered and vanished from the empty guest room. Inside the wooden sign space, the environment was quiet and peaceful, isolated from the outside world. Su Nianhe appeared directly in the second-floor bedroom. Looking at the large hotel bed she had just stored away, she snorted coldly, took off her shoes, and comfortably lay down. "Little thing," she muttered to the air, as if speaking to the mysterious man across space. "Having secret passages is impressive? I see you come empty-handed every night. What tricks can you really play?" With a resentful sigh, the frustration and fear in her heart seemed to lessen a lot. In this completely safe space, she relaxed her mind and body, quickly falling into a deep sleep. The sleep was dreamless, and the high-quality rest nourished by spiritual spring water made her feel refreshed. The next morning, her biological clock woke her up on time. She simply went back to the hotel room, took out her toiletries, then returned to the space to wash up with spiritual spring water. After drinking half a glass, she felt completely energized. Estimating that Chen Liheng would knock on the door soon, she used her space ability again. With a thought, the hotel bed and bedding instantly returned to their original position in the room, perfectly aligned as if they had never moved. She sat leisurely by the bed, as if she had just woken up. Sure enough, not long after, there was a regular knocking on the door, and Chen Liheng's steady voice came through. "Miss Su, are you awake?" "It's time for breakfast." "I'm awake. Just a moment." Su Nianhe responded with a sound, tidied herself in front of the mirror to ensure everything was in order, then walked over and opened the door. Chen Lifeng still wore a sharp suit, looking serious. "Miss Su, good morning. The car is ready. After breakfast, we can leave for the company." "Good morning." Su Nianhe casually followed him to the dining room, speaking lightly, as if just asking out of curiosity. "By the way, Chen Lifeng, I've always been curious. I heard that Zhonghuan International Hotel has top security in the city. Is it really that good?" Chen Lifeng didn't stop walking, glanced at her sideways, with a hint of certainty in his eyes. "Of course. Zhonghuan International is part of the Su family's holdings. Its security system is managed by a top team, using the latest technology and strict procedures to ensure the safety and privacy of every guest." "Miss Su, why do you suddenly ask about this? Do you think something is wrong?" His tone carried a subtle hint of suspicion. Su Nianhe's mind moved. "It's definitely a Su family business. That means last night, this person must be from the Su family." But she showed no sign of suspicion, only a slight smile, praising casually. "No, nothing wrong. I just slept very peacefully last night and felt the environment was very safe, so I asked out of curiosity." The Su family's businesses truly live up to their reputation. She cleverly used praise to cover her doubts, satisfying her curiosity without arousing Chen Lifeng's suspicion. However, as she lowered her eyes, a cold glint flashed in her eyes. "The Su family's business, that man who looks like Su Zakai. This pond is deeper than she thought. But no matter what, she, Su Nianhe, would never sit idly by." After breakfast, Su Nianhe elegantly wiped her mouth with a napkin, then smiled at Chen Lifeng waiting nearby. "Let's go." Chen Lifeng bowed slightly. "The car is ready, Miss Su." Everything was the same as yesterday. The vehicle smoothly drove toward the office building. The several suppliers scheduled yesterday were already waiting on time. Su Nianhe personally used the key to open the temporary warehouse door, not trusting others. Everyone, please move all the goods inside and stack them on this open space, she directed, then stood aside, sharp eyes carefully counting each box being stored, cross-checking the documents in her hand. Chun Li-feng stood beside her, watching these trivial tasks that could have been handled by subordinates. He couldn't help but speak softly, with a hint of confusion. Miss Su, these inspection and storage tasks could be done by Lin and or Zhao Lei. You don't need to do everything yourself. Hearing this, Su Nianha's eyes stayed fixed on the goods, but a knowing smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. She understood Chun Li-feng's doubts and explained calmly yet firmly, "Bodyguard Chun, I understand what you mean. But my friend's 3 stores are still new. These products are the foundation, and I must personally review them to ensure everything is perfect. Besides," she paused, glanced at the purchase list written by Jiang Shiyan in her hand, and continued, "This batch of goods was carefully selected by Shiyan. In the future, she should take full responsibility for them. But right now, she's busy helping us find warm clothing brands, so she can't split her focus." A cold winter in Dashing Dynasty came to her mind, and she added, "The winter over there is tough. Cotton is scarce, and these warm clothes are urgently needed. Once the supply stabilizes, I can fully entrust Jiang Shiyan to handle it." She finished counting a box of goods, checked off the list, and summarized, "So, at this stage, I have to keep a close eye on things myself." The busy morning passed quickly. Only after all the small items were stored did Su Nianha straighten her slightly sore back and let out a gentle breath. After lunch, she didn't rest but instructed Chun Li-feng, "Assistant Chun, please find 10 strong workers. We need to move some furniture to storefront C01 this afternoon." "Yes, Miss Su," Chun Li-feng responded promptly and arranged for the workers. When the warehouse door opened again, revealing a pile of fragrant agarwood and a batch of beautifully grained, glossy golden Nanmu furniture, Chun Li-feng, who already knew Su Nianha had special channels, still couldn't help but flinch slightly at the sight. The quantity and quality far exceeded his initial expectations. He couldn't help but glance at Su Nianha again, feeling that her power and secrets seemed endlessly deep. But Su Nianha ignored his surprise and directed the workers, "Be careful, everyone. These are valuable woods. Handle them gently and move everything to storefront C01. The workers, also impressed by the fine furniture, moved with extra caution. The moving process lasted all afternoon. Su Nianha was always on site supervising, making sure her precious furniture was not damaged at all. After all the furniture was stored, she immediately contacted the renovation team. She pointed at the spacious 200 square meter area and said, "Master, please build a small office of about 15 square meters here using light steel keel and gypsum board. Leave space for doors and windows. Also, on the left side of the entrance, create a reception area with a simple and elegant design." The team leader nodded repeatedly, indicating he understood. Watching the workers start to work, Su Nianha thought for a moment. She took out her phone and called Lin and Sun Mingyu separately. First, she called Linen. "Linen, please hand over your current work to Zhao Lei. From now on, you and Sun Mingyu will stay mainly at the C01 storefront. This area will mainly serve high-end clients and foreign guests, so your language skills are needed." Then she called Sun Mingyu. "Mingyu, we need someone who understands foreign trade and high-end customer service at the storefront. Get ready and come here to work today. For now, Zhao Lei and Zhou Qian will handle Office 1808. Sun Mingyu's voice on the phone was eager. "Understood, President Su. I will get familiar with everything as soon as possible." He was very enthusiastic about foreign trade matters, and this transfer suited him perfectly. Everything was arranged by 3 o'clock. Jiang Shiyan arrived in a flurry, just like a few days ago. But unlike before, when she only brought samples, today she was followed by several well-dressed men and women holding elegant clothing bags and catalogs. "Nianha." Jiang Shiyan saw Su Nianha supervising the final touches at the storefront and quickly approached. She lowered her voice, excited, and introduced, "These are the brand managers of Arctic Velvet, Warmth Pavilion, Cloud Dress, and Graceful Inner Charm. I've already discussed with them. They brought carefully selected samples and catalogs today, Su Nianha glanced at the managers holding bags with brand logos and thick catalogs tucked under their arms. She understood immediately. She calmly nodded and gave Jiang Shuyan an approving look. Then she smiled at everyone and said, "The construction is still ongoing, so we can't talk here. Please follow me to the office upstairs." Everyone took the elevator to the 18th floor, arriving at office 1808. Zhou Qian and Zhao Lei saw Su Nianha bring in a guest, and they quickly stood up to pour water and tidy the reception area. After sitting down, Su Nianha did not chat much and directly got to the point. "Thank you all for coming today. Time is precious, so please introduce your brand's main features and styles of warm women's clothing in turn. Shuyan, please help arrange the order." Jiang Shuyan immediately took over and invited the first person, a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses who looked quite capable. "Manager Li, please go ahead." "Okay, President Su, Miss Jiang." Manager Li calmly opened a clothing bag labeled Arctic Velvet and took out a simple yet sleek long-down jacket. Our Arctic Velvet focuses on professional-grade warmth. This jacket is filled with 95% white goose down, with a high fluffiness of 800 fp. The fabric uses imported German windproof, waterproof, and breathable technology, ensuring it keeps warmth even in -30-degree cold weather. In style, we emphasize a mix of functionality and city fashion. For example, this jacket has an adjustable drawstring at the waist to avoid bulkiness and highlight the waistline. He spoke while showing the details of the clothing. Su Nianha touched the fabric, felt the fullness of the down, nodded, and signaled the next person. Next was a gentle, elegant woman who brought out a sample from Warmth Pavilion, a vintage-style long coat with a traditional Chinese knot-button design. President Su, our Warmth Pavilion, emphasizes natural materials and traditional craftsmanship. This coat's outer layer is made of custom jacquard satin, and the inner lining is filled with top-quality goat cashmere and silk blend padding, which is very lightweight but much warmer than ordinary cotton coats. It fits close to the body without feeling tight, allowing free movement, and incorporates elements of Eastern aesthetics, suitable for customers who pursue elegant style. She gently stroked the buttons on the coat, speaking confidently. The third manager from Yunshang then showed a brightly colored short puffer jacket and flipped through a thick catalog. "President Su, please see. Our Yunshang targets young, fashionable customers. This jacket is filled with high-quality gray duck down, enough to keep warm through most city winters. Our features include vibrant colors, new styles, and many fashionable elements like detachable fur collars and multifunctional pockets. The catalog also includes more matching items like sweatshirts and fleece-lined pants, emphasizing overall fashion and practicality." Finally, the manager of the Delicate Inner Charm underwear brand brought several samples of warm underwear and underwear. "Ms. Su, we focus on close-fitting warmth. This set of underwear uses German fleece heat-generating fibers, which absorb moisture and generate heat. It is warmer and lighter than regular cotton. The seamless cutting technology makes it invisible under clothes and does not affect the shape of outerwear. The underwear is made of the same material, focusing on keeping the waist and abdomen warm and comfortable." She handed the samples to Su Nianha for a closer look. The fabric was indeed soft and skin-friendly. Su Nianha listened carefully to each manager's presentation, occasionally picking up the samples to examine the craftsmanship, touch the fabric, and flipping through more styles in the catalog. After all the introductions, she paused thoughtfully, then looked sharply at the managers and began to make decisions one by one. Manager Li for the Arctic Fleece long down jacket in black, off-white, and camel, all sizes from XS to XL, initially 200 pieces each. Also, the mid-length style on page 15 of the catalog, in dark green and navy blue, 150 pieces each in the same sizes. Manager Wang for the Warmth Pavilion long jacket with frog buttons, in indigo, deep purple, and moon white, 100 pieces each in sizes S to L. Additionally, the short jacket with pipa buttons, in apricot and autumn fragrance colors, 80 pieces each in sizes S to L. Manager Zhang for the cloud attire parka down jacket, in bright orange and cherry blossom pink, 150 pieces each in sizes S to XL. Also, The best-selling fleece-lined sweatshirts and sports pants in the catalog, in the color schemes you recommended, 100 sets each in sizes S to XL. Finally, she addressed the underwear manager, Manager Liu, for the delicate inner charm, heat-generating underwear set, in skin tone, black and dark gray, 3 basic colors, sizes S to XXL, 300 sets each. The matching underwear in the same colors and sizes, 500 pieces each. Her speech was steady, decisive, clearly stating the colors, sizes, and quantities for each style, showing strong planning skills and understanding of market needs. Jiang Shuyan quickly took notes beside her, eyes full of admiration. The several brand managers were also impressed by Su Nianhe's quick and large orders, their faces showing happy smiles as they promised to arrange production and delivery as fast as possible. After everything was finalized, the sunset had already painted the sky orange. Chen Lifeng, as usual, took Su Nianhe back to Zhonghuan International Hotel. This time, he did not leave at the door as he usually did. Instead, he accompanied her upstairs and even dined with her at the rooftop restaurant. During the meal, he appeared to casually chat with Su Nianhe about the local customs and scenery of Gangcheng, but his eyes kept flickering toward the restaurant entrance and the surrounding environment. After dinner, he directly went with Su Nianhe to the front desk, found the on-duty manager, and asked seriously, "Manager, I want to double-check the hotel's security system, especially on the guest floors. Are the night patrols and surveillance coverage completely reliable? Miss Su is a valued guest of Mr. Su, and we cannot afford any mistakes." The front desk manager recognized Chen Lihui and knew he was associated with Su Zikai. He immediately assured respectfully, "Mr. Chen, please rest assured. Our security at Zhonghuan International is top in Gangcheng. We have 24-hour surveillance with no blind spots, regular patrols by security staff, and no safety issues will affect our distinguished guests." Chen Lihui listened carefully, asked a few more details, and only relaxed slightly after receiving clear answers. He turned to Su Nianhe and spoke in his usual calm tone, "Miss Su, you should rest well. I will take my leave now." He watched Chen Lihui enter the elevator, then turned and headed to her own room. Her face was calm, but her mind was clear. Chen Lihui's unusual caution tonight confirmed her suspicion. This hotel, or perhaps the internal affairs of the Su family, was not as peaceful as it seemed. But she was already prepared. Meanwhile, far away in Beijing in a place called Ningxiang Pavilion, the shop was opening for the first time, and the scene inside was so lively it caused a sensation across the city. When one carefully followed Su Nianhe's instructions, she trained 5 eloquent and well-mannered staff members and announced a promotion that would stir the wealthy women of Beijing. For a purchase of 10 taels of silver, you get half a bowl of immortal water. For 50 taels, a full bowl, and for 100 taels, 2 bowls of this legendary elixir said to make one radiant and reborn. When this news broke, it was like dropping cold water into boiling oil, causing an instant explosion. Ordinary people felt surprised, but the high price automatically kept them out. The truly wealthy ladies and young noblewomen, like butterflies attracted to nectar, flocked eagerly. On the first day of the opening of the Fragrance Pavilion, the place was bustling with visitors, decorated with pearl and jade ornaments, and filled with a rich scent. A lady dressed in a shimmering, colorful silk gown carefully examined a clear bottle of SK2 toner under the light, exclaiming in amazement, "This water is so clear and pure, very different from the usual fragrant waters I use." The shop assistant immediately smiled and explained, "Madam, you have good eyes. This is moisturizing water, containing over 90 natural extracts. Regular use can make the skin smooth and radiant." Meanwhile, a young lady was excited about a brightening serum called Little Light Bulb, saying, "This bottle actually glows? Applying it makes my face look much brighter." Her maid quickly agreed, "Miss, this must be a rare imported item from overseas." The CPB's Crystal Vitality Essence and Light Refining Primer also drew many attention. A calm and elegant lady tried the primer and immediately noticed her skin became soft and pores less visible. She was surprised and said, "This product works wonders, like applying a thin layer of powder but looks more natural." She decided to buy both and aimed to get the free fairy water as well. The Helena Black Bandage Cream, with its heavy glass bottle and mysterious feel, looked very valuable. A well-groomed Marchioness gently dabbed a little on her wrist, feeling its rich texture, and nodded slightly, saying, "This is moisturizing but not greasy, with a luxurious scent. Perfect for me." Meanwhile, a wealthy wife with fine lines around her eyes tightly held onto a serum from the Intervention Skincare series, as if clutching her last bit of youth. Estee Lauder's Little Brown Bottle and Lancome's Little Black Bottle, known for their classic looks and innovative ideas like Repair and Skin Foundation, also became bestsellers. Several young ladies gathered around the lipstick display, excitedly exclaiming over the many vibrant shades. Queen Red has a powerful aura. The rosebud color is gentle and everyday friendly. The tomato shade makes you look whiter. They chattered happily, trying out different colors, and almost everyone left with a few favorite lipsticks in hand. The shop was bustling with noise, and silver notes flew like snowflakes. 5 clerks were so busy they barely touched the ground, yet they maintained trained smiles and patient explanations. The accountant was busy ringing the abacus, his smile growing wider with each click. At evening inventory, when Juan looked at the record of the day's earnings, an impressive 5,800 taels, and her hands trembled with excitement. She knew many people came for the magical water, but Su Nianha's strategy of bundled sales and tiered gifts had clearly achieved great success. That night, when Juan couldn't wait to enter the space. When she saw Su Nianha, she was like a happy bird, pulling her hand and describing the busy scene vividly. "Nianha, you won't believe it. People were rushing to give silver for that magic water. Helena's face cream sold for 200 taels a bottle, and the Marquis's wife bought it without blinking. And those lipsticks, ladies bought several at a time. 5,800 taels in one day. I never even dreamed of this before." Su Nianha looked at her flushed face with calmness and a confident smile, encouraging her. "Wenwan, this is just the beginning. Keep working hard, and you'll become the richest woman in the Great Shang Dynasty. Can I really do it?" Wenwan was stunned by the huge goal, feeling a bit doubtful, but her eyes shone with hope. "As long as I am here, you can," Su Nianha said briefly but powerfully. She turned around and began to take out the new interesting items she had prepared. "Take a look at these, to add some new flair to your shop." First, she picked up a uniquely shaped metal feather pen. "Look at this," Su Nianha said, gently pressing a nearly invisible button on the pen. With a soft click, a tiny, intricately carved Rococo-style folding fan unfolded above the pen tip, smaller than a palm but beautifully detailed. "It's a writing tool and a delicate toy." Next, she revealed a small, exquisite music box about the size of a rouge box. When she opened it, instead of a traditional ballerina, there were 2 tiny porcelain figures in ancient costumes, one playing a zither, the other blowing a flute. Su Nianha wounded a few times, and a clear, melodious tune of "Spring River Flower Moon Night" flowed out. To everyone's surprise, the 2 tiny porcelain figures moved slightly with the music. One's fingers trembled as it played the zither, and the other's sleeve fluttered as it blew the flute, like real musicians performing. The sound was clear and bright, and the movements delicate. Placed on the dressing table, it was both a piece of jewelry and an elegant ornament, explained Su Nianha. Finally, she opened a seemingly ordinary box made of boxwood. What caught Wenwan's attention was a smooth pebble embedded above the mirror in the box, looking like a decorative stone. "This is called Moonlight Stone, Su Nianha introduced. During the day, it absorbs light. At night, it emits a gentle glow like moonlight. It's not as bright as a candle, but enough to light up the mirror and create a soft, romantic atmosphere. The light stays steady and can last for several hours. Seeing the small fan that opens, the tiny figurines that play music, and the self-illuminating mirror, Wenwan's expression changed from curiosity to shock, then to pure joy. She carefully touched the tiny porcelain figures inside the music box, listening to the ethereal music, her voice trembling with excitement. "Nianha, are you a fairy from a magical land? Where did you get all these things? And the small building you saved me in last time, was it from heaven? This is just too incredible." Su Nianhe looked at her with a gentle smile, her eyes holding a hint of mystery and detachment. I'm not a fairy, but I know things you don't know. Wenwan listened, seeming to understand but not fully, and she didn't ask further. Instead, she smiled happily. She already knew Su Nianhe had special powers and understood the principle that secrets of heaven must not be revealed. Su Nianhe carefully explained the pricing and sales methods for her new items, advising her to follow the model of Ningxiang Pavilion. Wenwan took notes seriously, then used a large jar she had prepared to carefully fill it with spiritual spring water. Only then did she leave the space feeling satisfied. After seeing Wenwan off, Su Nianhe stood alone in the quiet space, feeling the nourishment from the spiritual spring water flowing through her. Her gaze grew sharper. The business empire of the Dashing dynasty was steadily expanding, but she also had to be cautious about the undercurrents in Port City. She took a deep breath, her figure flickered, and she left the space, returning to her hotel room. Under the soft lighting, the room remained luxurious and comfortable, but the huge abstract painting on the wall now looked like a lurking monster's open mouth, emanating an unsettling aura. Tonight, I absolutely cannot sleep here again, she thought to herself, a cold shiver crawling up her spine. Who knows if that man will sneak in again through the secret passage. Even though she had a way to escape, she didn't want to be watched closely while sleeping. That feeling was like a thorn in her side. She quickly went into the bathroom, washed her face with cool water, and tried to ease the invisible pressure. Looking at her calm face in the mirror, with a hint of tiredness in her eyes, Su Nianhe made a decision. After finishing her wash, she thought for a moment and then slipped back into the wooden space. Standing on the first floor of the small building, her eyes fell on a large, elaborately carved bed that smelled faintly of fragrant wood. The bed was big and complicated. She had originally planned to put it in the second-floor bedroom of a small courtyard in Beijing, but now she changed her mind. She wanted to keep this bed in the second-floor bedroom of her space. Su Nianhe quickly thought, instead of moving the hotel bed all the time, I might as well get a more comfortable and safe one. She immediately had an idea. She focused her mind, and her thoughts were like an invisible hand gently wrapping around the heavy bed. The bed slightly swayed and then disappeared into thin air from the first floor. In the next moment, it appeared steadily in the center of the master bedroom on the second floor. Then she returned to the hotel room and packed all the soft bedding, pillows, and sheets from the bed into her space, carefully spreading them on the antique-looking bed. After finishing, she took off her shoes, lay down on the soft bedding, and was surrounded by the scent of fragrant wood and the warm feeling of sunlight on fabric. A sense of peace she had never felt before wrapped around her. So comfortable, she sighed happily, looking at the peaceful night sky simulated above the space. This bed will stay here. From now on, I'll sleep openly in the hotel, but this is really my resting place. She planned to buy a set of top-quality bedding to turn this into her private, safe retreat. With this sense of peace, Su Nianhe quickly fell asleep. However, tonight, someone was destined to stay awake. In another top luxury house in Harbor City, Su Wei, the half-brother of Su Zikai, was nervously swinging his glass of wine. The amber liquid left hurried marks on the glass wall. He had a face similar to Su Zikai's, but looked more sinister. His brows were tightly furrowed, and his eyes were dark and unreadable. Since Su Nianhe arrived in Harbor City, he had been watching her. Those two failed attempts with the sleeping potion were indeed his masterpieces. The first time, he was almost successful, but his father, Su Songyang, called him back with a phone call. He bitterly thought that he didn't even get into Su Nianhe's room that time, and his plan was foiled. The second time was even more ridiculous. How could the drug not work on her? His men reported that Su Nianhe was safe and even looked energetic. This made him suspicious and realized that the other person might be not simple. Using drugs carelessly could allure her. So, he temporarily gave up on using a gun and decided to watch secretly. I want to see what is so special about the woman Su Zikai likes besides her face, Recently, his men kept bringing news about Su Nianha. She was renting office buildings, meeting suppliers, making big purchases, and even quickly taking over a storefront to run high-end furniture business. All this showed she was not just a pretty face dependent on Suzuki, but a woman with a clear business mind and strong action skills. What surprised and made Su Wei more cautious was her reaction after his personal visit last night. She didn't make a fuss, didn't call the police, didn't cry to Chen Liheng,
And
didn't immediately ask to move out of Zhonghuan International. Su Wei took a sip of wine. The spicy liquid went down his throat, but he couldn't suppress the heavy feeling rising in his heart. This was not what a normal woman would do after an illegal intrusion. Her unusual calmness and composure made him reevaluate Su Nianha. If Suzuki has not only Chen Liheng and his loyal brothers, but also such a thoughtful and capable woman, Su Wei's eyes grew colder. Then, if I want to bring him down and take back what should be mine, it will be even harder. A strong feeling of jealousy and frustration flooded his mind. Old Master Su Hanyang never acknowledged him as the eldest grandson. No matter how his mother tried to influence him or how his father, Su Songyang, negotiated, the core family resources and the position of CEO of the Su Group were always reserved for Suzuki. Make Suzuki disappear. This thought kept circling in his mind. But how easy would that be? Suzuki was aware of Chen Lifeng's difficult personality nearby, but secretly, there were many protective forces he didn't see. Several attempts to test him had failed completely, with no real reaction or even a splash. He irritably finished his drink and looked out at the bright but cold city night view. A new idea gradually became clear. Since it's so hard to move Suzuki, maybe I can start with the people he cares about. Wei Su's lips curled into a cold, calculating smile. Su Yanhe, it seems you are destined to become a key piece in this game, he whispered to himself, his eyes shining with danger, as if he already saw the possibility of using Su Yanhe to control or even attack Suzuki. Because of Su Yanhe's appearance, this war against Suzuki seemed to find a new, possibly more effective way to break through. And he, Wei Su, would not miss this chance. Su Yanhe didn't know she had become a key target for Wei Su to deal with Suzuki. She slept well on a comfortable, stable bed in the space. After waking up, she washed with pure spring water, then leisurely drank 2 cups, feeling full of energy and clarity. Only then did she leave the space refreshed and return to her hotel room. Chen Lifeng arrived on time in his car to pick her up for work. It was another busy morning, with several clothing suppliers delivering goods to the warehouse one after another. This time, Zhang Shuyan also came. She was lively and quick, helping He carefully check the order list, count the items, and inspect the quality. Miss Nian He, look. This batch of down jackets is even better than the samples we saw yesterday, and the style is more refined. Zhang Shuyan held up a women's puffer jacket, full of excitement and admiration, handing it to Su Yanhe. Su Yanhe took it, gently touched the sturdy outer layer, and looked over the fine stitching. She nodded with satisfaction. Yes, the craftsmanship is solid. Manager Li put a lot of effort into this. They checked the down jackets and other finished clothes sent by Manager Wang and Manager Zhang, verified the quantities, inspected the quality, and then instructed the staff to store the items. When turning to face the 3 suppliers, Su Nianhe spoke clearly. We accept this batch of goods. The quantity and quality are fine. Please go now to Office 1808 to settle the remaining payment with Accountant Zhou Qian. The 3 people immediately smiled and repeatedly thanked her, saying, Okay. Thank you, President Su. You're so straightforward and efficient. Before finishing her sentence, they quickly headed to Office 1808 on the 18th floor, worried about delaying the payment. Su Nianhe told Zhang Shuyan to go with the others to settle the bill, but she turned back to the warehouse. She carefully stored the newly delivered down jackets, warm clothes, and underwear into the space. At noon, Su Nianhe hosted a meal and invited Zhang Shuyan to a nearby stylish restaurant for lunch. During the meal, Zhang Shuyan chattered about her experience with the suppliers over the past 3 days. Su Nianhe listened with a smile, occasionally commenting, making the atmosphere relaxed and happy. After eating, Su Nianhe thought about something else. Shuyan, come with me to look at the household goods section. Sure. Zhang Shuyan had no objection. What are you planning to buy, Sister Nianhe? Just to learn about the market for sanitary pads. Su Nianhe spoke calmly, but her words made Zhang Shuyan blush slightly. Although she had received higher education, discussing this openly still made her a little shy. At the department store, Su Nianhe knew exactly what she wanted and headed straight to the relevant shelves. She carefully examined the packaging, material descriptions, and prices of various brands. Then she took 10 packs of each brand, totaling exactly 100 packs. Seeing the pile of sanitary pads, Zhang Shuyan was a bit surprised and whispered, Sister Nianhe, why did you buy so many? When will you use them all? Su Nianhe smiled slightly, her eyes holding a mysterious meaning Zhang Shuyan couldn't understand. They will definitely be useful. This product will have a huge market demand somewhere in the future. I'm buying some now to experiment. Later, I'll leave the purchasing of this to you. While saying this, she thought of Wenwan and women in Dashing Dynasty. It would be a vast business opportunity. Zhang Shuyan seemed to understand but was unsure. Seeing that Su Nianhe didn't want to explain further, she obediently stopped asking. Then Su Nianhe went into a high-end home textile store. Another important goal of her trip was to buy a matching set of bedding for the canopy bed in her space. She chose a top-quality Egyptian long-staple cotton 4-piece bedding set, paired with a silk quilt and down pillows. The touch was smooth and delicate, like a second skin. This bedding feels so good. Lying on it must be like sleeping on a cloud, Zhang Shuyan said enviously, touching the smooth surface. Su Nianhe smiled slightly, having spent 50,000 yuan to buy it, and was clearly very satisfied. Yes, the quality of rest is very important. As long as you do well in your work, I'll give you a set. Zhang Shuyan was a bit surprised and flattered. They happily continued shopping, picking up some uniquely designed home decorations and beautiful teaware. This made Chen Lifeng, who was following behind, quite miserable. He quickly carried a lot of shopping bags, looking like a moving shelf. Although his usual calm face showed no emotion, his tightly pressed lips revealed a hint of helplessness. Seeing the increasing number of items, he had to speak, his voice steady. Miss Su, Miss Jiang, there are so many things. Could the store send the large items, like that bedding set and these boxes, directly to the company warehouse? Su Nianhe turned around and saw Chen Lifeng almost buried under shopping bags. She rarely showed a hint of apology. Sorry, Chen Lifeng, we got a bit carried away. Let's do as you suggest. She immediately arranged for the store to deliver the goods, freeing Chen Lifeng's hands. In the afternoon, the three of them finished shopping and returned to the office building, just in time for the delivery of their purchases. Su Nianhe checked and counted the items, first placing them in the warehouse, then entering the store. The signboard inside the shop had already been hung, reading Heian Furniture Store, with a smaller sign beside it that said Nianhe Import and Export Trading Company. Su Nianhe's original plan was just to go in, say hello to Lin and Sun Mingyu, and then leave. But as soon as she pushed open the door, she saw an interesting scene. In the store's lounge area, Lin was talking with two clearly foreign businessmen. He was speaking fluent, skillful English, calm and confident, explaining in detail about a set of golden silk Nanmu TV cabinets and sofas. These were made according to his design, with only 2 sets produced, priced at 45 million yuan. Next to him, Sun Mingyu, although wearing a professional, enthusiastic smile, occasionally struggled to say a few English words. It was clear he was struggling to keep up, and he was sweating nervously. Later, it almost became Mingyu's son using his slightly northern accented, very engaging Chinese to describe the product's uniqueness and craftsmanship. Then Lin would smile and translate accurately. Lin and Mingyu's son caught a glimpse of Su Nianhe and Zhang Shuyan entering from the corner of their eyes. They instinctively started to stand up to greet them. Su Nianhe raised her hand slightly, signaling, "No need to be formal. Continue your work," then sat quietly beside Zhang Shuyan, listening carefully to the conversation nearby, not wanting to disturb this rare, international business discussion. Half an hour later, Mingyu's son quickly approached Su Nianhe and whispered, "Sister Nianhe, The other side is firm on the price and only willing to sign if we lower it to 42.8 million. Su Nianhe lightly tapped her fingertips on the table, paused for 2 seconds, then looked up and said firmly, "Agree to their offer." Seeing Mingyu's son hesitate slightly, she added, "This is our first international deal, and the store isn't officially open yet. We need to build a good reputation." She looked down at the contract to her hand, a hint of calculation in her eyes. This amount of money is enough to supply several batches of goods for Wenwan. No matter how you count it, it's a good deal. The foreign couple was delighted to see Su Nianhe agree so readily to the price. Their faces lit up with smiles. They stood up and approached Su Nianhe. Leading the way was Mr. Smith, who extended his large hand and said in clear but somewhat awkward Chinese, "Miss Su, hello. I am British, named Smith. This is my wife, Mary." He turned slightly to indicate the elegant woman beside him. "My wife has always loved your country's cultural heritage. We immediately liked this set of sandalwood sofa and TV cabinet. We are very happy that you could offer us such a good price." Although Mr. Smith's Chinese had a strong accent and his sentences were a bit shaky, his sincerity and joy were obvious. Watching Mr. Smith struggle to organize his words, even making some amusing gestures, Su Nianhe found him somewhat adorable. However, she kept her expression calm, shook hands confidently, and then responded fluently in authentic English. "Mr. Smith, Mrs. Smith, hello.
I am Su Nianhe.
It is our honor to meet true connoisseurs who appreciate and understand these traditional crafts. Congratulations on becoming the first customer of Heian Furniture. This is a special honor." Her clear, pleasant voice with correct pronunciation made Mr. and Mrs. Smith feel a warm sense of familiarity, as if meeting old friends abroad.
"Oh,
"President Su, your English is amazing," Mrs. Smith, Mary, couldn't help but praise, switching to English herself, sounding much more relaxed. Next to them, Jiang Shuyan, Linen, and son Mingyu were again stunned. Jiang Shuyan slightly opened her mouth and whispered to Linen, "Wow, Sister Nianhe's English sounds even better than our foreign language professors." Linen nodded in agreement, full of admiration. Son Mingyu gave a thumbs up and whispered, "The boss is truly impressive, hiding her talents well." Su Nianhe smiled and accepted the praise. Is this a joke? How could her English be difficult for her? She had been confident in her English from elementary school through university, always ranking first in her class. If she didn't love antique studies so much, she might have chosen a foreign language university to explore language even further. During school, whenever foreign friends visited, Meng Mingyuan would always invite her to go along as a translator. Su Nianhe ignored Jiang Shuyan, Linen, and son Mingyu's surprised reactions and continued speaking to Mr. and Mrs. Smith. "Our store is still being improved and will open soon. There are many small matters, and we hope for your understanding if there are any shortcomings in our hospitality. To show our gratitude and apologies, may I have the honor to invite you both to dinner?" "Wonderful," Mr. Smith happily agreed. "It's our honor. We want to learn more about your country's cultural heritage." "Great." Mrs. Smith also smiled warmly in agreement. The Smiths are straightforward and immediately asked to settle the bill. Since the store's payment system was not yet fully set up, Su Nianhe personally led them to Office 1808 on the 18th floor. Thanks to Zhou Qian's efficient operation, the card payment went smoothly. Su Nianhe handed the official receipt to Mr. Smith with both hands and solemnly promised, "Mr. Smith, here is your receipt. Please rest assured, Heian values reputation above all. We promise that if there is any discrepancy with the description, we will compensate tenfold or refund unconditionally." Her calm and confident attitude further gained the trust of Mr. and Mrs. Smith. "We believe in Ms. Su and in the quality of Heian Kama," Mr. Smith said happily as he put away the bill. It was this initial trust and shared interest in Chinese traditional culture that led Su Nianhe, with Chen Lifeng's careful arrangements and Jiang Shuyan's cheerful company, to guide the Smiths to a well-known top Chinese restaurant called Yuanxian Pavilion in the harbor city. The restaurant was elegant, with carved beams and painted pillars, gentle traditional music, and a strong Chinese flavor. Waiters wore traditional tan clothing and behaved politely. After sitting down, Mrs. Smith was very interested in the beautiful pictures and elegant names on the menu but felt unsure about what to choose. She pointed to a dish called Dragon and Phoenix Bringing Prosperity and asked curiously, "Ms. Su, this dish has a very beautiful name. What exactly is it?" Su Nianhe turned slightly and patiently explained in English, "This is a clever metaphor. Usually, it uses carefully carved lobster, representing the dragon, and chicken, representing the phoenix, along with other precious ingredients, cooked together. It symbolizes harmony and good fortune for couples. It might suit your identities very well." Her words not only explained the dish, but also carried good wishes.
Oh.
That's so interesting. Mrs. Smith's eyes sparkled. "We must try this." During the ordering, Su Nianhe played the role of a cultural ambassador. She explained the story and precious ingredients of Buddha jumps over the wall, described the shape and taste of squirrel mandarin fish, demonstrated chopstick skills for the Smiths who were not used to them, and thoughtfully asked the waiter for forks and knives as backup. Her explanations were smooth, professional, and fun, making the Smiths very interested and excited for the upcoming dinner. "Ms. Su," Mr. Smith said sincerely, "you are not only a successful businesswoman, but also an excellent cultural ambassador. Through you, we feel closer to these beautiful wooden objects and these meaningful dishes." Su Nianhe raised her glass, which held freshly brewed Longjing tea, and smiled. "Mr. Smith, you're too kind. It's meaningful to let more people appreciate and understand fine culture. I hope tonight's dishes, like the furniture, will satisfy you. Cheers to our first pleasant cooperation and to your health." "Cheers." Mr. and Mrs. Smith happily raised their glasses, and Jiang Shuyin, Linen, and others joined in. The atmosphere at the dinner table was warm and cheerful, filled with laughter and conversation. This was not just a business dinner, but also a successful cultural exchange, leaving a deep and positive first impression of Hiyun on the international guests. Chun Lifeng quietly watched from the side, making sure everything went smoothly. His eyes showed a subtle approval when he looked at Su Nianhe. The mood at the table was lively as exquisite dishes were served one after another, like a beautiful painting full of color, aroma, and taste from the East. Su Nianhe did not stop at describing the dishes. She spoke with humor and knowledge, naturally sharing more about the culture of Dahua country. She talked about everything from the art of Peking opera masks to the Zen philosophy of tea ceremonies, from the gentle water towns of the south to the majestic mountains of the north. "Ms. Su, from what you describe, Dahua country is truly a land full of charm and depth." Mrs. Mary Smith listened intently, her eyes shining with admiration. "It is even more colorful and rich than we imagined.